of his character that he would shoot somebody for having Donald Trump's birthday. It's January 14th. It happens to be the case that the director who was shot as well has Donald Trump's June 14th birthday. And I think it's noteworthy just because you have this Trump derangement syndrome, and nobody epitomizes it more than Alec Baldwin. So here we have the movie plot. 13-year-old boy goes on the run with his estranged grandfather, a notorious outlaw named Harland Rust, played by Alec Baldwin. After the boy accidentally kills a rancher, we have the Red October connections. Now, if you get into numerology, the union members left because they went 3 weeks without pay and they cited 3 misfires. A lot of it was the 12th day of a 21-day shoot. She was 42. These numbers and dates tend to tell a story, but you have to look at the big picture. Now, you do have these, like I said, visually similar stages between the set of Rust and Westworld and Kanye West's event. And a few things about this. Westworld is about people going into this Western style simulation, like a Disneyland type simulation, where they can kill with impunity. That's one of the connections there. Another connection, of course, I would think would be the Marilyn Manson and his involvement at the set of Kanye's record release party. Marilyn Manson, because he's been brought up in context of Westworld's main character as her real life antagonist, who just happens to mirror her antagonist in the movie. In the movie, she wakes up realizing she's part of an ongoing cycle of abuse and mind control, but doesn't realize the extent of it because she's hypnotized and under mind control. And this, of course, is now her real life story. And Marilyn Manson, of course, like I said, mirroring in many ways the main antagonist of hers in the movie. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I'm going through a number of tweets people have been sending me. A lot of interesting information about Fauci. I need to verify this, but this is coming from the actress who was hired to be a right-wing pundit. She said, this is Candace Owens, I'm reading through Fauci's experiments. He used acid to destroy a region of a monkey's brain to magnify terror. They then simulated images of spiders and tormented them with fear. Human DNA is 97% identical to apes. Why fund that research? I don't know if that's true. I see that arrest Fauci is trending. Newly released footage of the January 6th Capitol shows someone handing out weapons from behind a false wall in the Capitol building. I have that up on the screen for those who are asking. All right, going through comments, Jordan says, live on Infinite Plane Radio on YouTube. Yeah, they took down 4 of our channels on YouTube, but we're up on another one. Twitch is reliable. Go to Twitch, look for Infinite Plane Radio. We will generally have a 24/7 stream there. Just go to infiniteplane.live. But if you want to get the archives in order, in an orderly way, with all the right notes and links, you do want to subscribe. Zareth the Alchemist says, Dr. Ouchie's been lying low lately. Yeah, definitely. His movie ratings were very low. But I think they're phasing that out. This might even be part of the psyop. It's like ritualistically hazing the guy on his way out because they're bringing in something else, which I suspect will be space junk. You have to sleep with a helmet on. Because if one person gets killed by space junk, they're going to have to shut down the whole continent. Lock it all down. No traveling, because think about it. You're driving, space junk hits you. Well, now you're a dead guy behind the wheel at 85 miles per hour. You can't have that. Okay, here's the image from Starbucks, and I think their logo is very disturbing. There's a Starbucks close by, and every time I look at that logo, I'm like, how do they get away with that? I don't know if anyone else sees what I see. But anyway, it says your local government requires you to be fully vaccinated or have a negative PCR COVID-19 test within 72 hours to dine in this store, starting Monday, 10/25, King County. So the significance here, I think, with King County would be Seattle, ground zero for the pandemic. And I looked at 3/11, this date, even before this happened, as significant because of all of the predictive programming. Case in point, there was a TV show called Colony, and this was all on Netflix. Well, season 3, episode 11, has to do with this resistance group called Operation Phoenix. Colony season 3, episode 11. And in this episode, they talk about how they're rebuilding civilization after the alien invaders have destroyed it, basically. And now they have a new order. And they're working with the alien because they have to. And it sounds a lot like COVID, this alien invader. And you never actually see the aliens in the movie. But anyway, the main characters, who are part of a resistance, they go to Seattle. And they're told Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. And this is just one of many examples of the date 3/11, like 9/11, being foreshadowed in these Netflix and other popular movies, series, all these different TV shows you watch, Netflix, HBO, it's all predictive programming. In fact, entertainment's a side effect of the propaganda. Its primary purpose is propagandizing the population. I think that should be obvious by now. Like, this is the Bible of this age. Like, you have a digital holy book. It's the MSM. The Church of the MSM has people spellbound. And all of this predictive programming is so consistent that before the pandemic was declared, we had already said, ground zero will be Seattle. And we thought that they were going to nuke the Space Needle. But instead, we have a ground zero in Seattle where the Space Needle is. And the connection is pretty obvious. You still have a ground zero with the pandemic, as you would with a nuke. It's just not as visible. There's no spectacle. But the effects are the exact same. So yes, World War III started on 3/11/2020, and that's what replaced the terrorists. That's what replaced 9/11. But I think they know the public has a short attention span, and right now, nobody's as afraid of that as I think they were just a few months ago. And I think the new threat is space junk, and it's not a coincidence that we've had visible space junk from Russian satellites. A piece of space junk landed on some woman's pillow in Canada, and SpaceX is causing fires because of all of their debris. New York City Barclays Center is swarmed by protesters supporting Kyrie Irving and his refusal to be vaccinated. So they're all going to be branded as flat earthers in a pejorative sense. Because for all we know, the flat earthers have been right all along about something. But not all of them. I think there may be a point in there somewhere. I can't believe some people are still stuck on the moon landing being a ruse to trick the Russians. Because for any of this to make any sense or to even be plausible, America would have to be working with the Russians and with everybody else. There's no way that one country would psyop everybody else. It's too interconnected. The existence of the International Space Station also pretty much solidifies that. New Zealand Prime Minister Ding Dong is pretty much blatantly proud of being a fascist. She says, yep, that's what it is. When asked if they are creating two classes of people, the vaccinated with special privileges and the unjected, the unsaved, what are you going to call them? I mean, they're basically conflating them with thought criminals. The undesirables, the useless breathers, super spreaders. I think they already have that.
if you are vaccinated,
That is what it is. So, yep.
this is going to, so you basically see this is going to be like, well, it's almost like, you probably don't see it like this, the two different classes of people. If you're vaccinated or if you're unvaccinated, you have all these rights. If you are vaccinated,
That is what it is. So, yep. Yep.
can you describe this? You were previously hoping not to be.
That is what it is. Has anyone been able to determine if the video of her smoking the crack pipe was really a crack pipe or some kind of glass joint smoking pipe that they said it was? Like, they didn't have a good explanation. I mean, it looked like what it looked like. The death of David Amos is being used to suggest that we have to do something about free speech. Again, David Amos stabbed 17 times because of something somebody read online. And you know how they have been saying for some time that the most dangerous people are the healthy people? Oh yeah, you're so healthy that you're a threat to public health because you're a super spreader, whereas the sick people are actually home. So they started suggesting that the healthy people who don't feel like they need to vax themselves are the real dangers. And you know, it's the same thing, like the smart people are a threat to the system and the healthy people are a threat to the system. Like there's a pattern here. But this is an article from The Guardian, which is kind of reiterating this whole idea that the internet needs to be curtailed, perhaps even shut down or fixed, quarantined. But here's a quote here, just talking about these parallels between how people view the world and their spiritual practices. And so they've already demonized yoga practitioners, but here's another one. With reference to Eva Wiseman's article, The Dark Side of Wellness, it is clear the parallels between spiritual thinking and far-right conspiracy theories. On many occasions, people who vaguely deem themselves to be educated liberals are promoting sinister conspiracies. There are often anti-Semitic overtones to such ideas. Those who push anti-media, anti-science, or anti-fact agendas are never really liberal. They are extremist. So again, just bring this up because some random person stabbed somebody and now everybody has to look at those non-liberals and what ideas they are circulating and have these ideas given rise to extremism. It's a new devil made me do it type of excuse, one. And two, I think this is, again, they're creating heretics. The non-believers in the Church of MSM, the Church of MSM Science, the non-believers are obviously adherents of some other doctrines that are dangerous, that are extreme. And they're going to have to do what? Purge the heretical doctrines. I think right now we're on the precipice of a new Council of Nicaea. They're going to have to just get rid of all of the non-canonical texts and have one agreed upon version of reality. They don't tolerate dissent, as you can tell. Like the mass media, even though they are the mass media, seem strangely focused on the small minority of heretics. And it is a religion. Fiddlestick says, I'm glad I stopped in tonight. Seems pretty chill here. Right. Heretics, right? Extremists. And we've been banned more than any other channel out there, I think. And we were kicked off of DLive's monetization program. So if you're on DLive, it says that we're X-rated. We're not. The reason they say that is because we covered the 1/6 event and accurately described it. And they said we engaged in political speech. So they defunded us. Well, other channels are playing Grand Theft Auto, which I consider to be political. It's pretty much the Democrat Party platform, just looting, raping, pillaging, and yet they're allowed to play that game and monetize it. So, you know, there's an obvious bias here. There's a schism. There's a crack in our society that I've been speaking about. And I do think that the word crack and kraken are being used advisedly by the wizards of media. And it's all about this split, which is really exemplified by this one choice, you know, as in the needle, the choice of whether to be saved or not to be saved. And I think it is a deliberate schism They made it very clear. I brought this up yesterday with the volcano at St. Vincent Island, the eruption 42 years after the previous one, and they said only the vaxxed get on the escape boat. You get on the life raft if you have the vax, but everyone else, no, you get the lava. So you have to choose between salvation or lake of fire. There's no middle ground. You can't squat on the fence here. And also, we've been talking about how the anti-vaxxers are basically devil worshippers. And what I mean by this, in this new secular religion, which has given society a puritanical overhaul, where the godless are now essentially God-fearing because they have replaced God and the angry, judgmental God with the globe. So those who wouldn't fear retribution for their wickedness now fear retribution for what the state says is wickedness. So they do fear the globe, and that is their God. It is their biggest concept of this thing they have to please. And the devil that they believe in to regulate their behaviors, since the other devil doesn't work anymore, is COVID. And I notice that the adherents of this state church, the world church of MSM, they spend more time cheering on the death of the anti-vaxxers than they do talking about saving the planet. It's always about punishing the heretics. And so every time some right-winger or anti-vaxxer dies of COVID, you can hear them all shouting, COVID Akbar. I'm like, they're actually happy about this. And there are a number of websites like sorryantivaxxer.com, the Herman Cain Awards, where yes, you have a lot of people grave dancing on this on the deaths of the anti-vaxxers. And you know my view. I don't even believe that half of these people are dying. I think these are mostly crisis actors. But it's the thought that counts. And they think these are real deaths. Eric of Bear says, the Kraken's arena is called Climate Pledge Arena. And look at the Kraken's logo. You have the anchor with the Space Needle built into it. A lot of interesting numerology of the Space Needle. You know, it's 42 meters wide. It takes 42 seconds to go from the top to the bottom. It's in Washington, State 42. There's a lot of 42s associated with the Space Needle and Washington State. And of course, the number 42 has everything to do with SpaceX and the agenda that may or may not involve space junk Armageddon, which we'll get to. 420 says, Grand Theft Auto is one of the last entertainment forms with good writing and constant satire. If you play Add Me on PSN Talon Agent. Alright, if you feel like looting in simulation or rehearsing, go to Grand Theft Auto and find PSN Talon Agent. Okay, so the Kraken thing, really quick, just to refresh you on what I mean about the Kraken and the forced memeing of that word. So last July, the Seattle Kraken was announced, and this would be the 32nd team of the NHL. And they had a 1 minute and 13-second commercial, which had Seattle being hit by an EMP, something from the water. And then they showed the logo, all ominous, Seattle Kraken. And I saw the number and I thought, 113, that's election day. Well, about a month and a half later, Sidney Powell steps onto the world stage. Sidney Powell, who, and I don't mean to confuse anyone, but I've never seen her in the same room as Ann Coulter, and they sound the same. And Beanpole Ann Coulter could fit within Sidney Powell. Like, I actually think Sidney Powell might be Ann Coulter in a bodysuit. But Sidney Powell comes out, the so-called Kraken, who says that she's going to overturn the election. So then here you have the Kraken. Now, at the same time, you have Hunter Biden coming out with his laptops and all the pictures of Hunter Biden with his crack pipe. So I'm like, every time I turn on the news, it's either crack pipe or it's the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Is the Kraken coming? The QAnoners are obsessed with the Kraken and Hunter's crack pipe. So then a few months later, 1/6 rolls around, and shortly after that, Mike Lindell says, "Hey everybody, I'm going to pick up where Sidney Powell left off. I'm going to overturn the election. I sell pillows and I smoke crack." So Mike Lindell, crack smoker, takes over this agenda of cracking our society in half. That's pretty much what we're seeing, this big schism, and it's global. But it's really being emphasized here. And so they're driving in this wedge. So you have the crack, the schism. And then as we get closer to the summer, we have the symposium where Mike Lindell and the new Rosa Parks, the digital Rosa Parks, Ron Watkins, are working on this agenda of flipping the election. And they said that the space station has cracks in it. So the space station literally has cracks, like physical cracks, and then there's a rift between the Russians and the Americans. They don't play nice anymore. The Russians think the Americans are sabotaging it. So you do have some beef up there. The Russians say that one of the female Americans threw a fit and drilled a hole in the space station to try to get a quick ride home. That she basically tried to sabotage it. NASA said that's not true. This happens while there's a physical crack in the thing, and they think it might fall. So, again, the symbol here is very important because the space station represents all of the nations with one purpose going from the earth to the heavens, one language. It's the Tower of Babel. You have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, A to Z, on the anniversary of Apollo, another rhyming event from 1969, Apollo 1969, that was July 20th. Well, this year on July 20th, Jeff Bezos does the same thing. Significance here, richest man in the world, Amazon, A to Z, another clear reference to the all-encompassing Tower of Babel, poking his head into the heavens. The tower is complete. And I think that this is signifying something. The tower being complete before it's brought down. And if you look at the Amazon, I think it's HQ2, their proposal for the new headquarters, it's been remarked on that it actually looks like the Tower of Babel. Well, so now Elizabeth Warren comes out. Elizabeth Warren, who lied about her ethnicity to get cheaper tuition. She comes out and she says they need to break Amazon apart. So again, that's a call for tearing down the tower. And that's what it represents in my view. The space station cracking, breaking Amazon, the crack in the system, the split, the schism, and of course, the division between the goo bloods and the pure bloods. Okay, let us continue. Jordan says crack smoking relates to Seattle very well. Well, there's more. At the same time that the Kraken came out, Sidney Powell, you had the Karens, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Karen, Kraken. You could call every Karen a Kraken, release the Karen. And phonetically, and I'm talking, this is wizardry, word magic, phonetic word magic. And I think that this is what they are employing, among other things. But this is just another example. I have many other examples of phrases that are being thrown out there advisedly, I believe, as part of this form of word magic. Another one that I'm seeing used a lot, and I think Obama just used it, is turning point. A key phrase, which I might go into that one here shortly. Going through some comments. There was someone else that, okay, there's so many of these weird events. They had some guy who was shot. His name was Barry Washington. And Barry is what anti-Obama people call Obama. His name was Barry Washington, and he was shot in a bar called the Capitol. It's another one of these events I want to be taking apart in the coming days. A lot of people here have some bad things to say about Washington. Last year we did a deep dive into the symbolism of the space station, and if you didn't know, it's actually designed, like this is the architectural meaning of it. It is designed to represent the descent of a UFO, the Elohim, lights from the sky, the flying saucer, and the elevator ride, the 42-second elevator ride, that's the tractor beam. The tractor beam that beams you up, the elevated, those who are raptured. So it's really the same symbol as the obelisk. It's a New Age obelisk. The Space Needle for the space age. And then if you think about it too, you have the idea of you don't get into the New Age unless you're elevated, raptured, unless you go through the needle. So you have to go through the needle to be admitted into the new world. So in many ways, the Space Needle is like the Vax Needle. It's like the mark. Now, when you say mark of the beast, you look AstraZeneca, obviously the logo, mark of the beast. You can't help but see the triple sixes on everything having to do with global governance, the World Economic Forum, and this whole agenda. That's undeniable. Now, I don't think it means what the radical Christians would say it means. I think rather it's referring to this new system that's being implemented, and the beast matrix is basically branding all of its cattle. Let's go brand on. That's what they're doing. It's a big branding operation. And you don't get into the domed, enclosed, smart cities unless you get the brand. You'll be left out there where you might get hit by space junk or meteors. All right, in support of King County's guidance, proof of vaccination will be needed to get on the Space Needle. Look, I didn't know, I just found this just now randomly. I thought it was only Starbucks. I can live without Starbucks. You can't get on the Space Needle. You can't get raptured. And I believe in the Men in Black series, there's actually a Space Needle at that Corona Park where they're at that flies off like a flying saucer. I will have to watch that movie. I've watched so many of its clips in isolation. And you know the very first place where a UFO crashed? And I know because I went there during the first lockdown. I'm like, where can I go? So I went out to Roswell, and there's a field called Corona Field, and that's where it landed. Anti-vaxxers will become Mad Maxers, says Zareth the Alchemist. 100%. And this is the year. 2021 is the year of Mad Max. Next year is Soylent Green, which I believe it's going to be Soylent Red. I mean, maybe it'll be green. Green, you could say, in recycling. The green god is actually the god of the world. The god of the obelisk, even this newfangled obelisk of the Space Needle. That god, the vegetation god, is the god of recycling. It's Osiris. And everything green is in homage to this deity. Even the symbol on your dumpster, your recycling bin. Big cube, which is just a folded up cross with the 3 arrows. The 3 arrows are the 3 nails of the crucified and dying and resurrecting sun god. And the negative space creates the 6-pointed star, the hexagram being another symbol of this Saturnian god of the grave. Which, grave sounds bad, but grave is also the soil. And new life emerges green. And that's why you have the Saturnian black and also the green associated with the same character or entity or god or whatever. This is also why Saturn V was called Saturn V. It's a big obelisk, disguised as a craft to take you into the heavens. No, space is the new heaven. The New World Order religion, with its MSM church, has a heaven that all of the other religions believe in. Everybody believes in outer space. That is the new heaven. Everybody puts their hopes for humanity in fixing our world down here so we can figure out how to go up there and live forever. It's the same old story. And by the way, the new religion punked all the old religions. The devil COVID caused all the gods of the other religions to cower and kneel. That we all watched it happen. Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha, they're all wearing masks and PPE. They've replaced their holy water with hand sanitizer. And this is not a new thing. Global warming's 33 years old now, and they use global warming to reintroduce the angry God. They use the carbon footprint to reintroduce original sin. So they've replaced an archaic mind control system with its ancient priesthood with the new priesthood. And then you have, of course, your elevated ones, the ones who go so high up they can see the face of God. And they get the overview effect. And they've seen the whole globe and they see how fragile it is and how close man is to screwing it all up and possibly causing another flood. Not a coincidence that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, it's actually pronounced NOAA, that their main symbol is a dove flying above the water. The symbol of the dove is the symbol of the post-reset, after the flood. So after we flood everything, the dove goes over to the ark to say it's safe to go back. God is done drowning everybody. So today, the job of the ark, keeper of the ark builders, has gone to NASA and to these private agencies. So if there is another flood, we have an escape. And this is the theme of the movie Wall-E. And this is also the reason why Lady Gaga had the dove on her Hunger Games costume she wore at the inauguration, because of the talk about the reset and the post-reset. The dove is like a phoenix in this sense. The phoenix is the symbol of burning down the old system, building back better. In this newer system, it's the dove. It's the same thing though. The dove, it's after the reset, after the flood. All right, let me go through some comments. I see we've been joined by a number of other people here. All right, let's see. Jordan says, soon we won't be able to cross state, county, city, street lines in Washington, and they will all love it. Right, it's very interesting to see, because I think that this idea of Seattle being ground zero for the reboot of civilization, I think that is true. And when I saw Chazistan, I thought, oh no, Chazistan is going global. And it is. You know, they want to sell you on Jetsons, smart cities, robot slaves. You're going to be fattened up like the people on the Ark in Wall-E. But no, it's going to be more like Chazistan. By the way, there's another story with Wall-E, this ridiculous movie, which, again, this is not me, but if you look at the Wall-E movie, even the logo, there's a 113 built into it. 113 and 311 is encoded into this movie. They talk about it, and it refers to this thing called Directive 113, which is about abandoning the Earth because it's no longer habitable. When they're given the alarm, you even have the guy putting a gas mask on, all foreshadowing of, I believe, 311. There's so many interesting points about this movie, but one of the new ones that was brought to my attention was the number of years they spent up there and the amount of food it would take to feed them raised a lot of questions. So this new interpretation came out, and it's the unseen cannibalism, which is suggesting that the only way
Canva was a game changer for my business.
All the people on the ship could gain all that weight and live so sustainably fat is if they are eating their dead or perhaps excess population. So this video is called Film Theory, Wall-E's Unseen Cannibalism. Now I'm not going to play all of it. I don't want to give you any spoilers, but I'm just going to play a few seconds here just to give you an idea, because this is totally in line with the idea of Astrocrete and Soylent Green, which again, Soylent Green takes place in 2022.
Only mechanical parts. And when things do get jettisoned out into space, again, there's nothing but trash and metal to be seen. So if you're not throwing the dead bodies away or launching them into space, there's only two possibilities. One, burning them into ash, which is likely, or two, recycling them. And if you've got a lot of one kind of material that needs to be recycled, i.e. human bodies, and another resource that you're in desperate need of, i.e. food, then it makes at least mathematical sense to see if the surplus of one can fix the deficit of the other. But of course...
Okay, so he makes the case that logically, yes, you could in fact feed the dead to the living. But who would get behind such a thing? Well, The answer is this. You have a HAL 9000, like Space Odyssey. You have this AI bot that is taking control of the ship, and it doesn't possess the empathy for the humans that a human captain would. And so it just thinks in terms of problem solving, and logistically it made sense to turn everyone into this Soylent Green style shake. And when you look into the movie's representation of food and how it's served and
About how Wally discovered the
everything is through a straw, there are actually a number of things that support the idea that, yeah, we're looking at a closed system and the dead are being consumed by the living. Again, that's Wall-E. And that probably is on the menu for the future as part of the Build Back Better diet. All right, let's see. Pippi Langstruff says, I may wear a mask for Halloween. All right, Astrocrete. I have someone asking about that. Astrocrete. We'll talk about that. I won't talk about astroplastic or what the American astronauts have been drinking. So Astrocrete is a new form of building material made from the blood of astronauts mixed with lunar or Martian soil. The key to Mars colonization may lie in human blood, sweat, and tears, a new study suggests. So they're talking about the durability of Astrocrete. So yes, it's a real thing. They've already figured it out. You put someone into a wood chipper, mix them in the dirt, and then you got something to build with. Now this again doesn't make any sense logically, but I think maybe they're trying to convey something about sacrificing yourself for heaven or for this heavenly journey. Maybe it's some kind of a ritualistic thing. I mean, it just sounds unbelievable that anybody would want to do this. But here's what it says. Adding the human body fluids would increase the strength and durability of the concrete made with Martian dust by up to 300%. So there's a potential to create and 3D print this concrete-like material. And this would be an important step in the astronauts' ongoing quest to build on Mars. So this got me thinking that maybe, yeah, you could have a situation similar to Wall-E, where, yeah, sure, they would be eating each other, but beyond just cannibalism, I could see them involving themselves in this type of thing. It's just recycling. And I think we're being walked towards this. This idea of sustainability as some type of utopian ideal. If anybody cares, there's a NASA leader who's basically saying UFOs are real and they're aliens. NASA leader suggests UFOs could be aliens. A lot of people are going crazy about this. Bill Nelson, who served as Biden's NASA administrator since May, said that the unidentified aerial phenomenon seen by Navy pilots are not from here. Here's what he said, quote, "We hope it's not an adversary here on Earth that has that kind of technology." Goes on to say, "I've talked to these pilots. They know they saw something and their radar is locked onto it and suddenly it was there on the surface and then it's there. And they don't know what it is and we don't know, but we hope it's not an adversary here on Earth that has that technology." So this has been brought up repeatedly. And I'm wondering now, too, if maybe it's not going to be something less interesting, like maybe just China lobbing a few things over here. But they seem to be hyping up this idea of there being some type of a threat from sophisticated enemy technology or UFOs. For example, China has a new hypersonic missile, which is a blow to our strategic superiority. So China's ahead of us in their ability to send nukes anywhere on the world, around the world, whatever you believe. Personally, I find this all to be very incredible. I find it unbelievable. I found some interesting articles on kind of a side note here where it's not uncommon for American media to make fun of fake North Korean rockets. Fake photography, fake rocket tests, all the time. But I look at those things launch, these rockets in North Korea. We're supposed to be afraid of these things, and it looks exactly like something that Jeff Bezos would send up. Same little pitiful nozzle on the bottom, poor CGI. It looks like they bought an Amazon knockoff and just maybe white labeled a rocket, painted it olive drab. But it looks like maybe a cylindrical blimp being launched out of sight, out of mind. It doesn't look like a real weapon. I don't find any of this stuff to be remotely scary. But it's not what I believe. It's what 98% of the population will believe in, and people are ready to accept that space rocks could fall through your roof after appearing as a fireball in the sky, and they can yet land gently on your pillow without a scorch mark, without bouncing. Okay, a few other things. We've talked a lot about the Rust event. If anything new comes up, you'll hear it here first. Still trying to find out if Mac Parhar is alive, an infamous flat earther driving around with symptoms that would put him in the category of COVID infected, but he says it's not COVID. But there are stories being reported in the news that this guy has COVID, and he's driving around spitting out his window. This is from straight.com. COVID denier Mac Parhar, flat earther and yogi, reveals that he's taking extra strength Tylenol to deal with his health challenges. Now, if you're chugging extra strength Tylenol, should you be driving? So it says here in the video below, you'll see him talking about the extra strength Tylenol to mask his symptoms. He is seen hacking away and spitting the phlegm out the window of his car, complaining about a roomy, sore throat. So I watched this video, and I'm not convinced that he's sick. And if he was that sick, why is he driving? And I wouldn't put it past, I don't want to really say I think he's an agent or anything like that, but I wouldn't put it past the mass media to hire people to serve as bad examples. Bad examples, as in they become influencers and they take a fall, and everybody who followed them has to then reassess. Well, what was I actually following? And I'm wondering if he's not another manufactured example of how not to do things. So I kind of looked into this character a little bit because of his association with the guy who was burning Masonic lodges down last March. And I thought, okay, that's kind of a troublesome little link or connection there. It's a little worrying, just that he's that close, just the proximity. So I've been looking a little closer, and supposedly he's a yoga instructor who was forced to close his store or his shop down after he told his followers that hot yoga cures COVID. Well, anyway, I did a search under his name in yoga, and I couldn't find a single picture. And I'm really kind of wondering, how do you explain that? How can a yoga instructor who's on the news globally for violating quarantine acts, traveling around America, going to conferences, spreading the COVID, how does he not have a single picture of himself doing a single yoga pose? And every video I see, he's road raging, driving around, vaping, like it's going out of style. So I'm that skeptical, where I'm even wondering, is this guy even a yoga instructor, or is this some type of an act, and is this the final act? Is he going to, quote, die of COVID and then be another headline, along with a list of others I could name? We'll see. Here's a clip from the QAnon event, just to show you that they're still pushing the idea of a storm coming. create a new Earth. We, the people.
Where we go one, we go all.
God, they're using the Matrix soundtrack. Pathetic. Where we go one, we go all. And then, of course, it ends with a montage of the bad guys drinking blood. You got Tesla. And then it ends with UFOs and a promise of some kind of disclosure. And that was the thing I honed in on here, is that they're promising disclosure. And by the way, just look, secret space agenda and disclosure. So just to be clear, QAnoners are not flat Earth. They believe in a spinning ball Earth, and they believe in secret space programs. Zach Hubtard says, yoga instructor with ADHD. Lickety Split says, scabies yoga. Finbar says, not another flat earther uffing up our world. Hey, I'm a Patreon supporter of Zach Hubbard. His work is extremely valuable. We need, all the researchers we can get, but nobody breaks down gematria like he does. I'm not an expert in gematria. I notice numbers, I notice patterns, I point them out. We examine these things, but we do it in the spirit of mostly mockery, I would say, in a sense like of Mystery Science Theater 3000, where they are held captive by a hostile alien entity that is trying to drive them crazy with bad science fiction. And I thought, isn't that exactly our position? So the way they remain sane in Mystery Science Theater 3000 is they kind of poke fun at the bad science fiction. And again, is that not exactly what we are doing? A couple other things I wanted to point out. I've been looking closer at many of these Capitol Hill rioters, and it's the same with all of them, night and day. The person they were before they went to D.C. is not the person they became by the time they arrived there. So you have all these individuals who are clean-cut bank managers wearing suits and ties, but then when they showed up at the Capitol, they were grizzled with neckbeards, unibrows, spears. So what changed? Well, I'm telling you what changed is the script. These are costumes. It was a simulated riot, a whole bunch of people in very bad costumes, very bad actors. And what else is new? And if you haven't done your due diligence about the 21-minute breakdown that shows you how no, Ashley Babbitt didn't actually die, if you haven't seen that, I can't really help you. We can't help you. You have to do your own due diligence. Do your own research, although now I think that's illegal. Do your own research has actually been, here we go, Forbes.com, you must not do your own research. CNN, how doing your own research hurts America's COVID responses. Again, doing your own research. Another one here, do your own research. 4 words that hurt the United States and its response to COVID. The problem with doing your own research. So no, you're not supposed to do that. Alright everyone, thanks for joining. We're going to get the phones fixed hopefully by tomorrow. Thank you again to everyone who went to infiniteplanesociety.com and pitched in on the new hard drive. We're going to get everything set up so that we'll be doing open phones nightly with no interruptions, no breaks. We want to keep this consistent. We have a lot of people scheduled, guests and otherwise, callers, subject matter experts, interesting spreaders of disinformation and misinformation. All right, this is Airship, newest track by Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Everyone have a great night.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Alright, that's the Murder Hornets again. So I changed the date on the screen. It's actually 10/23, October the 23rd, 2021. Happy Scorpio, everyone. I had 10/22 earlier for part 1 of Infinite Plane Saturday, so you haven't been mandoozled. That was my mistake, but it has since been corrected. Today is the 23rd. Couple of things to go over today. Well, mainly I want to build on what we started talking about earlier. This event that happened about an hour north of here with Alec Baldwin, the man suffering from Trump derangement syndrome like no other, who is involved in a very peculiar event, but some of the particular details really stand out. And the more I look, the more the coincidences really jump out here. And when I say coincidences, I mean, well, props, clues, hints, scripting. So first, let me go ahead and check out who's in the chat. Seems like we're having a few technical issues. Last week we had a hard drive crash. Haven't quite replaced it. So we're not live on video 24/7. However, if you want to know where we are at any time, just get on the newsletter list. And I'll make sure to keep you abreast of things as they develop, but we're not missing anything. So let me go ahead and start from the bottom. We have a ton of things to go through to add on to this. Well, let's start with this one. In a quote, grim coincidence, for those of you coincidence theorists out there, in a grim coincidence, Dave Halls worked as the first assistant director on the second unit of the 2000 movie Crow Salvation, the film in which Brandon Lee died in an on-set gun accident in 1993. So what we have here is another connection to the Brandon Lee event. And we've been talking about the symbolism in this event. Let's go Brandon, and now this Brandon Lee, and this interesting connection to an assassin, a would-be assassin from Brandon, Florida, who was going after Trump. And then we have this Brandon Lee and the Brandon Lee family being brought up in the context of this shooting by Alec Baldwin with a .44. Brandon Lee was killed with a .44. And as we go into it, that number and other numbers are going to really stand out, as well as very specific dates. But David Halls, and again, we're talking about the person who handed, let me go give you the background. In the Rust set shooting death, a sharpened focus is now on the assistant director. Okay, so the outrage and disbelief over the death of Halyna Hutchins, shot by actor and producer Alec Baldwin during a rehearsal. Now it's focusing on first assistant director David Halls. So David Halls, again, worked as the first assistant director on the second unit of the 2000 movie Crow Salvation, where Brandon Lee died. So he has some practice. Here's someone who has a connection to a previous PSYOP. Kind of like Gabby Petito, connected to Sandy Hook. Kind of like Dr. Wen over there at CNN, their chief medical analyst, connected to the Boston Marathon. Just too many coincidences for it to be a coincidence. Okay, so that's the main point I wanted to bring up, another connection to the Crow movie. But I've come across a few other interesting things. So here's another noteworthy thing. The church where the sacrifice happened. The place, the scene of the murder, or killing, or whatever, staged event. I mean, come on, it's about, the movie is about a character played by Baldwin who is essentially helping, coming to the aid of a 13-year-old accused of a murder. And all the numbers there, the 13, of course, as you know, very significant with death and resurrection. And we're also in the month of Scorpio now, the sign of Scorpio, which if you look at the tarot and the symbolism, it's the scorpion, death. It is the scorpion that stings the sun and it dies. And then, of course, you have the number 13 on the tarot card associated with that. Okay, so, and then also this is all against the backdrop of all these weird allusions to the Halloween kills and the Halloween movie, which we'll get into all these connections. And also, one other quick point here. Halyna Hutchins has no birthday. She's 42 years old. She has no birthday. And I've been studying her face, and I swear I've seen her before on thispersondoesnotexist.com. If you've never been there, go to thispersondoesnotexist.com and refresh your browser a few times and look at those faces, and you'll see what I mean. There's a certain vacancy. And I'm questioning if the person even exists. That's my level of mistrust in mass media events. A few other connections. Alec Baldwin shooting victim is the wife of a Latham and Watkins lawyer. So here's two connections here. One, Latham and Watkins represented Michael Sussman. Michael Sussman was indicted, and so the firm represented him. He was indicted with this Russia Gate nonsense, which we'll get into this on the particulars. But the main thing is this: this law firm, and we're talking Latham and Watkins, this law firm that's involved in this, or indirectly involved, has people thinking that maybe the Clintons were involved in this shooting. So, yes, the husband of Hutchins, the cinematographer who was fatally shot by actor and producer Baldwin, is the wife of a corporate lawyer. Nothing to see here. But now here's where it gets interesting. I'm looking at the names of the lawyers, and one of the names really stood out to me. It says Sussman's legal team, and we're talking about, this is going back a little bit, in 2016. Durham indicted Sussman for making false statements in 2016 to the FBI. But anyway, his legal team was Latham and Watkins, and the partners were Sean Berkowitz and Michael Bosworth. So out of all of this, I'm just saying, you have this connection, one, through her husband to this drama, and then two, the name Berkowitz really stood out. The other Berkowitz I can think of right now that really stands out, of course, is David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, Mr. 44. Known as Mr. 44 because he used a 44. Just another interesting connection here, that you have the name Berkowitz even associated in a tangent like this. So we'll get into that, but the story is weird. It's already weird enough, but there are other things that we're noting here. Again, Alec Baldwin shooting victim was wife of Latham and Watkins lawyer. Okay, here's one that I picked up on today. So the Westworld movie set looks a lot like the Rust movie set where the killing happened. You have this church that's kind of a center stage. And moreover, this church looks like the one that Kanye West had at his record release party, which already had a bunch of connections with Hurricane Katrina, and then the most recent hurricane. There's a track on there called Hurricane. A couple of other noteworthy things. We're in 2021, which in many ways is based off of 1969. If you look at the big meta script, if you look at the bigger picture, 68 was really superimposed over 2020, 69 over 2021. Just a few notable things would be the space race, even down to the date that Bezos took off. This would even tie in, I think, to a few other things like the Internet of Things relating to 1969's ARPANET. Then you have the Charles Manson killing echoed by the Matthew Coleman killing on the same date. That character, I believe, was a reprising Charles Manson if you combine him with Jake and Jelly. So anyway, 1969, Helter Skelter, Charles Manson. Well, here you have Marilyn Manson hanging out with Kanye West and DaBaby at the church. This was, again, supposed to represent Kanye's childhood home or whatever. But a couple notable things. One, they burn it, and two, he burns like a phoenix. Well, three, Kanye played the role of Christ at Coachella a few years ago when he was still 42. He's 44 now. There's another 44. And also, remember last week, he was running around with a mask looking like the character Michael Myers from Halloween. And again, that mask has some specific correlations here. One, William Shatner going to space. So William Shatner's everywhere, and then he's the face of this Halloween character. And this all ties together. So anyway, let me show you these really quick. So you have one. You have the Westworld house, the TV show Westworld. Then you have the scene of the killing for the Rust movie. And then you have the Kanye church. All very similar. And I don't think these are coincidental. And the name Marilyn Manson, now here's another connection, and here's how they interrelate. So the Kanye West thing, what's the connection here? Well, you have Marilyn Manson. So one is the Manson thing, is also standing out the name. By the way, one of his bandmates, Daisy Berkowitz. They use these high-profile serial killer names. Davy Berkowitz died in 2017 at the age of 49. But here you got Manson, and he's hanging out at this church, which looks like the church from Westworld. And in Westworld, Marilyn Manson has a connection to Westworld because he was dating Evan Wood, one of the main characters in Westworld, who gets killed again and again at the pleasure of the scary guy dressed all in black. So you already have parallels between Marilyn Manson and his ex-girlfriend, who's now 33, making these accusations against him, and the role she played in Westworld. So he's kind of embodying that same archetype, so it's interesting to see him at this church, which again, we're looking at the architecture and these overlapping rituals. Okay, so we'll leave that aside for the time being. Movies coming to life. It's one of the reoccurring themes here. Just like I mentioned earlier with the Bruce Lee thing. I'm sorry, Brandon Lee, son of Bruce Lee, Death Faker. And very likely Christopher Green, but that's, people will fight to the death to preserve their initial impressions, because I think it was Mark Twain who said, "It is easier to fool a man than convince him that he has been fooled." And I concur with that. Okay, again, grim coincidence. The guy that handed him the gun was involved in the Crow salvation. Now, just really quick here, just to mention this, I'm not getting any chat messages. We've been having some weird things. I swear we had an EMP, a micro EMP blast, take out a couple computers, all of our YouTube channels taken down, and I'm pretty much on a laptop, which is fine, but our phones are down, and two, the chat's not operational except on DLive. So if you are in DLive, Infinite Plane Radio, I will see your comments there, but nowhere else. Also, we are mirrored on darkmatter.radio if you're listening there. Okay, final point on Helena Hutchins. She has no birthday. So they acknowledge that she's 42, but they do not have a birth date for her. So it makes me wonder, does she even have one? Here's something. Okay, Helena grew up in Murmansk, a Soviet naval port, the same port where Red October departs. Interesting coincidence. Again, just a coincidence. And there's probably more piling up. So one more time, she grew up at the Soviet naval port, the same port where Red October departs, and now we're in October. Seems kind of hoaxy. Here's another connection to the number 44. Now, I had foreshadowed this. I had said, hey, look, Kanye West walking around with the 44, Halloween Kills, David Amos getting stabbed to death, and now in this, another public murder with the 44. Here you have the Union, IATSE Local 44 is involved in this, and they walked off the set before the shooting happened, conveniently. All right, we're joined in chat. I see Johnny's List, Zin Velis, Restless Bear. All right, great. I'm glad that we have some people here. All right, Dave Berkowitz was Mr. 44. Something else going on the West Coast, a bomb cyclone. A few years ago, they introduced fire tornadoes, and now they have bomb cyclones. There's even space weather, just heads up. I want to point this out, a quote from Dave Chappelle. If this is what being canceled is like, I love it. F Twitter, F NBC, F ABC, all these stupid blank networks. I'm not talking to them, I'm talking to you. This is real life, Dave Chappelle. There is no real life on the world stage. And as this event in Santa Fe is showing you, we live on a world stage, and on that stage there are movies within the movie. So he is very far from real life, and he's not brave or taking a hard stance against any kind of entrenched power by saying the F word at NBC. To me, this is just what I would call a controlled opposition. And comedians are very important for this. They have to look like the outsider. Give me a break. He's always there to reinforce every fake shooting psyop. And all of his jokes are meant to reinforce these things. And they're only funny if you're uninformed. All right, let us continue. Unvaccinated people face potential lockdown in Austria. I would turn this around. And I would say, hey, look. If you buy the science that says you need to get the triple jab and the double mask, then you also buy the science that the world is overheating, that the globe is hot, that the ocean levels are rising, and it's not because of the billion extra masks that you've thrown into the water. No, it's because of what we're doing. It's because you're burning fossil fuels. So if you buy the mask mandates and the lockdown mandate science, you must accept the climate science that says sell your car and lock down to save Mother Earth. Recycle. Throw your kids in the recycling bin. That's what they're essentially saying. So before you start telling everyone else to go to jail, ubiquitous home incarceration, why don't you self-incarcerate? Because that's where this leads. And it's like, if they're going to pave the road to hell with good intentions, that's cool, but let them go first. I'll lock down when you do. And if you don't want to lock down, go to infiniteplane.media and pick up an Infinite Plane Radio press pass. You are from then on essential. That's why we started it. When they started locking us down, I thought, wait a minute, you're telling me that these propagandists can just walk around and videotape people walking into parks and then excoriate them. We had these journalists becoming snitches. Oh, look, these kids are hunting for Easter eggs. Let me call the police. It was pretty bad. And I'm thinking, that's not fair. We're media. I have people calling in from every major event, every riot. There are people all over who are willing to call in. So we get a lot of really good leads all the time. So I thought, well, you know what? We are media. Infinite Plane Media does have a network of field correspondents who call in regularly. So with that in mind, yes, we issue out press passes. If you want one, email or contact me in some way. And I make it very easy. And then, of course, anybody can just fact check you. And they can call. They can check the website and see, yes, this person does represent a legitimate media organization that is concerned with reporting on the facts of reality. Watching the watchers. Hey, does anybody know why Biden is delaying the release of the JFK assassination records? I think that's fishy. And the reason why I think it's fishy is that it fits too well with the big story involving the QAnon thing, who they believe that these documents or that there's some information about JFK that's being concealed from the public. Some believe that George Herbert Walker Bush shot him. Okay, again, IATSE Local 44. It was a gun, it was a 44. There were 3 misfires. The union walked away because they were 3 weeks where they had no payment. So a lot of, interesting numbers. This was the 12th day of a 21-day shoot. Make of that what you will. Yesterday I had a message from someone who referred me to Cracked Magazine because I've been talking about the conspicuous use of the word crack in the media in the last year, starting with the Kraken, Sidney Powell, to Hunter Biden, crack smoker, to the pillow guy and his bad habit, on down to the cracks in the space station that are getting worse as we speak. And I was led to this, Cracked Magazine. That came out on the run-up to, well, this is an older magazine. It looks kind of like Mad. But anyway, it seemed like every single cover has some subliminal and some not so subliminal reference to the Twin Towers falling apart, cracking. Lots of them. So the person who sent it to me suggested that maybe this was part of this process of conditioning people. Back before the internet was in your face 24/7, you would have magazine racks to make sure that they assaulted your senses with all the predictive programming that would ensure that you followed along predictable lines when the time came. And people have. People fall in line with this programming. Here's an interesting link someone sent to me. We've been talking about the nomenclature of these different events. Like, 9/11, 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19. Well, Pearl Harbor was Operation AI. AI is 19. We're about to go into this new age with Gaia, the Global AI Action Alliance, courtesy of the World Economic Forum 666. And there you have it. Gaia, GAI, and the AI is, of course, 19. The 19 seems to be code. There's code all over the place. But anyway, someone pointed this out to me. Project A119. So it's like Apollo 11 or 119, 9/11 backwards. Now, just look at the connection here, though. The aim of the project was to detonate a nuclear bomb on the moon as a show of power, basically. Just a weird flex to scare the Russians. So we were going to nuke the moon. But look at Project A11. That's like Apollo 11. And then a reverse 911, which is interesting because just like 9/11 features prominently in a lot of predictive programming, the reverse of it does as well. The very first person to come down with COVID-19 came down with it, in America that is, on January 19th, which of course made us ground zero being in Seattle. It was declared on 3/11. But that number 119 usually has a lot to do with the sky falling. I think Donnie Darko came out that day. It's also a reference, I believe, to the Tower of Babel falling. So the idea of nuking the moon associated with this is very interesting. Again, Apollo 11. And also, one of the clues in The Shining that Kubrick had involvement in Apollo 11 was the scene with the typewriter, where the main character is typing "all work, no play, make Jack a dull boy." The A11, the word all was A11, as in Apollo 11. It was not all. Maxwell Cooper says Trump was supposed to release the JFK info too, and the DOJ said they couldn't due to a matter of national security. Exactly. They're citing national security, so what could it be? If you want to really reach the bottom of the rabbit hole, the QAnoners believe that JFK is alive, that he survived. I don't know what that means. Is his brain in a vat somewhere? They don't want us to know. No, they think he's literally he's alive. Like, this is not some kind of a conspiracy theory. They think he's Q. They think that JFK Jr. is part of this resistance to the New World Order, but that his dad is still alive. And what's more, they say that the fact that he survived such a gruesome headshot will be perceived by the world as a miracle when he reveals himself. Just right out of Revelations, I believe it's Revelations, 13:11 or 13:30. It's one of these verses about the Antichrist getting shot in the head. And then he survives the head wound. And the world marvels at him. Revelations 13:3, paving the way for the Antichrist. His head is fatally wounded, but his fatal wound is healed. And the whole world followed the beast, and they were amazed. So some QAnoners say this. They say that the Bible reverses this, and that it's not the Antichrist that gets the head wound, but it's the Christ. So JFK was essentially of the captain. But he survives, and he's been undercover this whole time. That's the story. Trump's one of the agents of the Kennedys, this divine bloodline, royal or something. But now part of this too is one of the slogans that you keep hearing from the QAnoners and from Trump is "the best is yet to come." And some believe that it's actually the beast is yet to come, and they're waiting for the beast. And again, the beast isn't a bad thing. No, it's JFK. It sounds crazy. I told you I was going to just show you what the bottom of this thing is. But then there's another side to this, and this comes from the interpretation of Jurassic Liars 26, who's been pointing out he's been picking up a subtext in the news, signs, things that are beyond coincidence, suggesting that there is some upcoming event where Trump gets the head wound and survives, and that Trump's the Antichrist. And so it hasn't come yet. And I remember hearing about this about a year and a half ago. And then when Trump caught corona last year, I thought maybe that's the head wound. He catches corona, corona, crown, head, and he has this miraculous recovery 3 days later. And I thought, well, that could be it. But it seemed kind of weak. It wasn't a grotesque head wound. But then, here's what Jurassic Liars 26 suggests. He says it's yet to come, and he believes the wound is going to happen on Obama's birthday. Now again, this is prophecy, if you want to call it that. But again, on Obama's birthday, Trump's going to get and survive some head wound. Now here's a weird connection, though. I was watching his channel, and I'll post a link to it for those of you who find this curious. I mean, it's strange, but it lines up. He pointed this out. It turns out that the director that was shot, Joel Souza, his birthday and Trump's birthday are the same. So here you have a guy who is known for epitomizing Trump derangement syndrome and impersonating Trump in sheer spite and hatred. We're talking about Alec Baldwin, who shoots some guy that has Trump's birthday, and the guy survives. And what's more, he's 48, which the numerologists will say, well, 84, 8-4, Obama's birthday. So it's kind of encoded in there in a weird way. It's not even that deep. I mean, you don't have to dig, you don't have to reach. It's like right there on the surface. So, yeah, it is a curiosity to me that Alec Baldwin, of all people, would shoot somebody with Trump's birthday as part of a more elaborate theatrical ritual foreshadowing what's to come. And if what's to come is true, like let's say hypothetically we are dealing with the Antichrist or any of these superstitious mythological things, you're dealing with something so vast, so big, supernatural, that maybe it's not surprising that you would have some kind of bizarre coincidences leading up to it. It may be noteworthy that her initials are 88 or HH. People connect these things to Trump because there's a lot of connections between Donald Trump and the Back to the Future movie series, which is all about time travel, and the number 88 being the speed the vehicle has to take in order to time travel, which may have to do with the number of constellations. You know, time travel, the zodiac, there's 88 constellations. Maxwell says, I was surprised when I found out people didn't see the Zapruder film to the 70s. Oh yeah, you didn't watch this live on TV. It wasn't on YouTube. People growing up today think, oh, it was on TikTok. They saw JFK's head blow up. No, you didn't see it. You heard about it. It was secondhand. It was rumor. That's all. 10 years later, I think it was on the Geraldo Rivera show. Then it was aired for the first time live. So was there a chance that it was toyed with, tampered with in that period of time? I would say so. Case 310 says, glad you are live. Our objective is 5 nights a week, 3 hours a night, or 2 hours in the evening, an hour in the morning. But I'm trying to produce a steady stream of content on a number of topics that we have set up. We have certain parameters for discussion. Also, the live phone situation needs to be fixed soon, but yes, we have a plan. We just have a few setbacks now and then because we are listener funded, because the powers that be, the mainstream world religion, the cult of the MSM, keeps trying to marginalize us and shove us off the edge. Okay, check this out. Alec Baldwin playing Trump. Now, this is a statement. So, Alec Baldwin said of playing Donald Trump, playing Trump has made me hope that a meteor hits this building. So, back really quick to what I brought up about Kanye West. Now, Ye West. So Kanye West is at his record release party, and he has this church-like building that looks like the Westworld building, and it looks like the Rust building. They burn it. He does the Phoenix routine. And speaking of the number 13, there were 13 people vaxxed at the Kanye West album release party. The significance here is they had 1,500 vaccines available. It says here, Kanye West Donda event in Chicago, only 13 received a shot. They had 1,500 vaccines. There were 38,000 people there, only 13 took the vax. So my point being, that number is very significant. Death, resurrection, the Phoenix. So here you have Alec Baldwin in a movie about a 13-year-old wrongly accused of murder. So anyway, at this scene, it looks like the Westworld house. It looks like the Kanye West house. It's the Rust house. So here's Alec Baldwin playing Trump, and he said, playing Trump made me hope a meteor hits this building. So we seek, we find. Great channel, and I'll make sure I put a link to this at fakeworld.news, where I put all the links. What he thinks is that there is a connection here between rust and meteorites, and that what we're seeing foreshadowed here is that from his perspective, it's highly likely that, yes, they are projecting here a meteor. Let me play a short clip. Again, this is We
Alex
Seek,
Baldwin
We Find.
fired a prop gun on the set of his film Rust on Thursday.
The iron meteorites easily rust in the presence of moisture, and you produce a lot of moisture in your fingers. And so we wear gloves to keep the surface from becoming rusted.
Carrie Corrigan and Linda Welzenbach cataloged meteorite samples for the Smithsonian Institute.
Okay, so his connection here is meteor strike, and he's done a calculation. He thinks that the text to vote, you know the number that they have, 88022, that it may relate to a prophecy about this incoming meteor strike, and that the Rust shooting references this date. So make of that what you will, but meteor strikes are on the table. We have increasing reports of space debris. It's almost a daily occurrence. Like I said, pretty soon they're going to mandate that you sleep with a helmet on. And all of the people who told you you're a bad, selfish person for not wearing a mask, yeah, they're going to tell you that if you're not sleeping with a helmet on, you don't care about your family. You don't care about society. So, all right, I'm going to go through some comments here. Again, you have to get onto DLive, and I hate to send people there. So a couple things we brought up. Alec Baldwin's shooting victim is the wife of a Latham and Watkins lawyer, and one of the lawyers there has the name Berkowitz, which stands out to me. We have the similarities between the sets of Rust, Westworld, and the Kanye movie. And again, one of the themes of Westworld is the rich and the powerful go to these simulated Disneyland type places for adults, and they get to kill with impunity. And so here you have Alec Baldwin killing with essentially impunity. And then again, the weapon was handed to him by someone who was involved in the Brandon Lee killing. And we talked about Brandon Lee earlier today. Let's go, Brandon. Could be some connection here. Like, listen to this. Let's go, Brandon. Brandon Lee killed with a 44. And then there was a killer, or rather a would-be assassin from Brandon, Florida, who had made a threat towards Trump. So you could say, let's go, Brandon, and this Brandon Lee, Brand Dawn, another connection. I think Jurassic Liars pointed this out too. Donald, the Dawn. That this could all be, again, it could, maybe I'm stretching this, but I don't think so, a reference to this incoming apparent head wound. If that is something that's going to play out, I mean, I've followed a number of channels who have examined the news at the level that we do, and it does seem like there are a consistent number of storylines in play right now, and nothing would surprise me. And the involvement of JFK in the narrative today also stands out. Now, I want to go over and cover some flat earth related news right now. I've been contacted by Free Earth Radio, and they would really like me to produce this podcast again, which I think is a worthwhile endeavor. You know, nobody has enough information to say that they know for sure. The whole question itself is very provocative, but it's deeper than shape. And it really, I think, has to do with the recognition that there's reality and there's a world stage, and that there are limits to what you know, and you're supposed to stop when you have the right beliefs and not go any further. They persecute Gnostics these days. But there's quite a lot of interesting things still in development here related to this topic. Like, for example, let me get into this one. Maybe I'll just play a clip. Authentic Intent was attacked. A guy with a belt on a bicycle. Now, in the video, they describe him as a crackhead. I don't know how you could judge that. I mean, we don't know what he's smoking. But he's definitely triggered. And he gets on his bike and he has a whip. And he's going after this flat earther on the street. I'll just play a short clip. And you can hear for yourself.
Get the fuck out of here. Bitch. I hope somebody steals your bike. You're a bike thief. That's what you are.
Sorry for the language. So they get into a bit of a tussle, and then here comes the individual again on a bike, this time with a whip.
Tell me what to do.
This is after he got up off the ground. So just for context, he's on a street corner and he's telling people that the earth is flat in his opinion. Here's another example.
Earth is flat, not a ball.
So as soon as he says that, the guy on the bicycle comes across the street swinging.
Bro, go. I don't got to do anything, man. This ain't your block. I said go. I don't have to do anything, bro. Right now. I don't have to go anywhere.
Okay, we'll stop there. The fight goes on. The cops show up. The guy gets away. Another flat Earth celebrity, friend of that one, is Mac Parhar. You may know Mac Parhar. He's made the news. A lot of the flat Earth news has been about this individual who had his yoga studio shut down because he said that hot yoga cured COVID. Then he went into hospitals to see if they were empty, which they were. He's not wrong about everything, but he's made a lot of enemies in high places. In fact, I think he's going to jail for life. Who knows what's happening? I haven't spoken to him recently, but I had this prediction. I said, wait until famous flat earthers start dying of COVID. How convenient for the powers that be that their number one heretics start dying because they follow their own advice. So don't listen to the authorities. You drive off the edge of the earth, or you die of this disease or that condition. So, or you get hit by space junk because you didn't wear a helmet. So what we have here is another cautionary tale in the making. Last week we had Rob Skiba, who made a lot of bold proclamations on Twitter, like, well, one of us is going to be dead next year, the vaxxed or the unvaxxed. Hopefully it's not me. And then, ironically, it's him. And that makes news. It makes Daily Beast. They really do. They love to point at the infidels, that their devil god COVID is punished. They're like COVID Akbar. That's what you get for doubting our doctrines. They care more about their god, their devil god COVID punishing the infidel than they care about saving their planet. Their priorities are all screwed up. So anyway, my point is this. There are websites out there dedicated to cheering on the death of anti-vaxxers who catch COVID. And for the last couple of months, it seems like all of the high-profile COVID deaths have been prominent anti-vaxxers. So here we have COVID-19 denier Mac Parhar has a wide range of symptoms, but he insists it's not COVID. What he calls convid. The flat earther and yoga revealed on social media he's taking extra strength Tylenol and Advil to deal with his health challenges. He's been charged under the Quarantine Act for not self-isolating. So here's what could be an example of what I think might be story, narrative, propaganda, a psyop. So Rob Skiba caught COVID at a flat earth conference called Take on the World. So it's a Bible Earth conference. So again, Rob Skiba, one of the top 2 or 3 authorities on the topic. And whatever you think about the topic itself, he was one of the most informed on it and put a lot of books out. So he goes to a flat earth conference, he catches COVID, goes on a ventilator for 40 days, and he dies. To me, it sounds like a psyop to tell people, hey, look what happens. You follow the infidels, you go to hell. Well, here we have, and the number 40, 40 days for a guy who studied the Bible his whole life, very Old Testament to suffer for 40 days. So anyway, here we have Mac Parhar charged under the Quarantine Act for not self-isolating. The number 40, 40 days in the desert, then you got the 40 years, 40 days temptation. That number is so consistent, and I thought, it sounds too biblical. He went to a biblical conference and he caught it. So again, I think another idea here that they wanted to convey is that the thought criminals are bad for your health. So all these thought criminals are going to these conventions and then their leaders are dying. So here you have Mac Parhar who went to a flat earth conference, and that's why he got charged for violating the Quarantine Act. He came to America. So they're apparently stalking him on the media, or they're making an example out of him. Now, I have my doubts. To be quite honest, I have my doubts. I've seen him vaping extensively. I've seen him driving around angrily, ranting against the New World Order. But I don't mean to stereotype, but when I think of a yogi, I think of people who like fresh air and they have calm demeanors. They have some kind of inner peace, quiescence. I don't see them as road raging vapors. And vaping seems to contradict yoga in the first place. How can you reach your higher chakras or something if you got all kinds of chemicals in your in your circulatory system and you're just who knows what, tobacco or whatever, they're getting high. It's drugs. Not that it's against yoga to do drugs, but it just seems to me that vaping in particular would be kind of a no-go. Kind of like smoking cigarettes. Would you take yoga if your yoga instructor was smoking Marlboros? Like, is there really that much of a difference? But my point is, I've never seen him doing yoga. So as a skeptic, I have to say, well, I'm open to the possibility that this is an actor playing the role of a high-profile thought criminal, controlled opposition. And supposedly he had a yoga studio that was shut down. I've seen a few pictures, but I've never seen him doing yoga. And if he is a yogi, I want to see him doing one of these contortionist positions. Maybe he could do a live yoga stream. Never has. How passionate of a yoga instructor are you if you don't avail yourselves of every opportunity to spread this thing, to teach it online even though they shut down his business? So anyway, I want to see proof that he actually knows how to do yoga, because this is too convenient. So here's what it says. He says he's having hot and cold feelings in his body, zero energy, respiratory coughs, his throat tingles. It goes on to say he's got a roomy sore throat. He's hacking and spitting phlegm out the window of his car. Bioterrorist Mac Parhar, hacking and spitting. He's been seen hacking and spitting his phlegm from his car. He says it's definitely not COVID because COVID doesn't exist. I'm not even going to effing go there, he declares. Later he says, what happened to my immune system? How could this have happened?
Don't.
Now, a couple more things. I've never seen him do yoga, and I've once heard him claim that his baby's mama's not his baby's mama because he's Mandela affected and he's not in the same universe anymore. It's not the same woman. So anyway, it's questionable. Everything here is questionable.
See it. I hope we win. I hope people wake the fuck up, but they're not. I mean, it's just, I was at my buddy's shop and this guy came in there. Got the conversation going towards COVID because he said, oh, his back sore, and I go, oh, my whole body's sore. He asked me why, and I told him because I'm sick. And then it turned into I go, but it's not COVID. COVID doesn't.
Now I wonder if he's on
exist, and
he might be. There's a couple of sites out there, really bad sites, that are, like I said, cheering on anti-vaxxers. He's probably on those various websites, like the Herman Cain Awards. And there's another one, I believe it's called Take That Anti-Vaxxer. I mean, real nasty websites. So, let's see what else we have here. He's been charged with 3 counts of violating the Quarantine Act. The Corona alleges that, see, you had to kneel to the crown. That's what this was always about. Corona is just a cover. The new crown, the new order. And he didn't kneel. So they're making an example out of him. The Crown alleges he refused to self-isolate after returning from a Flat Earth conference. The BC Supreme Court website says people should not attend the courthouse if they're exhibiting any COVID-19 symptoms. Someone says here, guess who has COVID, but he can't admit it. His trial resumes on Monday.
Don't see it. I function if I'm not on Advil or Tylenol. I'm lying in bed. But at least this masks the symptoms.
Wait, he says he's lying in bed, but he's driving around, and then he has this dry sniff, like a crisis actor, dry eyes. Like, I'm starting to think, look, does anybody here have a Batmoose account? I mean, I wanted to start placing bets a while ago. I almost want to place a bet. I mean, it's morbid. Let's just say this. I'm pretty sure that if he goes out publicly and dies a high-profile COVID-19 death, then I'm pretty sure he's an actor. And I also want to see proof that he can actually do yoga. A few other things about Flat Earth. One other topic I want to get into. This is bad. Or I don't know if it's bad. I mean, it's unethical, we'll say. So this is what has been alleged. It has been alleged that and this is kind of inside baseball, but basically, a number of individuals created this application for people who are stuck on this topic to meet. And it seems like one of their beta testers stole their idea and then took this idea, which was going to be free, and made it a for-profit app. And so this is a video from Flathead Politics.
And then he took those features and incorporated those features into his.
And this is, again, Flathead Politics, describing basically what looks like intellectual property theft on the flat earth. Very concerning.
And then he took those features and incorporated those features into his app and then presented it as his own unique original idea and started charging people monthly subscription fees for the features that we gave away for free.
So you can see why he'd be mad. And throughout the video, he shows that the person in question has apparently enlisted the help of others to help sell this app. And so they estimate, well, hey, he took their idea and he's potentially making $15,000 per month and never gave them any sort of credit. So I'm just saying, dirty business tactics from Flat Earth's favorite ambassador, Dearth. I want to bring this up again. I mentioned it earlier. Kanye, now Ye, spotted at a Sweden McDonald's with a creepy Michael Myers mask. Again, he's 44. That was brought up. And in this picture, he has a very obvious Illuminati pyramid right in front of him. So when I saw this, I thought this is a reference to the new Halloween movie, Halloween Kills. And then I thought, well, there's going to be some kind of killing. And then you have David Ames getting stabbed, like a scene out of that horror movie. And now you have a shooting, Mr. 44, Alec Baldwin. Lean Dion says, let's see an upward bat pose, please, Mac Parhar. Yeah, I want to see it too. I just want to see a pose. I'm starting to question if the guy is even a yogi. And if my phones were open, I would take a call. But it's possible that he's an actor playing the role of a yoga instructor. And it just really stood out to me when I realized I've known of this person for several years. And another thing, he's friends with, of all people, do you remember that individual back in, I think it was March 30th, 2021? You had that person burning the Masonic lodges. And this was in Canada. There were 3 lodges that were burned, and this was 3:30, and the guy's last name was Coleman, which, you know, kind of like the name of the guy in California who killed his kids. You have another Coleman. This was Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman, alleged arsonist, set 3 fires at Masonic lodges in Metro Vancouver area. And these fires were exquisite. Like, this wasn't a big lighter on the outside of a building. No, these were infernos, which makes me think that these were rituals, that this was a ritual. Vancouver police arrest a 42-year-old. This guy was dressed in black. He's 42. And he's on Twitter telling people, hey, look, the Masons control the media and society, and they put 33s on everything. That's what he's saying, which is weird because that's what I say. And I thought, well, that's weird. And by the way, there's 42 viewers right now on Infinite Plane Radio, DLIVE. So I appreciate you hanging out there. Now again, Vancouver arrests this 42-year-old after he burns 3 places. His middle name, Orion, Orion's belt. And I think Carlson, interesting name, nothing stands out there. It does contain arson. But Coleman, as in the lantern, Coleman. So the suspect was taken in after he burned these 3 lodges. But here's the thing. I thought, who the hell is this guy? Because there's nobody else that I can think of who points out these coincidences and numbers and synchronicities like we do, as much as we do, that we don't know. For the most part. I find content from a lot of people and I share videos all the time. I always attribute because I think it's important that we increase our pool of researchers. And I couldn't find this person anywhere. So I figured this person seems to have been made up. Well, Mac Parhar, the vapor, the road raging vapor Mac Parhar, supposedly a yoga instructor, calls in and he says, "Oh, I'm friends with Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman, the Masonic Lodge burner." So I'm like, "Oh, you're friends with the guy. What do you know?" And he said, "Well, he must have snapped from the lockdowns," which doesn't make sense to me. Most people having these lockdowns are enjoying it. The COVID-19, they gained 19 pounds from all the home delivery, the food and the sedentary lifestyle. I don't think he snapped. And there's no excuse for arson anyway. You file a lawsuit, make an angry phone call or something before you burn something down. So what is he doing burning this place down? Well, Mac justified it and said maybe he, quote, snapped. And they were friends, and they had engaged in activism together. So what are the odds? I think it's probably phony and staged. Zinvela says Tom Hanks' Inferno. Oh yeah, the supervirus Inferno in the Dan Brown book Inferno was eerily echoed when Tom Hanks went to Australia while Australia was an inferno. And this is at the time that the lockdowns for COVID-19 started in Italy. And in the book and movie Inferno, Tom Hanks' character awakens in a hospital in Italy. It's another example of a movie turned into real life, and these characters interfacing with the world stage and with what you see on the big screens. Frontman424 has joined us. Appreciate it. We're only taking comments right now at DLive because our chat module's down. I feel like we're under attack. Don't mean to be paranoid. It could just be the fact that we have been working consistently for a couple of years straight and nothing ever turns off, nothing goes to sleep, and we just burn things out. Which it really is, to me, it's an acceptable loss for the amount of work that we do and the amount of coverage that we engage in. To have to replace a hard drive now and then, as inconvenient as it can be, no big deal. Let's Go Brandon was banned by the Canadian Public Service. Again, Let's Go Brandon just seems like another example of word magic. Let's Go Brandon. What does that really mean? Just like this eerie, anything that goes viral. Anything that goes viral. And then you have Brandon Lee, like I said, and then this other connection, which I'll bring up again. Brandon, Florida, there was a would-be assassin, a guy who threatened to kill Trump. Trump assassin threat leads to Florida man's arrest of Brandon, Florida man. Man arrested outside of White House threatening Trump. So Brandon, again, let's go Brandon. Brandon Lee killed at the 44. Then the guy who hates Trump more than anybody in the world shoots a guy that has Donald Trump's birthday. In addition to all the other weird tidbits of information about this thing. All right, let us continue. So many interesting things in development right now. Still waiting on that alien invasion. Then we have Matt Gaetz. It's like a scene out of a horror movie. How many horror movies have you seen where the person who is being hunted down says to everyone, "Hey, I'm being attacked. Somebody help me," and nobody takes them seriously? Like, that's such a common thing in these movies, and they go to the next room and they get stabbed to death. Well, here you have Matt Gaetz basically in a panic attack, in a tizzy, and he's saying, "I'm under attack. Somebody's going to kill me. There's been a hit out on my head and nobody cares, and the Capitol Police won't do anything." I'll play that clip if you want to hear it. It's just kind of pathetic. But I'm just bringing this up because it seems like a scene out of the movie Halloween or Halloween Kills or any one of these in the installment, of these very popular snuff films. And by the way, one more thing. So last week, and I don't really want to replay this, but I can if you want to hear it. Maybe I should. I will play this really quick, just for context, for full context. I want to give you the full context about the meaning of this stabbing and of the character Michael Myers. But let me go ahead and play this really quick. You can hear Matt Gaetz saying somebody's trying to kill me.
And the Capitol Police recommended his arrest. That's information that was just shared with me by the Investigations and Threat Assessment section of the Protective Services Bureau, and specifically George DeCesso. And George shared with me that the Capitol Police recommended the arrest of this individual and that the Department of Justice refused to do so.
Yeah, they're not going to arrest the guy that's going to kill him, so he's up there saying, I want to say my goodbyes to my family and friends in case I'm dead. So, is it theater? Is he exaggerating? I mean, look who we're dealing with. The guy grew up in the Truman House. I don't know if you heard about that. He actually grew up in the house where the Truman Show happened, where they filmed it. And so, that's another element to it. Okay, so anyway, William Shatner's face, being the face of the Halloween movies, is very significant because, one, the Halloween movie is about a guy killing people with a knife. In Wicca, in witchcraft, the great rite involves the placement of the knife in the chalice. This is symbolic of the god and the goddess and their conjugal visit. So the knife has a double meaning. It has this fertility rite connotation. So that's one side of it, the Halloween kills. Then two, it's the face of Shatner. And William Shatner reacted recently to Halloween using his face, his death mask. Now at the same time, William Shatner is going to space in a rocket, which is a quite obvious phallic symbol. And it's another version of the same ritual, goddess of the night sky and the earth god. Same ritual, different prop. So he goes from being Rocket Man to being Knife Man. And there's a correlation between Rocket Man and Knife Man in this specific context. You're talking about symbolism. Again, symbolism. So the movies, they have these double meanings, and it's just being played upon in the fact that you have his face above and below. And then finally, you have, and this is what's going to tie it all together, just to show you how he is very much aware of all of this. So he's talking to Anderson Cooper, and he makes this joke that would make zero sense whatsoever outside of this context. This context of this whole thing being a veiled, ritualistic, here we go, a veiled ritualistic play, more or less a modern iteration of some kind of like Gnostic Catholic Mass, a great rite. Now that's essentially what we're looking at here. So here you have it. You have William Shatner cracks Anderson Cooper up on his plans for space. Another interesting use of the word crack. But I want to go to the specific point where I think they both allude to what this thing actually is. Now, one other thing, I think you can make a correlation between this event and the Virgin Galactic launch. Okay, so here we go.
You go up, that you can't draw a breath. Now, that apparently is not going to happen, but that's what they say.
Okay, so here we have the two of them.
I'm really quite.
They're hanging out joking about the Blue Origin rocket and the training that went into it, but there's something in particular here, and I just got to play it because the clip speaks for itself. So many different little phrases here that they keep giggling at. I mean, it's insane. Like, here's another one. Okay, here it is.
Fun of the way the rocket looks, but I think it's cool. I like it. I think the weightless thing I think would be fun.
Well, no, there's nothing to be, nothing to make fun of. We're inseminating the space program that is.
You know what? I threw that out there. I didn't know if you were going to pick up on it, and you did.
So again, what is this? Would this make sense to anybody? in any context, what does strapping yourself into a rocket and flying into outer space have to do with that? The answer is nothing, exoterically on the surface. But
disseminating the space program. That
again, and we can add on to that. There are a few other things in here, but I'm just going to leave it at that for now. Fertility rite reference correlating with the symbol of the knife-wielding Shatner of Michael Myers of the Halloween series. No coincidences here. Zinvela says Anderson Cooper has a terrible fake laugh. They all look and sound to me like animatronics at this point. They all do. And after Greta Thunberg did the Rickroll, I'm certain that she's an animatronic avatar of Al Gore. A Russian spacecraft dropping debris. That's the new thing. At first, I mean, they really did focus on CubeSats screwing up the view for astronomers, but now the new thing is space junk. And you heard it here first. You know, we never call anything that they don't call out first. We're just really reading their scripts. And the space junk agenda has been accelerating in the last few weeks. Well, months really. I think it really kicked off with that piece of Chinese space junk. And if you recall earlier today, I mentioned the 119 number. Well, on the 119th day of the year, China launched that rocket that contained the module for their new fake space station, the 119th day of the year. And that was the piece that came down to Earth as space junk. Just another correlation between the number 119 and junk falling down from the sky. There's so many different agendas, I think, disguised, tucked away within this Alec Baldwin shooting, especially the gun grab agenda. And I talked about this earlier, how all of the people who are pushing the gun grab agenda are, you know, in terms of the Hollywood elite types, they're all pushing bad movies where they exaggerate the power of guns. They turn the gun itself into a villain. They push gunophobia. I think that a lot of movies are, in a way, making guns seem unreasonable. So it's not a surprise. They have these lefties who are involved in these types of movies that exaggerate the role of guns. They do this intentionally. A couple other things about the event. The Rust crew, the Union 44, walked off the set before it happened. Hours before, Baldwin fatally shot the cinematographer. Their camera operators walked off the set to protest working conditions. What were they protesting? They were protesting the fact that they weren't getting expensive hotels in Santa Fe with nice sheets. They didn't want to have to drive back to Albuquerque, so they had to leave. I mean, that's pathetic, but that's what they say. Yet, if you ask me, just the involvement of the guy that was involved in the Bruce Lee son, Brandon Lee's death, just his involvement in this and the fact that the Union left makes it seem like it was a closed set, a closed PSYOP set. Oh, look who has it. Lauren Witzke celebrates after winning the Delaware Republican Senate in 2020. Remember her? Anyway, she's got the COVIDs. Anti-vax Republican who worked for the Trump campaign and embraced QAnon says she has COVID-19. Garrett says Halloween is also at the end of October and could be a pivot point this year for what is to come, November to December 2022. I could see that. I mean, look, according to Jordan Maxwell, Scorpio, and we're in Scorpio now, happy Scorpio, if you celebrate that, all these closet or clandestine sun worshippers, apparently, that control society, these things matter to them. So it might be very significant that here we are on the first day of Scorpio talking about this very high-profile death. But according to Jordan Maxwell, the symbol of Scorpio is, it's Judas, betraying Christ, or it's the scorpion stinging the sun, which precipitates death. So now the sun is on its way down. It has been fatally stung. Someone in the comment section asks if I am doing NFTs, and yes, I am fairly well represented now on Atomic Hub. And there's also an account that I set up for Dark Matter. In fact, if you're interested in non-fungible tokens, NFTs, I will start promoting these. I'll start posting links in the Discord server. We do have something there. If you go to the Discord server, I'm constantly posting free ones. So there's another reason to join. Go to infiniteplane.radio, sign up for the Patreon, and yes, you will definitely. I made a non-fungible token out of the Research Flat Earth billboard. If you recall, this is the billboard that caused the topic to exit the YouTube echo chambers and flip over a few tables at the MSM. They didn't know how to handle the topic. We purchased a very large billboard. It was 35. Well, how big was this one? Big giant digital sign outside of an airport. And all it said was Research Flat Earth. We didn't say the Earth is flat. But we did this on purpose. We wanted to bring a lot of minds into the topic outside of the people who were obsessed with the Bible. So here we have the electronic billboard crowdfunded by the Infinite Plane Society in June of 2017 to make the topic go mainstream, available as a non-fungible token because it was always a digital billboard. So we made it into an NFT. But I've been giving away copies of it. So if the original ever does accrue any value, well, everyone down the line also does. Okay, let us continue. Lean Dion says there's a Red October Q connection. Now again, the actress that was killed was born, we don't know what date, apparently nobody knows. They only know she's 42. Apparently she was born in the place where the Red October submarine port is, so it's a very significant location in that context. QAnon sees Trump text alert tests as signaling the coming of the storm. I've noticed that the QAnoners have been really keen on using Red October imagery, the hunt for Red October, and they thought it had to do with the hunt for Hunter Biden's laptop. All right, let us continue. We've got a few other things I wanted to go through tonight. Fact check. This is actually going viral. So this is apparently not as fringe as I thought. You remember back when I interviewed, I spoke with the author, Mark Rothschild, author of Q, The Coming Storm, where I asked him, I said, hey, what do you think about the JFK Jr. thing? And he didn't think it was a big deal. But I'm starting to think that it is. So there's a viral Facebook post right now that is making the claim that JFK Jr. is right now functioning as Donald Trump's vice president. And that there's going to be some kind of debt relief.
Really helping me with him,
I'm going
to telling him what each level is. I'm working hard on trying.
Now this is a channel called American AOR, but he says huge information disclosed. JFK Jr. is the vice president and debt relief is happening. And I listened to this and, well, it sounds like good news, basically. Trump's going to save us from the deep state. JFK Jr. is going to be the vice president, and we're all going to get a bunch of money.
It's not who he appears to be either. Don't put your faith in credibility. He says he's not connected to Trump, he's not connected to Q, and he's not connected to the inner circle or the alliance. You know, so take that for what you want.
Yes,
well,
he obviously did something in 90.
Now you're just hearing some conjecture, but the only reason I'm bringing this up is I think what we're seeing here is what I would call hopium. And you have a couple of different approaches that religions take. And I would say the MSM's a religion as well, to influencing their constituents, their followers. So here you have two different stories. You know, one of them is if we don't win, if we don't defeat the bad guys, we have this very bad scenario, doomsday. if we do win, we have this great reward, salvation, debt forgiveness. So they sell hope to the people looking for hope, and they use doom to motivate the complacent. So the people who aren't waiting for total debt relief, maybe they don't feel a lot of motivation. But now you make them feel threatened about what they do have, and you can motivate them. Those who have nothing can be motivated by, hey, if you win, you will have everything. So it's a two-pronged approach to motivating people. It's hopium and doom, just depending on what it's going to take to motivate that particular person. And I think this is all part of neuro-linguistic programming. I read a few books on it before where I think it was Unlimited Power by Tony Robbins discussed how most people are motivated by either the desire for a reward or the fear of missing out or the fear of pain. So what motivates them is going to be, is there more pain associated with taking action or not taking action? And so they basically base their decision on these very primal things. And that's why you have these very basic scenarios, heaven or hell. Remember on the 42nd anniversary of that volcano eruption at St. Vincent Island, they said only the vaccinated will be given seats on the escape boats. So you couldn't get on the raft to escape the lava unless you were vaxxed. So the idea here is, if you're not saved, you get the lake of fire. If you're saved, you get raptured. So now it puts it into a more immediate context. Are you going to get saved just in case? And then you have that wager, I think Pascal's wager, and it's basically the cost of betting in favor of there being a hell versus not believing it. The cost of ensuring your salvation is virtually nothing, so you might as well play it safe. Might as well get the vax. You don't want to risk getting the lava. All right, a few things we covered tonight that are new. Mainly the connection, I would say, between Alec Baldwin and the movie he's in that more or less contains the plot of what he just did. You know, you got somebody who's now accused of an accidental murder, and he has to deal with it. Well, the movie's about him rescuing a 13-year-old. Oh, there's another 13 connection, by the way. 13 is the number of the tarot card Death. Scorpio is associated with the Death card. So there's another 13 associated with this particular event. Now I am going to get back to a regular schedule Monday to Friday, but again, I'm going to try to cover everything here as much as I can daily. We'll probably be live every morning and every evening. I hope to have phones back on by tomorrow. I also want to say thanks to everyone who went to infiniteplainsociety.com and pitched in, replacing the hard drive, of course, paying for a few other things. And what I'm doing this time is I want to ensure that I have an uninterrupted stretch of time where we are live open phones at the same time every night. It's very important that we have consistency. It's the reason why we had the numbers we had just a couple months ago. A few months ago, we were on 4 concurrent YouTube channels. Each one had more than 2,000 subs. Those channels are gone, but that's just the world we're in right now. We uttered the wrong syllables. We are essentially blacklisted. I think we're heretics. I've been banned by some of the big popular channels, and figures out there have just banned me on Twitter and blocked me. I'm like, what is it that we're doing? But anyway, we're going to come back after the new tower is built here with a plan to stay on a regular schedule, set nights. I have a number of guests lined up, but we're going to have everything set up first so we don't have any more false starts. Earlier today, Infinite Plane Saturday Part 1, we talked about Let's Go Brandon, Brandon, Florida Assassin targets Trump, Brandon Lee, Halloween Kills. Helena Hutchins has no birthday, and I'm pretty sure I saw her on thispersondoesnotexist.com. I have these new shirts available. If you're subscribed to the mailing list, you'll get a link to it. Don't tell me vampire penguin bats don't exist. Just some new digital art that I've been working on. Some made up cryptids as opposed to the real cryptids. It's like Bigfoot's real, but vampire penguin bats don't exist. All right, this has been great. Go ahead and call 833-311-1984 and leave voicemails. I won't be able to answer those just yet, like I said, but we will certainly be getting to all of that. A lot of interesting developments. So we'll be back live tomorrow for Infinite Plane Sunday. And this is The Masquerade JT33 featuring Symbia.
You have now entered the New World Order's AI construct, where nothing is as it seems. Your dreams and aspirations have been selected for you. All that makes you who you are was predetermined by the now functioning AI. Free thought is no longer an option. We now have control over all things, including the very thoughts we allow you to have. Do not try to resist. Welcome to the Masquerade.
Welcome to the Masquerade.
Some sort of illusionary grid that we're living in. Still I'm entrenched in the thought that my thoughts are my own and I'm giving in. Tired of living with hypnotic psychosis of going through all of the social media motions. I don't care what you're posting in. Keep on scrolling through all of the propaganda. Keep on showing support. You're giving them the upper hand. You can find any info to support any truth that you want to pursue it. Truth is subjective. I'm being selective and choosing the path and I knew it. Welcome to the masquerade. We're playing charades where the world has been staged like a play. The play is on the people. Either you wake up or succumb to the evil. When you succumb to the evil.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Alright, that's Gaia's Revenge, JT33. What have you done lately to combat climate change? So now that COVID is going away, it's going to be phased out slowly and replaced, I think, by climate lockdowns, space junk lockdowns. I want to go through some recent headlines. This is a week in review. Thanks for joining. It is October the 23rd, 2021. We've been plagued with technical issues, and I believe we've been purged from the YouTube, which is fine. We're on too many other platforms to actually care at this point. A few things I want to talk about today. They're all on the headlines. We'll go through them. On the screen, I believe this the still shot from Halloween. We'll be talking about that movie. People are wearing Brian Laundrie Halloween costumes. I believe they just found him. We'll cover that as well. Jamie Lee Curtis says the latest Halloween movie is about January 6th's mob violence. The mass media is such a monolith against reality. Every entertainer, every actor, they all have some kind of talking point. So then we have this just about an hour away from here. Alec Baldwin's prop gun went off and killed someone. We'll look at that obviously fake event. And if you care about it, then you know something that we don't. Like, if you actually feel bad for Alec Baldwin right now, or the person who was killed, you have to know something we don't. Because all we know is that it's just another movie on a movie set. On a movie set. Within a movie that we call consensus reality. So, just imagine getting vaccinated for a fake virus and then getting killed by a fake gun. A lot of holes in that story, which we'll get into. And one more point, and no pun intended. Alec Baldwin shooting victim was wife of Latham and Watkins lawyer. Lawyer whose firm represented the Clinton campaign was indicted by special counsel investigating the Russian probe. So, the suggestion here is that maybe the Clintons hired Baldwin to do a hit. Others have suggested it was some angry Trumper trying to get back at Baldwin for not being a Trumper. So many different theories right now. We'll get into all of them. And then, get into the occult signatures, the timing, the dates, the names, the ages, the birth dates. And it's pretty obvious you're looking at a psyop. So again, no reason to get too melodramatic about it. People are really igniting all kinds of new, reigniting debates like, oh, are guns bad again? I guess so. Even prop guns. Should we have guns in movies? And this is another important point. You have all these lefties who are anti-gun. They're the ones who are doing gun pornography, essentially, in these movies. What kind of movie is he in where it's essential to the plot point that he points a gun at the main actor? I mean, this is just bad writing. But the ones who are always using guns, exploiting guns in their movies, they're creating a perception about what guns actually are versus what they really are. And so they exaggerate it. That's why they kind of pornography it. And I'm just saying that that's been the intention all along. It's this, the gun grabbers are the ones who are exaggerating how dangerous guns are. So you can look forward to that debate coming back. Rust is the name of the movie. Rust is about a teenager on the run after a killing. So it has some interesting little bits of subtext here connecting Alec Baldwin's story personally to this story about an accidental killing. Then you have the predictable, the right wing who hate Baldwin, who are cheering this on, they're happy about it. Lauren Boebert takes a grotesque jab at Alec Baldwin. And the memes, as you would expect. Now, one of the things that stood out to me when I first looked at the imagery of it, I see Alec Baldwin on his phone doing the international call sign of the crisis actor. So if you look up crisis or cell phone girl, I believe it's cell phone girl, crisis actor. There's this crying crisis actress, very, very common image. And it just seemed like she was popping up everywhere, where it just seemed like if there was an event, you had this same girl screaming into her phone in front of the camera, like a flip phone. Well, nobody's using flip phones anymore, and I don't have any friends that hold their phones up to their heads when they talk on the phone. They're using earpieces or speaker or something, but I don't really see this very often. But you had Alec Baldwin out there screaming into his phone like that. And I thought, okay, looks like a staged, kind of an iconic pose. Like I said, the international sign of the crisis actor. Hours before Baldwin shot a cinematographer on the New Mexico set of Rust, camera operators walked off to protest work conditions. So that's another suggestion here that we're dealing with a psyop, is they cleared the set before it even happened. The union members were mad because they weren't given plush hotels in Santa Fe with nice sheets. They had to drive back to Albuquerque, a whole 45 minutes away. 30 minutes if you know how to drive. And so they all leave. The union leaves, and then these others come in. Well, they brought in the actors, if you ask me. They brought in the crisis actors. And do they even point guns at people in movies? Why would they even have to? Why couldn't they just CGI it? Her name is, because most people have not really noticed that, yes, she has a name. They're all focused on Alec Baldwin's feelings. Helena Hutchins' death. H.H. H.H., and I believe her birthday is actually noteworthy. No, it's the other one who was shot. We'll look at his dates. Jurassic Liars did a great piece analyzing their birth dates and now this events date, and it's just incredible. Like here's a couple of other things. We've been talking about the occult signature of things. She happens to be 42 years old, and again, the number 42 always noteworthy, and we'll get into why. Generally, that number though has to do with either things physically falling, darkness, blackness, blackouts, or the number seems to always relate to an individual taking a fall from grace. So, for example, when Joe Rogan was put on here we go, Joe Rogan was going to be canceled. They're still trying to cancel him. But when they first kicked it off, it started off with Joe Rogan Experience back in April. 42 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience have been pulled. Spotify has quietly removed 42 episodes. That number seems to be consistently used in all the fake news with things falling. So it could be Alec Baldwin. We'll see. We'll get into that in the bigger picture. Again, Alec Baldwin shoots prop gun, killing one, injuring another, but everybody left first. So fake. Like union members leave, and then you bring in the theatrical crew. Continue. I have some more details about it. We'll get into like I said, the occult signature of it. Again, they found Brian Laundrie. We'll be talking about that. Now, on this channel, we predicted that this is the year of space junk, of stuff falling from the sky, becoming like a normal thing. I said that space junk will be the new COVID, that they'll tell you to put on helmets, and you will, or you'll be helmet shamed by the mask cucks, and that's happening. SpaceX launches are causing falling debris and unplanned fires in Boca Chica. Then you have this Russian satellite falling, and people see it. Then you have that other piece of space junk that fell into that Canadian woman's bed, landing on her pillow. And this is all just within the last week. And this is stuff that hasn't happened in decades, and it's all just happening all at once. This is an interesting one. William Shatner rips Halloween for using a Captain Kirk mask. So I got a little flack about this from one of my haters, one of the ones I'm suing, who said, well, he was suggesting that I was I think he said the word was I was disrespecting William Shatner because I posted a meme with William Shatner with the Halloween mask on. Well, the fact is, the Halloween movie uses a William Shatner death mask, which has a lot of interesting significance when you get into the timing of things. So just as a quick rundown, Shatner goes to space, quote unquote, in the Dong rocket. You know, an obvious phallic symbol. They pointed out it's a big joke to them. Shatner was on Anderson Cooper, joking about how he was going to, quote, inseminate outer space. I mean, you hear this. This is in the news. I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together here. And when he's up there in space, fake space, he's making these it sounds like he's in heaven, like he's really enjoying himself up there. So it's just completely separate from the Halloween movie, or is it? Because one of the things I noticed is when the rocket took off, it had orange flames, orange as a Halloween pumpkin. They bumped the date from 10/12 to 10/13, 13/31, interchangeable on the occult side of things. So I thought this has got to be some kind of Halloween rite. And then funnily enough, the new Halloween movie just drops. And yes, it's starring the face of William Shatner. Now here's where it gets a little more, I think, into the occult side of it, because I've been saying that these rocket launches are fertility rites. Well, what is the significance here? Well, if you go into Wicca, witchcraft, if you look into their rituals, they have their virgin sacrifices. Not literally like in Hollywood, but it's all about the priest and the priestess. And sacrifice means making sacred. So they're basically talking about a spiritualized conjugal visit between priest and priestess. Well, in the ritual, the dagger represents the male. and the chalice represents the female. These are occult symbols that are everywhere. Playing cards, for example. The four suits, you have your clubs, your spades, your diamonds, and your hearts. Well, that's actually cups, pentacles, staves, and swords. The 52 refers to the weeks. It's all astrotheological. It's all occult. So, in this case, the fact that you have William Shatner in a rocket going into space, symbolizing the Earth God and the Sky Goddess, at the same time, you have William Shatner in this movie stabbing chicks. Well, the knife, again, is in Wicca, they put the knife in the cup, representing the god and the goddess conjoined. So the dagger, the sacrificial dagger, is actually a phallic symbol. So William Shatner's death mask in the movie doing the killings is all just fertility. It's all just ritualized sex and death. So it's absolutely connected symbolically. The Halloween movie and Shatner's role in that ritual on the 13th. And there's more in the subtext, which we will get into, but they put it all out there for us. They don't only do these things at the Bohemian Grove. These things are happening all over in front of your faces. In fact, New Year's, I talk about New Year's because for your entire life you've been hailing the dog star with all the Freemasons and the Illuminati without even knowing it when you're counting down the falling ball. You're doing the countdown, well, it represents the dog star Sirius that reaches its highest point at midnight on New Year's. Alright, well, let us go ahead and get back to the list of stories I have here. Okay, Brian Landry being found. Look, that story, we all know that was fake. Gabby Petito was a Sandy Hook music video star. And her lyrics, the lyrics that were sung in that song at the part where Gabby's in the video are just way too ironic to be real. And someone, I think it was Lilybell, emailed me saying that they look like brother and sister. And I was looking at it, and yeah, I would say Gabby and brainwashing. I mean, Brian Laundrie. This is such a brainwashing operation, and they joke with you on this stuff. Well, Brian Laundrie looks like he's related to her. It just seems like a closed movie set. And they send out that dog, the bounty hunter. I thought it was Marjorie Taylor Greene in Wraparound Shades. But no, that was Dog the Bounty Hunter who found a Monster energy drink and a shoe. Nothing weird about that. Now, if you look at the breakdown of the Monster energy drink by that one offended Christian lady, it is 666. And a single shoe is a very Masonic thing. Let me go through comments before we get too much further. We've been just doing a quick overview of last week. I want to make sure it's even working. We've had so many tech issues in the last few days since we've jumped onto this laptop, but we'll catch up. Misha says, not sure if this has been pointed out, but Douglas Adams from The Hitchhiker's Guide was born on March 11th. He's had multiple asteroids named after himself and his characters. That's interesting. So, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is where the number 42 is referenced consistently, and that's where Elon Musk claims to get it from. I'm saying the number 42 has to do with things falling, darkness, and even meteors falling would fall into that category. It's noteworthy that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy opens up with a scene with a whole lot of cube-shaped craft surrounding the Earth, and they blow it up. And Elon Musk is putting 42,000 CubeSats above our heads to give us internet. Little interesting parallel there. That number and that movie/book has been encoded into all of his launches. Now, 311 is a very significant date in this picture for a lot of reasons. 311 actually was the day of the pandemic being declared. It's in many ways, I would say 311 might also be kind of tied into the Skyfall scenario. In fact, let me think about this. There was something on 311 this year. Oh yeah, 311/21, you had the largest piece of space junk ever dropped. And this was a 2.9 ton hunk of space junk. March 11th, 2021. The ISS jettisons 2.9 pallet carrying used batteries. I remember making a deal about this because I said, nobody cares about the whales anymore. They're so concerned about space junk. that they could have just tossed this thing into outer space, but then it would have been space junk forever. Even if it's a trillion miles away, even if it goes down a black hole somewhere, you flush it down the nearest black hole, it's still space junk technically. So like, no, we got to drop it down on the Earth, risk killing a whale. But it happens on 3/11. Just another reason to take note of that particular date. 3/11 and 9/11 are two of the most significant dates in terms of predictive programming, as are their inverses. 11/3 and 1/19. 1/19 is the release date for Donnie Darko. 1/13 was the date that the Twin Towers' replacement, the single tower, was opened. Very significant dates, as you'll see. This is from a couple of years ago, but someone pointed this out. Maybe it's significant. We have all this meme magic going on all around us. Let's go, Brandon. Well, just a few years ago,
This entrepreneur brand logo.
there was a guy named Brandon who was arrested after threatening to assassinate President Trump. Weirdly enough, the commercial that popped up is from Fiverr to help create your brand's image. A Brandon man arrested. He wasn't named Brandon. Brandon man arrested after threatening to assassinate President Trump. Remember, let's go, Brandon. So it just seems like, look, a lot of the predictive programming is so deep that you can go back and you can see things that would have told you that, hey, had you a continuity of memory extending back further than 3 or 4 years on these nuanced things, you would pick this stuff up. But there's just so many stories out there to follow. So this Brandon meme actually starts with this Brandon man arrested after threatening to assassinate President Trump.
Right now, accused of threatening to kill President Donald Trump.
Yeah, this happened Saturday afternoon at the corner of 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue. That man's name is Roger Hedgepeth, and he's from right here in the Bay Area. News Channel 8's Marco Villarreal is live tonight in Brandon with much more on this story. Now, Marco, I know you had a chance to talk to some of his neighbors. What are they saying about this arrest?
Now, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but again, we're talking about a guy named Brandon, and there was this threat. Nothing really happened with it, but we'll follow along with this more recent use of the term let's go Brandon. But someone else pointed out let's go Brandon also kind of sounds like, let's go brand, as in mark everyone. This is just what I'm suggesting here, is that whenever there's a word or a meme or a phrase that's just forced out there, it's often worth taking note of. Like Kraken, for example. The phrase Kraken and crack have taken on extremely interesting significance over the last year. And we've talked about this from Lindsey Powell, the Kraken, to Mike Lindell, crack smoker, Hunter Biden, crack smoker, the crack in the ISS, the schism in society created by the election auditing, etc. And there's just a few examples, and there are many more. In fact, someone sent me an email. I'll go through these now. He had sent me an email about the word crack's usage in the mass media. Now again, Sidney Powell was the Kraken who was going to overturn the election. She was replaced, or her role was supplanted by Mike Lindell, who came out and said, hey guys, I'm a crack smoker, former crack smoker, but I can fix your election. I don't think these are coincidental. Nor is it coincidental that Hunter Biden's laptop was going to supposedly majorly impact the election, and the laptop was full of what? Pictures of Biden smoking crack. Okay, so here's an email I have on the topic. This is, let's just say from Mark. It says, hey, we talked about the Economist covers, namely sharp power and the weaker sex. So if you're not familiar with sharp power or the weaker sex, these are two Economist covers that contain a great deal of predictive programming. The sharp power is about China and COVID, and it came out on December of 2017 on the solstice. And then the weaker sex is one from back during Obama's administration, where it has a Q on the cover and some guy in a red hat. And I believe even Trump is referenced there. So I'll look into these two covers, because this individual has brought us a number of things, I think, that have, positively pointed to foreknowledge. Let me show you the sharp power first, And the words tell you everything. Sharp power, the new shape of Chinese influence. Take the word influence. Influenza. New shape, novel, new. We have this new crown, and the cover is a ball earth covered in spikes. Looks like a COVID. And then China is the part that's in red. So sharp power, the new shape of Chinese influence, the novel shape of Chinese flu. So that's from The Economist 2017. And the other Economist cover that he referenced was The Weaker Sex. And the significance here is this one predated the emergence of the MAGA clan with the red hat, the weaker sex with the Q attached to it. I think Trump brought out the MAGA hat first, but anyway, this guy's got a red hat, and he's sitting inside of a Q, and the arrow's pointing down. So it's an overturned symbol of the male, but just the way that they distorted it, the O is so much bigger than the T on top that it looks like a Q. The weaker sex, this is from The Economist 2013. Actually, this would be before the red MAGA hat, I believe, wouldn't it? No jobs, no family, no prospects. Again, more predictive programming in The Economist. So anyway, he says, we talked about The Economist covers, sharp power and weaker sex, video game covers on your show. I left a message. I'll be getting to the messages. I have to get all those together. We'll go through all of them tonight. Okay, says another crack item to include would be Cracked magazine. I'll attach some covers. I think the magazine was made just for 9/11, which is the crack in the USA or the world empire, shown with the lightning bolt and flag splitting after the towers fall in I Pet Goat 2. The most famous predictive programming cracked issue is the disaster one showing 9/11 happening. But as I was scrolling through, I kept seeing twin towers. It's not apparent if you look closely. But imagine them being on magazine stands in New York, in the 80s in New York. Millions of people would see them in the peripheral vision. Okay, so the word cracked magazine, and a number of these covers. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen. And I'll go through all of these, and I'll post them in the Discord server so you can download them for yourself if you want to go through them. And I do see what he's talking about. There's a lot of images where it may not specifically be the Twin Towers, but the way the photograph is arranged. Like the one I'm looking at now has the fawns standing in front of a blue rectangle. Well, the way that he's in the middle of the rectangle, it actually looks like two separate towers. And then in front of him is some kid snapping his fingers, and it has the word snap right where the towers would have been hit. Snap and snap. Here's another one. This is a pretty obvious and blatant example of predictive programming from, this looks like July of, let me see if I can get the year. Another plane slamming into a tower. The issue is called We Destroy. Interesting finds. Like I said, I'll put all of these in the Discord server. Okay, let us continue. Okay, last week you had the killing of Sir David Ames, A-M-E-S-S. How is that pronounced? Does anyone know how to pronounce David Ames? The reason I ask is that right after the Halloween Kills movie is released, we have this, all these things are happening at the same time. You got the previews for this movie. Okay, how to pronounce David Ames. And he gets stabbed to death publicly. And that's one of the things I was thinking, that's pretty conspicuous. We've had some conspicuous killings. We've got Baldwin, and now we have David Ames.
David Amos.
David Amos. Okay, so David Amos gets stabbed to death. And they say it's because of somebody was radicalized on the internet. So here's another angle for them to attack, the internet, free speech. Look, if this guy hadn't caught these dangerous memes that turned him against this politician, this wouldn't have happened. So you can kind of already see the angle here. Well, one of the things that stood out to me is that David Ames is the name of the character in Vanilla Sky, who is well, he dies by jumping off a building at the end. Kind of a spoiler. It's a strange movie, deep with symbolism, but the name stood out to me. And I was just looking into this, and it turns out that this is all really getting really. Let me bring out my mind map before we go too much further. I just want to keep in mind here that we've got a number of conspicuous killings that just seem to align all at once. Okay, so here we go. David Ames is a fictional character. And if you look at how he looks in the movie, he dies by a crash, actually, a car crash. Later, he jumps off a building. A couple of things, though. One, in the movie, he's got the typical one eye symbolism. He looks like he's been stabbed because he's had a lot of surgery done, a lot of knife work to fix his face. So David Ames in this movie, Vanilla Sky, and again, he stands out for a few reasons, this particular character, and we'll get into that. Also, the fact that he jumps off a building. I was looking into that falling man, you know, the falling man from 9/11, and they call him the falling man. This is the image of the guy who looks like a hanged man. Now, this picture is infamous. The man who photographed it, an AP photographer, happens to be, I would say, one of the luckiest photographers of all time, Richard Drew, in terms of being at the exact place. This was taken at 9:41 and 15 seconds on the day of the attacks. So the guy who took the falling man picture, though, Richard Drew, also photographed Robert F. Kennedy as he was falling to his death. So Drew was one of the 4 press photographers present at the assassination of Robert Kennedy. The significance here, it's difficult to overstate how significant these connections are. So here you have this 42-year-old junior senator being killed. Again, junior senator, 42. And I mentioned the number 42 is always associated with falling in these major events. So here you have the guy who photographed the falling man actually photographed this guy, who happens to be a Kennedy. Now here's where it gets even more intricate and interesting, is that the Vanilla Sky movie, in the subtext, just like Eyes Wide Shut, in the subtext, could be said to be a reference to the character of John F. Kennedy Jr. Interesting bits of subtext, but the correlation here should be obvious. We're talking about 9/11, falling man. So there's a connection here between 9/11 and a falling man and RFK from 68, 33 years prior, through the same photographer. And again, I mentioned his age, 42, just like the woman who was just shot was 42. Isaac Cappy, by the way, was 42. When he fell 22 feet. Robert Kennedy was shot with a 22. I got to bring up these mind maps because it is kind of important to actually see how impossible these connections are and how it's actually a very tight script. Hillman mentions that the guy who stabbed David Ames did so 17 times. Right. Yeah, and this whole thing, this whole internet made me do it is the new devil made me do it. The heretics made me do it. The conspiracy theorists made me do it. I've been working on some mind maps. I'm going to bring up one of them really quick here before we get too much further. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds with numbers and stuff, but we're looking at a hidden language. You know, there's this video going around of Rick DeSantis and Donald Trump, how they have like the exact same body language. They make the same hand gestures. Everything is identical, even the way they sign their papers. Well, it's not mimicry. In my opinion, it's not just him, one individual copying another individual for clout or to create this association. I think we're looking at a hidden language where a simple A-OK sign might mean something else. The way they move their hand, the way they grip each other's knuckles, these things are significant. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at this really quick here. So we have the number 22 in the middle of this mind map. I just want to point out a few things, just how seemingly interconnected things are. So I started noticing this number back in July when you had the Unity 22 launch on the Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic, to me, it's Virgo. Then you have Gabby Petito, very conspicuous, 22 years old. Then you have, at the same time, this social media star, I don't know her name, blonde hair, but she had a big conspicuous 22 on her shirt, and she jumps out of the truck and lands on a table, and that went viral. There's these 22s that are showing up with these consistent patterns. This is around the time they announce COVID 22. Then on 10/19, we just had a plane crash, 22 on board, nobody died. John Hinckley and the other assassin, Saran, by the way, were both released, and each of them used 22s. So I'm seeing 22s a lot with assassination weapons. Kennedy was shot on the 22nd. Derek Chauvin was released at 11/22. These numbers are telling a little story here, and I think it's about to become very clear. Then the ISS, by the way, it's been up for 22 years. Talks of bringing it down are common now. Kaepernick, Colin Kaepernick is on Madden 22. It's a game. By the way, there's this thing called the Madden curse, where any quarterback who gets put on the cover of that is pretty much done. Okay, let's continue looking at these 22s. There is a pop star named Amani, 22. Her name is Amani, 22, dies at 22. That made the news. Again, JFK Jr., who's been in the news because of the QAnoners believe that Q is JFK Jr., he crashed 22 years ago. So just a few things kind of correlating. Another mind map I had done that I think we should quickly look at. I've been mapping out the various props, one of them being the spear. It's not a coincidence that the QAnon shaman on 1/6 is carrying a spear, and then you have this insane QAnoner on the anniversary of the Manson killings, spearing his children to death, stabbed his kids 17 times with a spear. There's that 17 again. They keep making this association. Well, here you have the spears being used as a symbol of the QAnoners. And the ADL just recently mentioned, they suggested that the symbol of St. George with the spear, where he's spearing the reptile, that is actually now a hate symbol that the QAnoners have adopted. So they've managed to demonize the symbol of the spear, and I'm just pointing that out because, again, anything that's force memed out there is worth looking at. I have something here as well about the movie set we'll get into. I have more people send me things about the Alec Baldwin event. A movie within a movie within a movie. A failed Russian spy satellite falls to Earth in brilliant fireball. Again, another example I've said before, this idea of space junk Armageddon was laughable 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Space junk launches causing falling debris. I have a video here. I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to play a few seconds of it. Maybe not. This is probably an agent. This is somebody who, quote, knew that there was going to be a pandemic around the corner. She called it in 2018, and she said it was going to be horrible. But what she misses is that it was going to be fake. So all these whistleblowers, nurses, and they're all saying that no, this isn't real. The CDC is lying. Can't trust them. Can't trust the media. Whatever. If they're not calling it fake, they're just agents, in my view. I don't believe in the devil. I don't believe in it, but they do. And that is what it is. Okay, because you know that this new secular religion, they worship, it's scientism. The God is the globe. It's the God proxy. The devil proxy is COVID. And if you notice, the political left, the more, I won't say more extreme ones, but the more fundamentalist ones, they're more about punishing the anti-vaxxers than saving the globe. So they're more about getting rid of the infidel than pleasing their God. They don't care about recycling. They want to get rid of these anti-vaxxers. So that's why I've been calling them devil worshippers. Every time COVID kills one of these right-wingers, they all celebrate. They're like, COVID Akbar. Another anti-vaxxer dies. That's why I've been calling these scientism cultists literal devil worshippers. Just replace devil with COVID. Here's an image of Bill Gates giving a Masonic handshake to the Queen of England. By the way, even though she's 95 and she's in a high-risk group, she doesn't need a mask. Not with Bill Gates. Bill Gates is, well, we've all been saved by the blood of Bill Gates. Saved by the vax of Bill Gates. Whatever it is, he's our savior. He may have actually replaced his entire blood supply with the vaccine. So he's so pure, there's no devil in him. This is just showing you again, though, how the elite have a different set of rules. Some nightmare fuel for you. More news from New Mexico. A local radio host did some digging and got some images of the interior of of the compound of the mansion that our friend Epstein had over there in BFE, New Mexico. But anyway, inside of this mansion where he would bring people over, apparently this is where he was planning to get a lot of brilliant Nobel Prize winning people to have babies. This guy had some kind of plan for the creation of a master race when you get into Epstein. But anyway, there's something about Ghislaine Maxwell here. They said in the basement they found a 6-foot by 6-foot oversized portrait of Ghislaine Maxwell with her legs fully spread, completely naked, and a golden dagger in her right hand. This was dead center in the elevator hall of the basement. Quote, I believe this was used to intimidate the young women who were there alone and isolated. The contractor who supplied the photograph said he can't get this image out of his mind. It's the most bizarre thing he's ever seen. So it's at the Zorro Ranch. I think Prince Andrew had been there. But my point being, imagine a 6-foot by 6-foot picture of Ghislaine Maxwell with a knife in that pose, and it makes me think she's got to be some kind of high priestess. There has to be something there, some kind of intimidation factor. It reminds me of this movie, I believe it was called Suspiria, this old Italian horror film, which I wouldn't recommend. I mean, this stuff is super violent. It's from 1977. But it was about a prestigious German ballet academy, but the academy was actually a front for human trafficking, satanic cult. They had a big peacock and Illuminati god, and they were ritualistically murdering these dancers. And the high priestess is this Ghislaine Maxwell type. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Just elite sickos. Okay, and just to catch up again, if you haven't caught this bit of it, the Alec Baldwin film, The Plot, he helps an escapee to freedom after the 13-year-old is convicted of an accidental murder. And there's actually foreshadowing within Alec Baldwin's own tweets suggesting that this idea of being wrongly accused or committing an accidental murder, it's in his destiny. So, no surprises here. No surprises in the fake news. Matt Gaetz. Okay, so we're talking about killing and symbolism. You know, we have, again, the Halloween kills themes out there. And by the way, you had Shatner up in space doing the fertility rite. You had the Shatner's face on the ground, the guy with the knife, which again is a fertility symbol in this Halloween ritualistic context. And then at the same time, you have Kanye West running around with a white mask on, looking like he stepped out of the movie Halloween. Now, it wasn't the Halloween mask. It wasn't a promotional, but it may as well have been. It's the same exact look. So Kanye West looking like a creep. At the same time, Halloween kills. Kanye West is 44. So I look into this, and it turns out that Baldwin shot a 44. That's the type of gun that was used. And then if you reference back to Brandon Lee, remember Brandon, the name Brandon came up again yesterday. I said, let's go Brandon to assassinate Trump. Well, Brandon Lee's been brought up quite a bit in this context because Brandon Lee's the most recent example of a death on a movie set. So it's been compared. Well, Brandon was shot with a 44. This was another 44. Kanye's 44, and 44, according to Gematria, and Zachary Hubbard talks about this, 44 is the kill number. And you can make of that what you will, and as far as the interpretations of what these numbers mean. But you can see how they're used symbolically. In fact, during the 77 blackouts, you had Mr. 44, the satanically inspired murderer. Son of Sam. A lot of these same elements. Well, here now we have another reference to killing, somebody being scared, and this is like right out of a horror movie where you're so scared that you have to go in public and tell everybody they're after me, and nobody cares, and they all laugh, and then you go in the next room and the killer gets you. I mean, it's just a reoccurring type of theme, like in the Scream movies, where the victim is not believed. Well, here you have Matt Pizzagates on the floor talking about how he says, quote, somebody's trying to kill me. And what's more, nobody cares. Listen to this.
I'd like to yield the first 2 minutes to my colleague from Florida, Representative Gates.
Without objection.
I thank the gentleman for yielding because I think someone may be trying to kill me, and if they are successful, I would like my constituents and my family to know who stopped their arrest. Madam Speaker, on October 8th, 2021, a Twitter handle styled...
So he talks about how he's going to be, or he has been targeted, that there's a hit out on him, and it's from somebody in Portland. So somebody tweeted and they said that they took up the contract. But what he's going into here is that how even though there's a credible threat, the Capitol Police don't care.
To @Rep Matt Gates, looky here, pal. I lived in Portland. Portland has ordered a hit on you. I accepted the contract. Have a good day. Following this tweet, this individual traveled to Washington, D.C., and the Capitol Police recommended his arrest. That's information that was just shared with me by the Investigations and Threat Assessment section.
He goes on to point out the hypocrisy, how if it was anybody else, they would have arrested the guy, but the guy's free.
For the Judiciary Committee tomorrow, it is just yet another example of the Department of Justice having a double standard.
Yeah, so Matt Gaetz is being pursued and his killer is in D.C. and nobody's going to arrest the guy. All right, little bit of news. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that Hutchins and Sousa were shot when a prop firearm was discharged by Baldwin. I want to get into the birth dates, because this is something that Jurassic Liars 26 brought up. So Joel Sousa is the director who was shot, and I believe he's already been released. But this is where it gets interesting, because like I said, there's an occult signature that would tell you that this entire thing is fake. So Joel Sousa is 48 years old. 48, significant for a few reasons, but I'm not getting too deep into the numbers. I want to point out the birth date here, June 14th. So the guy who was shot and survived has the birth date of June 14th. Donald Trump's birth date, June 14th. And the significance here to the 48 could be as a couple of things, but I don't want to go into someone else's theory. There's another breakdown done by this other channel I'm referencing where he's suggesting that there's a subtext here about an upcoming event that ties into Trump and some kind of attempted assassination. So you have this interesting connection here between the guy who's shot by the guy who really visibly hates Trump and always imitates Trump, one of the most anti-Trump, one of the most deranged of the anti-Trumpers, Trump derangement syndrome. It is really epitomized in Alec Baldwin. Probably all theater, by the way. They probably love each other, literally, behind the scenes. So Alec Baldwin, fake hates Trump, fake made-for-TV beef, and he's the guy who shoots a guy that has Trump's birthday, and the guy almost dies. And then you have, of course, the number 42, the number 44. All these numbers tell a little bit of a story. Now here's a bit from someone with a lot of insight into prop guns I want to read. Hollywood Insider here. This individual says, 1, he was given live rounds, as in bullets with gunpowder behind them, when live rounds aren't allowed on set because they can't be used. The only rounds that can be used are dummy rounds. So there's no way a live round could be made on the set. It wouldn't have been purchased. They wouldn't have a place to store it. So it'd only be used if there was a crime committed. He goes on, number 2, no one uses blanks during day scenes because you can't see the muzzle flash. You would fire the revolver and let it cycle. Anyway, that's another one, just the lighting. 3. When firing a gun on set, the hired weapon expert, the armorer, and the prop master and other crew load the blanks. So it's impossible to load a series of blanks and also have a live round without noticing. Any idiot would hold 6 bullets in their hand and realize 5 of them have no bullets attached. It's like holding 6 blanks in your hand and only one of them has a blank. It's impossible not to notice. Okay, number 4. It's extremely rare that an actor would aim a gun at a crew member. Even if the camera is moving and the cinematographer is behind it, it's rare that the actor would aim a gun at them due to all the other angles they could be aiming at. It's a very rare alignment. Number 5, the press are misleading you on purpose. They keep saying it was a prop gun. And a prop gun is a gun that can't fire bullets. Only real guns can fire real bullets. Yeah, that's a good point. He was given a real gun, which was a 6-shooter, and they want to diminish this fact. And number 6, this death falls in line with the occult practice of predicting death. Alex in a movie where he plays a man trying to help his grandson who commits an accidental murder. Brandon Lee was in a film where he played a man who gets shot and killed and resurrected. Heath Ledger played a rebooted version of the same character that gets killed and resurrected. Ledger played a character that was inspired by The Crow. Yeah, the Joker and Ledger's Joker and The Crow have the same makeup, for sure. But anyway, what this poster is saying is that these are all just characters and they're merging it with real life. What we've said, it's a stage within a stage. And people don't know that they're on a stage. So they don't know the difference. This just came up today. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but apparently there's going to be a delay on the White House's release of some JFK assassination documents. And I'm like, what's the deal there? And what does it have to do with today? It says Biden said the delay in releasing the documents was necessary to protect against identifiable harm to the military, defense, intelligence operations, law enforcement, or to the conduct of foreign relations, and it outweighs the interest in immediate disclosure. Like, what can they disclose about the JFK assassination that would have any effect on anything today? Unless the QAnoners are right, and JFK was killed by George Herbert Walker Bush, and that he might not be dead. I mean, there are so many convoluted storylines attached to this guy's supposed death. Lloyd Miller says the incident shows that guns kill people, people don't kill people. Right. That's one of the narratives that they're going to use. And as I pointed out at the beginning, though, it's always the lefty gun grabbers who are making this gun culture what they attack. You know, nobody worships guns the way that they represent it in the movies. They do this on purpose. They're demonizing guns is what they're doing. Like toxic masculinity. Look at the way they represent certain, straight white males, for example. These are all things that you can see. We're going through a process of iconoclasm. So they have to deconstruct these things. And so they exaggerate, bring out their worst characteristics, and voila, you got the incel, the neckbeard terrorist. Somebody points out Snoop with the fake gun. Yeah, let's bring that up. Snoop Dogg had a video where he has Trump in a clown mask and he shoots Trump. Donald Trump condemns Snoop Dogg for the song Lavender, where he points a gun at a clown named Ronald Klump. Clever. So here's an image of Ronald Klump with his hands up. Now, by the way, that hands up gesture that you see Ronald Klump making where Snoop is shooting him, that gesture is the hands up, don't shoot. It's also the Masonic grand hailing sign of distress before the fake killing of the Mason, who is then ritually resurrected. And it's always again a simulation of a death, but it's a very Masonically staged thing here. So nothing to see here. More Masonic ritual described. So if there is any killing, it's going to be theater. Also, note behind Trump, there's two white stripes on that car, looking like twin towers. The email I got were from Cracked Magazine. All these different covers. It's kind of a similar thing I'm noticing, is that they can use basic shapes to insinuate imagery, to call things to mind. That's why I think that Alec Baldwin was making the international call sign of the crisis actor. A NASA head says satellite fleets risk collisions in space. Thousands of communication satellites pose a risk of a ruinous collision. Now this is again the Kessler effect. One hits another, hits another, hits another, and then you got an avalanche from the sky. Just getting you ready, it's happening. You have to sleep with a helmet on. And if it's in predictive programming, it's going to happen. The Economist covers have all come true. QAnon came true. The disaffected MAGAs, the anti-vaxxers, all this stuff, it's all been predicted. Invented, I could say. I think invented would actually make a lot more sense. Do some of these things even exist? Do incels even exist? Or is this just a media construct? Is there such a thing as the MAGA ban, the American Taliban? No, I don't think so. Again, don't feel bad for Alec Baldwin or those that were allegedly shot unless you know something the rest of us don't know. Because for all you do know, it is simply a movie within a movie within a movie, because the world is a stage and this is a Psywar. By the way, Brandon Lee, whose death has been brought up, he died on the 31st of March. I guess that would be the anniversary of Nipsey died on that date. A lot of interesting events on that date. But one thing about Brandon Lee is that his death was also fake. And in all likelihood, Bruce Lee's death was also fake. Brandon Lee's father. What are the odds? In fact, Bruce Lee's death was predicted in a movie called Game of Death, where a guy gets shot. No, here's what happened, I think, with Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee's death was of something unrelated, but it predicted his son's death. And then Brandon Lee, of course, if you want to believe he's dead, go for it. But he's in a movie called The Crow, which is another example of a phoenix symbol. So the crow is, in this movie, associated with death and rebirth. It brings him back to life. It transports souls, and it brings about his resurrection. Well, that's the same idea of the phoenix, death and resurrection. So, like many movies, this is just another example of the same symbolism, just being wrapped up in a slightly different way. Again, not a coincidence that his makeup is very much like the Joker. Or that the Joker today is being played by a guy named Phoenix. Or that in the movie The Crow, he makes a joke insinuating he's like Jesus. Many times they do this. A lot of Jesus iconography, so you make the association of this dying and resurrecting character. But anyway, Brandon Lee supposedly died during the filming of the movie. But no, in all likelihood, he came back, as many of them seem to do. This is the strangest thing. They tend to go from being in the movies to coming back and working in media, like Bill Hicks to Alex Jones. And there is actually someone that's been pointed out to me as quite possibly being Brandon Lee. And I believe it was AMC, some conspiracy channel called AMC. I'll have to look into it. Does anybody here know who I'm talking about? There is some individual who has this conspiracy theory channel, and someone says, hey, this has got to be Brandon Lee. Now, Bruce Lee is believed to have come back. Yeah, it's Christopher Green. That's what I thought. Bruce Lee is believed to have come back as someone I don't know if I want to say. I don't want to overload people. So you got this individual, Chris Green or Christopher Green, very popular conspiracy theorist. I don't know if he's an anti-vaxxer, but he's just, one of these Alex Jones lights type, light in terms of the content. So here's a quick video here Is he just a standard disinformation agent pushing guardrailed fake conspiracy theories that keep people from going too far? Is he controlled opposition? So let's go ahead and play a clip here. This is top undeniable facts that prove Christopher Green is
a ghost in real life, a ghost in flesh and blood. Well, let me tell you something. I have. 4 years ago, I ran into something intriguing, something out of this world. But in this world, I came across a network of death fakers, of death faking celebrities.
Okay, I'll move forward on this. This is Caliber Hitter. Interesting channel. Now, he's right about a network. This isn't something in isolation. This isn't one or two celebrities tricking everybody. No, we're talking about something that is all across the media. It's not just movie stars or musicians. 27 Club, Die Young Club. No, it's deeper than that. It's all across the board. In fact, I mentioned Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker. Well, it's rumored that his brother River Phoenix is another person who faked his death and is actually playing the role of Mark Dice on Twitter. And, I go to Twitter because I started talking about this. And I go to Mark Dice, who has a very popular channel. And funnily enough, I have been blocked. You're blocked. Why would Mark Dice block me? Is it because I'm right that he's literally the brother of the Joker? And it all fits when you get into the analysis of these characters and how they're reassigned.
Face under his eye. As you get older, those birthmarks go further apart, but not drastically. Let's look at him today as Christopher Green. That's the first time I've thrown out that name on this video. As you can see, he still has the same birthmarks. But you're saying, wow, that's dumb. That's just a coincidence. No. But before we show you more evidence, let's teach you why.
Okay, so this is a great video. I'll put a link at fakeworld.news. But yes, the birthmarks, the teeth, it goes down to even the expressions, and it's very, very nuanced. And it's the case with many of these. And this came out about 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And this video is unlisted, doesn't have very many views. And so I don't see a lot of damage control on this one. Okay, so we'll move on if you're curious. But my point is this. Bruce Lee was killed, and then his son dies, and it's this family curse. His son dies killed by a 44 on a movie set, and then you have this other event being compared to Brandon Lee, and Brandon Lee's family actually comes out and makes a statement. So just thought I would bring that up because they fake our reality day by day. It becomes fake history. It becomes cemented. So before it's become cemented in your mind that Brandon Lee was killed in a movie set and it's oh so tragic, remember, he didn't die. And his dad probably didn't either. All right, let us continue. Someone pointed out the initials Helena Hutchins, the death of the Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer. HH does give you an 88, which when you get into Donald Trump and predictive programming, it fits in quite a bit. Here we go. New York Post. Actor who fatally shot Brandon Lee in 1993 was traumatized. Brandon Lee's family speak out after the fatal prop gun shooting on a set. Brandon Lee killed by a prop gun decades before. And that was March 31st, 1993. Brandon Lee's family speaks up. And again, the name Crown, just as the Phoenix has been associated with the new crown. It could be a reference here. This was something that was brought up again by Jurassic Liars 26. I follow a lot of channels that do deep media analysis because people are picking up on the patterns. Even if we don't know what they mean, the patterns exist. And you'd have to be a reality denialist to say they aren't there. There is a there. As far as what it means, I don't know. Do I know what the number 42 means? Well, I know that it's a symbol that represents Saturn and the deity they worship and everything that that deity encompasses symbolically. Darkness, death, the grave, falling, the symbol, the cube, the hexagram, the number 6, 666. Yeah, these things are all associated with this number. The number 33 is associated with rising, with the crown, with Christ and the phoenix. So these numbers are used consistently enough to where we're able to actually deduce a meaning. Okay, so our hearts go out to the family of Helena Hutchins and to Joel Souza, all involved in the incident on Rust. No one should ever be killed by a gun on a film set, period. And that's Brandon Bruce Lee, Twitter feed. All right, let us move on. All of these events are networked. They all exist in the same fictional universe. In fact, I brought up Heath Ledger. Okay, 6 months after Heath Ledger died, Kobe Bryant had dinner with Heath Ledger, according to Rob Pelinka. Rob Pelinka, the manager for the Lakers, said that Kobe Bryant watched Dark Knight Rising, and he was so moved by the performance that he wanted to know how to get into that state of mind to improve his game. Right. So you're going to go talk to the actor who played Joker to improve your ball game. Sure. Makes a lot of sense. Well, anyway, this meeting supposedly happened, according to Rob Pelinka, that Kobe took some game cues from the actor. Well, the actor had already been dead. So it doesn't make any sense. Unless you are aware of the fact that Ledger is not dead. And Ledger's also got he has a new persona in alternative media, which we may get into. Not as popular as Chris Green. Close, though. But Ledger, being a death faker, would be somebody that Kobe Bryant would want to talk to, as Kobe Bryant is another death faker. Died during the same basic week, the same period of time, that week of the Challenger explosion, Endeavour, then you have the Apollo 1 fire. The last week of January, the beginning of February, you have all these very high-profile immolations, and Kobe's would fall within that. A lot of reasons to not believe that one, but we'll get into that later. And by the way, the last person to interview Kobe Bryant alive was Steven Jackson in All That Smoke, a podcast. And at the end of this podcast, he did give Kobe Bryant a Masonic grip. Very obvious. So Steven Jackson, 42, Kobe Bryant, number 24, whose 42nd birthday was celebrated by the NBA as Mamba Week, the week that the MLB all wore 42s on their jersey for Jackie Robinson. Anyway, Kobe Bryant, last interview on Earth, 42-year-old Steven Jackson, twin of George Floyd. Masonic handshake. Alec Baldwin film reignites debates over firearms in films. All right, I got some comments. Let me go through here. I haven't been able to follow the chat. This hasn't picked it up, and the phones are still down. We're in the process of replacing the main computer. I'm just on a small laptop at the moment. Okay, I have a comparison I wanted to go through. Trump's body language versus DeSantis.
Are a priority. And honestly, we have businesses that have been locked down in live.
So there's a juxtaposition of Trump and DeSantis, and you can see that they make the same hand gestures, same facial expressions. Now, I believe it's more than just selective editing here. I think you may be looking at gestures that are meaningful. So, for example, the pointing the finger up at certain points, maybe it corresponds to what they're saying. The 666 with the hands, the AOK, the white power symbol. These are all things that they're using in context. So they could be communicating something that the profane wouldn't know. I mean, that's the nature of secret communications and symbolic languages. A lot of it's just nonverbal communication. So the fact that the both of them are using the same words or phrases in their body language, yeah, it just tells us they have the same master and they're communicating to the same people. So I don't think they have the same acting coach. I think they went to the same lodge, or they're part of the same cult. Okay, a few other things we've been talking about. These right-wingers dying of COVID. I believe that there's been a few others. I've been following this horrible website. It's called Sorry Anti-Vaxxer. And anybody who has an anti-vax opinion is pretty much being put on blast, even if you're not dead yet. I mean, these are the ones who are mocking Rob Skiba. And there's a few videos that are worth looking at if you're interested. This Rob Skiba catching COVID and then dying after being on a ventilator for 40 days. Zach Hubbard has gone into detail about it. His take on it is that this was some kind of a Jesuit ritual, that Skiba was misinformation, and that it's probably not real. And, some people get offended when you say that. How can you say that? What about the family? Just think back to 2012, 2013, about all the people who told you not to question this or that event because you might offend somebody. If you live your life with the sole intention of not offending anybody, good luck finding out what's going on. And if you can't ask the question, well, then you've been guardrailed. You've been, what do you call that? Let somebody mask your mind? You have to ask. Here's an image of Helena Hutchins doing the all-seeing eye, hand over the head, over the face. That's, again, typical. And then she has this interesting little jewelry. It looks like bones over her hand, but made of metal. Very transhuman. I've been told that the audio dropped. That's probably only on DLive. Not going to worry too much about it. You can just catch it on the replay. We will be back on probably Sunday or Monday as soon as I get a new hard drive. Like I said, we had some strange series of events here. It's almost like micro EMPs. But, I'm going to work on these technical issues this weekend. I just wanted to catch up on a few things for the week. We have some new mind maps to go over, and I want to put all these things together. I have other things as well having to do with the flat earth topic I want to get into. And again, space junk Armageddon on the horizon. Today's the 23rd. In less than a week, I'm expecting something's going to have to go down with a certain PSYOP we've been talking about. 11/3 is pretty much, I would say, the deadline for this thing I'm referencing. But we'll be back later on today. I'm going to see if I can make sure the sound's fixed on everything. We've had a number of, like I said, glitches, but we're putting it all together. This is The Call 42 by JT33. We'll be back. Stay subscribed, and I'll send out notifications on text and via newsletter.
Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting opera man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I've seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV. Feeding Bates and Smiley and a double bind. They got your mind in and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
Alright everyone, thank you for joining. It is October the 17th, 2021, late night Infinite Plane Sunday. That was One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets, Ed McMahon. If you want to get any of the music that we have, go to infiniteplanesociety.com and click the link. We have all of the music listed there, for the most part. Speaking of music, I have a track here to play, and this is probably a sign that we are in the end times. I'll just let the track speak for itself.
When activists organize concerts.
We are no strangers to love.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Yeah, we're being rickrolled by Greta Thunberg. So if you're watching on the screen, yeah, I don't know what we're looking at. It's like she hasn't aged a day since they put her out here, which leads me to think she is animatronic.
No strangers to love. So do I.
Anyway, the climate activists jumped the shark a long time ago, so this is really par for the course. You thought they couldn't lower the bar anymore with their, well, Extinction Rebellion, playing dead in public, playing dead in dinosaur museums. Now they have Greta doing these kind of weird, I don't know, it wasn't karaoke, but it was a choreographed performance, and it's, again, it's the Rickroll song. I don't know who she's trolling with this. I'm just going to play a few more seconds.
We are no strangers to love.
That's all I can actually handle for now. But again, it's better than the blah 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 speeches. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. And before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and go through voicemails. Okay, here we go. And I had an issue with the voicemails and the phones about a week ago. All that has been sent straight
Hey,
out.
IPS, I was just going to ring you up just to tell you, did you notice how all the employees of the Bezos firm all revolted because they had like a lawsuit or something because of the toxicity around the Bezos's
Yeah, he's talking about Jeff Bezos's toxic work environment, sure, and toxic masculinity. They had a bro culture, and their main emblem is a giant dong that they shoot up into the sky. Yeah, we've heard about this.
space situation. I'm thinking maybe, they all kind of know what's going on with the whole Ball Earth stuff later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. And Baal, by the way, is another name of their god. It's a Baal worship. Not a coincidence there. All right, another message here. This was, I think, the one about the meteor that fell from the sky. We're going to have to review a lot of this stuff. If you didn't know, a meteor fell through a woman's roof, a space rock, and it would have hit her on the head. But apparently this person might be politically connected, so it wasn't just anyone who almost got hit on the head with a space rock.
Hey, Tim, it's Seva Bear here in my van in beautiful British Columbia. I think the first message didn't go through properly, so second attempt here. Your story about the Golden BC meteorite is tripping me out because I used to live in Golden for 4 years, so starting in 2013.
Now, he's talking about Golden BC, where the space rock fell into the woman's house. And now this thing was a fireball. It was actually spotted by construction workers and other people. There's a picture of it on Facebook. So you have a big fireball coming down from the sky, and it falls through her roof. And then, we're talking about a burning fireball from space, and it lands on her pillow. Like the Tooth Fairy put it there. It's like, well, who can explain this? I need a physicist, I suppose, an astrophysicist. Please explain this. How does a fireball that can punch a hole through a roof alight gently upon a pillow? And we'll continue with this message. By the way, someone in the comments said that they butchered Rick. Oh yeah, they destroyed the Rickroll. The Rickroll is now defunct. You cannot use it anymore. You cannot recycle that meme. It is dead. Greta killed Rickroll. She killed Rick Astley. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue about this person who was almost hit with a rock.
We looked her up on Facebook. The lady with the meteorite, turns out we have 3 mutual friends, so she's potentially a real person. But the one thing I was thinking of is that there is a prominent Freemasonic lodge on the main street of Golden. We can't just walk in. It's just their signage, and it's sort of a shit building. It's just the second floor. But they are present. They have a lodge in town. So I was thinking perhaps she's married to one of them good old boys, and she's a crisis actor that way. Because when I looked up an article on CTV News, it said, if you know anything about the event that happened on 10/03 at 11:33 at night, please contact so-and-so. another thing, they said they found another piece of meteorite northeast of town. Northeast of town is just Rockies. Like, this town's in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. Like, it's wilderness. Anyway, love your show. Keep it up. Thanks. Bye.
Awesome. Great information. So he did a little digging into the person who was almost hit by some space rock, and it turns out that, well, she's politically connected. And quite likely this may have, well, it obviously is connected to the secret societies that control the media. Okay, and this is their new PSYOP, which is on the way. By the way, one of their main agents, Captain Kirk, kind of spilled the beans. Let me go ahead and play this really quick just to catch everybody up. We broke this before InfoWars, and they stole our headline for the newsletter mentioning this. But it's important to mention it, that you have to blast this out. That Captain Kirk did in fact...
William Shatner just mess up and tell the world?
He told the world that they have a planned...
He was just doing an
catastrophic event. Take a listen.
In that interview, he started talking about the, quote, coming catastrophic event. Here, listen for yourself.
And it had everything. We're so happy that you're here, and
It
it feels
had
good.
everything.
Yeah.
And the realization, once again, the fragility of this planet.
Yeah, Earth's so fragile. That's the main thing. The Earth is so fragile when you get high enough. You get far enough away, it looks fragile. So now he says something about how we need to change our behaviors and stop the carbon super spreaders before the coming catastrophic event.
Catastrophic event, and we all have to clean the sea of this planet. The coming catastrophic event.
Not a hypothetical. Not Apophis 99942, the killer asteroid that will wipe us out on Friday the 13th in April of 2029. No, this is not a hypothetical, a maybe. This is the scheduled, planned, rehearsed, programmed into your subconscious mind catastrophic event. The next 9/11 is coming from the sky. I can practically guarantee it. That's my assessment, and I'm 99% sure I'm right, and most of you who've been following know where we're coming from with this. All right, let us continue. So many things I want to cover today, but I wanted to just bring that up because that's the backdrop against which everything else we're talking will make more sense. Everything else we're discussing, because here he is talking about things look so fragile from above, and now they've just made it real. You have a fictional character, now he's real. You have a fictional hypothetical situation like asteroids, well, now it's real. Now space rocks can actually fall into your house. You should wear a helmet before you go to bed. Like, that's going to be the next thing. Are you wearing a helmet to bed? And they've made a point. They've really made a point to talk about catastrophe and use that phrase with the fragility of the Earth, like the Earth could be destroyed. So I want to point something else out as well, just before we get too much further. But again, asteroids are suddenly real again. The laughable situation of space rocks landing on your bed, it's real. And Cubstar pointed this out in Discord. Donnie Darko dies in his bed when the plane part falls from the sky into his bedroom. And of course, this was repeated back in February when plane parts fell in Colorado onto a street called Elmwood. And the connection there, falling plane parts. There's a number of connections here. Elmwood, Elm Street, obviously some kind of Nightmare on Elm Street reference, because that movie has quite a lot to do with Donnie Darko when you get into the film analysis here and the underlying message. But the main theme here I'm getting into is the Donnie Darko movie had a lot of 9/11 connections that made it very inconvenient for marketers because, well, here's a few things. We'll go back to it. And a couple of other things about 9/11 and Donnie Darko. Donnie Darko was released on January 19th. That was the original release date. And then some of the marketing materials had a lot to do with plane parts falling from the sky, so they had to change that. It says here, the film premiered on 1/19/2001. And 1/19, if you go into the Bible, go into Genesis, there's a reference to the Tower of Babel falling. It's all connected. It's also connected here that Governor Elizabeth Warren, or Senator Warren, she's basically saying that they need to break up Amazon. And I've been describing how Amazon is like the Tower of Babel. Elizabeth Warren urges Amazon to break up. That's a monster to break up. Senator Warren urges Amazon breakup. Now, the significance here is I've been saying how Amazon is the Tower of Babel in this context, with King Bezos going to the sky and poking his head up into the heavens. It's the one language, A to Z, all the books, and it's all, I believe, part of a setup for when they tear the tower down. Which is why also I think get your book readers called the Kindle and the Fire, because they're going to burn all your books. But Amazon headquarters, well, a proposed headquarters for Amazon has been compared to the Tower of Babel. So this is just one other thing I think that underscores what I've been saying. This was put out there, I think last year. Spiraling Amazon HQ2 building inspired by Tower of Babel. It's a helix building, but if you compare it to, here we go, a number of paintings and representations of the tower, you can see that there's a correlation here. And again, the Tower of Babel is all the world united in and it's Baal worship, and the Tower of Babel and worship of this earth god, it's all part of this emblem that you see that Jeff Bezos' rocket clearly represents. And so we're looking at an ancient cult in a modern context, and that explains a lot of this esoteric symbolism. Anyway, the idea of the tower is you put all the people into one monoculture like we have now, or the global monoculture. They're moving us into this one world religion, one language, one mission from earth to the heavens. And that to me looks like the scripting. Looks like this is what's happening. And I bring this up because Genesis 1:19 has the verse about the tower falling. And again, Donnie Darko 1:19 was its original release date about stuff falling from the sky. Just to kind of walk back to where we were before we went into a tangent. Not a big tangent, though, because all of this is literally connected. And these 9/11 connections are important. But let's go ahead and go a little further, because we're talking about things falling from the sky. And by the way, the first patient to come down with the COVID in America before it became a pandemic, his symptoms were first noted on 119, the reverse 9/11, which is always connected to these major psychological events. You know they beat Rodney King for 1 minute 19 seconds. Hit him 33 times. No coincidences. Let me go ahead and check out the chat here. And I think we had some things I had to mention as well about Shatner before I get too much further as well. But let me go through the chat. Yeah, they killed Rick Astley. Unbelievable. Echo Charlie says that's a smile on Amazon with a one-sided dimple. Get your mind out of the... Yeah, I'm sure it is. And they've been, when I say they, I mean the MSM, SNL, anybody talking about the space race. They've all noted this stuff. I mean, I have a clip where even Anderson Cooper is joking with Shatner about the shape of Bezos' rockets. And the only reason they're drawing your attention to this is to obfuscate the fact that they're being 100% serious. Not a coincidence when you look up the names of these dead gods that they're naming these things after. Dances with Penguin says, please let this be the real catastrophic event. I think it will be. So you had China testing, I guess, their nuclear capabilities, and they were launching rockets around the world, so to speak. And apparently their 78th one was secret, and that's the one that we saw. If you see in the news, there's some kind of a picture that suggests that China tested a weapon. You know, more stuff to scare the people who believe what they see on TV. Case 310 says, glad IPR is live. We're joined by AK All Day 2323, King TL, and let's see here. The phone number's on the screen, 833-311-1984. Okay, here's something else I wanted to bring up, because we're talking about William Shatner. Now, I mentioned to William Shatner, I actually tweeted him, and I said, hey, look, why was the flame beneath your rocket orange? And if you didn't see it, the flame beneath the rocket when they took Shatner to space, it was an orange flame shooting out the bottom of the rocket. And I thought, well, it could be Halloween. It could be a reference to Halloween. And there's a few weird things about this, there's so many things I have to get to. We'll stick with this. I'm just going to have all my memes locked and loaded here in order. Okay, so William Shatner is in the news, as we've all been saying. The rocket has this orange flame on the bottom, which you can look at it yourself, and I'll find a picture of it here in a minute. They bumped it from the 12th to the 13th, making it 1013. Very interesting in terms of numerology. And so then, what's more, the Halloween movie franchise is in the news. There's all kinds of Halloween stuff regarding the Mike Myers, which Mike Myers, the serial killer, is wearing a William Shatner mask. There's your connection. Infinite Plane Radio. Can you hear me okay, caller?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. And what topic are you calling on?
Well, I wanted to see if you were familiar with, and I just kind of got informed of it today, but Jeff Bezos, is it? He's going to
yes.
build something. He's right where I'm at. So I could maybe go undercover and get some maybe interesting information, but they've got something going in San Jose del Cabo in Baja California Sur.
Any idea of what it is? I mean, he's always building weird things. He built a $42 million clock inside of a mountain, and it's supposed to last 10,000 years.
Well, that's wild. But one thing you'll find interesting because of the Burning Man connection is some of the biggest Burning Man people, I don't know what they call them, tents or events or whatever, are actually Mexican. And these Mexicans built their version of Burning Man here in San Jose del Cabo. And they call it Crania. And you go there and it's like mini Burning Man. So every Saturday, if you get put on a special list,
what is it? Wait, what is it? What? No, so these are like similar things where they have an effigy that they burn. Is that what you're describing?
Well, I mean, there is fire. There's things burning.
Like who is the person that they're burning? Because they do one like that in New Mexico, and they've done it since like 1906. And it's not the same, but very similar in terms of like I think the ritualistic trappings of it. But wouldn't surprise me because I think the Burning Man symbol, in my interpretation, based on how it's represented in the news, in the Olympic ceremonies, and everywhere else, the Burning Man is just another way of representing the Phoenix or Christ, the dying and resurrecting Sun King. That's what the Burning Man is. And this ancient pagan religion has just its newest expression through the space program. But if you go work for Blue Origin, I don't think they're going to tell you that, unless you're on the inside.
No, and another thing you find interesting is the brother, I mean, the supposed brother of Elon Musk, has been hanging out here a lot at, they're going to build a space. My girlfriend, she's like friends with she doesn't want to talk, but she's kind of friends with the people that own these places. And like, I could have been at some parties with this guy, but he's here a lot, the brother of Elon Musk, and they're going to do something big. There's going to be space launches down here, I think.
Interesting. Well, you should witness him. I mean, that would be great. Anyway, no need to go undercover. You could just get a press pass and go interview and see what you can see. My thinking though is that anything you see when it comes to a rocket launch falls in the category of fakeable. And how could you fake it? Well, the people who don't look too deep into it can't really wrap their minds around this. That it's so easy. You could just build a cylindrical airship, put some fireworks on the bottom, and blast it out of sight, out of mind, and then you cut to the CGI feed, and nobody notices the difference.
Yeah. Hey, I just ordered a bunch of books for me, and they came in, and I'm going to enjoy every one, but I let my girlfriend choose the first one, and she wanted to read The Flat Earth Report, Volume 1, and I think, so that was from 2016. Everything in here that you wrote was from 2016?
Yeah, probably about that. Sure. Maybe a little before. I wrote that book and I started writing these just putting all my ideas into why they would fake the Earth shape if it is being faked, the rationale without going for a biblical explanation. But I arrived at this conclusion of there being a world-spanning ancient cult running the world when I started noticing the nomenclature behind the rituals in the space program. But yeah, I've been looking at it for that long, and I put that book out there just to get these ideas out, and then I can look back and see, well, was I right? And I don't think I've debunked myself yet on most of these things.
No, to the contrary, I got to read this sentence from page 23. The greatest war machine that has ever been devised isn't the largest missile with the biggest payload, nor is it some super virus in a laboratory somewhere. From 2016.
And I said it was what then? The media? Um, I'm trying to remember the chapter. But anyway, interesting find. And that's the Flat Earth Report, Volume 1. I think that might have been a transcript or something. Now, the Flat Earth Report, the idea here was this topic was new to the media. It was mostly bottled up on YouTube. And then we put together a billboard that we crowdfunded through a YouTube chat. And that caused the topic to go viral through the news media. And we just had, it was fun. It was funny laughing at them because they didn't have their marching orders on how to handle the topic because they're a bunch of teleprompter readers. They didn't know it was dangerous misinformation. So they thought it was just funny. So I think we kind of let the genie out of the bottle. And so the Flat Earth Report was kind of mimicking the Drudge Report in that I was aggregating all of the news about the topic daily. And there was a lot of news about the topic for a period of time, but that's gone now. You know, they've managed to actually, I think there's a media blackout on the topic outside of a flat earther getting arrested or dying of COVID.
Yeah, it's totally changed. Anything you search for is it sends you down the wrong path.
Right, right. And I might have, at that time when I put that book out, though, I might have been more in favor of arguing the point, or I made some, because at the time I was really paying attention to the global warming cult, which is the one that's going to dominate us next. We're going to have our climate lockdowns. You know, they just killed Rick Astley, so who knows how far they will go. And I went and I protested an actual climate change march, and that's the first time I ever saw an angry, psychotic mob, and how triggered people get with memes. And it's like, well, it was interesting to see. And the flat Earth topic just made things worse. And we saw the media has been in a hysterical hissy fit about the topic for 5 years now.
Yeah, no, I laughed so hard. I saw you do that, yeah, on video. The guy you paid, and you're like, hey man, you know, this is what I believe in, and the guy was like, I don't care. But I was having flat Earth meetups in Michigan around the same time, and I remember just the kind of the irate rage some people would get when you say things I've never heard before. You know,
Well, they really managed. They managed to kill the discourse now because they've effectively associated questioning establishment science and big picture questions like about the universe, reality, or the shape of the world. They destroyed that because they've attached it to now you're questioning scientists, and doing so kills people. So they've essentially made it a thought crime to even talk about these things, with the consent of probably more than 50% of the population.
yeah, how is it in New Mexico with the mask? Is that something that's
Yeah,
mandated, or do
it
you need
is.
that?
It's
Really?
mandatory now, and there are a lot of people who wear them when they're outside. They don't care if they get sun, tan lines in their faces. Yeah, it's a very masky place here. It is, and I don't want to say where I go, what gym I use. I don't even want to say, but there are some places where they're kind of lenient on it, so you don't have to struggle for breath while trying to exercise. But for the most part, yeah, this place is run by Democrat fascist socialists.
Wow. Yeah, I think kind of here too. It just if you're in a city here, then it's probably similar to where you're at. But if you're in the country or in a really sleepy fishing village, then they don't care much.
Well, look, Project Veritas mentioned something on Twitter 2 days ago that I mentioned on probably the second or third week of this thing. They said, where are the red biohazard containers? Because I've worked with PPE, I've worked in places where you've had to have your bloodborne pathogen inoculations and all that. So I knew about this stuff before, and I thought, well, if it can be transmitted on shopping bags, on your phone, if touching surfaces, then how come the mask itself isn't considered to be infectious waste? Why is it thrown in with the regular trash? Because infectious waste has to be dealt with completely separately, has to be autoclaved. We have recycling bins to save Mother Earth from our overuse of fossil fuels and plastics and whatever. We have different ways of mitigating what we do. How come they can't roll out the red biohazard bins. So you got your recycling bin and your bio bin. And they haven't figured this out. And to me, that is a dead giveaway that maybe it's not as what they describe it to be.
Right. Do you think so? What's the easy way to describe the difference between concave and convex?
Oh, yes. Okay, well, the concavers, I call them concavemen. There's two categories. Concave is different than hollow earth. Hollow earthers, and I don't think there are any anymore, they think of the ball earth as having an interior. But the concavers don't think it's that. They think instead that we're on the inside of a massive, womb in some vast substance, but that there is no outer space, that we're on the inside, and that the sun and the stars are above, but basically we're on the inside of a ball. And it's kind of mind-bending. I've looked at some of their graphics. In fact, one of the main progenitors of concave Earth, I think he's out of jail. They put him in for threatening Obama. He got out, and then I think he went to Italy. He got hit by a truck. He got out of that, and then he threatened Trump, and then he went back in jail. But anyway, that's the leading concaver. Not a very popular theory, and it's based on some long debunked rectilinear experiment that supposedly proved that the Earth was concave, and they say that the Concorde proves it. Wait, Brother Ernest. Brother Ernest is another concaver, so there's one more.
Yep, that's right. Okay. What about, I've been looking into star forts, and I've been looking into that E-War, that 5-hour documentary. And what do you think about the plane being this motherboard, this big electrified schematic with the star forts and all the churches somehow holding energy and resonating it in some way?
That's pretty much consistent with the we could call it New Age view, but the idea of the microcosm, the macrocosm that all the magical occult secret societies talk about. You know, the idea that there is this as above, so below connection between what was above, or what is above and what's below, but that connection was somehow severed. That's kind of a common theme. And so it's an interesting idea. And I'm very interested in what Vibes of Cosmos came up with that Ewar are non-explained. This idea that the land that we're on is just a region that's lit up at this time, but that the center is moving. I like that idea because it kind of explains quite a lot. And the moon map thing I find to be really intriguing. What do you make of that? Is it obvious to you? Do you see these correspondences he's pointing out between the shapes of the craters and the continents below?
Yeah, I do, but on the other side of the token, I see God gave me eyes to see. That guy also is very plausible, and they're both two totally different scales. So, but they both make sense to me.
Well, they both lead us to the edge. Both of them say, if true, the only way to test it would be to go out this way without taking anyone else's word for it in terms of like what constitutes going to Antarctica and beyond. Because if this is not a ball, then it's not an accident. It wasn't like somebody misread something, they miscalculated it, never fixed it. It means it's a deliberate obfuscation, which would mean you would expect it to be designed to keep the rats in the maze. And I like these different views or perspectives that suggest that there is more out there, but you would have to go to the edge to see. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't pay much attention to the biblical model, because it seemed like, if anything, that would just keep everyone contained, more or less, keep them from even testing to see if there was more, and it doesn't change the world. It just changes their religion. So I was never really into the idea that the Earth is the continents they tell us, but there's a glass bowl over it, which is what the Bible earthers say.
Right. Okay, so let's just, hypothetically speaking, let's just say God gave us eyes to see. That's the right map. And with that map, we want to access the forbidden lands. I think the way out, or one of the ways out, is like around Uruguay and South America. What do you think would happen if someone took a boat or some vessel and just kept going south.
It's an interesting notion. And, recently I was watching this HBO series called His Dark Materials. And in it, it has this world where, if you keep going north, it actually has another area of another realm that we're not privy to. And in that realm, you have advanced technology. People are flying around on airships, and there does seem to be some type of, you could describe it as magic, that people have certain supernatural abilities that they don't have here. And over where we are, we're basically considered to be dumbed down, and then our children are being ferreted over to these other lands. A very strange story, but anyway, my thinking is if this is an area that's blocked off from the others through a wall of ignorance, I wouldn't expect anything on the outside to be on our side. I think it would be hostile. So I'd be interested to find out, but I don't expect it to
Yeah.
be unsettled land. If anything, I mean, maybe it's just rudimentary. Maybe that's where they set up their Mars, but I don't know. I tend to think that the nature of this deception, if that's what it is so vast and so all-encompassing that it would have to be malicious forces all around us.
Yeah. Do you think it was human, or do you think it was some otherly non-human force that created the star forts? I mean, how do you get all that tonnage of metal and cement out on islands? It's just
Right. Interesting question. When it comes to that topic, like, mud flood or megaliths and ancient structures, I don't like to go with the explanation of I don't know, so I'm going to argue in favor of something we've never heard of before, like giants or magic, the God of the gaps fallacy. However, I don't quite know. I mean, sometimes I look at pictures of like Stonehenge, and some people they post these pictures, and it's like, were they building it back in the early 20th century, or were they restoring it? So, there's so much can be faked, and I don't want to be too incredulous as to what we could do in terms of these big structures. I mean, what do you think? Like, do you think that large structures like pyramids would somehow necessitate alien technology or giants or something?
Well, Stonehenge could be fake, and I haven't looked into pyramids enough to have an opinion on it. But star forts I have, and there are over 300 of them, and most of them are in the middle of nowhere, just on water, and in very difficult places to construct anything, let alone the thousands of tons of cement and stone that these forts are made of. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely something related to energy storage or energy transference, and who made them?
Right. Well, you
I
know
have
what?
no idea.
When I look at this mud flood topic, they look at like cathedrals and churches and this religious symbolism embedded in the architecture, and they suggest that these had a different function, that these were actually part of this some type of antiquitech is a word that I hear. And I have to ask, what makes more
Yep.
sense? That you would have such a strong belief in some deity that may have lived and died a few hundred or a few thousand years ago, that you would put these symbols everywhere because they're so meaningful, or that there'd be some kind of a utility to it, like TV antennas. I just kind of think that it just seems like it would be more in line with human nature if it was actually it had a purpose beyond just being decorative. And so I kind of see where people go at, but I mean, when they look at this stuff, it's like, well, it's got to have a function, and this does seem to fit. But I would like to see more. I'd like to see somebody recreate, like, where's the Neo Tartaria? Someone needs to build something and see if they can replicate.
Yeah, that would be nice, and appreciate your channel, everything you do.
Cool. All right. Have a great night. Yes, conversations about Antiquitech, the idea that there were advanced technologies before us, they go only so far before you hit a wall, and it's like, well, where? And then there are other questions that can also be raised, but I can't just throw out everything. It's like when it comes to history, you're dealing with the MSM just going back a long time. Your mainstream media is actually writing your history day by day. That's why fake news matters, because fake news becomes fake history over time. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, President Radio, it's Tommy. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Tommy? How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad, but it's been a minute, man. I'm glad to see that. Obviously, the Dark Matter Radio network's working out. You know what I mean. You figured that out. You obviously can keep a couple YouTube channels on, up and afloat. We'll
Oh,
say.
well, we lost four,
So
but we
that's
have
always good.
four. We lost four last month, but nothing really stops us. We're on Rumble, Twitch, and everything else, but it's been an
Yeah.
interesting week. Do you have any thoughts on the recent passing of Skiba? I've been curious if anybody who,
Okay. Sure.
yeah,
Sure. Yeah, I can definitely jump into that. Like, I'm glad that actually you punted me a damn topic because there's so much that we can even chit chat about. Skiba, I won't. With just respect, the guy on my half, he went the biblical flat Earth route, and that's all I noticed from him. And at the same time, that dude he seemed like just genuine about what he brought up, and was always you know what I mean. I didn't look into that guy's material that much. With being, when you jump on that side of flat Earth, it gets kind of.
gotcha,
I mean,
gotcha.
I
Well,
see
yeah, well, he
where.
was the one. He
Yeah.
coined the term Jehovah's terrarium, and his proposed idea. I think that's really where a lot of people got the idea of there being a bowl over this thing. Interesting point that people argued over. Definitely a lot of interesting content came from Skiba. The timing of his passing to COVID-19, very curious because a lot of
Very.
conspiracy theorists are just publicly dying. And Daily Beast ran a story saying he caught it at a biblical flat Earth get together. So now they're saying, oh,
No
Bible
shit.
flat Earth
When did that? Yep, exactly. When did that? What newspaper put that? If you don't mind me.
It was called Take on the World. And so he went to the Take on the
Right.
World Bible Earth conference. Then he got the COVID.
Okay.
Then he went to the hospital. I think they said
Really.
40 days on the ventilator. Then he died, according to the reports.
Really? So okay, so that's what's going on with that. Yeah, because I heard about it. What was it, last Thursday
I
night?
believe,
Maybe.
yes,
I
something
think
like
you
that.
were.
But
Yeah, you might have been the first time I heard it, and how you bring up them topics. You're not a kind of a douchebag, we'll say, about it. You'll be like very sensitive and kind of say maybe this happened. You kind of had that tone of it, and then I just chuckled at that. You must have. I knew you wouldn't air it and say something unless you knew. And you were kind of the first person that I heard it, and then I noticed on Rockfin that Jainism and all them people started talking about it. So yeah, that
right.
was
Well, you always have
yeah,
the
that was some
people who will
wild.
say crisis actor, and I had to call out
Exactly.
Robert David Steele as a likely crisis actor, but these are different situations. Here you have a guy
Exactly.
taking
Mm,
selfies in the hospital, and this other one was just really quiet, and it didn't have the same setup
good.
as a psyop.
You know what? 100%. 100%. Now that you brought that RDS, right? Isn't that what the RDS is? Right? Yeah. Um, his was that he did take selfies in the hospital, right? And it was kind of a thing when he was sick, or I can't even quite remember now off the top of my head what he was in there. Was it the same COVID shit, or was it
Yes, it was. Here he is. He's an
really?
anti-vaxxer, and he catches it, and then the story was
Yeah.
people said, oh, they killed him with it, they weaponized it, but he was about to go on a
Mm-hmm.
tour, so I just figured there's some kind of an agenda where they're publicly taking down a whole lot of anti-vaxxers and then pointing fingers, and so his just falls in that same time frame, and then he happened to
That
catch it
one
from a
did. That one
Bible
did.
Earth.
Yeah, and wasn't there something different with during that art when that guy? Yeah, it just hit different. This one, like you said, or you haven't said, but to me, it feels authentic, almost like when Hoaxbusters, Chris, I want to say, wasn't that the? This is not during COVID. He didn't have anything to do with COVID, but the Hoaxbusters guy, I'm pretty sure his name is Chris.
Right,
When
right.
that guy passed away, that one felt just something hits different. And maybe I'm biased because I liked his content and
Well, I look at
thought he was
the bigger
genuine.
picture too, and I'm like, well, 40 days, that seems a little biblical inspired. It seems like a biblical narrative.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, if you hit the yeah,
And then two, the story gets out there. Anti-vax preacher dies of COVID. That story goes trending the same day that Kyrie
yeah.
Irving is trending for flat Earth and being now anti-vax. And I
Hmm.
thought how convenient that these are converging at this time. It looked like another constructed media psyop from that perspective.
I see it like that. I definitely see it like that. the Kyrie Irving thing makes me that one makes me real sick because we obviously know he was the astronaut, flat Earth. Him and Steph Curry were right. They did that whole flat Earth. What was it, 2 years ago?
Yeah, yeah, they were both part of that
And
psyop,
then
which
now,
again, yep.
yep, and it was blatantly obvious. And then now you have the vaccine going on, which is I don't know if it sounds right to say are flat earthers and anti-vax or just in my brain, the people that look into shit, we see shit different, and you can see there's something there. Now, are you pigeonholed into being a globe denier? Don't trust the system. Is that what is there like a whole
Yeah, I like that
ton
you
of
brought this
people like
up.
that?
They want to
Right?
pigeonhole you to say that you're an anti this categorically. You just don't
Mm-hmm.
believe in medicine. You don't use soap. You don't believe in. It's like no, we're not. Even
Exactly.
nobody's making that point. And then the problem here is that it's being sold to the public through some people who are very
Right.
bad
Yeah.
salesmen. You couldn't have picked a worse salesman for an injectable than maybe Bill Gates. Bill Gates is like the least trustworthy salesman for that.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm a Linux guy, so like me and Bill Gates, we've been having problems for a minute. So when he became the person that talked about medicine and or all of that, I'm like, yo, I knew this guy's been funky since Windows. That was nothing new. And to know that he became the spokesperson for medical and that, I mean, we obviously everybody that's more than likely hearing this did the Bill Gates lineage with his family timeline to where you find
Yes,
out the parents
yes. And
were,
look,
yeah,
you
it's
can
just
even
like,
check
what is
Snopes.
this?
You can check Snopes and
Yeah.
they'll attack various bits of it, but it's all weird. And it gets weirder and weirder when you get into Kevin Klein or whatever. But hey, on the
Oh,
topic,
for sure. The wife is a beautiful lady. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Hey,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
William Shatner. Did you see William Shatner go into
Okay.
space and
I did.
were you
I
convinced?
did. It was raining. I'll say it like this. This is because I'm I use Climate Viewer. Were you just talking to the guy that runs Climate Viewer recently? We'll talk about that later anyway. But was looking at the military weather patterns, and I live in North Dakota, and with we had a storm that Wednesday, and I do concrete, and if it rains, I'm at home. So that was Wednesday this week. I knew that I'd heard about the William Shatner deal, and then for S's and G's, when I was looking at remembering the William Shatner thing was going to be early that day, I went to the viewer that has like the military or NORAD map, we'll say, what they show with the weather, opposed to your local weather. It kind of is more defined, we'll say. I don't quite know what word I'm looking for. But on there, it looked like over the Midwest was a pretty big storm from North Dakota down damn near to Texas. And in my head, with that William Shatner thing coming through and that storm coming through that looked like a mid-America hurricane, that would keep a lot of people at home, right? And a lot of people are going to maybe hear about that William Shatner thing going down. A lot of people that have normal TV, when people I'm referring to is the baby boomer age, the grandmas, your older parents. They're now going to maybe be at home and seeing it and not out and about. Now they're going to see for sure William Shatner going to space.
Oh, I see. So they got maximum
That
viewership by
whole,
pushing it a day. That's
yep,
brilliant. That's a brilliant. I mean, if they
yep.
and the fact is they timed it. I think too. It's just so weird the Halloween
Okay,
season.
go ahead.
This is all tripping me out because
Hmm?
10/13 is the day they settled with, and when they launched it, it literally had orange flame coming out the bottom. And I'm like, did they put some kind
Okay.
of special filter on the camera to make that orange, or was it something in the fuel? And I think that's weird. And then I find out that
Was it very orange coming out the bottom? I didn't see.
yes,
I didn't catch it live. I didn't see it shoot out. I did see when they were had the two cameras, the one that looks like it's coming out the back of the rocket, and the other one that's not in it. You know that damn view where
oh
you
yeah,
saw the
I've
damage
watched it
that
top to
same angle.
bottom.
Yeah.
Look, there was a
Okay.
huge, just a stream of bubbles that came out of the capsule when it separated. Bubbles, if you can believe
Really
it. Yeah,
love
yeah.
it. Well, I mean, no. Well, obviously, when you're in space, there's bubble. Everyone knows this. Well, why wouldn't there be? So
Right,
go
but
ahead.
anyway, I'm going to pull it up on the screen. But here's a couple of things about Shatner that I just found kind of interesting. The
Okay.
timing of it is that one, he's in space or he goes to space, and so he's this very popular person right now. And then the Halloween, and it's a Halloween season, an orange fire beneath the rocket. The Halloween movie series is being pushed quite
Yes.
heavily, and it turns out
Just yesterday. Yes.
Mike Myers is actually wearing a William Shatner death mask. That's the origin of his
Holy
mask.
shit! The fucking mask is Captain Kirk.
That's Captain Kirk with a knife.
The Halloween mask is Captain Kirk.
You see what I
Yes,
mean?
sir, it
This is
is.
getting really weird to me. And then
Nice call.
and then I found a couple other
Sorry
things.
to get loud, but I'm a horror movie dork, and that was a good call. I forgot all about that.
And then
Wow.
one more.
Impressive.
Now,
Yep.
Kanye West is walking around like a weirdo with a mask on. It's just a white mask, and it looks like the guy. It looks like Mike Myers. So he's dressed in all black.
Now, recently he's done this?
Just today, and I got a picture of him, and he's
Okay,
walking by a
well,
bridge, and
okay.
he's passing in front of a bridge where the structure has these triangles, and it looks like an Illuminati pyramid. So I'm like, here you have
Wait,
Kanye. That's Kanye.
in that
That's
picture you have?
that's
Or
Kanye.
Kanye? Yeah. No. Okay, one moment, and I do apologize for, like I said, to always do this when I do talk to you. I actually like Kanye West. I don't mind his shenanigans, some would say. I feel like I've almost been thrown in a pit of hell for some of the people that know me in real life when I say I like the guy's music. I don't mind his shenanigans. But I haven't seen the picture yet now since I've been on air to the because what I saw, was it the picture that you had?
Yeah.
It must have been the Twitter pic that you
I've had it
up,
on the pic for a
and
time.
it
Yes,
said,
that's
"Do you
him.
witness?" Yep, it said, "Do you witness or did you see the Masonic triangle?" Right?
Yep, that's the one.
Or
So
something in the picture.
let me ask you this
That
then.
was Kanye?
That's Kanye.
I'm
That's
about to have a
Kanye, and
panic
he
attack.
looks
I'm about to
exactly.
have a
Dude, he
panic
looks
attack.
like Mike Myers, and I'm like, this is weird in itself. But then you got Mike Myers, who's actually William Shatner, and then William Shatner, as I said. So interesting stuff. And then you have that David Ames out there getting stabbed to death publicly. So there's some strange stuff afoot. David Ames.
One moment, I apologize. What? Okay, what's that? Who's David Ames?
There was
I'm
these.
sorry if I sound like such a baby back truther right now, but I'm being if you could refresh my somebody. So there was another crazy stabbing.
Yeah.
or-
This is a bit of blue pill news, so I can understand if you weren't following this one. But you have this
Oh, I've just been this week.
deadly stabbing of
Go
a
ahead.
member of the party of Boris Johnson. His name is Sir David. I think it's David Ames or David Ames. He was stabbed 17 times, which is a Q number,
Everyone
by the
knows
way.
that's. Oh no, not at all.
You know what?
17
That's
letter of the alphabet could
17
not be
times.
Q.
That makes me think it's fake. 17 times. Like,
Yeah, well, because I'm gonna stab somebody. I mean, at the same time, am I talking about stabbing somebody, or am I hypothetically speaking? If I'm gonna stab someone 17 times, I don't even do anything 17 times without getting tired. I can't think of one thing I'm gonna do damn near over 9.
Good point.
You know what
17.
I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I know what you mean. So, okay, so David Ames stabbed 17 times, and then this reminds me that Matthew Coleman speared his children, supposedly fake story, obviously, but 17 times. I mean, these stories are full of holes, and I think this is all suggesting that this is a right wing. It's a QAnon. It's a code.
For sure. Well, we all know the code thing. There is some there to I feel like the bird calls to maybe regular people, or not regular people, but bird calls to say like you and I, but yet it got out to the people who were meant to hear it, right? So when you say the 17 times stabbing, that to me makes it sound like there's something there. Because wasn't October 15th supposed to be the day that something should pop off if it was going to pop off?
Probably. And hey, check this out. It turns out that this guy Ames who got stabbed was opposed to the vax passports. So it probably fits that pattern. But again, this thing with William Shatner and the correlation between Halloween, and then you got Kanye walking around looking like Mike Myers, like some sort of publicity stunt. This is all very weird, but this is just par for the course.
It's upsetting. I'm upset that who got that picture of Mr. West right there, because you're talking about the bald guy.
Yeah, exactly. The bald guy.
I'm so mad about that, dude. And at the same time, what is it? What are you doing? What does that mean? Because right now in my brain, because I'm a Kanye West fan, and I don't mind talking about it, he came out with an album, and he had all that ritual stuff going down when as it was coming out, and I was given the benefit of even if
Okay,
he's
let me add this
mocking,
then. Because
go
I
ahead,
think
go ahead.
you might be onto something here. When his last album came out, he didn't want it to be released that date. He was mad about it.
Yep.
But they forced it on that
Mm-hmm.
date to coincide with the hurricane, and there's a track on there called
Yep.
Hurricane, was there not?
Yes, with the weekend. Yes.
With The
It's
Weeknd.
song. What number song is that? Yep, with the weekend. Yeah, let's get Justin Bieberish. That is, he is on the Hurricane song is with the weekend. I'm pretty sure
So
it's
when
song 6
Hurricane,
or 5.
Kanye West, it throws you back to
Yeah.
Katrina, and then there's a few other
Mm-hmm.
things, but you can see how they have
Michael
these.
Myers
And I'm thinking, wait, the fact that he
with
was
the
against the release date kind of suggests to me that maybe he's a pawn in a bigger psyop. Maybe his art is being used in a way that he's not an insider to. And I think a lot of these
true. Yep, you
entertainers
did
are.
say that right away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm with you there. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I keep interrupting you just because I'm a douchebag, I guess.
No,
I do
no, it's
apologize
cool.
for
It's
that.
totally cool. It's not an interruption. We are just covering a whole lot of topics rapid fire because we're watching. William Shatner goes on the news and he says there's a coming catastrophic event and it's gonna damage our fragile Earth. So I'm like, well, what is he
He said
talking
that?
about? That's the reason I brought him up. He said there's a coming
Yeah.
catastrophic event. The catastrophic event. He let it slip. So now I see him as Mike Myers and all this theme of
Okay.
stabbing and sacrifice and
Holla.
Halloween. So I just have some sort of like doomsday vibes for the next couple weeks.
Well, yeah, because then on top of this, what I thought you were going to bring up is this weekend was the movie came out.
I didn't even know that. I'm
They
glad you filled
redid.
me in. I
Yep,
didn't even know that.
Halloween Kills came out just Friday. So what was Friday? The 14th, 13th? No, it wouldn't be the 13th. Damn date is today.
But you know it's an occult meaning. There's an occult timing to everything, and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
then
Now, when you just hit that William Shatner mask, the Kanye thing, you're killing me because I
Mike
want
Myers
to
went to
pretend that that's
space.
not what I see.
I mean, it's the weirdest thing. That's a William Shatner death mask. It's the weirdest thing, and he even admits this. And
He definitely did go to. Yeah, you're right. Actually, now that you just knocked me down with that because you're 100% right. No matter what I say, William Shatner is the mask of Michael Myers. Michael Myers went to space. Kind of got you. Okay, back on
it's
board.
just
Go
bizarre.
ahead,
It's like it's a
Paul.
William Shatner death
Yes,
mask.
it
That's
is.
weird in itself. And
Yep.
there was something else as well. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis came out today, and she said that the latest Halloween movie is about the murderous rage of the 1/6 insurrectionists. That's probably a nothing, but you know how they love to always reference 1/6.
Oh, yeah, 1/6. Got you. Man, are them people still in? Them people are still in jail, huh? Is that not
They are.
disgusting?
Yeah, they are, but I happen to think they're all crisis actors. I mean, I don't.
It's got to be.
I
It's
think
got
so.
to be something. I mean, and I feel bad. I felt for obviously one of the people that was on a show. His name was Coffee or something. I felt for that dude. I thought he was a genuine person, but now that I know that from the last thing I heard that guy would be in jail still, that's some crazy. Like if one of my friends was in jail now for that, that's the only thing I could even be think of to talk about. At least every time you were to see me, I'd be like, and never forget that there's somebody literally under duress behind bars that thinks that sitting in a room by yourself is a way to punish him, and he's gonna feel better, or that's his retribution to society is to sit in a boxed room.
Okay, well, Owen
jail
Schroyer.
is so
Owen
weird
Schroyer
and-
is the guy who I'm
Okay.
thinking now. He's the InfoWars guy who's being dragged into this.
Yes, yep.
And if anybody would know the truth about Ashley Babbitt, and it's to me, it's just a matter of due diligence to figure out whether that was real or not. If he doesn't call that out in his own legal defense, then I'm not really sure if I can trust him.
I'm confused on what you mean by Owen Schroyer. Was that like his cousin's friend or something? What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying
he
is that
knows Ashley Babbitt?
Owen Schroyer is basically being charged with the insurrection, and like everybody else.
Really?
And yet.
You're talking about the younger dude on Infowars, right?
Yes. And so I'm
He's
suggesting
being caused at that. Okay.
if he's not a patsy, then why wouldn't he call out the fakery of it all? So if they don't bring out the 14,000 hours of closed circuit television or any of this, we'll never know the truth. And
Yeah.
I just don't think that he's going to actually pull the curtain back. Kind of like Alex Jones didn't pull the curtain back on Sandy Hook. And he should have, because even now, Gabby Petito, big story in the news right now, she was a Sandy Hooker. Have you heard about that? She was in the Sandy Hook music video.
Get the F out, dog. Come on now. And I hate to get loud on the damn show. You know what you're doing when you trick me with these little...
No, it's
you're
worse.
You're going to tell me
it's worse. She was...
Babbitt is part of...
Okay, no, I'm talking Gabby...
ahead.
No, Petito was the one. Petito was Sandy
Yeah,
Hook.
Gabby Petito is the one with the Brian Laundrie BS, right?
The brain laundry,
Isn't that
brainwashing.
Gabby?
Yes, that's Gabby. And she
Okay,
was with
now
the
go
Sandy
ahead.
Hook.
So now tell me what she has to do with... What?
After Sandy Hook, there was a song that was released, like a music video, and she was one of the children in it.
It's
and,
holding up a cue card or some shit.
and well, the problem with
Wow.
this thing, I think, or the curious thing about it is the media has remarked on how that it had ironic lyrics. So Gabby Petito was featured in a Sandy Hook victim fundraising video.
I do. I remember it now. Them lyrics are funny. And she like on the screen when something real, like your life begins today, or don't worry, we all something that almost says she's gonna die. Right?
Yes.
Isn't that what happens
Yes.
when her part
Foreshadowing.
comes up? Yeah.
That's
I
predictive
do
programming.
remember that last week. Yeah.
Predictive
Yeah,
programming
exactly.
for
That's
sure.
exactly what it is.
Because it's 2013. It's called Irreplaceable.
Okay.
And she's in this music video. And then when she's being autopsied, the news media reaches out for comment. They try to find some medical examiner who could shed some insight into the state of her body or whatever, what they should expect. And they decide to reach out to the guy that did the autopsy on Adam Lanza.
Oh well, obviously that's the only thing we're gonna do is find a butcher. What's his name?
Dr. Ripper.
Oh no, Adam Lanza's Ripper. Okay, Ripper.
Oh, Carver. Dr. Carver, excuse me. Dr. Carver
Carver. Yes, Carver was.
No.
Yeah, Doctor. Because
Carver did the
Go ahead.
kids, but the guy, Dr. Michael Bader, did Adam Lanza. And Michael Bader was brought in for comment on Petito.
well, yeah. I mean, because then one, nobody's gonna think that name means anything because it wouldn't be bait or chum in the water for people that are sniffing around for clues of anything. I would never think of that name to be something synonymous with phonery or buttfuckery.
These celebrity doctors are always being. You can tell. You just look at who. I think he also operated on
What happened to the
JFK.
last name? Just what happened to the last name Olson or just any Smith? Why couldn't an autopsy person? I mean, you got Sandy Hook with the Carver. You have Bader. When this whole event, this such a tragic event for that poor young lady and this guy who must be a master wilderness getting off the map grid defier of any surveillance to be able to whisk our attention away for weeks on end. That the names are Bader. And
Right.
She was just
Look, if I was going to be, let's say I was going to be a brain surgeon. If my last name was Hatchet, I would change it to Dr. Hatch, because it's like my name's Dr. Hatchet. I'm going to open your head and check out your neocortex today. No way. These names are all jokes.
I'm an OBGYN.
Michael,
no, for sure.
Congressman Weiner. What is Congressman Weiner known for?
It's gotta be because he's great with tires, right? He's a salesman for ice cream cones. It couldn't be that.
Hey, let me bring this on really quick. This is we're talking about people being recycled, and I am going to show you another example of what I would consider to be world stage actors. So the RFK killing, Robert F. Kennedy. And that was 1968. He was 42. He was shot by Saran, who was just released, by the way. Well, the guy who photographed RFK as he was falling to the ground after he was shot happens to be the guy that took the photo of the 9/11 jumper that looks like a hangman. You know which photo I'm talking about?
If you're showing it on, give me 2 seconds.
The falling man. The
falling
man.
One upside down guy with his leg. That tarot card hanging man.
The falling man.
The tarot card,
Right.
the falling man.
So
yes,
now,
I know exactly what it is. Yeah,
now if you follow my channel and the symbolism, I'm always talking about how the number 42 means
Yep.
falling. Well, here you have the falling man, and the photographer also photographed RFK, who was 42 as he was falling to the ground. Same photographer works for the AP. What are the odds?
This is just another one where I got to say that must hey, right place, right time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right
I'm
place,
a photographer
right
and I need a buck. Yep, I need a buck, and sometimes I'm just there. Maybe if you paid more attention to things and stuff, Tim, you could be there too. That shit just happens all the time.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
listen, how many years apart were that? Have we checked how many years apart these two photographs were taken?
Well,
Just for
this
S's and
this
G's, like
connects.
for
This is
shits and giggles?
33 years apart because 1968,
No,
RFK,
get the hell out of here.
and then
They were.
2001. Yeah, exactly. So again, more ritualistic props in plain sight. The media is just controlled by a bunch of
Nothing to see here.
wizards.
Nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see here at all.
And
There
the
was
symbolism.
a couple things I saw.
Symbolism
Yeah,
here, the falling and of course, the tie-in with RFK falling and the age. It's too much to be coincidence. It's an internally consistent
For sure.
language.
It's obvious. If this isn't obvious to everyone by now, what do we think what's going on with obviously the Facebook shutdown, right? And now you know about if the internet, if they want to mess with Google to not be shut down. What do we think that when the Facebook thing happened and we'll pretend that algorithms matter, right? Because we're going to assume that I assume on the back end, if there is a person looking at the numbers, how many people are on which website, the boost that Twitter got, and just to see the wave, I think that's kind of what was the agenda with the 2 weeks ago shutdown deal or lockout, we'll say, because that was funky, right?
Yeah, probably a rehearsal, a dry run. Right now, Google is secretly, well, now it's not secret, it's in the open. They've probably been doing this for a long time, but Google is giving law enforcement keyword searches so they can issue keyword warrants. So if you search for this and that and this, they can composite it together and say this person.
Do we believe that?
Yep.
Do we believe that? Is it going to shut you down from typing in on the search bar, right? Is it going to stop you from saying what you want to say?
No,
or just
no,
the
they won't
simple
stop
fact
you.
That they brought it up.
They can't stop. Well, they can actually. What they're doing is they're burning books and they're silencing people or marginalizing
For sure,
them.
that is happening. 100%.
I don't see them stopping so much as trying to segregate people ideologically by making
Exactly.
it. So now you're basically anathema. You're exiled from acceptable discourse if you don't go along with.
You're going to
stuff.
have to know at least IP addresses.
Well,
like
in this case, though,
URL instead of searching.
My point on this, though, is that they just decided this.
Okay.
You know how everybody is automatically a super spreader. Even if you're vaxxed, you're automatically considered to be guilty until proven innocent, until you've been tested clean. Well,
Yeah.
I think the keyword warrant thing is so they can cast blanket guilt on everybody, so there's probable cause. Everybody is a mind criminal until proven innocent. So I think that's the reason for the keyword warrants, to get us used to that concept.
Exactly. And yep. And now what it's going to do to somebody that's apprehensive, somebody that's doesn't like to speak their mind, which is a lot of people. They're always going to be nice to, I mean, not be nice, but say things that could sound offensive. They're not going to do that. Now, what that did just by saying Google is going to have, if you type in what movie said, or what movie is that? Are you going to be considered racist?
Okay, right. Okay, so you're quoting,
you know what I mean? Now,
you're quoting what's his
what movie?
Quentin Tarantino,
Yep.
Pulp Fiction. Okay, so no,
Yeah.
again, you're right. So out of context, keywords can always be out of context, and that's one of my points with this channel is that we talk about a lot of things, but it's not the same as endorsing them. We're diagnosing something.
Exactly. Yep.
We're examining something.
100%. We have to cause discourse. We have to talk about what's going on. If we're talking about a school shooting or anything, it has to at least be talked about, and we have to look. And there's certain words that people are going to say, or there's certain things that have to be discussed. And
Now, let me ask you a question.
it might
For
be.
people who don't know, do you,
Sorry?
Tommy, do you have a YouTube channel now? Do you have any content, or are you just
No,
mostly?
you already know I haven't. I haven't done no content for me is I don't understand content. That's up to you. All right, come on. I don't have nothing.
Oh, you have this though. I
I'm a
mean, a
busy
lot of people
guy.
know you from
I
calling
talk to you
in,
guys.
so that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I talk to you, and I talk to a couple other shows, and haven't for a minute during the summer. But now, obviously, the sun's getting farther away from my spot in the planet, and I got a little extra time on my hands. So
Cool.
decided to call in because I caught you live.
Well, hey, I'm glad that you called in. I'm trying to make this a nightly thing at the same time. I've been working a lot on expanding our reach outside of the usual YouTube channel, and it's actually working. I think we have more people listening now than before, and the feedback's great. And by feedback, I mean
Yeah, you're
constructive
killing it.
comments and insights. So it's always fun. So I appreciate you calling in, Tommy.
For sure,
And
for sure. Yeah, I was gonna say because I got to rock and roll, big dog. One, keep doing what you're doing. Do you have any books coming out anytime soon, or what's going on, man? Because you
okay,
already know I got the last ones you got.
the next big thing will be the IPS Think Tank Cyber Symposiums, which will actually be starting later this month. So if you're on the newsletter, you'll hear about it. It'll happen next week. I'll make sure you don't
Hey,
miss it.
yeah, I got it. All right, brother. Have a good one, man. Appreciate what you do.
Likewise, have a great night. All right, there is Tommy King. Excellent call. Dunhill66 says Isaac Cappy was 42 when he fell off a bridge. Yeah, here's some more numerology, and this is when I said that this is a consistent language. Here's another example. Isaac Cappy, 42, falls 22 feet from a bridge. RFK, killed with a 22. Lots of consistent symbolism within the numbers. John Hinckley shot Reagan with a 22. John Hinckley is 66. Saran is 77. Both of these would-be assassins, or one assassin, one would-be assassin, were just released. So I find that very curious that they're suddenly releasing all these. And here's another connection when it comes to numerology. Before they brought Chauvin into court again and had him convicted, when he was released after his hearing, they let him go at Hennepin County at 11:22 a.m. There's your 22 again, 11:22, the date that Kennedy was killed. Kennedy was 46. George Floyd was 46. So you had this interesting kind of connection between Oswald as a very despised character and Chauvin. Derek Chauvin, totally an actor, fake character, by the way. We talked about the symbolism of the name Derek, the etymology, a hangman who hanged 3,000. Another 9/11 reference. Derek Western chauvinism. Okay, let us continue though. I want to go through the comments again. All right. Aqua Chiron has some interesting comments if you want to call in. How did we get here? He asked. Yes, we'll find it. We're kind of like reverse engineering things. You know, you're in a labyrinth and you got the thread and you just got to keep on following it. And we are following various threads and we're making these connections. We're not connecting things. The connections are there. The patterns are there. We've been vindicated many times, and it continues to happen. But let us go ahead and continue here. Lots of things I wanted to cover tonight. Okay, so we're talking about the symbolism of William Shatner. And I brought this up because I thought it was very unusual when I looked at the rocket launch and the flames were orange. And I thought, well, they bumped it to 1013. And then I looked into, of course, this Halloween movie, Mike Myers, obvious 33 there. And it has me wondering, wait, what is this Halloween connection with William Shatner? Because I already knew that it was the death mask of William Shatner. So here's a little bit of a background on it. What does William Shatner think of the Mike Myers mask? Shatner said, I don't think I saw the movie, but I saw the mask in a picture and I recognize it as a death mask they had made for me. They made a mask of my face on Star Trek so that I wouldn't have to be available for the prosthetics they'd put on my face to look old or evil. Interesting, right? So then he goes to space. He's a very public face as this movie gets released, and then we have these concurrent stories of stabbings, and of course I believe there was a thing with arrows. Also unrelated, but possibly related, he's saying Rocket Man like 42 years ago at the Saturn Club. 42 and Saturn are both connected. Then here's an image of Shatner with an object in a Star Trek episode from 1969 that looks a lot like the Blue Origin rocket. Little predictive programming if you're looking at the screen. All right, let us continue. I'm going through my Twitter feed at realtimosman.com. I'm going to find you an image of the rocket blasting off, and you can see the orange flames. Also, this has been pointed out, and it's making the rounds. I don't know the significance of it, but maybe we just point it out just because people take things for granted at face value. It looks real, it's probably real. No, that doesn't work. Something as meaningless as this. Here you have a picture of Pope Bezos and Captain Kirk in their Blue Origin uniforms. Well, the uniforms are the exact same. In other words, it's a mock-up. The wrinkles are the same, the shadows are the same. They just superimpose their heads. So, the question is, why do they have to fake it? The suits are CGI, and why? And that's the thing about psychopaths. Psychopaths are known for lying when they don't have to lie, just for the sake of lying. And maybe that's it. Maybe this here we go. This cult of deceivers is just so out of touch. They just reflexively CGI everything. Star Trek's William Shatner Goes to Space, October 13th, 2021. And if you look at the screen, that is an orange flame. That is definitely Halloween jack-o'-lantern pumpkin orange. Eric of Bear says, what was the Seattle Kraken thing? The Seattle Kraken 311 thing. The Seattle Kraken can go 3-1-1 in their record if they win too. Okay, fascinating. So here's the Kraken thing. And this is getting really, this is why I said doomsday vibes. I think we're getting to the point where we're going to see the Kraken. Oh, also, one more point. Kanye West walking around looking like Mike Myers. This has to be connected to everything else. The most famous people in the world are doing some kind of an occult Illuminati ritual. And here you have Kanye in his Mike Myers costume in front of a pyramid. Something's going down. We'll see. I have a few ideas. Okay, on the screen I have an image of, and this is not a joke, and I'll explain how I got here. This is an image of Hunter Biden, the artist, smoking a pipe, and then of course you have below that the Chinese missile test. So now apparently it's clear that China can destroy us. The American military is worried, they've been stunned, they were surprised, and they're shocked at how China carried out a secret missile test and they sent some nuclear ballistic around the world, or some kind of a test. So they could have nuked us. So this is like a story. This Kraken story has been brewing for some time. I first heard about it back in July. This is something that I would call a meta-scripted event. So back in July of last year, there was a trailer out for the newest team in the NHL, the National Hockey League. The newest team was the Seattle Kraken. They had a 1 minute and 13-second long commercial. Now, 113, that number has all kinds of interesting connections to it. For example, that is the date that they opened the One World Trade Tower. After the Twin Towers fell, you had a 13-year period. They built the new one. They opened it on 113. That date, of course, ties into the election. But anyway, the Seattle Kraken release a video that's 1 minute, 13 seconds. So that's when I started hearing the phrase Kraken. And then a few weeks later, Sidney Powell comes out and starts talking about a Kraken. That's something with the election. And again, this is against the backdrop of all kinds of memes where the Karen meme was going around. And I don't know if these are all unconnected when you get into the phonetics and phonetic word magic in play. Meme magic. So anyway, you have this image of Sidney Powell, the Kraken, all being discussed with regard to 11-3 and some kind of a schism or split in this country. The talk of civil war was more or less peaking. Just rhetoric and meme warfare. And at the same time, then you have Hunter Biden coming out with a laptop that would be sufficient to bring down his dad's presidential run. So that was going to be the Kraken. So maybe the Kraken had to do with the crack smoker's laptop. So every time I looked at the news, there was crack, crack, crack. So then, fast forward a few months, we have the 1/6 insurrection. Again, further evidence of there being a schism, a crack in society. They're also splitting people with the vax schism along the lines of true believers and skeptics and non-believers in the Church of MSM Science. At this point, Mike Lindell takes up the torch for the election auditing and maintaining this crack, saying that they can actually break this system and flip it, and he is a crackhead. So Mike Lindell, a crack smoker, takes over for the Kraken. So the story's continuing, and then this summer we have Mike Lindell and the symposium, and then the space station suddenly has a crack in it. There's fissures. So there's cracks above, there's cracks below. We have Elizabeth Warren calling for the breaking up of Amazon. We have cracks above physically, as in the space station is actually cracked. It's had fire alarms going off. In fact, just the other day, the space station was again bumped out of its course, out of its proper orbit by Russia. Then you have some kind of a spat between the Russians and the Americans. And the Russians are saying that one of the American astronauts went crazy, wanted to go home, and drilled a hole in the thing. So, again, a lot of crack stuff happening. That's a very popular and important meme. So now, anyway, to get back to where we are right now, I don't think this is quite over yet. And the Kraken symbolism has always pointed at Seattle. And here was something very interesting. Because in 2019, a lot of us were looking very closely at Seattle and the Space Needle in particular, because just as there's a lot of predictive programming pointing at the Twin Towers, there's actually just as much, if not more, pointing at the Seattle Space Needle. And that the Space Needle would be the ground zero for the next big thing. That's why it's interesting that ground zero for the pandemic was in Seattle. Declared pandemic on 3/11. So there's a 3/11 Seattle connection. And now let me show you the Seattle Kraken's logo, because it actually has there's a couple of different images, but one of them you have the S, then you have the anchor, and the anchor is actually the Space Needle. So you have the Space Needle built into the design. And again, when I first noted this meme Kraken, it was connected with 113. It was back in July. I have a few other interesting connections here that tie into blackouts. In fact, there's a movie called How It Ends about the world ending starting in Seattle. And I'll just bring this one up really quick as an example. How It Ends, not the comedy. I believe it came out in 2019. 2018. A Mysterious Apocalypse. Like so many of these movies, they always start out at the end of the movie, at the end of the world. Okay, this film was released on July 13th, so 7/13/2018. Now the significance here is, of course, the world ending in Seattle starts off with blackouts. Well, 7/13 is important or interesting for a couple of reasons. You had the two major blackouts in Manhattan on 7/13. One was in 2019, one was in 1977, 42 years apart to the day. So you have these blackouts 42 years apart to the day. From 42nd Street on, put 42,000 people in the dark. That was on 7/13, which happens to be 113 days from November the 3rd. So I was looking at these interesting correlations between the span of time between events and these occult or very significant dates. Now, the significance of 11/3 and how everything ends is this: a period of darkness and rebuilding. It's part of this reset and the Phoenix Rite that there's going to be a Kraken released, some kind of destruction that puts everything into darkness before they can light it up again, building back better. And so, even though the pandemic was ground zeroed over in Seattle, and you could see the symbolic connection between Bill Gates and Seattle and the Space Needle and the Needle. But I'm not ruling out the possibility that there's something planned having to do with the water, possibly, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they can do. I don't know if they can tsunami the West Coast. But now here's something else very interesting. So the bombing of Seattle was a PBS documentary that I used to reference quite a lot. and it was taken down. So the bombing of Seattle, let's see if I can find this. It was a History Channel thing that was scrubbed. But anyway, it happened to be number 311 in terms of, I'm sorry, number 113 in terms of the episode number. And it was about a war game around World War II era where they were basically preparing or seeing if they could prepare the West Coast for an attack. And I kept drawing attention to it because it was talking about the bombing of Seattle. And before you know it, here we go, historical vignette 113. I'll see if I can find it. Again, it used to be the number one thing in the searches, and now it's gone. Now, the number 113, and we talked about this recently, but it bears repeating. The movie Wall-E, you know, the Pixar film, is about everything we're talking about. And in this Pixar film, Wall-E, the world is uninhabitable, covered in trash, surrounded by space junk. And mankind is basically doing the Soylent Green routine in this arc, circling the world while the robots clean up their mess. Well, the movie is really about vacating the Earth because we've made it uninhabitable. It's called A113 or Directive 113, the Never Return Directive. Well, the number 113 is encoded into so many of these movies. It's encoded into many, many psyops. Not a coincidence here. Let me go through some comments here. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds. But someone asked about the Seattle and the Kraken. And my correlation is this, though. 113 is also, by the way, if you looked into the Barron, Trump, the Ingersoll Lockwood, Trump time travel books, they all reference that date. The book actually starts contested election on a Tuesday, November the 3rd. So this date has some significance going back. And now it's been connected to this idea of a Kraken, Seattle in particular, and also the election. So it has everything to do with the election, and I think it has to do with a crack in our nation, you could say. Okay, I brought up a little while ago that the falling man, again, same thing, falling man, photographer, was Richard Drew from the Associated Press. He captured the image of a man falling from the World Trade Center. Now, they called this thing a touching work of art and a masterpiece in photojournalism. Others have described it as disturbing, cold-blooded, ghoulish, and sadistic. So, in my opinion, of course, what we're looking at here is just pure Photoshop. In fact, it's easy to prove. How did they do the jumpers? Easy. Pneumatic cannons. Just blasting them out. They were probably training dummies made from fire hose like they use, if anything. But the individual who took the picture, though, is also known for having photographed Robert F. Kennedy. Here it is. Drew is one of the photographers present at the assassination of RFK, who again was 42, falling as he died, or as he was photographed. Someone mentioned Isaac Cappy, 42, and here's another connection. Isaac Cappy, 42, of course 22 feet, like the guy shot with a 22. IK, 9/11. You have a little 9/11 encoded into there. Lean Dion says, Kanye's mask is so effed, LOL. If you haven't seen it, Kanye West is walking around looking like Mike Myers. And I think this connects to the Halloween, some kind of a impending sacrifice. The stabbing's kind of an alarming thing to see. They put these props on the world stage out there. Then you have Shatner in space wearing, well, rather, with the face of Mike Myers. I mean, it's all very just weird and somewhat convoluted from the way they deliver it. We're the only ones making sense out of it. All right, if you missed it, I played it at the beginning. I'm not going to play it again, but Greta Thunberg has actually killed Rick Astley. You can no longer do Rick rolls. She Rick rolled her climate gathering. I don't know what we're seeing, and I'm more I'm leaning towards she's animatronic. I figured she was some kind of robotic animatronic avatar of Al Gore. And at first I meant it slightly facetiously, but now I'm like 90% sure that Al Gore is remote controlling that bot. Okay, a Russian spacecraft pushed the space station out of position and sent the astronauts into emergency mode. Again. And I called this last year. I said the Russians are going to shoot it down, the Chinese are going to shoot down your DirecTV satellite, and that's what's going to trigger the war. A Russian spaceship fired its thrusters and pushed the ISS out of position on Friday morning. The astronauts had to follow emergency procedures. This is not the first time it's happened. They swiftly recovered. They said that nobody was endangered. But there's just a lot of unanswered questions. And that's the part that I find kind of interesting about this. And also right now, they are up there filming the challenge. I think today, the 17th, is probably the last day of that. I think they said 12 days. They launched on the 5th. Ties into the Challenger. That name kind of says something. And you know the Challenger blew up at 1 minute 13 seconds. There's another 113, which connects with this idea of a flaming sacrifice, as 9/11 was, an immolation. 113 immolation. Okay, this is the second time this year that a Russian spacecraft has pushed the ISS out of position. Roscosmos launched a new module to the ISS in July. That's the one that flipped it 540 degrees, which probably means something. I'm surprised it wasn't 666 degrees. The crew was never in danger during that incident. Okay, well, anyway, that's twice. And it has a crack and it has a fissure. And now we have stuff falling from the sky. Dances with Penguin says a Red Dawn scenario on the West Coast is a possibility. They will call it a Biden goof like Afghanistan. Don't sleep on another Pearl Harbor. Okay, here's some interesting connections with Pearl Harbor. One, most of the footage you saw in school that was purported to be documentary was admitted recreation. But they don't tell you that. They don't label it. Like they don't label the dinosaurs made in China plaster model. No, they make you think that they dug it up. That you might dig one up yourself someday. Now, Pearl Harbor was originally called Operation AI, as in 19. A is 1, I is 9. Operation AI, Pearl Harbor. And if you read the PNAC report, you have all these evil villains sitting around talking about how we need another Pearl Harbor. We need a catalyzing event. And they talk about the new Chinese century, all this referencing of the future. Well, they talked about a new Pearl Harbor, and what did we get? 19 hijackers. So Operation AI is the original given name of the Imperial Japanese Army's World War II assault on Pearl Harbor. So AI is 19. Then you had Operation 19 Hijackers on 9/11. Then 19 years later, shortly after that Comet 19 broke up in the sky, you had COVID-19. So there's a bit of a pattern here. And now, post-COVID-19, we enter the post-reset era, and the World Economic Forum is bringing out Gaia. Gaia is the god of the world that they worship, but Gaia is also the Global AI Initiative agenda, which is going to be the transference of power to your AI god globally. The World Economic Forum launches a new global initiative, the Gaia. Good to know. They named it, just name it. What else could you name it? The Beast Matrix. We have the digital monolith at NATO that they worship. Now we've got this Global Artificial Intelligence Alliance. Again, Operation AI, 9/11, 19 hijackers, COVID-19, and now you have post-COVID-19 World Economic Forum AI being implemented in this thing called Gaia, which is about global governance. So Global AI Action Alliance. Nothing to see here. Unless you're going to extrapolate that there's a pattern here going back to the most well-known psyops of the 20th century, And then I think from that we can extrapolate that, well, it looks like the next major psyop is going to have to do with the internet and our communication and possibly even, we'll see. Maybe the alien invasion is an AI invasion. It's not an alien, but something else. And this is what Space Odyssey was all about. You know, HAL 9000? In fact, I think they have some robots on the space station now. They're cube-shaped robots they just put up there. And they always reference, here it is. NASA woke up a robot queen on the ISS and it's there to help. So what it is, it's some type of a cube-shaped robot. A really quick shouts out to Echo Charlie, PewDiePie, and all of the death fakers. Got a message here, free Assange. Whatever happened to him? All these made-for-TV whistleblowers who don't know about crisis actors or the shape of the world. Like, what value do they have? I mean, I'm skeptical. Maybe Assange knows something. I'm skeptical about Project Veritas, who only just now figured out that we should have had red biohazard containers this whole time for masks. It's like they don't go all the way. If you can't pull back the curtain, you're controlled opposition, in my opinion. But I'm waiting for some whistleblower to say something substantive or meaningful. All right, Aqua Chiron says 9/11 to COVID-19 was all a terror attack. Oh, it was a continuation of it. So, in other words, the universal threat of terrorism now became the universal threat of, not terrorism, but you're essentially a de facto bioterrorist. You're a carrier. But they went from a mind virus to a physical virus. But they use the same infrastructure, more or less. Like Guantanamo was quarantined for the people who have the dangerous mind virus they caught from the Quran. Quarantine was introduced for this new type of terrorist. And they also have a few other parallels. A lot of it having to do with even the spying. That's why Google keyword warrants are interesting to me, because they seem to be just a replay from listening to phone calls or tapping phone calls to see if somebody's communicating radical ideas. So this is from October the 4th. Feds issue a secret keyword warrant for Google search history. Exclusive from Forbes.com. Government secretly orders Google to identify anyone who searched. Interesting. Okay. So I guess there's going to be more of this Minority Report type developments, always with the best of intentions. You know, you got to catch the bad guys. That's why you got to take all the guns. Because bad guys obey laws, right? And they don't find ways to skirt around them. All right, let me go through. I'm going through my Twitter feed. Again, it's Real Tim Osmond. Robot dogs have been outfitted with sniper rifles and night vision, and the U.S. military may be getting some. Yeah, who didn't see this coming? Now, I don't know if they should call them robot dogs. Why can't we just call them four-legged killer robots? Like, why do we have to take man's best friend and make him man's worst enemy? Make it a killer thing. It's kind of interesting, though. They've made that leap. I mean, we all saw Black Mirror. Like, we know what the overall agenda is. If you see it on TV, it's more or less preparing you for what they're going to introduce on the news. Speaking of the news, here's a very good meme that kind of shows you the stark contrast between what's presented to you on the mainstream versus a more holistic view. You know, your perception being dependent on what you see and what you're shown if you don't look for yourself. And what you have is a lion with a cub in its mouth. The image on the right is an MSM view of things, where it looks like the lion is eating the baby all the way up, swallowed its head. Now the more holistic view shows you on the other side, it's merely holding it by the scruff of its neck. But this is a perfect illustration of how badly distorted the MSM worldview is, and by extension, the people who believe it. I mean, most people do believe that there are space rocks that are going to fall and possibly people are going to sleep with helmets on. The same people who shower with masks and drive with masks are going to wear helmets to bed. I almost want to get in the business. How do Kevlar protective gear, maybe even stuff for your house. Like I was thinking about this. Mylar 5G blocking sheets for your walls, 5G blocking wallpaper, space junk protective canopy for your bed. It's a big market. I mean, the fear, fear. They create a fear and then they sell the solution. I think we've cracked their formula here. After Parkland, Kevlar enhanced backpacks were suddenly going out into the marketplace. Live science, what happened when the dinosaur killing asteroid slammed into the Earth 66 million years ago? Right? Well, the thing that happened, as far as I know, the most interesting thing is dinosaurs were sent to the moon. And that's science, if you believe in what they teach, the Church of MSM Science. Dinosaurs on the moon. Dinosaurs in space. Probably one of the most interesting stories that they've told so far. They said that 66 million years ago, a space rock the size of Mount Everest punctured the Earth with such force and velocity that it created a hole in the atmosphere. So that hole is where a lot of matter was sucked into space. And it says here, that's right, dinosaurs beat us to the moon. It says, the safety procedures weren't quite as rigorous as ours. They didn't so much as step foot on the moon as spray across it like water from a super soaker. So what they're saying is that when planets are impacted, you have the crater, but beyond the crater there are other things that debris can achieve escape velocity. It says a lot of it will fall back, but other bits will be ejected, put into collision courses with other planets. I mean, so they could write this and people would believe it, that a T-Rex skull hits the ISS, and people would 100% believe it. It's not any less plausible than a space rock landing on the pillow, crash landing, but gently landing on the pillow of a city councilwoman in Canada. Matt Lucas is Boris Johnson. I retweeted this. I had this out a few months ago, but I'm just bringing this up again. Deep fakes among us. Take a close look at comedian Boris Johnson, who often plays Boris on TV, but he does really bad impersonations to throw you off, so you don't know he is Boris. Now, it sounds crazy until you look at Matt and his deceased boyfriend. So, Matt Lucas had a boyfriend who died. His boyfriend happens to be a spitting image of Boris's girlfriend. Just longer hair and makeup. Very little changed at all. So that's obvious, and what's more, his girlfriend is a Thelemite. You can find her doing satanic rituals. So you've got this satanic witch part of the cult that's all into this stuff, and then of course you have Boris. And they do these really bad impersonations to throw you off. So you have Matt Lucas being Boris, and everybody laughs. Well, that's just a really bad disguise, but no. The real Boris is just as fake, if you ask me. And by the way, Boris's dad, I mean, this is all really just, I know it's insane. You got to look at the girlfriends, that's what gives it away. It just seems like all these people are descended from equally unbelievable people, and they're all obsessed with world depopulation. And one of my issues with this world depopulation fear, one of the reasons why I don't fear it, is that they came up with these plans many decades ago, and the population was much smaller. And so now we're supposed to believe that now that the population has metastasized and there's billions, now they're going to do it. It's a much bigger job now. They weren't up to it then. Okay, this is from Prospered Mind. He tweeted this to me. He said, "Has the veil lifted? Barbara Bush has never looked like this before." I'm going to just play a short clip. This is Barbara Bush.
People's Republic of China, a fourth of the world's population, incidentally, and the head of the whole intelligence system, so there's no question.
I'm not sure where this person is going with this. There was a theory that Barbara Bush is the mother of Aleister Crowley. This is another. I got to play this. This is just a soundbite. Biden has this new act. He has his face on. It doesn't look like the normal Biden. It's like a Halloween mask. He's got a real angry face. Take a listen. It's like he's trying to go for Wizard of Oz here.
We have fewer democracies in the world today than we did 15 years ago. Fewer. Not more. Fewer.
Yeah, reminds me, the Wizard of Oz. Was yelling at the Tin Man and the Lion and Dorothy. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Flames are bursting on his side. And I remember his head was like very large, but on top, and it kind of tapered down. His face was at the bottom. Green, alien, scary looking character. And I'm looking at Biden right now, and he actually has the same kind of head as the Wizard of Oz himself up there. And he's just yelling like a madman.
We have fewer democracies in the world today than we did 15 years ago. Fewer. Not more. Fewer.
Okay. There's got to be a different Joe. Like the guy, sometimes he comes out and it's like he can barely remain lucid. And then other times he comes out and he's on fire. And this would be one of those times. So just for contrast, I'm going to put a picture of the Wizard of Oz up on the screen if you're unfamiliar with it. You can see where how I arrived at this comparison. So the Wizard of Oz has this alien-like head, light bulb shaped kind of, and the face is on the bottom half, extremely angry, big frown, creased. And here is Joe. I mean, that is not a normal Joe Biden face. I mean, look at this. It looks like Chucky from Child's Play. He's never been this animated. It looks positively rubbery. In fact, it looks like Hollywood makeup. Has anybody else seen this? Dances with Penguin says Maskey. It sounds like he's saying Führer. I thought that was possibly intentional. I'm going to play, is it CGI? Is it a mask? It looks like rubber. I'm going to play this clip.
Than we did 15 years ago. Fewer. Not more. Fewer.
That is not a real facial expression, I'm telling you. The bottom lip almost goes up over his nose, and the way his cheeks puff out, it's got to be rubber. Who's wearing that? That's my question. Is it Jim Carrey? I'm still leaning towards Bo Jiden. All right. Roxy W says, lunatic doesn't even look like Jay Biden. Random fake name says, LOL, constipated Biden. Distorted reality says, latex. Dances with Penguin says, look at that head. Right. Right, it does. Looks like it could be Jim Carrey. And yeah, there is a Jim Carrey Green Man resemblance to the Wizard of Oz. And the Wizard of Oz is, if you ask me, if you go into the symbolism here, and it's an interesting little trail, I think it ultimately is the Wizard of Osiris. I think it's the original green god. That's why he has the green head. Jordan says that somebody edited his nose to look bigger on the video. Possibly it's enhanced. I mean, do you remember a few weeks ago, or months ago now, when I think it was right after Bill Gates had been divorced by Melinda, Bill Gates was walking around and he just had his no mask, and he had, like, it looked to be augmentations on his chest. Like he just didn't give a damn anymore, and he just did what he wanted to do and had some operations done. So yeah, there's a tweet here. A fact-check video of Bill Gates with enlarged chest has been digitally altered. So here's the video. Bill Gates spotted after affair and divorce drama. And in the video that was circulating, he had these large breasts. Okay. Now it turns out that that video was edited and it went viral that way. So my point being, it could be the case that Joe Biden's face was altered and we're passing along fake news. The other question is, do we care or do we continue to tweet it? Like, I have to say, if I come across a particularly good piece of dangerous misinformation, I'll just share it. Because I know that, I think they say that 90% of people over 65 don't even fact check. They just retweet. That's why Twitter now says, are you sure you want to retweet this? Are you sure? Are you sure that you're sure? They make you click 50 times before you retweet something. They're trying to get people to become tweet hesitant. We talked about this. Code Monkey Z, Ron Watkins, is running for Congress in Arizona. So Q's not going anywhere. They're getting more emboldened the less traction they get with the MSM. People have no idea that even now, Trump is actually out there as we speak calling for a return to the White House. He's saying that they need to go ahead and treat Arizona as the first domino here. So we're not talking 2024. But Code Monkey Z getting in this thing? Again, he was believed to be Q for the longest time. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I want to see if I have any more voicemails to go through. A couple of the voicemails we went through, one was about the space junk falling from the sky, or rather the space rock. Someone else had called about the toxic culture over there at SpaceX. We've already covered that. We had a great call from Tommy King. Always like that we have people who routinely call in, even if you don't have a channel. If you have stuff to say, call in and say what you have to say. We're certainly not here to censor anybody. I'm pro-vax, pro-anti-vax. I'm just not pro-anti-vax. The anti-vax people are sick. They're constantly cheering when people die of COVID, and they're the ones who believe it's real. If I believed it was real, I wouldn't cheer it on. But they certainly are. So the anti-vaxxers are a death cult. They act like they want to save the world, but they certainly love to see the infidels die. And their religion is scientism. And their God is pretty much the globe. The devil is COVID. And in a way, you can see that they almost worship their devil more than their God. Like, they're not busy trying to save the whales. They're not really busy doing anything for the environment. They're certainly not trying to mitigate their own carbon footprints. But they're happily, cajoling and jeering as these apostates die, as their devil God punishes them. They're like COVID Akbar. I'm going to play a clip here. This is William Shatner in space, and it's going to be followed by a short clip of Shatner talking to Anderson Cooper.
Oh my God.
This is
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm telling you.
Holy hell.
Oh my goodness me. Oh, wow. I can't believe this.
We're inseminating the space program that is.
All right, that would be William Shatner and Anderson Cooper making a completely normal comment about going to space. Right, because space travel today isn't really a cover for some kind of ancient mystery fertility cult. No, that couldn't be it. All right, this has been Infinite Plane Sunday. We're going to try to do this every day, same time, same place. There's just so much to go through, and I had a lot of things I didn't want to miss. Some comments I wanted to go through as well. If you want to leave comments on any of these videos, I know that they're going to delete these videos. They always do. So I screen cap all of the good comments, and I save them so we can address them later. Here's one from Zareth the Alchemist. Shatner was always a very limited thespian. Definitely a pathetic acting job after the show. You'd think after all these years of playing a fake astronaut he might have improved his acting skills. Even more incredulous is the fact that audience believes it's real. And that would be from Zareth the Alchemist. Agreed? Here's just a random picture, but, well, not so random, it's just noteworthy, I think. Meet the 42 asteroids in our solar system. This poster shows the 42 largest objects in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That number 42 figures prominently, as I've been saying, with stuff falling from the sky, along with all these other things with SpaceX and Elon Musk, and it has to do with the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about the world being destroyed by stuff from above. So here you have Apophis 99942. I referenced it earlier. This is the asteroid that's going to kill us on a Friday the 13th in 2029. The name Apophis is the Greek god of chaos. It's number 999. I mean, I think we all know what that really means. And then 42. NASA says the asteroid will actually not hit us. Okay, good to know. But now I think it will, because 100% of the time that they shoot stuff out there, they reach their targets. NASA can land an iPhone-sized probe on a comet 200 million miles away. But 100% of the time, they predict incoming asteroids, they're wrong. Well, here they have a prediction that they say it's not going to hit us, so I think it is. Jordan says, when you go up high, do you float? I think planes could use that to their advantage. Not necessarily. They're not even, I don't even think that they're high enough for the whole microgravity experience. All they're doing is they're going 60 miles up and then free falling. So it's like going in an elevator and then jumping. So it's a parabolic flight. And that's why you only see them bouncing around for 5 seconds at a time. They can't show you continuous footage. They can't. You will not see them unbuckle, get up, touch the ceiling, go back down, and get in the seat. You will not see closed-circuit television. You're going to see their choppy, highly edited footage every single time. That's always been the case, which means it's fakeable. If it's chopped up and edited, it's fakeable. Again, he went up there, William Shatner went up there and said that there is a catastrophic event coming, and his face is the face of Mike Myers. Mike Myers is the death mask. And of course, MM33, there's probably all kinds of Illuminati symbolism around those movies. But we're also nearing, of course, the harvest, Halloween. So the rocket took off, and as I showed you, it had orange flame on the bottom. That cannot be a coincidence. And that they're not just what they seem. It's like Shakespeare. And we talk about how this is literally the world stage. Even Joe Rogan has noticed and called it out as a stage. Where you have the very first person to get vaxxed is actually named William Shakespeare. All right, this is Red to Green by Mike Keever. If you want to send any tracks for the 24/7 stream, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com or email me or find me on any of the social media. Again, everyone, thanks for joining. Thanks to the callers, and leave messages, 833-311-1984. We're going to be following things very closely. William Shatner, a.k.a. Mike Myers, suggesting that there's going to be some kind of major catastrophe. So, my thoughts on it. It's going to come from above, so helmet on. Put on your helmet before you go to bed.
Lives change from red to green. Power fiends running eco schemes. We're dirty, they'll make us clean. Accelerating to a dark dream. Earth chilling in the 70s now. Cow farts got it steaming. Tax your breathing, tax your breeding. Beasts keep feeding. Another cult man believing. Vow to Gaia, dirty polluters cast out like pariahs. Evil ways cause wildfires. Technocrats and bankers, helm of the tankers, self-serving wankers saying you own nothing and you'll thank us. Lies on the rise, not the sea or the tide. Keep the profane guilty, the followers blind. Less plastic straws and bags, but a tight control grid future looking mighty sad. Chipped and tagged, Mother Earth lost her rag. Guilt, fear, shame, what they're selling. These commies should be felons. Like Fagin, thieving, end times religion deniers, heathens. Climate always change like the seasons. Carbon trading, pensions fading, looting, raiding, killing, not saving. Green swindle, people on their knees, stacking cheese while felling trees. Tower of Babel built by the block, more riches for black stone and black rock. Burgers and planes causing floods and hurricanes. Leave the heating on your sinning, keep the polar bears swimming. Herd needs thinning, doomsayers winning. Teenage girl to do your bidding. They're nourished. Aristoteleian methods Malthusian, noose won't loosen, ain't about pollution, fucked in a house of prostitution. False rebellion, part of the machine, as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team, as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean, as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene, as lights turn from red to green. False rebellion, part of the machine, as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team, as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean, as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene, as lights turn from red to green. Useless eaters sapping energy like leeches. Blind trust in science never ceases. Plan is ironed on, no creases. Powerful images deceive us. Atom roll, climate, Jesus. Elitist eugenesis. Aphids got more value than your kids. False rebellion, part of the machine, as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team, as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean, as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene, as lights turn from red to green. Holier than now, but it's cronyism, scientism causing schisms. Reality viewed through a distorted prism. Stuck in traffic by design, train shit never on time, keep you static inside. Khan's a cunt, there's no denying. Slap a price tag on nature, select skew the data. Engineer the weather, agenda in a virus, birds of a feather. Energy in the air, ether all around, not just dinosaur juice from the ground. Greenhouse gases from celebs, patronising the plebs. Listen to them preach, bashing my own head. No future of cancer, cut us out like a tumour. Not producers, just consumers. They pollute air and waterways. Don't do what they do what they say. Profit and control the essence of planned obsolescence. School but not learning any lessons. Nothing built to last. Dolphins now wearing face masks. Agenda 21, Club of Rome. Antichrist takes the throne. Off your cans and bottles to the green man. Don't burn in his belly by your own hand. Norbert drives a Prius so he's Captain Planet. Smugness rife, independence took a dive like a gannet. False rebellion, part of the machine, as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team, as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean, as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene, as lights turn from red to green.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Alright, that is the official Flat Earth Anthem by Lucifer Tim. Thank you all for joining tonight, you purebloods, for your nightly dose of dangerous dis and misinformation. Make sure none of the goo bloods are listening. They will find this information triggering. And if you don't know whether you're a goo blood or a pureblood, I suggest you just Google it. It's out there. There's a division, there's a schism, and it's being played upon pretty hard right now. They're raising the stakes. Now you have Kyrie Irving out there, basically a scapegoat for the NBA, a scapegoat for any celebrity athlete using their platform to spread dangerous memes and ideas. And he's out there putting his career on the line, sacrificing it. Not a good comparison with Kaepernick's sacrifice. Bad comparison, and people are making it. And Vanity Fair did a story on it saying that, hey, looks like Kyrie Irving has found a new home on the political right. So basically, he's a Trumper now. You see how that works? Doesn't take very long. A couple of things I want to bring up right away, and then we'll get into some of the voicemails. I've been talking about symbolism, and the symbolism of the space program, and the Tower of Babel, and the significance of Bezos and his rocket, A to Z, the Amazon guy, King Bezos, going to space, poking his head into the heavens. That's the completion of the Tower of Babel. A to Z, all the books, all the content. And the whole point of it is to consolidate it so they can tear it down. And I think that's the point of naming it the Kindle. All these digital books. As we have this digital book burning, they're just quietly in the background erasing all the fringe content, but they're consolidating all of it so they can regulate it, so they can control it, and so they can eventually shut it down. So I find it interesting now. I've been talking about how the space station, the space program represents this monumental mission of all mankind, the hubris of man to compete with God and go to the heavens directly. And God strikes it down, and that's like Genesis 1:19 or something. And that reverse 9/11 is very significant in this. In fact, that piece of Chinese space junk that landed on the night that Elon Musk hosted SNL, it actually launched on the 119th day of the year. January 19th, Donnie Darko comes out, a movie about stuff falling from the sky. It's a very common symbol, these numbers and the meanings. It's very common, this idea of this tower falling. We've been talking about this quite a lot, and I think it's just something that's coming into fruition very soon. So here we are looking at Elizabeth Warren calling for an Amazon breakup. So in addition to the schisms up above, the actual physical cracks in the space station, and the beef between the Russians and the Americans, well, now you have this, calling for an Amazon breakup. My point here being that what we're really seeing is the preparation for the breakdown of this consolidated one world language, the internet, and everything else. The title of tonight's live stream is Catastrophic Event Coming Soon. And I put a question mark on there. They haven't banned those yet. I put a question mark because I don't know for sure, but I have a lead. Someone had actually sent me something here, and I'm going to go ahead and play it. It's a video with Captain Kirk, where I think he kind of leaks the secret plot. Quite a lot going on tonight, and we'll go through all of it. Joe Rogan pulled another Joe Rogan. You know how we used to say that the moon landing was fake and it was obvious, and then he just suddenly backtracked? Well, suddenly, Joe Rogan is not an anti-vaxxer. So if you thought you had a hero on your side if you're an anti-vaxxer, you don't. He just couldn't schedule the appointments. And by the way, I'm not anti-vaxxer. I'm just not anti-vaxxer, because the anti-vaxxer people are nasty. I mean, you got to see what they've been saying about our friend who recently passed of COVID, supposedly. Whether you believe it or not, they do. And believing that he is dead of COVID, they are grave dancing. And it's because they're anti-vaxxers. If you have that opinion, they hate your guts. You're an infidel. Surprised they haven't started stoning people again yet. They do it digitally, though. All right, here is Captain Kirk, and I think he slipped. I don't think we were supposed to hear this part.
Did William?
But I'm going to play the whole video, and this is by We Seek, We Find. For some reason, this channel only has 585 subs, so I'm going to put a link to the channel below in the chat. This is We Seek, We Find, and I'll play the whole video. It's just 50 seconds, and listen to what he caught.
Did William Shatner just mess up and tell the world something that we weren't supposed to know? He was just doing an interview today with NBC News, and in that interview, he started talking about the, quote, coming catastrophic event. Here, listen for yourself.
And it had everything. We're so happy that you're here. It feels everything. Good. Yeah.
And the realization, once again, the fragility of this planet becoming...
The fragility of the planet. That's the constant refrain. The Earth is so fragile from above. Earth so fragile. The environmentalists use the image of the Earth to show us, look what you've done to it. Look how precarious life is because spaceship Earth is in danger. We got to get rid of the capitalists. That's pretty much what they're saying. But here's William Shatner, and again, what he says is, I'm going to go into the subtitles and blow it up in case you're watching on the screen. But he's talking about the fragility of the Earth, and he kind of drops a hint. Here he actually says, the coming catastrophic event. And I put it in the actual closed captioning so you can see it.
This planet becoming a catastrophic event, and we all have to clean this act up now.
Well said.
The coming catastrophic event. What in the world is he talking about? Well, I think I might have an idea, but what do you think? Put it in the comments what you think. Was it just a misspeak, or does he actually know something is coming.
He's got to know something.
Thank you all for watching.
He's an insider. He wasn't tricked on some simulation carnival ride, carnival type situation, or any kind of contrivance to trick him into thinking he went up to the Kármán line. No, this guy's an insider, obviously. And I've read a bit about him, and we'll probably get into some of the space beef between he and George Takei, who said that William Shatner was, I believe he said something very unflattering. I think he just said he wasn't the way he put it was pretty unflattering, but basically said he wasn't a good guinea pig for the project. He wasn't a healthy enough specimen. Really rips on Shatner, and apparently there's a lot of back and forth between Shatner and everyone from the TV show because William Shatner was apparently appropriating all the best lines from all the other characters. He wants to sound smart, he steals from Spock. He wants to sound a little more entertaining, he grabs from Scotty. So this is kind of an ongoing thing. And here they are in their 80s and 90s, and they're still beefing over this stuff. But anyway, yes, he seems to know something. Now, the uploader of the video has a theory. He thinks it's this. An asteroid event would cause a hole in the ozone, and it would speed up the green agenda. And I could see that happening. And also keep in mind that a couple days ago, a space rock fell through some woman's roof and landed on the pillow next to her. Could have killed her if her dog hadn't barked and warned her to wake up that a space rock was coming. And fascinatingly enough, the fireball ripped a hole through the roof, but didn't bounce off the bed. I mean, the physics of it are impressive, however that works. My point is, they're getting people acclimated to the idea that you could be killed in your bed by a space rock. And next, they're going to say there's a hole in the ozone from whatever big space rock they drop on us. And they'll probably have Bill Gates bring out his contraption for blotting out the sun. We'll have our blackouts, and they won't allow conspiracy theorists to talk, so you won't know the truth. It'll be mandatory helmets, double masked, double boosted, helmeted. Climate lockdowns, space junk lockdowns. Look, if one person gets a space junk to the cranium, one person gets craniumed, everybody has to lock down. That's the rationale. Oh, this guy's got the sniffles, shut down the economy. Someone sent this to me in the Discord server, I believe it was Psy Obstacles. It's a video called Blackout, and let me get it translated really quick here. It looks like a drill for a widespread Europe-wide power failure. So just a heads up, a blackout, a widespread, possibly even Europe-wide power, infrastructure, and supply failure. It is apparently a realistic and underestimated risk. So in addition to the services of the armed forces in assisting operations, this film will show the preventative measures. So just a rule of thumb, just to know how the news works. When they're drilling for something, they're not trying to prevent it from happening. You know, like fire drills? It's to stop you from getting burned. Well, in this case, they drill because they're doing dress rehearsals, and they're getting you used to the idea that this is a very real possibility. So here this opens up with a family having dinner, and the lights start shutting off. And before I go any further, because I want to just point this out for coincidence theorists, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of show called Blackout 911 about to start. Yeah, 911 on Fox. Season 5 teaser. It's called Blackout. 911 Blackout 2021 Season 5. It says, where can I watch it? Let me find some more information on it. Hulu, Fox, DirecTV. But basically the trailer has people screaming as everything goes dark. I'm going to play the trailer, and then we'll go on with the drill footage. "911 The Blackout this fall." And the symbolism is deep. It really is. And I started picking up on this connection between blackouts and the number 42, which has everything to do with SpaceX and a number of other things. When you get into the occult side of it, Saturn and darkness and death, etc. But in particular, the number 42 has some special significance with blackouts. And there are two very interesting blackouts that were spaced 42 years apart to the day, that being 7/13, 77, and 2019. And they each started, same day, but the more recent one started at 42nd Street, put 42,000 in the dark. So they really made a point to emphasize that. Well, this just got me started, and I started to really pick up, and we're going to do a whole new mind map on this because something's happening. Finbar says asteroids don't bounce. Right, but it went through her roof, and it landed on her bed, and it didn't bounce. I mean, it should have bounced. The bed wasn't even disturbed, so it just fell like. I don't think you could drop anything from the ceiling on the bed and not have it bounce. And that thing looked like it weighed 3 or 4 pounds. Okay, so let us continue here. Catastrophic event, and this is being hinted at by William Shatner. And I don't think this was an intentional leak. So again, just for context, William Shatner said that seeing the Earth from up above, it looks very fragile, and we need to start talking about the upcoming catastrophic event.
And in that interview, he started talking about the, quote, coming catastrophic event.
So here we are. Let's go back over
yourself.
to.
And it had everything.
Let me play it once. Play it one more time just so you can hear it. This is Captain Kirk.
It had everything. And the realization once again, the fragility of this planet, the coming catastrophic event, and we all have to clean this act up.
All right. We have to clean up our act before this catastrophic, or because the catastrophic event's going to probably puncture a hole in the atmosphere. All right, here we go. Blackout. Widespread, Europe-wide power failure. And this is from Austria's armed forces.
Auf einmal war es finster. Dann habe ich beim Fenster rausgeschaut und habe gesehen, dass draußen alles dunkel ist. Nicht nur bei uns. Und habe gewusst, das betrifft alle.
Now remember, this is all your fault. Hey, it's just a coincidence, by the way. It is a coincidence, because I'm a coincidence theorist, that this video about a blackout is 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. 42. I mean, Elon Musk uses a lot of 420s. It's not because he's a pothead. He sucks at that. You saw him on Joe Rogan. He couldn't even inhale. What we saw here, what we're seeing here, I think the 420, when Musk uses it, and what we're seeing it here, it's referencing 42. Just like on 420, Derek Chauvin's verdict was read. It's for the 42. They use 42s all over the black versus white racial psyops. It's a coded number, and it has everything to do with the coming blackouts. And we'll get into exactly where I think this is going, and I tend to agree with the uploader of the catastrophic event video, We Seek, We Find. I tend to agree that they're going to do something by somehow dropping something from the sky, and that's all it's going to take. There's been so much predictive programming, and it's just accelerating, and the fact that they had something land. You know, the last time we had a lady get hit by an asteroid was like in the 50s. It was fake then, and it's fake now. The next thing is carbon super spreaders. You're all carbon super spreaders. So it's not just you're breathing COVID everywhere that's killing people. No, it's that you're breathing at all that's killing people because it's destroying the earth. Okay, I have a link. I'll play that later, actually. We'll get to it in a bit. I mean, we're talking about symbolism. Actually, I'll play it now. Frontman242 was showing me these various logos, and he sent me this one where if you spin the Volkswagen logo, it creates a swastika. And on another note, the Mandela affected are very confused by Volkswagen logos because of a period of time, I think it was in the 60s, where the vans, their hubcap had the VW without a line breaking apart the V and the W. And so the Mandela affected think that that's residue from a parallel universe where the VW isn't separated. Ask your local Mandela affectee if you need clarification. Lean Dion says masks are good for recycling your air. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this is why there's such a war on yogis. They don't like people doing yoga. Excessive breathers. Useless breathers. They really are about taxing the air that you breathe. Now, here's an example. When I said that there's coded messages and the numbers, etc., here's an example. Back in 1978, and look, everything was on a timetable. Like 9/11, for example, not a coincidence that the towers had a 33-year construction to destruction cycle. Building starts in 68, they go down in 2001. 9/11 became an emergency number in the United States in 68. So they time these things. Well, the number 42 has a lot of significance as 33, and I'm finding that many things in 78 were more or less, specifically, I think, preparing us for things to happen 42 years later. Like, for example, the Turner Diaries, and they came to life in 2020 with the McCloskeys, and those that came out in 78. Space Invaders, 78. So many things we looked at that have to do with things coming from outer space, specifically with the 42s. And this is why Musk puts it all over everything. But anyway, this is what I wanted to point out. Back in 1978, so 42 years from 2020, which is where most of these predictive programming, bits of predictive programming seem to reference. Everything was pointing at 2020 for some time in this great reset. So back in 78, William Shatner was attending the Saturn Awards, and he sang Rocket Man. There's a few different things. Now, the song, of course, you probably heard it. It's kind of a spoken word, I guess. He sings it in quotes.
Miss the earth so much. I miss my wife. It's lonely.
Now, I'm just suggesting here that this, along with many other pieces, other puzzle pieces here, is more or less foreshadowing that this trip to space is part of a broader or longer drama. And I think that this wasn't something they just dreamed up like a week ago. I think they needed Captain Kirk, this actor, this persona, they needed him to actually do this. It was planned that long ago. I don't think there's anything spontaneous about any of these recent launches. Not a coincidence that Bezos launched, for example, on 7/20, of course, which is the anniversary of Apollo 11. Not a coincidence that he launched at 9:11 a.m. So I'm pointing out here that you have Rocket Man being sung by Shatner in 78 at the Saturn Club. And all of this will tie together neatly, I think, before hopefully we can figure it all out, what the plan is before they actually pull it off. But if you have any doubts, or if this is new to you in terms of, like, 'cause I'm not into numerology, but the mass media does have a subtext. It does have an esoteric side. So if you look into Elon Musk and the number 42, it's ridiculous. In fact, recently he tweeted a pic of 42 on their Starship prototype, and I believe they even added 9 engines to their Raptor to make it 42. This was in December, and I believe this was the one that crashed on the 2nd of February. 42,000 CubeSats. His obsession with that number is very significant because the number ties into this mystery religion at the heart of everything. So it's not just some playful obsession in science fiction. And science fiction is not just science fiction. It's hard to really overstate how significant it is that Captain Kirk made this trip to space. What they're doing is they're merging the simulation with the real, and the people are going into the simulation. So whenever Musk talks about people going into a simulation, and I'll play that clip so you can hear it, because I think you can hear the duper's delight in his voice. He knows that they are the masters of mind control here. Oh yeah, last year was the 42nd anniversary of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So many articles here about Musk and the number 42, but I want to bring up Elon Musk and the simulation, because he talked about how we would possibly be living in one, or we're probably living in one. And it's true, but not in the sense of we're in a computer, but in the sense that the reality that we are in is really disconnected from the real thing in terms of how we see it. Like, our perception of it is completely augmented with all kinds of things that aren't there. I can liken it to this, and it's very clear now. We were collectively born into a doomsday cult. A cult that tells us that the world's going to end, the sky's going to fall. And it's very clear right now that that's what we're in. And they just need to make it real. So the simulation, like a war game or a drill, it becomes real when they fake it well enough to where people believe it. I don't think it requires that we upload our consciousness into the cloud or something. It just means that we cease to use our senses, and more or less the screen becomes our dominant sensory apparatus. We live through our screens, through our phones, which is pretty much where we're at. Yeah, Asteroids by Atari, 42 years old, not a surprise. There are many, many examples, but we have a mind map for this. I don't want to get too lost in the weeds, but I'm just pointing it out. I find it curious that Shatner is kind of in this 42 matrix. A number of interesting things. The Stand, a movie about a worldwide shutdown, Stephen King, came out in 78, and the remake was in 2020, 42 years later. So many things were encoded with that number. And I think the most influential video game of all time, Space Invaders, 78. In fact, I'm working on a mind map now to really show how the number 22 has been integrated into all these major popular news stories, really heavily promulgated news stories. And I think it's going somewhere. Like, here's an example, just a random one. It came up tonight. Bad Babe, or Bad Baby, pays tribute to Amani 22, who reportedly died at 22. So it's a completely useless story about some celebrity who does a tribute to a performer who dies at 22. But if you go into the story, Amani 22, who dies at 22, is supposedly dead, but they don't know how she died, and they're still waiting for confirmation and any kind of real information about the cause of death. So it's a non-story, and they're just flashing this heavily tattooed character, Amani 22, and promoting her album. And it's being promoted by some other celebrity. But you see, then you have Gabby Petito, or Gabby Petito 22. Then there was a couple of other social media influencers who, one was a blonde social media influencer who fell off a truck, and she has a big obvious 22 on her shirt. A football player wearing a big 22 gets shot. All kinds of interesting references here. And like the number 42, these things do have a consistent implication, and that's what I'll be getting into. So for example, the implication of 42, it's always referencing falling, and the cube, Saturn, symbols synonymous with these ideas. And when you think about it, what is a CubeSat? Like the 42,000 CubeSats of Elon Musk, what are they actually doing? They're falling. They're not floating. They're not levitating. When they're in orbit, they're actually falling. And I think that the falling, the cube, and you got the, if you break it down, CubeSat, Saturn is symbolized by a cube, and then you got satellite, EL, another way of referencing the same, Saturn. We're dealing with a lot of Saturn worshippers, and when Elon Musk put Starman in the seat of the Tesla Roadster, well, Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan. And of course, Starman's a David Bowie song, very embodiment of this idea of the man who fell to earth. There's your falling again. And then DB, D is 4, B is 2, 42. And moreover, David Bowie is the stage name. And the character David Bowie evolved along with our space program all the way to his posthumous album Black Star. Well, he died right after it was released. But my point is, David Bowie is, in many ways, he parallels David Bowman. And I think he's based on David Bowman from Space Odyssey. So 2001 Space Odyssey and David Bowie and Space Oddity have a little of a parallel here, and it's worth exploring, and we will go into this in detail. But it's not a coincidence that the first music video filmed in space was Space Oddity. There's an occult subtext to this, and they use the arts to communicate it, just as they just put it in the news. They put it in the culture. Well, the story of David Bowman is he merges with the monolith. It's about the consciousness merging with this AI God thing. And that's where we're at. In fact, there's a David Bowie song from '69 that I think is very relevant now. It's the Savior Machine, the one about the President Joe selling or handing over authority of the world to the Savior Machine. Sounds a lot like Grimes's concept of AI perfecting communism. But anyway, the idea of the man falling to earth, or David Bowman merging with the monolith, is kind of where we're at in terms of the mind control and the consolidation of media as we all get the universal religion imposed onto us as they censor everything else. Here's a nice little meme. You know the word pharmacy and pharmacos, I believe it means sorcery, but it's a meme of an NPC stuck with vaxes, and it says farm animal, P-H-A-R-M, animal. And above is a farm animal, F-A-R-M. Just making a correlation here between the sheeple and the sheep. Oh yes, Finbar, Petito and Sandy Hook. You need to look into that. Gabby Petito was in a Sandy Hook music video, and the medical examiner that examined Adam Lanza came in to comment on the state of her body. And she had a couple of brothers that were or family members who were also part of it. Or they weren't in the music video. I think they might, I have to look, but they were. There's more people involved here. It's like these are lifetime actors with multiple roles, like Dr. Wen from CNN, their medical analyst, who said, "You don't have a constitutional right to leave your house." Yeah, she was in the Boston bombing. We're constantly finding recycled crisis actors. You know, speaking of Adam Lanza, David Hogg. You know, I'm going to play a short clip from a song here. I was going to play this tonight. I wanted to debut it. This is by Auto Hoax. The song is called Sandy, spelled with the $sign. I'm just going to play a minute of it. And what I like about this, what I like about this type of music is that it incorporates ideas that are so bannable, but it's protected. Like this is actually protected. They're going to have a hard time banning it, but it gets a lot of important ideas out there. Again, this is a music video, Sandy. I'll put a link in the chat. I'll be back in about 1 minute. I'm going to open phones.
All I know is psychopaths operate, they're not human. I don't like them. Andy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, you gotta go to your gut, man. My gut tells me I've never felt this freaked out. It just is the fakest thing since the $3 bill.
Some classic Alex Hicks in there. We'll play the rest of this as we exit tonight. I'll place at the end. I'll put some of this and some other tracks into the 24/7 playlist. So again, that's from Auto Hoax. I'll put a link in the chat. Let me go ahead and get through these voicemails before we get any further here. I got plenty of them here, so let's just go ahead and start. Again, the number is back on 833-311-1984.
Tim, the phone call was worth the music that led to the voice message. I wanted to call in while you're alive about Jules Verne. Did some work on 1969. Thought I'd advance your prophecies a little bit.
So in case you can't hear clearly, he says that he wants to talk about Jules Verne. Interesting character. He did some work on 1969. And let me go ahead and play the rest of it.
By 1 year and see what 42 years after 1969 compared a little bit, and I found some comparisons that were really cool. Well, obviously I'm not going to start right anywhere on a voice message, but Jules Verne is a good sci-fi.
Okay, we'll talk about this. I'll have him call back. And, you know, Jules Verne is an interesting character. Captain Nemo, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, the location, the pole of inaccessibility happens to be the same place where NASA supposedly drops all of their expired satellites. They call it the satellite cemetery. And that's exactly where H.P. Lovecraft points out where the old ones, the elder gods, fell from the sky and landed. The pole of inaccessibility. So you go deep enough, you might find the sunken city of Riley or something. But it's interesting you have this, kind of a proto sci-fi horror author, H.P. Lovecraft. Then you got Jules Verne, and you have NASA, all looking at the same spot, a place so far away that we can't go. And it's a place where, in one guy's imagination, there's something really deep down there. The other guy's imagination, that's where the aliens landed. And then you have the satellites falling, like falling angels or something. They call it the satellite cemetery. In fact, if you're not familiar with that, you can find it on Wikipedia and get the actual coordinates. The spacecraft cemetery, formerly known as the South Pacific Ocean Uninhabited Area. That's what it is. So satellites that have reached the end of the usefulness are routinely deorbited and destroyed. Now, you know what I find wrong about this whole thing, and this has been bothering me for a little while. They dropped on 3/11 of 2021. They dropped the biggest piece of space junk ever, and it was a 2.9-ton pallet of used batteries into the ocean. So, wait a minute, why are you guys dropping all this waste into the oceans? Don't we care about the oceans anymore? Now we all care about space junk. F the whales. And you have an option here. It's like this is what's crazy to me, is you're looking down from your spacecraft. You got the only place in the vast universe that has any life. And out there you have the infinite blackness of space. You have a few suns far enough out there, black holes, etc. And it's like, well, why would you drop the trash? Why would you foul your own nest? You could kill a whale, a village, a turtle. It wouldn't be worth it. Just fling it the other direction. Why do we even have a spacecraft cemetery? Why can't we just throw them out there? Maybe it might be a way to signal to aliens, get them to come here faster. It just never made sense to me. Jay Copacetic says, gateway to other planes. Right, 20,000 leagues under the sea. Could very well be. Again, for all the music we play on Infinite Plane Radio, I'm working on putting it all into a consolidated playlist for everyone. And then, of course, the 24/7 InfinitePlaneSociety.live will have all of the tracks that are being sent to me. And I'm getting some of the musicians, including, I'll try to get some of them here, possibly to even call in, but I'm trying to get a few to introduce their tracks so people know what they're listening to and where to find it. All right, so let us continue. So blackouts, Europe's going to have a continent-wide power failure. If you believe the Austria Armed Forces drill, which is 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. That's how I got distracted. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. 42. Like St. Vincent's volcano blowing up on the 42nd anniversary. This was just a few months ago. And I knew there was a story here. The volcano erupted for the first time in 42 years, sending a 2-mile-high cloud of ash, April 9th, 2021. And the point of it here, and look, okay, 1979. 1979, Skylab fell. Notice the theme. 42 years later, a movie about Skylab falling is coming out, and the space station is on its last leg. It's probably going to fall. Magnus asks if space is real. Right. I would say that what they call outer space is the modern replacement for heaven. Is heaven real? They're making bold claims about being able to access this magical place. I mean, to me, it's something you have to take on faith. And they hate those who don't have faith. And we would have evidence, but what they show us is always lacking. Maybe our standards are too high. But when I can see harnesses, I'm not going to take the guy's word that he's levitating. Like, they're claiming that they're doing miracles, and they're just flat out not doing miracles. And then these elevated ones, these astronauts, they have this view of the Earth that we don't have. And it changes them. It gives them the overview effect. Their brain rides higher in their head, and they have a sudden need to save the planet from all these carbon super spreaders. And I'm almost convinced of it now, that the idea of being a COVID super spreader was to prepare us for being carbon super spreaders. William Shatner says he was struck by the fragility of the planet. I just don't think you would arrive at that. They're not even high enough to see it as fragile. But I don't think that they're high enough to look down and say, wow, that looks weak. that looks like it's about to just die? I don't think so. Okay, so Shatner said he was struck by the fragility of the planet. Again, that word fragility, you know who else said that? And you'll see this is a meme, a forced meme. This is propaganda. This is scripting, meta scripting. That's why I'm pointing this out. So let's look at Branson. Nobody's saying that the Earth is beautiful. They're saying it's screwed. They'll say it's fragile. Look at this. Branson says, seeing the blue marble gave him a perspective of, quote, our fragile Earth, the fragility of the planet, the coming catastrophic event. Prince Williams tells billionaires, forget about space, focus on saving the Earth. And I think he also may have said something about the fragility of the Earth just today as well. He wants to stop the space. Here it is. This is crazy. Can you believe this? Prince William used the same phrase. Practically. On the same day, rather. The fragility of the planet. Anyway, you get the picture here. So Shatner, who's famous for playing Captain Kirk on Star Trek, launched into space on Wednesday, 10-minute trip. He comes down and he says, but it's so fragile. People say it's so fragile. There's this little tiny blue skin 50 miles wide, and we pollute it. And it's our means of living. So they traveled 66.6 miles from the surface of the Earth, supposedly. I have some clips I should probably play, if you care to see. There's one part where the capsule separates from the rocket, and you just see a stream of bubbles. Like they're not even hiding the fact that they're doing a lot of this stuff. Not that they're in it while it's underwater. These are scenes filmed in separate locations. You can tell the spacewalks are underwater just by the lighting. Magnus says Agenda 2030 stuff. Oh yeah. COVID-19 was used to fast track the Agenda 2030 thing. It's not coincidences when they're all talking about the fragility of the world and that the world needs to be saved. They're really harping on that. And again, they telegraph everything, as we have noticed. Okay, let us continue here. We talked yesterday about and this is worth bringing up one more time. The anti-vaxxers are religious fundamentalists, and they believe in the infidels, that they believe that the infidels deserve to be punished. They don't believe it stoning necessarily with physical rocks, but they will digitally stone you, even after you're dead. Even after you're dead, they will continue to hurl their really just nasty, vindictive tweets and comments on these various sites. Like sorryantivaxxer.com is a site for digitally stoning people who are sick with COVID because they're anti-vaxxers and they deserve it. So like if Kyrie Irving were to catch it, they would put him on the top of this thing. So I'm pointing it out that there's a bit of psychopathy here, where you have a group of people cheering on the deaths of others because of their political opinions or their refusal to adopt that particular religion. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. And when I say that we're looking at a holy war, that we're living through a holy war, that's why they're purging all the heretical doctrines. That's why they're separating the saved from the unsaved. They're sanitizing the world. And it is a holy war in that sense. And you can see the nastiness and the fundamentalism, and it's coming from the cult of MSM science. It's not coming from the flatties. It's not coming from the conspiracy theorists. Okay, we'll pass that though. I'm not going to dwell on it. Now, I want to point out one more thing though, because everyone here knows we're talking about the so-called passing of Rob Skiba, just assuming it all to be true. But it's worth noting this. Right now, as this news in fact, Apple News covered it just now. Anti-vax flat earth preacher dies of COVID-19. We don't know he died of COVID-19. In my view, this is tantamount to libel in a sense, or slander or something. I mean, because they're lumping this individual in. But now here's where it gets worse though. They're not just saying that he died of COVID definitively and he deserved it because he's an anti-vaxxer, but now check this. This is the new twist. Rob Skiba, an influential figure in flat earth and Christian circles, has died of COVID. He had been fighting the virus since August when he started exhibiting symptoms after the Take on the World Biblical Flat Earth Conference. So and this is from the Daily Beast, they're saying that Rob Skiba caught COVID at a Biblical Flat Earth Conference. He's been sick since coming back from Take on the World, a Facebook friend said. So I'm like, well, that's kind of convenient that they can point at the Flat Earth Conference, a bunch of anti-vaxxers, for getting him killed. And now they can blame those attendees. Who coughed? Who didn't wear a mask? Well, they all have to raise their hands. And then what's more, they found, out of all his different tweets, out of all his posts, they found one tweet where he said, I'd say within 2 to 3 years or so, one of us will be dead. I take no joy in saying this, nor will I if I'm the one still standing. So the Daily Beast had to pick out of everything from one of these hate sites, they had to pick out something that sounds ironic, like, oh look, he lost the bet. You know, it's insane, the self-righteousness of the saved. Former President Bill Clinton hospitalized. Bill Clinton was hospitalized for a blood infection. He's on the mend. This is from CNN. Hopefully they give him a few extra boosters. Make sure he's safe. Can never be too safe. Vax him a couple of times. Aqua Chiron says, fake news symposium. The media discuss fake news to convince the public they face threats. Actually, why don't you call in about that? M16 Operation Mass Appeal. Is that what you're referencing? We'll look at that. Because there is an effort here, if you ask me, to sabotage free speech from every front. And I think one of the reasons why they're looking at Dave Chappelle, and now there's a walkout being organized at Netflix by the people he offended, they're trying to make the case that people like Dave Chappelle and people like Joe Rogan are a threat to national security, to society, just to the stability of our world. Because if they say the wrong thing, well, it'll cause a pandemic, or it'll cause global warming. Pretty much. You'll cause a flood. All right, 33-year-old QAnon provocateur Code Monkey Z to run for Congress in Arizona. How many times have you heard me say that if we can just quarantine the 33-year-old troublemakers that work for the government PSYOP entertainment complex, we could have peace? But they won't give us peace. Jake and Jelly, 33. Now you have on the other side, you have this one. Code Monkey Z, believed to be the source of Q. Prominent QAnon figure Ron Watkins, and this is from Rolling Stone, has announced his plan to run for Congress in Arizona. So Code Monkey Z was believed to be Q at one point, but he is the only person known to have talked to Q. And, you know, he's the one who started 8chan, which was then taken down, and I believe it's 8kun, 8KUN. And since we're on this point, I want to mention this. Code Monkey Z is not the Q. The Q has already been doxxed. He works for Trump. He's traveled with Trump since 2020, and there's some kind of a blackout on this. The media won't cover him. Even though he is a White House key-carrying member of the White House press. Like, he actually goes in and out of the White House. He has a big key that Trump gave him, like a big decorative golden key to the White House. Anyway, this individual is behind all these QAnon figures, and in fact, I think let me double check it. Yes, he bought these domains from Code Monkey Z. Go to 8kun.org, and these domains now take you to George News. George News, of course, is the website that was owned, well, George Magazine was owned by JFK Jr., and so it's been resurrected, and the QAnoners all think that this is JFK Jr. Nope, it's a LARPer, and he's friends with Code Monkey Z, who's running for Congress in Arizona. And that was my point there. QAnon conspiracy theorist Ron Watkins may run for Congress. No, he actually is. He actually put out a statement in kind of a bizarre video, which we'll get to. Star Trek George Takei slams William Shatner's space flight. called him a 90-year-old guinea pig and an unfit specimen to study. Now, at first I thought that was mean, but then I read a little bit about Shatner, and I think most people probably stay out of it. Like they have this long-term back and forth. Here's something else. We're talking about blackouts across Europe. This is just a PSYOP alert. New York City's response plan for chemical and biological attacks will be put to the test in the coming weeks. The Department of Homeland Security is going to be deploying non-toxic gases at 120 locations across the city. So here's an article from NBC New York, Times Square, 42nd Street Station, and the article is about how they're going to gas New York, simulate a bio attack to protect you, of course. I mean, keep in mind, Dark Winter was the name of that drill back right before 9/11, and we just lived it for the most part. Non-toxic gas to be deployed in 100 New York City locations, including transit, in a bio-attack readiness test. So they're going to upgrade your masks next. You're going to actually have a mask with a filter on it. The study will simulate aerosol release of biological agents into densely populated urban environments. The study will track the movement of non-toxic materials, and the results from the test will be used to learn more about the relationship between airflow and street level and underground environments. So they can limit your transportation. That's what it's coming down to, because when it comes down to it, they're saying a non-toxic gas, but you're a carbon super spreader. You have to filter whatever comes out of your face. We're getting close to that. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I have a couple other voicemails to go through. Next.
Tim, it's one of your apparently very few Twitter followers, Coyote Smoking Mirror.
It's a little quiet. I understand that. Let me see if I can adjust the volume on it. And if it's not loud enough, I do have transcripts. Just a moment, let me fix that. He says, hey, Tim, it's one of your very few Twitter followers. I want to have you check out my email about the Apollo command modules. Oh, yes, I saw that tweet.
21.
I'll pull it up.
I want you to check out my meme that I did about the Apollo command modules and their splashdowns.
Okay, so let me pull this up. What was sent to me was a meme showing a diagram of the Apollo capsule that when they parachuted down. And I think what he's showing is that the size of the parachutes would probably not fit. Here it is. And this is from Kayadal 2021. In fact, if you want to follow him on Twitter, here's a link. I'll put it in the chat. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's Real Tim Osman. It says Apollo command module. You have the docking probe, 3 main parachutes, and then if you're looking, you have the pitch engine, equipment bay, and then the area where the astronauts are. So these parachutes, in addition to the rope and the clasps, they have enough fabric to cover 2 football fields. And they're fitting in the tip of the command module and the overhead compartment. Could be a big discrepancy. Definitely worth looking into. We'll be going into real deep detail into all of these subjects one by one. The next one we're taking on is we're going to be taking a real close look at the 22-year history of the space station. There's another conspicuous 22. Pippi Langstruff says, make Karen great again. Now, I went to the zoo a couple weeks ago, and the male hippo, I don't know his name, he's kept separate from the female and their child because the mother is so defensive that she scratches and beats him. And her name is Karen. And I just saw the sign, and it's like, Karen the hippo is beating up this one, and we don't stop it, we don't intervene. And I'm like, wow, they just let Karen go totally Karen. All right, here's another clip here. William Shatner up in space. Just, you can hear their reactions. It must have been awesome.
This is
Oh, wow. Oh, I'm telling you.
holy hell.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, wow. I can't believe this.
We're inseminating the space program that is.
Yeah, I don't know what they're laughing at. Must be some kind of inside joke. I'm not in that cult. Any high initiates to the Illuminati, can you explain to us what's so funny about this? It's almost like the space program is the exoteric cover for an ancient fertility cult. Or something like that. All right, let's go ahead and continue. We have so many fascinating topics. We were talking about the fragility of the Earth and a setup because Captain Kirk told us, and I don't think we were supposed to know this, but he told us, yes, there's going to be a catastrophic event. Oh yeah, here's the thing I wanted to bring up about the timing of Rob Skiba. Now, because like I have to be very skeptical always of everything, and we have to remember that there are concerted efforts to take down our very ability to think and share these thoughts. So, with that in mind, I find it interesting that as we have a trending incident, or trending event, a deceased flat earther who's an anti-vaxxer, who's put out anti-vax content for years, 2012, really good content, by the way. But my point is, he's been calling out the mark of the beast agenda for a long time. So here you have a very well-known anti-vaxxer, I think they called him preacher here, but whatever, flat earth evangelist. And while that's trending, you have Kyrie Irving, who is taking an anti-vax stance. And he's also taken the stance that the earth could be flat, and he had to apologize and somewhat backtrack because of his influence. So his influence over children in schools necessitated that he walk that flat earth comment back. So now you're seeing a parallel situation where this time he's not just putting a somewhat silly idea into people's heads. No, now he's endangering millions and millions of people. And if you get into it, he was following Instagram channels and accounts that were suggesting that the vaccine was part of a plan to integrate everyone into a massive computer system controlled by Satan. So I just think it's fascinating that these two are trending at the exact same time, because then they can point to that one and say, see, look, there's a consequence. Go Fire, Go Light 369 says to Captain Kirk, dude, put your pants back on. Yeah, I think it's all strange, but you got to look at the people in the Virgin Galactic as well. When those astronauts go up, they open their mouths really wide. And I've taken to calling that the over jaw effect. You have the overview effect. You get so high that the view is so profound it changes you. But Virgin Galactic, when they go up, their jaws hit the floor. They make these crazy O faces. I mean, whatever they're doing, it's obviously, I think it's pantomiming ecstasy, religious ecstasy, spiritual. They've ascended to heaven, and also the other aspect to it. Because and Saturday Night Live kind of got this right on their skit. You're not just looking at a battle of egos. That's the cover. What you're really looking at, I think, is the esoteric side, that is. Virgin Galactic is Virgo, the goddess of the night sky, Isis. The very obviously phallic symbol of Bezos' rocket is the male earth god, Osiris. And the two have their conjugal visit with these launches. And that's what brings, this is the right, the sun god and the goddess, the dead sun god, that is. This is the rite that brings about the birth of the sun god the next morning, his rebirth, his eternal recycling. It's an ancient story, but it's being retold. It's been reenacted ritualistically. And all the symbols are intact. So when they make these jokes, these aren't just flippant. There's an actual meaning behind it here. So yeah, Virgo, Virgin Galactic, is definitely representing the goddess in this. And this is also why if you look at the news on this, just look at how Blue Origin is being called sexist. It has sexism in their culture, a toxic work culture, toxic masculinity, rife with sexism. And I'm like, well, look at their symbol. If you had a sexist company, and if you watch the way that he reacted after the capsule landed, there you have Captain Kirk in tears because it was so profound. But Bezos is there telling all the ladies, hey, line up here so he can shake his champagne bottles and spray them. So dehumanizing. You can see the sex, it's all an act is what I'm saying. And yes, they're gathered around a big phallic symbol. They're saying it's sexist because they're drawing attention to the fact that it's the male god. That's the subtext. That's the esoteric. You're looking at the space papacy. These are the ones with the keys to the heavens. The Pope at the Vatican doesn't really have it. That's old world order. The new world order, the new papacy are the space popes. I mean, the Pope goes over to St. Peter, and these names are all really interesting. St. Peter, the basilica, you have the big obelisk where the Pope genuflects before the obelisk 3 times a day. And I'm just saying that these space popes are the new ones with the keys to the heavens. All right, let us continue. Again, if you missed it, there's a coming catastrophic event as revealed by Captain Kirk. Rogan pulled a Rogan. He's not an anti-vaxxer, just a heads up. Nicholas Cruz. Here's a great subtext. This is a good story, the whole Parkland thing. The Parkland launched, I'm talking about the Parkland, was it high school movie production? School shooting. The Parkland shooting precipitated the Children's Crusade. And this was before Greta, and this is what inspired Greta by her own admission. At least that's the story that they gave them. But this started a Children's Crusade because they realized they were too young, most of them 17, to vote away the guns that were killing them. And with Greta, she's too young to vote away the conditions that are destroying the world, the global warming thing. So she had to ditch school, paddle across the ocean, and go to the UN. So they have these youth revolutions, both with guns and with the environment. They're all part of the same big program. But Nicholas Cruz, this is part of the subtext in the storyline. If you go into the history of the Crusades, one of the leaders was a Nicholas, and Cruz is cross. And because of the actions of Nicholas Cruz, they all took up the cross, this crusade. And the Parkland students went on a 70 high school tour across 48 states to register newly graduated 18-year-olds to vote away their gun rights. So Nick Cruz actually started the Children's Crusade. And it happened to take place on a Valentine's Day, an Ash Wednesday, where they all had crosses on their foreheads. They take up the crosses. And this was the story that was being conveyed through the media. So now check this out. Nicholas Cruz, who opened fire in Parkland, Florida on Valentine's Day, again, Valentine's Day, a martyr, in 2018, plans to plead guilty to all charges from the mass shooting. Notice the numbers here, though. 17 counts of premeditated murder, 17 more attempts, or attempted murder. So 17 counts of premeditated, 70 of attempted murder. There were 17 dead. And this happened after 17 years of school shootings from Littleton on. And this was pointed out. They said 17 years of school shootings, 17 dead. Just pointing it out that these numbers are reoccurring. And what's more, there's some other stories here with it, with Nick Cruz. There's some interesting connections we could probably get into. But I want to focus right now on the Children's Crusade. All of it contrived. Even David Hogg standing up to the NRA. They framed him as David versus Goliath. They chose that. They had him speak at a synagogue, and they try to build these associations. Oh, Emma Gonzalez from the Parkland event, fascinating character. They had her shave her head live on Instagram. like G.I. Jane, and she was wearing a leather jacket with an Apollo 11 patch and then a Beatles shirt. So they were also trying to invoke 60s radicals, the youth fighting against the system. I mean, you have to give them props. It was a great performance art piece, although they weren't able to cry. I didn't see any tears until they were on Ellen. The only tear that I saw coming out of Parkland was when Ellen DeGeneres had them on and gave them a big fat $25 million check for the March for Our Lives parades. All right, let us go ahead and continue. I'm going through the fakeworld.news. I have a ton of links up here. By the way, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I have been looking to see, what do people around the flat earth think happened? And there are a lot of people who are calling it murder by protocol. New to me. This is all new to me. So they're suggesting that the intubation is some kind of a way of silently, surreptitiously murdering people. I don't buy that. I think it would be more likely the whole thing was staged, but you can see how it continues to create a schism to where I hear some bizarre statements where people are almost like hospital phobic. And I understand being averse to hospitals, but they're not run by Jimmy Kimmel. They're not death camps for right-wingers yet. Although, wasn't that on the agenda of the Weather Underground? They're like, we're not going to have our communist revolution if we don't get rid of the die-hard capitalists. And they wrote about re-education camps. But they already have those. It's called Netflix. Mainstream entertainment. All right, going through voicemails. Oh yeah, this is the one. That was the one from Twitter. Okay, another one here. This is, I believe it's from Sarah Bear.
It's Sarah Bear here, living in my van.
Okay, let me turn the volume up. Give me one moment with this. We're on the phone system. It's back on again, but the audio is very low. So I don't want to play these messages if you can't hear them. But let me go ahead and get the transcripts of it first, and I'll just go ahead and make sure we got what he said. He said, well, I'm going to let him actually, because it looks like it's in depth. He's talking about the Masonic lodges in his neighborhood. Okay, cool. And look, there's no reason to not go in. If there's a local lodge or Illuminati temple, just go in and ask for a tour. There's so much misinformation, and people will take secondhand information before they go look for themselves. And I think it's important to get firsthand, especially because there's so many people with so many agendas. I mean, I'm not necessarily anti-vax. I'm just not anti-vaxxer. But I happen to think that the anti-vax movement is controlled by the CDC. And I think most of the popular anti-vax channels are double agents, controlled opposition, because they need society split. They really need this rift. And I think the way that they get the rift is by deepening the division. They don't want to heal it. And they're not going to kill the vaxxed, in my opinion, because the vaxxed are the true believers. The ones they want to do away with are the non-believers. But it's not that they want to kill them. They just want to make them into believers. But you know how it is with God in the Bible. It's like he would rather, he looks down upon those who have seen the truth and rejected it more than those who are just ignorant. And so at this point, you're all apostates. You know enough to belong and to be a part of it, but you're voluntarily choosing not to. And I swear, these anti-vaxxers are pretty much like devil worshippers. The people behind these sites, like the Herman Cain Awards. And what I mean by devil worshippers is most of them are atheists. The worshippers of MSM Science, the Church of MSM Science, has a devil, and that is the COVID. And they are cheering on COVID as it kills their political enemies. So that's what I mean, that they're like COVID Akbar. COVID's their god, but you wouldn't call it a god. So that's where I get off saying that, yes, they are devil worshippers. The high priest of scientism. All right, let us continue. Again, Bill Clinton's in the hospital. Hopefully they give him a couple of vaxes. Coming catastrophic events. Pretty sure we know what that's going to be. Big object falling from the sky. This is possibly a bit of word magic. This is a tweet from IFEPE73. Let's go Brandon sounds like let's go brand them. It really does, doesn't it? The brand. And that's what it probably, I mean, if more than anything, that's what it would be. But I think it's a psychological thing. Like, I don't believe that there's a need to inject people with anything nefarious. I think it's about implanting an idea. I mean, religions have been used to do this forever, and this is just the latest iteration of an ancient religion. By the way, Joe Rogan really got to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, one of these COVID high priests, and he was asking him, why was CNN lying about ivermectin? And you could get into the nuance as to whether they were lying or misrepresenting it. And, you know, Joe Rogan obviously knows that they were just throwing it at him, that he was advocating something toxic. But anyway, he did make it a point to say that he's not anti-vax. I thought that was interesting. Very predictable, though. It just seems like Joe Rogan has, at various times, seemed to stand up for the counter argument that maybe the mainstream is wrong, but then he always seems to backtrack at the last moment. Kind of rug pulls everybody. Okay, let's continue going. This is a clip from Joe Rogan where you can actually hear he's really trying to get Sanjay to answer for CNN.
That's a lie that they're conscious of. This is not a mistake.
Yeah.
They're unfavorably framing it as veterinary medicine.
Well, the FDA put this thing out.
Now, the point is this. The point that I would even bring this up is this. Joe seems all butthurt that CNN told a lie. Well, when are they not lying? We're talking about 17 years of fake school shootings, fake climate change for 33 years, fake everything. I mean, the fake world stage zeitgeist that we live on. Everything is pretty much simulation at this point. We live in the age of fake, and he's bitching about one story that distorted something that he said, as though he didn't set himself up for it. And I have to point this out too, since we're talking about symbolism and numbers. I think Joe is taking a fall for free speech. So here's an example. I've been talking about the number 42 and the significance of it and the falling, etc. Well, Joe Rogan's taking a fall, and the same day that the volcano had its 42-year anniversary, Spotify pulled 42 episodes of Joe Rogan. Spotify has deleted 42 episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience. And I think this is code to say he's taking a fall. And of course, the bigger agenda is we got to regulate ideas because these popular people are murdering people with their memes. All right, let's go ahead and get past that. I just like to point it out that, you know, it's like you have these fake truthers. And people look to them like they're idols, and it's like, no, they're 1 foot in the matrix and 1 foot slightly over the guardrail. But they always default to the matrix. All right, this is a clip. I mentioned this earlier. I was alluding to this. If you go to the, I guess it's the T plus 326 mark, you can see the capsule separation, and you'll see a jet of bubbles between the rocket and the capsule. And the lighting looks very diffused, which makes me think, well, it's observably exactly the same as the way light looks underwater. And we'll do some great comparisons the week after, well, actually next week on the 23rd at the symposium. We're going to focus on a lot of these things. But watch the screen here and watch the bubbles.
And there they are, over 328,000 feet, over 100 kilometers. Welcome to space. The newest astronauts on board our crew capsule.
Now again, when you're looking at this screen, the lighting is very diffused. It's like, so you're seeing what it looks like when there's a spotlight underwater. And then the bright light looks like a headlight. That's the bottom of the capsule, and we're seeing it from the rocket. But what you're about to see is a jet of bubbles in space. There it is, a stream of bubbles. They're not even hiding it. So we'll look closer at that later, but again, the mark, you can see it's at the T3 minute area, and just go watch the latest launch. All right, I brought up the PSYOP alert, so if you're in New York, they're going to be deploying gases all over the place. If you're in Europe, they're probably going to shut down everything. Just a heads up there. Get ready for meteors and space rocks and things falling from the sky. Incoming catastrophic event. All the TV shows are predicting a blackout, so we have that to look forward to. I'm following a lot of stories very closely here. It's super coincidental that Colin Kaepernick gets vindicated in a couple of ways, where his Netflix trailer comes out and it talks about, the tagline is, he's always having to prove everyone wrong. Well, now he's being credited with having done just that, as the head coach of the Raiders gets canceled for his racist emails. Very interesting timing. And I was pointing that out because, again, it's just too coincidental when people have a fictional version of themselves coinciding with their, quote, real version. And it's the merging of the fiction with reality, as sending Captain Kirk into space just accomplished. All right, and we'll be here same time tomorrow. If you want to know more about the symposium and you want to make sure you don't miss it, join us on the Patreon page. I'll make sure you all get links. And the symposium is going to be a focused event. I'm expecting maybe 3.5 hours, just content dense. We're doing a deep dive into the 22-year blooper reel, which they call the space station. I think it'll be very productive. And we're also going to be, I think, saving a lot of this content from eventually being digitally burned. This is Sandy, spelled with a $sign. I'll put a link in the chat below. Thanks everyone for joining. And we'll be in Discord working on that symposium. So if you're part of the Discord community, we'll see you there. If you're not yet, it's $2 a month to get into the Patreon. It's 100% worth it. You will be at the tip of the beak, so to speak. You'll be the first to know about everything. And hopefully we figure it all out before they break everything. And that's been my main concern. Like, I hope if they do a blackout, it's in sections at a time. I would hate for them to really pull the plug on everything, but that's what the Metascript seems to call for. Anyway, have a great night.
One after the other, devastated. The dead bodies that the coroner autopsied.
They blocked all that. They won't release any of it. Yeah, coroners that start laughing, and I don't mean uncomfortably. I mean like laughing with the state police when they're giving press conferences. People who've been coached, people who've been given cue cards. We know they staged stuff. They staged it before. And we know they were set and ready with that tragedy. There is something going on. What do you think's happening here? I can tell you.
conspiracy. And I myself almost had like a form of psychosis back in the past where I basically thought everything was staged. I've now learned a lot of times things aren't staged. So, I think as a pundit and someone giving an opinion, that, my opinions have been wrong. But they were never wrong consciously to hurt people.
You remember in the past, Jones's divorce lawyer tried to sell the fact that his on-air persona was just an act. But according to Jones, he was really trying to get at the truth.
Well, what I'm getting at is this stuff we're looking at today. Kids going in circles, schools closed, emails, EMTs not in the building, porta potties. These aren't comedy skits. This is journalism.
Yes. Well, this is punditry. Because I wear a journalist hat, punditry hat, satire hat. Just reading news, just being a news reader. I do that as well. So I do a lot of things. But when I was covering Sandy Hook, I was genuinely trying to get at the truth of it.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones only accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting deadly. Oh, you're so affected, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a setup. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguin, yeah, with the penguins. Coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. You get the general consensus, just pay attention. The rules to head paid with good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior, independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing hopes against quick. The IPS are making an entrance, but some doors down, cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Did it gain a tremendous momentum? There's nothing close resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like temping, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the hopes army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin, 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 fucking with the penguins, yeah.
Of which we all draw our source and conclusions from. Feel not as though it is a sphere we live on, rather an infinite plane which has the illusion of leading yourself back to the point of origin. Once we understand that all the spheres in the skies are just large infinite planes, it will be plain to see.
I've got some news for you. He's gonna shock you, so you better sit down. Listen very carefully. The Earth is flat, gentlemen.
People who believe that the Earth is flat cannot possibly be talked into seeing that it's round because they know it's flat. Because can't you see? So what you do is this, you say, let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun?
All right, everyone. I will be sending out text notifications now, and let me go and open phones. 833-311-1984. I'll put that lost track, the Edges in Your Mind video show, into the 24/7 stream. It's actually unlisted. It's a miracle that I found it, but like I said, I used an old computer because the other one crashed, and I looked for Chief Crow's The Edges in Your Mind, and this came up. And it's just one of another of these things just to surface from the 2017 fall era period of time. And I've been noticing a lot of things like that, which again, it makes me think that there might be something, some kind of, I don't know, templating with this system we're in, where astrology may actually make sense. That maybe there is some sort of a pattern here, but anyway, it could just be in my head. Okay, so we are live. It is 10/13, 2021. William Shatner took off today. I haven't seen much from the inside. We did see I watched the landing and his dramatic speech when they reached the ground, and we'll go ahead and go through that. A number of people are kind of poking fun that here is William Shatner waxing eloquent about this paradigm shift of seeing the sky swept away by blackness, and he's feeling like, is this what death will feel like? And right next to him, Bezos just kind of loses interest, calls some of the ladies over and starts spraying them with champagne. It just looked very, very tone deaf, very Bezos. Looked like they all had fun going to fake space, and everybody believes it's real, and they just cemented it as real. William Shatner is like the ultimate authority on it, and now he's the ultimate astronaut and the ultimate actor, compared to Aldrin. And this has been a thing for a couple of years. I've been saying, who's the better actor? Who's the better astronaut? If it's all about simulating it in front of a screen. And you would have to argue Shatner is better because he's been in far more alien environments, far more missions, not just one, not just the moon. However, I gave it to Aldrin. He's the better actor. He hasn't broken character, and it's been decades. However, now I'm looking back at this, and I'm kind of handing both over to Shatner. I mean, he just, if you ask me, this is the type of operation that they needed. This is equivalent to walking on the moon in terms of reinvigorating belief in outer space and desire to go there. And that's what the summer of '69 was about. And much of what we saw with the '69 is repeated in 2021. IFEP-A73 says there was a quick clip of crazy bubbles in space. I can't wait to see. I'll have to look. I want to go through all the footage, and we'll spend a bit of time on that. The first thing I want to get into is this, though. This is, I've been talking about Rob Skiba. I said the other day, he's got to be the only flat earther who believes in COVID, because it was said he had COVID and that he was in a hospital. Well, anyway, I got this message from Instagram, from social media, that he passed, that he died of COVID. And so it's kind of it's just one more example of an anti-vaxxer who's well known to the MSM and within the community of conspiracy theorists, that now it's being piled upon by the haters on the other side. The anti-vaxxers are reviled, and the anti-vaxxers are monstrous, as you'll see. He has made sorryantivaxxer.com, which is a website dedicated to anti-vaxxers who are close to dying of COVID. So this is coming from people who believe it's real, and they're cheering it on. Very genocidal. These are the types of psychopaths that laugh when Jimmy Kimmel says, hey, let's deny hospital beds to the unvaxxed. It's pretty psychotic. This is from that site, Rob Skiba, 52, Dallas, Texas author, evangelical flat earther, anti-vaxxer on ventilator. And it's crazy how they jump on it, almost like they're proud of it. And then one points out here, and they're actually going through his comments. And the thing is, they're finding a lot of commentary such as this. He said, "Those who disagree with my position," and he's talking about the vaccine. He said, "I would say within 2 years, one of us will be dead. I take no joy in saying this, nor will I if I'm the one left standing. I hope I'm wrong." So he was kind of offering a prophecy that the vaxxed would be dropping dead. So these types of comments are being played upon. They're looking at it as ironic. And then the Herman Cain Award, named for the guy who caught it after going to a Trump rally, died the next day. Seems very fishy to me when it comes to these big name politicians. Rob Skiba got his award, according to Reddit.com. This is insane. This is the insanity of fundamentalist religionists. The type who say, burn the witch, stone the adulteress, behead the infidel. They're here cheering on COVID. Their God, their devil God that they pray to, COVID. These scientism cultists literally are cheering this on. Let me go ahead and go through comments. Let me go ahead and turn on a few of these other platforms as well. I hope we're live on everything. Most of our YouTube channels are down, but a lot of you have migrated on over to DLive and Twitch. Okay, let's go on through the Herman Cain Award. Well, we'll see. Look, I'm just pointing this out because it's going to be pointed out. He's done interviews with enough, I would say, high-level MSM types. You know, he's done NBC, CBS. I believe he's been at all the conferences. So this is like almost like if a Mark Sargent had caught COVID. Like they would leap on that because they want to make an example. Or Alex Jones. And I've been wondering, it's like, who's next? Look how they celebrate David Knight and others. So now they finally have a flat earther. And I didn't think this was going to happen. I didn't think that this was going to happen because generally the people who are into flat earth don't believe the virus exists. Well, they probably believe that COVID is if anything just a psyop if there is a virus, but that this particular thing was a drill. But no, here, and again, I don't have any direct evidence for any of this other than what is being reported, and I'll go right to my source, which is someone who I believe might be close to the family, or at least they know the publishing company. So I have no reason to say it's fake. You know, with everything, it's fake until proven real if it's an extraordinary claim coming from known liars like MSM. But this isn't exactly coming from an MSM source. They have not reported on this yet. So the burden of proof has pretty much been met. Is it extraordinary? But the question is it what they say it was? But it's certainly going to be used, as it already is. There are so many sites, and if you search, you can see. I expect this to trend. You got Mick Toon, Fight the Flat Earth. I see others already. There's actually videos out already. People are just saying, this is what you get. Bright Green Barbie posted this. In loving memory, here's what she said, though. And it goes deeper. She actually believes that he was murdered by a ventilator. So, you know, I think that goes a little far, but it says here, we are mourning the loss. Donations for his family are being handled at sacredwordpublishing.com. If anybody else has any information on this and you want to comment, feel free to call in 833-311-1984. This is from sorryantivaxxer.com. According to social posts, Rob has COVID and he's in the ICU on a ventilator. He's a leader in the evangelical flat earth. Most conspiracy theorists don't come back to haunt them, which is the nice thing about being a conspiracy theorist. No harm, no foul, but this time there's a harm and there's foul. This is again coming from sorryantivaxxer.com, where they cheer on people who are sick or dying, which is insane. And they're doing it because they love you. That's the insane part of it. Like they want to save you. Not a coincidence that these are the same people who embrace the green world order and everything that comes with that. But you can find a collection of tweets that they have amassed here, of Rob's tweets, where he questioned the safety of the vaccines. many, like hundreds of tweets here that they've harped upon, and they put it in here making the case. Rob's understanding of epidemics is sketchy. So what they're doing here is they're making it seem like, again, it's dangerous to associate with people who spread certain ideas because then you'll die. I have a few updates here, a few different people, but again, I'm going to wait until I get information from somebody close to it. This is the problem with all of this. How can you even know if someone has something or doesn't until there's been an autopsy? And the news media is so quick to run with it. It's like man falls off his ladder, dies, COVID-19. That's pretty much what they've been doing. Okay, and I'm not exaggerating. You can find examples of articles, like I believe it's in Washington, where headshots were being counted towards the COVID death total. And that was in, I believe it was in Seattle. Don't want to revisit too much of the 2020, but okay, here we go. Well, I'll dig up these articles, but you've probably seen them. There's more than a handful. Okay, this is a video from, oh, it looks like Joey Roca. Maybe I can get him to call in. He's the one who actually brought this up to my attention.
Arthur, Rob Skiba, has corona. He's in critical condition and he's being intubated. So all of our prayers go out for him. Everybody in the Flat Earth community, all people in the truth community, all of our prayers go out for Rob Skiba and his family. And we just hope that Rob heals and is healthy and happy after all that he's been going through. So I just wanted to give that announcement. And also, you may have heard a guy named Brian Staveley trying to belittle and to try and put down Rob Skiba, calling him a fake and a phony and a liar and all these different things. Well, I just want to address that because Rob Skiba...
Okay, we can go and gloss over that. You're always going to have the people who are going to say things are fake and that's typical of this person. So no surprise there. To me, though, it's not fake until proven real, generally speaking, unless it's a very extraordinary claim. It disrupts the status quo. Auto hoaxing, calling something fake until proven real means you're demanding a burden of proof. But if you call it fake without evidence that would support the claim that it's fake, something that would upend the status quo, then you're dismissive. You would call that auto disbelieving, which is just as bad as just believing whatever you see. It's actually sort of nihilistic, and no, it's not thorough enough. So we don't have enough information at this time. And this applies to a lot of things. We don't have enough information at this time to say for sure that the ocean levels are rising because of our consumption of fossil fuels, and not from billions of masks winding up in the oceans. Now look at this one. This is a former anti-vaxxer. And these all seem like cautionary tales, and this is why you do have skepticism. I would say it's justified. It's rational to be skeptical these days of everything in the media. So here you have from ITV News, quote, "I coughed in the taxi on the way home after a night out, and now 3 of my friends are dead." Former anti-vaxxer Lee says it took killing his pals to convince him to get vaccinated. So this social media influencer is essentially saying that he killed his 3 friends by coughing in that cab. And that's what it took to change him. Now, do you believe this? I kind of find it to be dubious. How would you even talk about survivor guilt. You couldn't even prove that. Causality, no way. Okay, last night I was talking about the meteorite that crashed through the BC roof, just missing the sleeping woman, how it bored a hole through her house, ripped it open, but then it just gently alighted upon the pillow and didn't even fuck up the covers. Yeah, we have more on that. Again, meteorite, this lands in Canada.
The BC woman who is thanking her lucky stars still after a meteorite crashed through the roof in the middle of the night. Just missed her. We were telling you about this yesterday. Take a look at this, the chunk of space rock that landed.
Now, just so you know, if it had hit her, let's just say that the rock had hit her on the head and she died. just like that from a space rock. They would have locked down Australia, and they would have said mandatory helmets, get into the bomb shelters, no more walking outside without a helmet on, because if space junk or a space rock can kill one person, that's all we need to know. It's all for your safety. I mean, that's the rationale that they have. So when the same experts come out and they tell you that not only do you need a diaper on your face, but you need something to protect your head from space junk, all they need to do is point to this. This story here is all the evidence they need. This is a real threat. You shouldn't even be sleeping comfortably without a helmet on.
Landed right on Ruth Hamilton's bed as she was sleeping at home in Golden, BC. The only warning she got was her dog barking. That woke her up, and the next thing she knew, there was a huge...
Okay, let's pause here. Linda Curtis says Lindell pillows are tough as shit. That could be my pillow guy. No, look, this is insane. How does a dog bark at a meteor before it hits the house? The dog barked, woke her up, and then the meteor came through the roof and hit the bed. It wouldn't work that way. No way. That just doesn't make sense. Unless the dog saw the light or something, and then he panicked, maybe he heard it, but again, this is all very fishy. And all we have for evidence is the corner of a bed and a rock on it. And it's not even disturbed. It's a Lindell pillow.
Huge explosion and debris all over her. Initially, she and the RCMP inspector, because she called 911 not knowing what else to do, they thought it might have been from a nearby construction site. But no, in fact, people had spotted a fireball that night, so she got in touch with
So the fireball that ripped a hole in her roof didn't even scorch her pillow. You know, that's the part of this thing that I find so dubious. Like, I would imagine that it would have burned the pillow. I mean, what exactly causes it to tear a hole in the roof and have all that momentum and kinetic energy and then just lie on the bed like that? I find this to be, like, unbelievable, but the masses will obviously believe it.
Experts at Western University in London sent an email and... well, why don't we just pick up the story with the person who ended up receiving that email, because he's now very involved in the story. This is Professor Peter Brown, who is a professor of physics and astronomy at Western. He's in London, Ontario. Good morning, Professor.
Okay, and this, it's not the first time it's happened. It happened back in the 50s. It was even less believable then. It punctured a hole, it bounced off a radio, and it hit her on the hip, and there was a big photo op. Then it happened again last year. A 33-year-old coffin maker had one fall through his roof, and he said it was warm when he picked it up. But that one sold for $2 million. I don't know if she's going to make any money off this one.
Charcoal gray in color. Was that all you needed when that email came? Was that all you needed to know that it was indeed a space rock, a meteorite?
Yeah, the picture gives it away. It certainly looks like a meteorite, and all the circumstances were
correct. That's all it took, just a picture. That's what I said. A picture proves it. Like, I could do this. I mean, frankly, I could fake space travel with Blender and Photoshop and some of these other programs I've been using. In Canva, I did a very convincing launch of the Dogecoin dog, and it's all just stock CGI. But this would be so easy to fake. So it doesn't pass the fakeability test. I can't just assume it to be real. This doesn't meet the burden of proof because this is an extraordinary claim. So I can say this is fake without having to provide anything else. If you want to say it's real, I would say the burden is on you. And it's a large one. Woman wakes to meteorite crashing through the roof and landing on her pillow.
Just sounds kind of funny when you said in that matter-of-fact way, the first time a bed's been hit in Canada. Thankfully, Ruth Hamilton was able to be awakened, and because it was pretty close to where she was sleeping, wasn't it?
Again, had it hit her on the head, we would all be wearing helmets now. The CDC, NASA, who would be behind? Maybe the WEF. It would be helmets. And I predicted this. I said that helmets are next. We're all going to be seeing more and more of the spacesuit being normalized. First under the pretense of protecting you from a virus, and then it's going to be space junk, and then it's going to be maybe radiation. But yes, they're getting us into spacesuits. Get your helmets ready. And 42 years ago, Skylab fell. That was is a summer of Skylab falling. And there's a movie about it coming out next month. And they were helmet selling, Skylab helmets, mostly as sort of a joke. But, joke, serious, fiction, fact, what's the difference these days? They just sent Captain Kirk into space. Okay, here's some more information from memesrandom.com. According to social media posts, Skiba was on a ventilator in an intensive care unit. So apparently they say he was on a ventilator for weeks, and one of the commenters said that no one was allowed in the room. So if you have any information on the Rob Skiba situation, please call in 833-311-1984. I was mostly just pointing out how the anti-vaxxers are like hyenas. They're like vultures, and they're circling around, and they are ripping on Rob, which is insane. It's actually psychotic, but well, that's how people get. I think when everything's through a screen, there's no empathy, nobody has faces anymore. Everybody believes that there's too many people. All right, let's see. Going through comments. IFEP73 says, "What's the count of predictions from South Pole coming true?" Yeah, I know. It's almost like we have some kind of a crystal ball. In fact, I think it was last January, we had an episode where there was a pizza dungeon beneath CNN. And in the pizza dungeon, you had the Cuomo brothers. And they were basically, what were they doing? Well, Andrew Cuomo's a vax junkie. Don Lemon was trying to talk him out of it. And then you had the Cuomo brothers selling themselves to the Minister of Health, Maggie the Block, in exchange for higher death tolls, so Governor Cuomo could gain more power. I mean, we predicted all the stuff that they actually did, including the fact that the brothers are both sleazes. And so is Lemon. We didn't really get on that one, but Don Lemon is a quite a, I don't know what you would call that. I don't even want to describe what he did. I've already been there once, but something you would see on Silence of the Lambs. I'll leave it at that. Puzzle says the scripting's getting pretty obvious at this point. Yeah, it absolutely is. And right now we have, Kirk is in space, and then you have the Russians filming a movie. They're still up there, I think, until the 17th. I mean, they're calling it a full house in the aging space station, which has cracks, it has fissures. Other things in the script that I think are very obvious right now. You have the attempt to make a martyr out of Ashley Babbitt. There was too much Kool-Aid consumed over there at the 36th birthday party, I think. It had a whole bunch of people at Ashley Babbitt's birthday cheering on the notion of getting justice for her. And then Donald Trump appears via video conference to sing happy birthday with everybody to Ashley Babbitt. So they're really trying hard to create the perception that there's a desire for retaliation. And I think that's part of a setup for something that's coming. I do think I do think we're going to see very soon a very, I would say, disruptive psyop, maybe even on par with the George Floyd thing. Another 9/11. And George Floyd and Derek Chauvin, that event staged, by the way, it was ritualistically and symbolically connected to 9/11. But the numerology and the symbolism, it's telling a story. And in that story, it was the story of Western chauvinism embodied in Derek Chauvin. And it's the story of Western chauvinism and its oppression. And the I can't breathe, well, that ties in with the concept of oppression, lynching, and then also the name Derek. If you go into the etymology of names here, the name Derek is derived from a very famous hangman. So famous, he hanged 3,000. I mean, there is a 9/11 connection, 3,000 dead. And he hanged them with a very special form of gallows he invented. And now part of the crane, the derrick, is actually named for this guy. So he's the state's hangman. So the hangman and the 846, well, 846 is when the first tower was hit. The Twin Towers. And of course, the Floyd event with Chauvin happens in the Twin Cities. By the way, on 9/11, Mercury was rising at 8:46. Mercury rising, buildings burning, temperature going up. Very well written, very well scripted, and that's just scratching the surface. There are connections between 9/11, the Floyd Chauvin thing, 9/11, and the Rodney King beating that are so intricate that tells you that there is one director here. All right, let's see here. Adaptivia says everyone needs to go to space. Yep. And did everybody see the snake thing? The snake bites. This is interesting. They have a new hand sign or something. They call themselves the snakes. Let's go back to the story of the four astronauts going to fake space today. So they call themselves the snakes, these four new astronauts, and they have a little hand sign where they make fangs with their first two fingers and they hiss. We're talking about Shatner and the other astronauts. And I'm like, okay, wait, this is interesting. You've got a lot of interesting symbolism always with these launches. Like I said, Bezos went up on 7/20, the anniversary of Apollo 11, took off at 9/11. It's like, well, same director of Apollo 11 is believed by many, including myself, to be the director of 9/11. A little bit of a double shout out there. But I'm going to pull up a picture here of the astronauts before they took off. They have like this team mascot being the snake, and so they all do this little snake gesture. And my theory on that is, well, you look at the NASA logo, and it looks like a serpent's tongue, and this is often, pointed out by a lot of people who are analyzing it on this level. And I kind of think space travel is all allegory for higher states of consciousness. And I think that you can extrapolate from this a link between the solar system and the exploration of it to the Kabbalistic tree of life, with the spheres associated with these planets around a central light source. And the symbol, or rather the diagram of the tree of life, often features a snake climbing the tree, the snake being a symbol of wisdom as it ascends these various spheres. So heaven having been replaced by outer space, space travel, heaven travel, there's a relationship here. And so I've always looked at the NASA snake as kind of emblematic of this allegory, which the public takes to be literal. But I actually have it here, put up on the screen. They all come out with this snake hand sign. It's called the crew of NS-18 snake bites have graduated from training. And it's tweeted by William Shatner with the word hiss and a snake emoji. Nothing ominous about this, right? It's just all good fun. But, with everything, it's got an exoteric and an esoteric. Of course, the general population will only see the fun side of this. They think these guys are actually going to Disneyland, space, excuse me. The snake tongue, and then here's an example of a snake superimposed over the NASA logo, just to show you what we're referencing here. Yes, that's right. Someone in our chat, Salty Siren, had done a meme of it, of the NASA, of this space station and serpents, and they kind of, I don't know if they invented that before, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we're being spied on. All right, let's go ahead and continue a few other things I want to go through today. Thomas Sowell says, freedom ultimately means the right of other people to do things that you do not approve of. Surprised they haven't censored that as dangerous misinformation. The idea of free speech is you have to protect the speech that's offensive, because inoffensive speech doesn't need to be protected. But no, we're ruled over by snowflakes, and their weakness is their strength. It gives them power over everyone else, because if you melt one snowflake with that meme, you're going to have to, delete it. All right, now this is great. This is the scene I wanted to bring up. After they land, Shatner wants to describe the profound experience, and then Bezos is like, and they've been called out for having a bro atmosphere, for being toxic masculinity. I mean, imagine that. you got a company that is all based around this giant symbol, phallic symbol, and it's a bunch of sexists. So anyway, he whistles to these ladies, and they all run up to him, and then he starts spraying them from a champagne bottle, while Captain Kirk is trying to explain how profound it was to see the Earth from space. I'm going to cut to that part.
With the enormity and the quickness and the suddenness of life and death and oh my.
He's actually breaking down in tears. And then you got Bezos with the champagne. I'll try to find a better clip of it, but that's the one that's been making the rounds that I find the most interesting. It's just like, how out of touch can you be? I think this is it. Give me a champagne bottle. So there's Shatner tearing up, and here is Bezos shaking a champagne bottle, and these ladies are there ready to get doused in champagne in the desert, in the heat, for some unknown reason. Look, even her shirt's up. It's getting on her skin. Like, that never gets old. But it's probably just another way of honoring Osiris, their fertility god and all that. Christening, right. Blue Origin. Yeah, Blue Origin, of course. The symbol, the feather, all very interesting. And I look at the capsule itself as like the top of the obelisk, the golden top of the obelisk. I think that's what it means, the pharaohic elite. And so Blue Origin is blue blood, in my opinion. The feather, probably indicative of their origin, them all being, of course, descended from Nephilim or something like that. I mean, that's one possible interpretation for the symbolism here, but it's certainly Mystery Babylon. All right, here's Archbishop Vigano claiming that the Pope is a zealous cooperator in the Great Reset who wants to pursue the demolition of the church and to replace it with an organization of Masonic inspiration.
This applies to both, to civil and ecclesiastical world, confirming the pactum sceleri, the criminal conspiracy between the deep state and the deep church.
Now, it's the first time I've heard this, and that's why I brought this up. He's bringing up the deep church, suggesting that, like the deep state conspiracy, there's a deep church. So you got the bad guys and the good guys, and the bad guys are all behind this Great Reset.
The criminal conspiracy between the deep state and the deep church. It seems to me that in this conspiracy the role of the Jesuit has been decisive.
He says the role of the Jesuit has been decisive. And many conspiracy theorists are always looking to find a whodunit. They want to say, oh, it's this group, it's that group, it's the Jesuits, as though you could rapture that group out of here and the world would be fine. And no, I think that's overly simplistic to point at any old group and say it's them. But if there is a them, many do believe it would be the Jesuits. But then here he says an organization of Masonic inspiration, which is not exactly the same, but let's hear him out.
It is no coincidence that, for the first time in history, a religious of the Society of Jesus is seated on the throne of Peter.
Well, that is an interesting point, too. The Pope right now is a Jesuit Pope, and a commie, and he's a greenie, and he's sitting on the throne of Jupiter, which has been renamed the throne of Peter. Yes, that is all true. But my take on this isn't that this guy is a brave whistleblower who knows what's up. If anything, he's either a double agent, a disinformation specialist, or he's just lower on the Illuminati pyramid and all the uppers are probably just laughing at him. I think there's a lot of well-intentioned dupes in these organizations. They're not all part of the evil side, but they do enable it. They really do. I was looking at some pretty disturbing articles about nuns. I mean, you thought the priests were bad. but the nuns. But I don't want to go there. A black cube stone, symbolic of black goo, which is graphene in the you-know-what. Look at the logo on Operation Warp Speed, which includes corona spikes on the symbol of a black cube. This is pointed out by Rise to Fly on Twitter, and it's an image of Operation Warp Speed's logo. And this was Trump's thing. And basically, it's a cube, which is associated with the cult of Saturn, the cult of the obelisk. In fact, Saturn V rocket, Saturn, Osiris, these are all synonymous. This is the Earth God. This is the God of this world. Operation Warp Speed does, in fact, have that symbol, and it has the COVID spike, which is, of course, as you know, it's a very significant thing, the iconography of the COVID. When I first saw it, my very first impression was it looks like a globe covered in nuclear detonations, mushroom clouds, red mushroom clouds, like they're from China or Russia, communist. So I kind of figured that this is a symbol of World War III and world domination with ground zeros all over the place. So in a way, it does do what the nuclear holocaust would have done, but it does so without all the destruction. And it's all just completely mental. But it's an apt symbol of that, and that's kind of how it actually has played out. But now, this tweet also draws your attention to this, how you find this image of Donald Trump hanging out at the World Economic Forum. Again, World Economic Forum 666, that's what I call it, because their logo has a slash, which could be a corona. It looks like an eclipse, rather. But the slash, which would be the corona, is going through the O's. And the O's, 15th letter, 1-5, gives you 3 6s. In addition to being 6s from the lines going through the O's. So World Economic Forum is also behind bringing about Gaia worship of the AI god that they're bringing forth. And it sounds like sci-fi, but we're in an age where they have effectively merged the two. It's happened. That's really what today has all been about, with Shatner going to space. So anyway, here is Donald Trump, Ivanka, and Jared Kushner, who might be the Antichrist, and they're sitting in front of a black cube with Darth Schwab. So why are they sitting in front of a big black cube? It's a little noteworthy, I would say. I mean, because the cube, in context of the World Economic Forum, very ominous. Going through comments here. Someone says, "Yay, welcome back." Did our channel go down momentarily? Look, if it ever goes down, just catch it in the replay. Subscribe if you want to get onto the mailing list, and I'll make sure you get the daily archives. Now, someone says we mentioned the deep church and it went down. See, I didn't even know. I didn't even know the stream went down. I just continued. I saw some message there, but hopefully it didn't go down for everybody. We mentioned the deep church. Maybe I got another micro EMP burst. This actually happened 2 days ago. The main tower and the Chromebook on top of it that serves as my real-time transcriber, they both stopped working. The hard drives just crashed. And I thought, well, there are a number of big stories that I've been following, and I believe that they're going to be playing out very soon. And it would be very inconvenient if my hardware went down, if the computers crashed at this time. And it kind of did happen. But I'm not all that bothered by it. As you can see, we're still rolling along just fine. And I had to switch out mics, and this mic actually has better, clearer audio. The cube is on the table, for those who are looking. Now, the cube is also synonymous with the symbol of the hexagram. If you look at the hexagram, the interior does have a flattened out or a two-dimensional cube. And the cube is also synonymous with the cross, as it's a folded up cross. And both of these are representative of the same God of dying, resurrection, the God of the earth God. The God that you're actually venerating and genuflecting before every single time you put trash in the recycling bin. When you separate your garbage, you're separating your choices, those that hurt the earth God and those that don't. You're acknowledging that you've sinned against the God of the earth, and you're separating them accordingly. And that's why you have your big cube dumpster to put your recyclables in. It's your confession. It's an act of contrition. It's actually a punishment for being a consumer. And then you look at the symbol of recycling. Just look at the negative space, and I'll pull it up on the screen. And within the negative space created by the three arrows that are circling, and that's the symbol of birth, death, resurrection. It's the cycle of death and resurrection. The green god, Osiris, the original green god. This is who is the de facto god of the world. But the negative space contains that six-pointed star. Not a coincidence. It's a Saturnian Osiris thing. Now, what's more, the three nails, there's another correspondence there to the cross. The god of the, and it's not just, we're talking about the earth god, the vegetation god, the original green god. Very interesting symbolism here all around. I mean, of course, three nails, like the Monster Energy drink lady explains, could be said to symbolize three sixes. And everything about Saturn, the cube, the earth god, and world government is associated with that number. And that's why. The three sixes, it's all emblematic of this particular deity and this worship of the cycles of life and death and resurrection. Puzzle says audio is solid tonight. Yeah, we're going to keep it like this. I am sold on Logitechs. I'm not going to upgrade. I'm going to keep getting the $25 Logitech mic. So yeah, the recycling symbol is actually a symbol of this earth god. And if you didn't recycle, if no one recycled, what would happen? Well, the earth god would obviously respond. He would flood you off the surface. He would drown you, take away all the land, just flood everything like he did a deluge, and then eventually the waters would recede. But only the true believers would still be around. And who would that be? Well, it'd be the ones in the arks. And the arks of today are the spaceships. And don't think you're getting into a spaceship unless you've been properly inoculated. That's another thing they can hold over your head. And they made that very clear with the eruption of St. Vincent's volcano, where only the vaxxed got on the lifeboats. They said, hey, you're saved. But the rest of you, lake of fire. Lava comes pouring down the streets, consuming the unvaxxed. It didn't actually happen like that, but they made it seem like it was going to happen. If you're looking at the screen, there's Gene Simmons, my favorite super spreader, with all these unmasked fans who caught the COVID after having been masked, double masked, and triple vaxxed. Major league hypocrite. Same with his guitarist who said, stay home, mask up, don't live your life. And then you see him without a mask on over at Starbucks. No hate here. You know, I'm actually happy to see people living their lives. I'm just pointing out the sheer hypocrisy of it from the top down. Let's see, Maximilian 1987 says, I stopped recycling ever since I heard this. Thanks, Tim. Oh yeah, you don't... I probably shouldn't have even mentioned your name, because right now NBC is taking climate confessionals, and you have these sad people who are like, I've overused paper towels to clean up after my old cats and their fur. The people are saying, I eat steak once a week. I can't quit. I'm over. These people are... they're beside themselves because they feel like they're actually hurting the world, hurting future generations, and they're confessing. And I'm pretty sure NBC is taking those confessions and passing it on over to the CCP and the WEF. So you got the commies and the world government crew breathing down your back because you're admitting that you are a carbon super spreader. And they're trying to cut back on that. Seen some more messages here. Rip farewell to Rob Skiba. Bad situation. If I was, well, if I was to, how they would do. These sites are so heinous. The Herman Cain Award, these other sites, and these sites aren't considered hateful. That's what's so bizarre. It's a double standard. Actually, I'm not even shocked by it. It's a double standard. It's not a hate crime if it's not even hate speech if it's directed towards people who reject the church of MSM. If you don't believe in MSM science, and I don't mean if you don't know it to be true or understand it, if you're not a believer in it, well then you are worthy of death. You're an infidel. And that's why you have sites like this, sorryantivaxxer.com. How does this even exist, but you can't have 4chan or 8chan? You can't have these other platforms. They won't have any kind of what they call hate speech, and a lot of it's just descriptive language. You can't even say uncle or aunt. Even like Legos, for example. They're saying we're no longer going to gender our toys because it creates harmful stereotypes. Well, that's fine. It's free market. Do whatever you want. But there's this notion that it's hate if you don't go along with that. But then here you have websites dedicated to quite literally hating people who are sick and dying or dead. Some may be crisis actors, some may not be, but from the perspective of the creator of these websites like sorryantivaxxer.com, they assume it's all true. They believe it's all real. Posel says, tell us how to get off this ride. You can get off the ride 2 hours a day by hanging out in the IPS think tank. If you're not on the email list, go to infiniteplainsociety.com, get on the text message alerts, and things are just going to get more interesting. But the instant you know it's a ride, it's no longer affecting you the same way. And that's kind of been my thing here. I'm not taking the ups and downs. I'm watching it from the side, from over the guardrails. And it is an endless carnival ride. It's endless cycles. The stories are recycled. How many crisis actors today have already afflicted us in the past? I mean, like Gabby Petito. If you're not already fatigued on that story, she had starred in a music video after Sandy Hook. So, and then here's another recyclee. They recycle everything, even actors. Remember the cult of Sun Young Moon, the Moonies? Well, the Moonie cult is back, and they're back to make Trumpers look dumb. I think they're a bunch of actors. But check this out. The Moonies are back, and they have a church where they wear crowns with bullets, and they carry AR-15s.
In Pennsylvania this weekend, Trump advisor Steve Bannon spoke at a gun cult event about how Pennsylvania must have a full forensic audit and new canvass of its 2020.
I'm sorry for dragging fingers against the chalkboard. That would be Rachel Maddow. But this is real. Sean Moon, he's the son of the guy from the Mooney cult, has a church where they worship MAGA, QAnon. They wear crowns of bullets, and they carry AR-15s. This is a clown show. I can't believe that these people are really authentic.
Technically is the Messiah, but he and his brother now run a gun factory and church in Pennsylvania where the people who worship in the church are expected to hold their AR-15s while they worship, and he does wear a crown of bullets.
All right. Probably actors. So much of it is phony. I mean, I agree with the commenter here. It's all phony. It's all led by feds. Proud Boys versus Soy Boys, Antifa and the Proud Boys fighting. It's like, well, both groups are known to be run by federal informants. So it's ridiculous to take sides at this point. And as far as the prophecies coming true, Trump coming back, elections being overturned, it's hard to say if there's anything to it other than a desire to stir up resentment and keep people engaged. I have yet to see anything to confirm anything even close to approximating a, quote, great awakening. I mean, it's been quite the opposite. I thought at the beginning that there might be some loss of credibility with the media in the minds of the masses, but more than half the people are for the tyranny. I mean, you have to remember all the snitching that went on when they first declared the pandemic. And I'm waiting for them to start encouraging or even incentivizing people to snitch on the unvaxxed or those who don't recycle. That SOB says, thanks for watching her so we don't have to. Oh yeah, no doubt. I do go through a lot of MSM. It's opposition research. It's part of the job. It's kind of like, it's an acceptable dose. I don't go too far into it. I often do rely on closed captioning And you know they're all just teleprompter readers anyway. All right, let's continue here. People are talking about this, again, Rob Skiba. Yep, it says here, he's a flat earther and an anti-vaxxer. Here's his simulation of the sun going over the earth. This is going to be ugly tomorrow. So I'll probably just return to the Rob Skiba topic tomorrow. I have no reason to doubt it. I'm curious as to how anybody knows it's specifically COVID, but he's made all the major sites and the numbers are astounding. You have like 100,000 people commenting or viewing, tens of thousands of comments. And look at how hostile it is. Got his reward. His fan club is still denying COVID and praying for a resurrection. This is insane. And I'm pointing this out because it's not the flat earthers who are calling for turning the hospitals into death camps or basically excluding the unvaxxed, denying ICU beds. I mean, that's kind of what they're suggesting, denying treatment. You show up, what do they want to do? I mean, at this point, create a medical apartheid, apparently. But yes, you have the late night comedians behind it. People laughing at the idea, but you're talking about people's lives and about disregarding the value of someone's life because of their political opinion or their opinion about the shape of the disc that we're on, or ball, or whatever. Posel says Tim carries the CNN cross. Yeah, a lot of it to me is it's like this. If you don't listen to the other side, you won't know what they think and how they're distorted, or how their perceptions are distorted with regards to your position. Because the anti-vaxxers have a very distorted view of what anti-vaxxer is. Are anti-vaxxers even anti-vaxxers, or are they, would you even call them that? Are they even against it in principle, or is it just this one because of the way it was sold by genocidal maniacs or people who have made statements that make them seem like that? And then you have all the weird symbolism, the cryptic occult stuff. It's like, well, you would have a hard time convincing me that there wasn't a deliberate attempt here to make it appear that this is the mark of the beast. Posel in the comment section says, things will get worse from this point forward. iPhones keep getting better. In fact, I need to probably look at upgrading mine. We're doing more live streaming outdoors. I'm planning anyway on doing a few things. We have something going on in about 10 days, the symposium. Now the symposium will be available here, of course, if you're listening live and if you're on Patreon. This is going to be an opportunity to really consolidate our best material on various topics without attaching it to anything. Like, I don't think you need to talk about 200 Bible verses if you're suggesting that we're looking at special effects. And I think that the lies that have been exposed as lies are being ignored and they're given a pass because people are defending things that are hard to defend in this context. So if you're arguing for a biblical earth, you're not going to convince somebody that there's valid reasons to doubt the space station. The religious agenda overshadows everything. Even the last conference was really about the, quote, creator rather than the creation. They were kind of de-emphasizing the earth itself. When I think, no, this shouldn't necessarily be an anti-scientific conversation. I don't even think that most conspiracy theorists are anti-science as they've been falsely represented. I think there's a difference, though, between the science of consensus and the real thing. The science that says 97% of well-funded scientists agree. Well, that's not exactly a scientific proposition. Maximilian87 says, I won't go to a hospital unless I cut my finger off, and even then. Maximilian also says that Jurassic deserves a shout-out. Yes, Jurassic Liars 26, and I like a lot of these channels who do this. I'm not a big fan of MSM, but I do like to know what is being said, what's going on, to get a big comprehensive picture of the world stage. Because some will say that they just tune out. Some will just say, that they're going to, more or less quarantine their minds. I'm just going to not pay attention to the news because I know it's toxic. And I understand that, this going off the grid mentality, but the problem is the ignorance won't defend you from what all the misinformed are going to do to you. So I think it's more important to know all sides, to be informed, rather than misinformed. And so that's kind of what we're into here, getting the best information. That's why I did the work of figuring out that the QAnoners literally believe that JFK is still alive, and that he's going to reveal himself at the age of 104 and show that he survived his head wound and that it's a miracle, and that the world will worship him and he will usher in 1,000 years of peace. Now that might sound like the Antichrist, Revelations 13:3 or something, but they're convinced that the deep state edited the Bibles and they replaced the role of the Antichrist with Christ, or Christ with the Antichrist. So JFK was the second coming, is the second coming, according to Q. He is Q. That's how weird it is when you get to the bottom of it. I thought it was strange when JFK Jr. was Q. But no, he's actually, I believe he's R. And then Trump is Q+. And then Michael Flynn, the leading, I would say, military mind for the QAnoners, General Flynn, is openly channeling the Archangel Michael and leading masses of invocations. So all these patriots gathering at these prayer meetings are invoking the Archangel Michael and the Ascended Master Saint Germain, right out of the Church Universal Triumphant, Elizabeth Clare Prophet's Doomsday Cult from the 80s and I believe in 1990 or so. They all moved into a bunker because they believed that we were going to be nuked. So yes, you have a Doomsday Cult leader, essentially, in Flynn. Probably not a coincidence that his name is Michael and the cult's all about invoking the Archangel Michael, or that he was born on Christmas. Commenter says, if you do the research, you'll find out that JFK actually sold the USA to the UN. Fascinating. Wouldn't surprise me. The Kennedys, though, have a big role in the subtext of the news and the bigger stories. It's all written and coded into this stuff. The assassination of Kennedy, obviously fake. And last night I was doing some research into the assassination of RFK, also just as fake. The story's full of holes, no pun intended. JFK, RFK probably had the same director. I'm not sure, but it would seem to me that Kubrick would be involved in the RFK one as well, and I'll have to look into that. But just as an example, just really quick, Stanley Kubrick's film, Dr. Strangelove, screened on 11/22/63, JFK assassination date. That's just one. Kubrick film, Apollo 11, launched on 7/16/69 from Kennedy Space Center. So there's a Kennedy reference with that event. Then Eyes Wide Shut is released on 7/16/1998, which is the anniversary date of Apollo launching from Kennedy, and it's the death date, is it 98 or 99? The death date of JFK Jr. So 7/16. So you have Kennedy death dates with these movie releases. You have the name Kennedy associated with the Apollo, just with the name there, and these are just a couple of examples, but it's all of his movies are like this. And there are many things that would lead any analyst who looks at the actual symbolism in the subtext to think that JFK's actually a character encoded into Full Metal Jacket. And I believe Kennedy was even was he a war reporter? But there's some correlations between him and the character Joker. And moreover, that Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise is a thinly veiled telling or story about JFK Jr. and his faked crash. All very interesting details, all connected to Kubrick. And this is why I brought this up, though. Because if we're talking about Q, you can't leave Stanley Kubrick out of it. Because if anybody is connected to the Kennedys. It's him. And of course, if you look at the symbolism with the JFK assassination, King Kill 33 goes into detail about this. It's an article by James Shelby Downard. And it's one of the first pieces, I think, that ever analyzed the Masonic and sorceress implications of an assassination on this level. But he decoded it, more or less deciphered it, and it tells the story of the killing of a king, a ritualistic killing of the king of Camelot. And so you have this subtext again of the Kennedys as this American royalty. Then you have the son of the king also dying under these interesting circumstances. All right, let's move on. Maximilian says, I shook a stranger's hand that I sold a TV to. First thing he said was, I'm vaccinated. Interesting. And you said you're not. You know, I kind of think it's nobody's business. I mean, they've made this is another aspect to it. I think another aspect to this agenda, whatever you think, pro, anti, pro, anti, however you feel about the people taking their positions on this issue, I think a major purpose to it, an agenda, a hidden agenda, is further eroding the idea of privacy. But we live in an age where family photo albums are public. Every thought is public. You know, they use social media to get people to do Big Brother's work for him. Total surveillance has been achieved, but with the support of the surveilled. Like, I'm surprised they don't trust us to vax ourselves. Just send out just have Amazon just send packages to everyone's homes. But I think it's also about power relationships and you getting the communion handed to you from the priest. And they don't want you to take alternative medicines. They don't want you to listen to alternative theories. It's all heretical. Salty says, our liquor store here has a sign that says, don't joke about it or they'll kick you out. Now, the sign you said here, not to joke about COVIDs or they'll kick you out. Did the sign say COVIDs? Lean Dion says, gotta go. Peace, y'all. Thanks for joining tonight. It's going to be an interesting week. We have, I think, we have the Russians completing their movie up there. Shatner's flight went up, went down, no problems at all. I mean, this is the major psyop of the year, I think. The movies in space, celebrities going up there. Nobody believes anything. I mean, the skeptics won't believe anything until it's shown to them by someone that they trust. And celebrities are trustworthy, apparently. Tom Hanks, a lot of people found him to be very credible. He sold us on that, and now. Okay, let's move on. I was really hoping to get someone to call in with this Rob Skiba thing. I wanted some confirmation because, we're dealing with people's lives here, and then they get instantly politicized. And to say he's a COVID-19 death, well, if we don't know this, well, he's already being smeared on all kinds of sites. And it's just like something I've been talking about for months now. There seems to be, there is an agenda here to compile a list of all the heretics that they can point to and say, look, these individuals are examples of how not to do it. Bad examples. I mean, look how they've been roasting Joe Rogan. You know how much they would love? Well, they loved it when Joe Rogan had it. In fact, they were mad that Joe Rogan didn't die of COVID. They were mad about it. They're like, that's anti-science. And that in itself is also indicative of them not really being in it to save the world, but it's more about imposing an ideology. Nets announced that Kyrie Irving is banned until he takes the jab. What do you all think about this? Staged? Is he legit? Is he taking a principled stand? He's a very mysterious character. I wonder if he's given lines to utter. Like he's the designated controversial guy that says the things that makes the public think, hey, maybe we ought to regulate free speech because in today's age, anybody with 1 million followers can significantly disrupt the world. It's like a threat to national security to let some of these meme super spreaders have their platforms. A commenter says the launch looked fake. They have to be using CGI for the rockets now. Yeah, I think so. I don't think they would risk people's lives. And something else I noticed, and if you watch it now, just watch the latest launch with Shatner. The flames beneath the rocket were orange. And I think they did it for Halloween. I really do. Yeah, someone's commenting about Kyrie Irving, says he's very well spoken. I don't know much about him other than he's been dropping certain trigger words. He said, and he didn't even say the earth is flat. That's what I like about him, is he's not making definitive statements. He was making the argument that you should be able to ask questions. But I think it's just a little conspicuous that he happens to be something of like a scapegoat. And now that he's being financially punished. But look, I don't think that they're actually sending people. I mean, you think that Bezos would send himself up there? I mean, anything could have happened from a PR perspective that would have destroyed him. A death, an accident. Who knows what? I mean, maybe Oliver Demon could have choked on one of the Skittles that they were throwing into his mouth while he was hanging upside down from the ceiling. Something could have gone wrong. And it was just such a huge risk. I don't think that they would have taken that big of a risk. More likely CGI. I have no reason to think otherwise. Now, as far as the thing landing, there's a number of ways you could accomplish it. I mean, we're looking at basic magic tricks. It wouldn't take dropping the capsule out of a plane. They wouldn't even have to simulate that. I think it's all on the ground. They may have some kind of screens on the inside, so it's like a Disney ride. But I do think that before they moved on over to CGI, they were using rigid airships, cylindrical blimps with fireworks on the bottom. Blimps that launch out of sight, out of mind, and then they augment it. They have the insert shots, pre-produced footage filmed in a movie studio. Okay, let us continue here. Restless Bear says he can likely afford to retire. Right. We'll see. I just find it fascinating that he's taking a stand, and not everyone supports it. You know, not everyone is. I mean, this is also coming from, I believe they say that he is a conspiracy theorist. I did see something about Kyrie Irving. I don't know if he shared something. I'll look this up. But it's something about a plan of the devil or Satan. Like they did throw in some conspiratorial angle in here. So he's not just advocating horse paste or whatever. Yeah, here we go. There's quite a few articles about it now. Kyrie Irving is supporting anti-vaccine sentiment on Instagram. Okay, so he's been at this, and they say he's gone from declaring the earth is flat to the far more dangerous sentiment. And that's one of the things he did say. Something like, he said something about removing the mask, and then later he kind of, I don't know if it was a backtrack, but he kind of said he didn't mean a literal mask, he meant a figurative mask, or something. Okay, Rolling Stone's Matt Sullivan reported that Kyrie Irving started liking posts from an Instagram account that has an anti-vax stance. So they're following his likes. The account claims that secret societies are behind the vax, and they're using it as part of a, quote, plan for Satan to connect black people to a master computer. Further adding that the microchip misinformation campaign is now spreading across numerous NBA locker rooms and group chats. Interesting. So that's the rationale. There's some kind of, what would you call this? Is it superstitious dread? Or are people still taking seriously the idea that there is a Vaxageddon around the corner? Adaptivia says, will Nike cancel his shoe deal? Well, one of the reasons I think he's an insider is that the shoe deal he got, the logo on the shoe is like the all-seeing eye. But he seems like the scapegoat. And then you have another example that was set with Stephen Curry, who questioned the moon landing, but he immediately was brought to account for this. They had him speak to an astronaut who corrected him live. And afterward, they gave him his own brand of shoes. Stephen Curry's got moon shoes, which are hideous, by the way. All right, I'm going through my tweets. If you want to follow me at tweet, it's Real Tim Osman. I tend to retweet a lot of stuff that I think is worth listening to, but what I'm not doing is endorsing all of the things that I retweet. If I did, I would be a monster, quite literally. So I don't apologize for what's on my Twitter feed. Okay, just 2 minutes ago, Kyrie Irving breaks the silence on retirement talk and vax mandates. New York Post. I might look into that in just a moment here. My only interest in the topic was he said the earth was flat or possibly not round. You're only trusting pictures. He made some points that a skeptic would make, and then he had to apologize to the teachers of the world for confusing their students. So he had to make an example. They made an example of him in that way. So I kind of think we're going to see something similar here. I mentioned Kaepernick's movie coming out and the interesting correlation between the theme of it, Colin Kaepernick proves everyone wrong, and now you have the scandal with the NFL where emails are more or less, I'm not sure the word is leaking, but emails that have been released are showing that he may have been right. There may be certain institutionalized attitudes that kept him off the field. So he's vindicated as his movie is coming out based on his vindication being proven right. Adaptivia says LeBron is pro-jab and retweeted Kyrie. Right? LeBron James is pro-jab, doesn't surprise me. I honestly think that the whole thing is about introducing the schism, the crack in our society, and I believe it's worked pretty well, and it will continue to work. I was listening to this with some politician in Australia who was saying that if you don't get the vax, you're going to get a $5,000 fine or something like that. It's insane. It sounds so desperate, and I wonder if it's even enforceable. And by the way, a lot of people flippantly say, well, that's what they get for giving up their guns, as though Australia has been disarmed or something, like there's no guns there. And John LeBon posted a tweet, I don't know if I have it here, but he posted a tweet saying that that's just not true. There's plenty of guns. It's a misconception to say that the Australians are somehow defanged. Anyway, this is the guy I was referring to. Australia's Northern Territory will be imposing a mandate. Those who don't comply by November the 13th will be fined $5,000.
Interacting with members of the public, then you need to get the jab. If you work in hospitality, you need to get the jab. If you work in retail or in a supermarket, you need to get the jab. If you are behind the counter at the bank, if you're a receptionist or positions like that, you need to get the jab. If you are a barber, a hairdresser, a beauty
you get the idea. He goes on and on
therapist
and on. I don't like his tone, to be quite honest. But here, let me get to the fine.
Received at least your first dose of a vaccine, you will not be permitted to attend your workplace in that role, and a failure to comply with the direction is a $5,000 fine. That means that workers must have received at least their first dose by Friday the 12th of November at the latest. You have 30 days.
Sounds severe. The cognitive dissonance inducing speeches like this give me a headache. You have somebody who's not wearing a mask giving all these dictates, and I just don't really take it seriously. Now, this is something I'm a fan of. I love this. I like watching people getting mad at the environmentalist wackos like Extinction Rebellion. So these are well-intentioned, I'm sure, but these are environmentalists who are blocking roads in Britain, eco-mob, eco-fascists. These are the ones who want to lock down society to save the planet. And here's a video where they're being physically dragged off the road by motorists.
This is stupidity.
I mean, in America, they run over them.
This is stupidity. If you want to do something, come on.
And watch, she drags her by the backpack. Now, I understand her tone. I know what she's saying. I could probably translate it, even though I don't speak the language. That's from Leading Britain's Conversation. Activists, eco-activists getting dragged off the road. They ought to just throw them into the recycling bins, like Soylent Green. That's what I would do. If I was... Well, anyway, we'll move on. I almost brought up The Rock, because I got this tweet. The Rock rapped. And if I was like The Rock, yeah, I'd be tossing these eco-fascists into the recycling bins. No, The Rock did a rap on a Tech 9 album, and I don't want to play a clip of it. I just find it weird when some of these celebrities decide to just rap. I think it's disrespectful of the art form if you're not a rapper to suddenly become a rapper because you've got a platform. I don't know if it's legit. I mean, is The Rock a legit rapper, or is that some kind of appropriate? What do you call it? I'm almost offended by it. Almost. Frontman says the girl in black is yelling in Polish. Okay. Well, I agree with everything that she said. Everything. Even though I don't understand it, I stand by everything she said right there. And the way she dragged that thing out of the road, that was fantastic. All right, let's move on. Facebook's blacklist of 4,000 dangerous individuals has been leaked. So I downloaded the list, and I did a search today. You hit Control F and type in IPS, type in Tim Osman Flat. I searched everything to see auto hoax. No, we did not make the blacklist of the 4,000 dangerous individuals. But there's probably a bigger list of 50,000 permanently shadow banned individuals. You know, you can't type infiniteplainsociety.com on Facebook. It's been that way for like 3 years. For 3 years. Why can't you type infiniteplainsociety.com on Facebook? Because I'm on some kind of list. I've been banned, I've been blocked by so many Twitter accounts of media personalities, people who have more than 500,000 followers, and I'm wondering, why are they blocking me? And I think I figured it out. I think they're blocking me because they don't want our memes to cross-contaminate with theirs. So if I respond to a certain person on Twitter and their followers see my response, it could potentially spread that meme. It's like we've been quarantined. Matt Gaetz' friends have all ditched him, won't answer his texts, and they joke about how he's totally screwed, and everybody's sitting back with popcorn. Update from Matt Pizzagates. Scandal with a 17-year-old. Very ironic, 17, because of his Venmo account. You know, your Venmo account publishes all of your transactions, so you can see who your drug dealer's dealing to. Or whatever, because it says it. It's like, he sent this much to this person for this. So, yes, he was ordering pizza. And, well, that was the controversy. But anyway, they're all eating themselves on the fringe, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene is, well, I don't know if she's attacking Lin Wood, but she's just pointing out the fact that Lin Wood exploited Kyle Rittenhouse and his mom for $2 million. And they haven't seen any of the money. Lin Wood, attorney of the damned, I think they even called him Lucifer Wood, didn't they? This guy has a reputation. He represented the Perrys, the Ramseys. But anyway, Lin Wood convinced Wendy Rittenhouse to keep Kyle in the juvenile detention facility, wherever he was, keep him there until after the election because there's going to be an apocalypse and he'll be safer in custody. So they kept him in there longer, and he raised a bunch of money. Scott 1873 says, so tired of this clown world. You know, I find it, I'm not tired of it. I find it to be interesting, but, you know, not in the good way, but in the interesting times kind of way. may you live in interesting times kind of a curse. We live in accursed times. I mean, it is an age of universal deception. Liars in high places, purposefully warping our collective perception of this place. Code Monkey Z, 33-year-old Illuminati agitator, hanging out with GOP types. Very interesting here. So Trump picks, who is this? He has a pick for Arizona governor. I've got to get her name. But she's dining with Code Monkey Z. Code Monkey Z was Ron Watkins. He was the one who was over there at the symposium lending credence to the idea that there is a kraken to be released on the election, that the pillow guy had, 37 terabytes of information that would overturn the election. The thin line separating GOP from the full-on QAnon conspiracies has been eroding for months. So QAnon's not going away. That's why I'm bringing it up here. Ron Watkins is mixing with all of them. I follow their telegrams. It's not going away. And one of the reasons why I wanted to bring up Michael Flynn and the Church Universal Trump, or Church Universal Triumphant, I brought him up because that was a doomsday cult that held they held their ground. And it took everyone selling their worldly belongings and moving into a bunker to end the thing. And it's still not over. So I'm just suggesting here that this QAnon story is far from over. And then, of course, the more Christian among the QAnoners are noticing that Michael Flynn is dabbling in devil worship. Is that what you would call it? I mean, forget the name Michael for a minute, the Archangel Michael. But if you're saying a prayer that came from a cult that professed that this prayer would invoke angelic or ascended masters into you, that's like Ouija board level. Maybe satanic's not the word. All right, let us continue going through my Twitter feeds. A few other things I had earmarked here. Again, the significance of the Russian movie in space, the challenge. Hard to overstate that. They're getting people ready to go to Mars and the moon. The whole astrocrete phenomenon. Where they're going to turn body fluids into bricks for these lunar bases. They're getting people acclimated to this idea that we're all just going to start being ferreted off to these other planets. And I think it's going swimmingly. I don't see any real opposition. There's no skepticism. And the skeptics have all been rendered almost just entirely discredited now because of their opposition to the vax. Now they're seen as reckless and a danger to themselves. And that does keep getting worse, I've noticed. And look how they've really built the case that spreading memes is deadly. Oh, this is nice. Walgreens closes 5 more San Francisco locations, citing organized retail crime. There's a lot of looting going on, but it's a lot more organized than it was last year. But they're not stopping it this time either. Maximilian says, I know Peeps heavy into the Q stuff. I tried to tell them. Well, to me, the Q thing isn't organic or new, and it wasn't dreamed up by a bunch of kooks on the internet. This Q phenomenon is produced, and it is being brought to you by the same cabal that brought you 9/11, that brought you the COVID-19 lockdowns. So it's the same group of writers. It's not some rogue mission. So I look at it as another way to, I guess, keep people engaged and polarized to be exploited later. I mean, I think right now, especially with all this martyring of Ashley Babbitt, what they're doing is they're creating the sense that there's enough resentment that if something happens and some right-wing QAnoner pops off, nobody's going to be surprised, and they're not even going to question the premise. They're going to say, yeah, these people, they've been building up to this. All right, phones are open 833-311-1984. I think a couple of people have tried to call. I'm still trying to get through some of these glitches. It seems like on this computer, it's a little slow, and I'm a little, well, yeah, it doesn't answer on time, so I keep missing. I'm a little slow on it. But I will probably come up with a solution by tomorrow if I'm not able to get the phones to work tonight. Commenter says, it's genetic war. The entire saga is a war on your entire essence. You know, I'm open to the idea that we are dealing with something. I don't like to get into supernatural explanations, but if you just take them at their word, if you just look at what is blatantly out there, it does seem like there's a bit of wizardry being used. Movie magic. We use the word magic very flippantly, but maybe we shouldn't. I found this interesting article. It's just a little snippet from The Atlantic that said that the ability to recognize faces is still under development until you're like 14, and that you see faces holistically when it comes to memorizing them. And so blocking part of the face is going to make it very difficult for people of all ages to recognize, but developmentally speaking, it's probably going to be apparent later, but it's going to be, I think, problematic, for some who are very young and they're going to grow up seeing faces always covered in their close vicinity, but the faces they see on TV are going to be, of course, uncovered. So at least the people they bond with through the screen will have faces. And maybe that's it. They don't want you to see smiling unless it's MSM smiles. Psyopsical says Jasara is UBI in disguise. So Jasara, Nasara, that's that idea that there's going to be some kind of squaring away with all past debts that we've been parasited upon for a long time by the deep state. And there's going to be a balancing out of everything, and we're all going to get paid. And I've heard about this theory, and this is kind of at the end of the Great Awakening rabbit trail, that you have this universal basic income type thing. All right, I have a request here. Someone is asking me to look at a certain tweet. If you just want to tweet it to Real Tim Osman, I will look at it. But you have to @ me. Otherwise, I won't be able to find it. Maximilian says, can you imagine the effects on the kids with the masks? Well, I think what's going to happen, though, is they're acclimating them to seeing non-human faces, masked faces, faces in spacesuits, and I think it's just part of redefining what we are. Social distancing and all this stuff, it's all part of what I described as a puritanical revision of society. You have a bunch of godless atheists who don't believe in sin, who are now easy to regulate by another invisible judge or potential judge to watch out for. Now this time it's scientifically described rather than biblically, but it worked. COVID is a devil the atheists believe in. And they actually worship it, which is crazy. They do. You're looking at sites like Sorry Anti-Vaxxer, and what they're saying is COVID Akbar. COVID has punished the infidel. And they have this long list of who they consider to be infidels, people who don't believe the science, people who think that the space station and the space program is a big hoax. Well, they deserve it. They went against science. And remember what Fauci said, if you go against Fauci, you're going against science. That's like going against God to them. Just like not recycling, well, you are basically tempting the wrath of Globe. So I saw that commenter in here who said they weren't recycling. Yeah, you basically, if your condo gets climate changed and it collapses, well, they'll say you deserved it. Sorry, climatechangedenier.com. You should have recycled. I can't believe there's so many of these. I'm scrolling through comments on anti-vaxxer, Sorry Anti-Vaxxer, and these people are just so pleased that this non-believer might actually be dying. This is a digital stoning. It's a digital stoning of someone they believe to be dead. And that's what's so insane to me. All right, let's see. YouTube comments were turned off on his channel. Looks pretty bad. But a lot of the commenters were being nasty. Someone said here, on the most recent comment, somebody said, "It wasn't COVID, you lying, godless bastard." Others are saying, "The hospital murdered him." So somebody just went in to his video channel and had to shut off the comments. I almost don't want to read some of these. Actually, I won't read some of these. They're appalling. Oh, here's one I will read. This website is appalling. Yep, exactly. All these good riddance comments, though. I hope you didn't have faith in humanity. Anyway. But don't let it color your perceptions of people. You know, this is just the internet. Posel says it's all a clown show until people start dying in the streets. Well, you know, I don't think that's going to happen. There's this idea that there's this Vaxageddon around the corner. And you know what? One, it's not going to happen. And two, if it does, you know, who's it getting it rid of? I mean, it wouldn't make sense. They're going to get rid of the true believers. No, they're using it to exclude the non-believers, not to kill the believers. But, all right, let's move on. Has anyone here watched The Squid Game? I was listening to a podcast by Adam Weishaupt. It's Squid Game Symbolism, Analysis, Illuminati, Human Furniture, MK Ultra. I'm tempted to watch it. It's on Netflix. And I am going to watch this Kaepernick thing because I think it's important. You have to remember that Kaepernick was the quarterback in Super Bowl 47 when they had the 33 minutes of darkness. And I think that's a very significant thing considering his role on the world stage today. And I think there's a bigger drama here being played out. And again, the timing of these leaked or released emails from the NFL, along with his Netflix trailer coming out. And here's what the Netflix trailer actually says. It says, Colin in black and white, tired of having to prove everyone wrong. And as this comes out, he does just that. Seems very, very scripted. Do Gruden's racist... Now, Gruden is the head coach of the Raiders. Do his racist emails prove Kaepernick was right about the NFL? And then you have a bunch of cheerleaders coming out saying that there's this boys club within the NFL, and it's just, again, it looks to me like iconoclasm, like a structured takedown of what would, you know, define America to the MAGA types. That's what they're actually aiming for. I think they're willing to sacrifice football and sports. I think they're willing to do all that for this agenda. And they use these athletes just like they use celebrities, and that's why I follow it. And anytime I see some Netflix story corresponding to somebody's real life, I'm like, okay, that's probably hoaxy.
The BC woman who is thanking her lucky stars still.
Earlier, if you missed it, there's a woman in the BC who was awakened to her dog barking, good dog, who barked and woke her up, and she said, "What's wrong, dog?" And then a meteor fell through her ceiling and hit the bed right where she was laying down.
The chunk of space rock that landed right on Ruth Hamilton's bed as she was sleeping at home in Golden, BC. The only warning she got was her dog barking. That woke her up, and the next thing she knew, there was a huge explosion.
Again, good dog. Psychic dog, I would have to say. I want to know what breed. What breed of dog can warn you in advance of an impending skyrock falling down? I mean, my dog shivers if there's rain clouds, hides under the bed. I'm not going to get a warning if I got a space rock coming down my way. Maximilian says, I thought people might start dying, but I'm starting to think this is just going to be a slow, drawn-out 19 years. Yeah, like the War on Terror. We didn't have anything comparable to the initial attack. That's all it took. One big threat, and then the rest of it's psychological. So I don't think they're going to have to beat us back into our cages for another 20 years. Because they got people mentally boxed in and caged up. Okay, go through a couple more things. I'm waiting for Skylab to come out. Nothing yet. Skylab to storm theaters soon. 42 years since Skylab fell. A movie about Skylab falling about to be released. And I hope it actually hits a theater. And it even says it here, crashing in theaters soon. All right, you know what? I think that the phones are failing, so I apologize if you just try to call. Go ahead and leave voicemails, though. I'll get to those tonight, and I'll play them tomorrow. We'll follow up on the sad news with Rob Skiba tomorrow as well. You know, I don't have any reason to think it's a crisis actor situation, even though when you're dealing with MSM-friendly types, these are fair questions to ask. However, you have to ask, is this outside the realm of possibility? My only question of it is, how do you know it's that? Because the fact that it's that means they can politicize it, as you can see. And I'm making a prediction now. We're probably going to see Skiba on the Daily Beast tomorrow. All these horrible papers out there will be more or less gloating, as they have been doing for some time. The only thing that would make them happier, I think, is if Alex Jones were to catch it. All right, if you haven't signed up for the newsletter, click the link below, and I'm going to try to get the phones fixed. Again, we had some hardware issues, no big deal. We're getting everything fixed, and the symposium is moving along swimmingly. The Infinite Plane Society Think Tank Symposium, scheduled for October the 23rd. And if you're a member of Patreon, you'll be the first to know about that. And the purpose of it, of course, is a focused conversation and discussion about one particular facet of the big conspiracy that runs the world. One at a time, taking them down. The idea of the think tank is to oppose the closed echo chamber that they're trying to turn the internet into. And the think tank itself is a merging of the real, the public space, and the online. Oh, Dances with Penguin says there's a new movie that just came out called American Insurrection, about a dystopian future in a segregated America. Notice the initials AI. 1919, 19 hijackers, COVID-19. The Pearl Harbor attack was actually called Operation AI. And right now we have the Gaia, or the Global AI Initiative for the post-reset governance of the New World Order. AI is 19. You see it encoded on everything, and it always presages one of these big transformative psyops. And before COVID-19, you had the comet breaking up in the sky, Atlas, C19. No coincidences. And I actually ran this by Jordan Maxwell, and his understanding of numerology is better than anyone that I know, and including the etymology of words and how the symbolism is disguised in plain sight. And he explained that 19 represents the beginning and the end of a phase, because in the 0 to 10, it starts at the 1, ends at the 9. So what he's saying is that the 19 would symbolize a psyop that would run for a period of time. It's like again, a phase or a cycle. So you had 19 years of the war on terror. So now you can expect 19 years of COVID-19. And that's kind of how I set my expectations, that we're basically looking at another long, protracted war on terror. The terrorist, of course, is now more universal than before, but it's the same drill. They just have a little more power. So now it's not just patting down your junk to see if you have a bomb. Now they can actually suck your blood or look into your blood supply. They have that level of invasiveness now. And moreover, now they can read your minds, or they have the authority to. Key word warrants. Have you seen those yet? Before we go, you have to key word warrants. This is just the latest development, not all that dissimilar from post 9/11 Patriot Act, suggesting that they can start listening in if you say certain words like bomb or Allah or something. But anyway, here, feds issue secret keyword warrants for your Google search history. In a controversial practice, used in secret to search for criminals. Law enforcement will search a suspect's history. Keyword warrants threaten to implicate innocent web users in serious crimes. That's from Reason.com. Government secretly, I like that, secretly orders Google to identify anyone. And again, this is upsetting privacy advocates. Are any of you here not privacy advocates? What do you mean upsetting privacy advocates? If you're not a privacy advocate, they've already brainwashed you. That's what they're trying to do. They want to eliminate the private, the individual itself, private property. A lot of this stuff is a war on private property. Everything carries the COVID. Except your smartphone, the device they use to program you. No, that doesn't carry it. Take a vaxie. Take a selfie while you're getting a vax, even if you're sick. It's not, I mean, that's the insanity of this thing. They want you to publicize it, even though even carrying the phone in there would presumably be a dangerous threat to your existence. If shopping bags are dangerous. And I found this article from like 2011. It was just a short video talking about how shopping bags can carry these various viruses and bacteria. And I'm like, well, what about masks? How come we're not putting masks in biohazard containers? It almost leads me to think that this is more theater than not. All right, this is Auto Hoax or GTFO, Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms.
The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. Globe, the globe is my home. I'm so infinite, 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 infinite. Globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. You're telling me the globe is my home. The globe is in my home. The globe is in my home. I'm so infinite. I'm so infinite. I'm so infinite. And I'm killing it. I'm killing it. I'm draining it. And I said it's fake as shit. Yeah, I was in the basement. Now I'm in the spaceship, cause it's fake shit. Got on my camera, and I'm guiding the challenger. I'm smashing the actress, cause that's all that NASA is. Space isn't real, the stars are a spirit, and I'm trying to do it real. I'm counting it. I'm trying to show space. Nobody can relate. So yeah. I'm so infinite, oh, I'm so, never right, never right, definite, yeah, knowledge.
I live in a world where nothing's what it seems. Restless people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting vaccines in their maskies. Posting vaccines in their maskies. But down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? But what about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear.
All right, thanks everyone for joining. This is PGA Black Sheep. Put a link to the track in the chat, and if you're listening after, you can get it at fakeworld.news. Now, I'm not confused. The world's not fake, but the way it's presented to us definitely is mostly an imposition, a CGI, augmented virtual reality. But the masses don't know the difference. And tomorrow, as in less than 12 hours, Captain Kirk goes to space for real, and this will solidify the existence of outer space as presented on TV for all time. This simulation, for all intents and purposes, will be the universe, that the metaverse is what they're calling it. But this will be the reality for future generations. This is the space age. Alright, Slee, Zareth is back from being walked by his dogs. Pozzle says plagued with problems. Yeah, we definitely have been. We were shut down on a number of channels, and then we had a couple computers simultaneously crash. I think I was hit with an EMP blast, coincidentally, because a big story is about to happen, and it's something I've been talking about for some time, a couple of things. And maybe I'm just paranoid, but the Chromebook real-time transcription computer I had set up and the tower both crashed at the exact same time. Very inconvenient, but not a big deal. We're still on, and everything is going according to plan. In fact, things keep getting better. And I was invited to be one of the first wave of video podcasters for Spotify. So Spotify's opened their doors wide. I don't even think censorship is such an issue. I think it's overplayed by a lot of people. And I'm not really into getting into the weeds in some of these topics that are going to get us censored anyway. But it's just the case that they are making it increasingly difficult to even joke about things. They're defining things as hate crimes, and I kind of think they're trying to make an example out of Dave Chappelle. They're trying to make an example of this comedian to say, hey, look, if you are influential, and if you have or like Joe Rogan, if you're a media personality, you're now a threat to national security because you might say something. And words equal viruses. Words kill. Okay, let me see. I'm going through comments. Again, you can call in if you want, 833-311-1984. Again, 833-311-1984. 311, very important, significant date. Even more important than 9/11 in terms of symbolism on the world stage. And 1984 is the year that it is, the year that it was, and the year that it always will be. User Offline says FBI sniffer dogs are now being trained to detect peanut butter sandwiches. What for? Whatever for. If you could let me know. Okay, I went through the comments. We're joined by Salty Siren, Travis Cloud, Finbar, User Offline. Yes, Travis agrees. Some kind of sabotage. Micro EMP. See, I thought micro EMP. It's like your hard drive is not connecting. And I'm like, did somebody take my hard drive out? And strangely, like I said, the Chromebook on top of it. And that Chromebook had not experienced any kind of technical difficulties. Nothing with the battery, nothing. And they both went out. And I think my suspicions have been confirmed because the very subject that I've been really focusing on is now taking center stage. And we'll get into that. Let's go ahead and go through. Oh, this is interesting. So, I've been talking about metascripting and how you have these world stage characters and they're televised or they're entertainment versions, their made-for-TV versions tend to coincide, or the roles they play in movies tend to coincide with their, quote, real lives. So yesterday I was talking about Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood. The 33-year-old is accusing him of being an abusive Nazi. She called him all kinds of, well, she said he did Nazi knife sex to her. I don't even know what that means, but Marilyn Manson was accused of all kinds of heinous things, mind control, trauma-induced mind control, torture. Now, these are all allegations made to the news media. These aren't things in police reports necessarily, and I thought it might just be contrived. We're talking about Evan Wood, 33. Well, I started watching Westworld shortly after, which is very interesting, replete with symbolism. It's a cross between Blade Runner and Jurassic Park and Hannibal. But as I'm watching it, I'm realizing that the star character, Evan Wood, Manson's ex, she's playing in Westworld the role that she is communicating that she lived through with Marilyn Manson. So in Westworld, she's the prisoner of this older guy dressed in black, and she goes through this endless cycle of abuse, and she's reborn every day not knowing that she's a victim. That's the beginning of Westworld, and then she gradually awakens until she defeats him. Well, now, if you look and you compare the characters in Westworld, the character that she's opposed to, the antagonist, looks like Marilyn Manson, just tall, gaunt, dressed in black, the embodiment of the evil one, the devil, the villain. It's just an archetypal thing, but it's just coincidental. So here's another coincidence. Colin Kaepernick's TV show is going to come out here very soon on Netflix. I'm getting Netflix for this. I want to watch it. It's going to be out on Halloween. And in it, and I watched the trailer, the theme is that he's had to prove people wrong his entire life. And so that's the theme here is really about systemic racism and how it may look like it's not there, but it is, and it looks like it's very personal. And anyway, interestingly enough, it's about how he has to prove everybody wrong. And just since yesterday, you had some emails leak with intra NFL emails that prove that Kaepernick was right, or they seem to. So here's an article. Do Gruden's racist emails prove Kaepernick was right about the NFL? Now that these emails have been thrust into the spotlight, folks are wondering what could have been in those emails. So without getting too deep into it, what we're seeing here is vindication, evidences of systemic racism within the NFL, and Kaepernick being proven right, just like his character on Netflix. And these two stories come out simultaneously. So I'm just suggesting it looks very contrived. Another media manufactured psychological operation, and it's far from over in my estimation. And I've been following it very closely. It's a very interesting story because it involves Trump. And there's a very deep subtext here when you get into the names of the characters and their historic roles, and it's endlessly layered. All right, I'm going through some comments here. Now, Brojetta says, we have 9/11 and 3/11. Will the next be 6/11? According to Jurassic Liars 26, 6/11 is the big day, and we'll talk about that one. In fact, that's the day that Timothy McVeigh, who was 33, was executed. 6/11/01, which you can kind of flip it over into a 9/11/01. He was inspired by the Turner Diaries, and here's a bit of trivia, but I don't think it's trivial, really. The writer of the Turner Diaries, the book that came to life last year with the McCloskeys right off the cover. This is the book about a race war and the New World Order being combated by these white nationalists. Well, the book's author was born on September the 11th, 1933. So 9/11/33, Timothy McVeigh, who's basically a character out of the book, dies at 33, executed 6/11. And of course, this was just months before 9/11. Interesting little storyline here, though, if you get into it, with the whole Turner Diaries, the purpose of the book, and how it served as sort of the Bible of the white nationalists. That's how it's been framed. And it's created by the feds. But what gets even more interesting is I had forgotten about Timothy McVeigh. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to him until that condo in Miami collapsed, and I thought that looks like the Oklahoma City bombing. It just looked very similar, and it got me thinking about a certain FBI agent out there who presided over the Orlando disco shooting and a few other poorly executed psyops, and it happens to be the same guy that people have pointed out as possibly the new identity of Timothy McVeigh, and that would be Special Agent Weisseball. Anyway, interesting rabbit trail. Nothing new here, from Wayno Sexton to Dr. Carver, All of these crisis actors are eventually recycled. And sometimes they don't even change their names. You know, Gabby Petito was in a Sandy Hook video. What are the odds? Now, Jurassic Liars 26 has all kinds of interesting breakdowns of the media that have to do with dates, and he's the one who pointed out that the first vaxxie, which is like a selfie while you're getting vaxxed, you know, you're getting stuck on camera and you're like smiling at the camera, the whole thing is wrong on so many levels, if you ask me. But Elvis was the first one to do that, and the first celebrity to get a vaccine. I think it was for polio. Yeah, it was polio. But anyway, that took place on October the 28th, which happens to be Bill Gates' birthday. And that's just one connection to that date and to this whole agenda that Jurassic Liars 26 has pointed out. And he was I was actually watching one of his videos because YouTube just wiped out like 5 of his channels. We lost 4, he lost more. I thought 26 was how many channels he's been through. And he doesn't even put any copyrighted content out there. He just sort of talks. They don't like people who are good at connecting dots. That's what it seems to be. Like, don't you have the right to be wrong? Like, let's just assume we're wrong. What if we like being wrong? And what if people like listening to people who are just so off base that it's inadvertently funny, unintentionally funny? Nope, not even that will be allowed in the future. I read that user offline about the astronauts and the brain damage. They've been saying for some time that the brains of the astronauts float higher in their heads after spending time in space, and I think that's part of the overview effect. So they come down and they're literally holier than thou, more elevated. These are your high priests. They have seen the face of God. They've seen heaven. They've seen the world from a perspective that allows them to appreciate how terrible you are, because you're down there polluting. And they're up there in their sustainable habitat. Well, mostly sustainable. They try to keep it as close as they can, which is why they're obsessed with recycling things. You don't want to know what astroplastic is made out of. Astrocrete, made up of blood and Martian soil and lunar soil. Not quite as gross as astroplastic. Okay, let us continue here. Look, I've been making fun of the whole asteroid thing, and I said, you know, they haven't had an asteroid fall through someone's roof since 1954, and that story itself was hokey. It supposedly was warm when it fell through the roof and bounced off a radio, hit the wall, and then hit her on the hip. And then the mayor and the police officer and the doctor show up and they photograph the wound, the red mark from the asteroid that hit her. The whole thing was just fake. So I called it out as fake. And the very next day, the story comes out of nowhere about this starving, poor coffin maker who found an asteroid. Well, one fell through his roof. And he sold it for, I think it was $2 million. The whole story made little sense to me. Here it is. A rare meteorite worth $2 million crashes into the home of a 33-year-old coffin maker. Made him into an overnight millionaire. So anyway, man sells meteorite. His name was Joshua, Indonesian coffin maker, 33. So aside from this one and the other one, before that, 1954, I couldn't really find any examples. And this one just seemed fake. It's like if anybody would be doing well in 2020, it would be the coffin makers, right? Like, wasn't there like a pandemic or something? You think their phones at the funeral homes would be ringing off the hooks? Apparently not. Anyway, a woman rocked awake by a meteorite chunk crashing through her roof. This just happened yesterday. So history's repeating again, just in time. Yeah, you need to look up Astrocrete. Astrocrete is literally made up of astronaut blood and Martian soil. And I think it might actually be a way of introducing the Soylent Green concept, the ultimate in sustainability. Eat the old. You know, turn your dead into bricks. I mean, that's where they're getting with this. Okay, so this was, let's see, Ruth Hamilton says a space rock came through the ceiling and landed on her pillow. A meteorite rests on Ruth Hamilton's bed in her home in Golden, BC. She awoke to the sound of her dog barking before a rock from outer space hurtled into her bedroom. So her dog barked first. It warned her. There's a space rock coming. Is it a lassie? That's insane. How does a dog know? Anyway, she says there was a huge explosion and debris all over my face. I jumped out of bed, called 911. A charcoal gray chunk of rock the size of a melon came from space through her roof and landed on her pillowcase inches from where her head was. She was shaking like a leaf. And you can see the image there of the meteorite that had enough power to punch through her roof, but it barely disturbed her sheet. Wax Bottle says coughing maker. Oh, interesting. Coughing maker. You know, I think it was Eminem did a track with Kid Cudi last year, and it was ridiculous. And I should probably pull this up because I don't want to misquote him. But Eminem rhymed coffin with coffin, and he said that people who don't wear masks are whack. Eminem on masks, avoiding a casket from others' coffin. I don't want to play the clip, but here it is. Eminem kills the anti-masker in a new single with Kid Cudi, and he says, "Now I'm in a coffin because of your coffin." He says, "I used to use the same basket as you shoppin'. Now I'm in an effin' casket from you coffin." That's Eminem. You can get rich if you can make up rhymes like that, apparently. Basket, casket, coffin, coffin. Who needs William Shakespeare? You know, Shakespeare was the first guy to get vaxxed. Well, the first person was that Margaret, but Shakespeare in Warwickshire was the first in the UK. First to take the vax, and his name was William Shakespeare. He lived in Warwickshire. Shakespeare's sister happened to be named Margaret, like the first woman who was vaxxed. Now, Shakespeare's dead, but it wasn't from the vax. All right, so anyway, this story about the woman who was rocked awake by a meteorite falling through her roof, it just sounds like she saw this story about this other guy and she's thinking millions of dollars. Like, how much is she going to sell it for? Does anyone here in the chat find this the least bit believable? Like, if you think this is believable, let me show you one other story, because another thing that hadn't happened, and I kept pointing it out, I'm like, how come we never see space junk from the International Space Station? Well, just a few months ago, up on the space station, they were doing an operation called Celestial Immunity. And wouldn't you know it, a piece of space junk hit the robotic arm and punctured a hole. Space debris hits the space station, damaging the robotic arm. They called it a lucky strike. But the point is, they're up there testing out the immune system in space. And the arm gets punctured. It got vaxxed. And I think that the agenda of cleaning everybody's blood, cleaning your internal orbit, the orbiting liquids, the circuiting liquids, the vaccination agenda, it's going along parallel with the clean up the space junk agenda. And I think that it's always noteworthy here when you see these parallels above and below. Like, this is some kind of, I don't know what we would call this, but it's not real, I'll tell you that. Puzzle says, pull the plug on the simulation. Yeah, it does seem fake. A lot of this stuff does seem fake, and I can see why you might call this a simulation. I mean, it is a simulation. We were born into a doomsday cult, and not everybody got out of it. And a lot of people are going deeper into it. Like, I was talking about this yesterday, Life on Mars simulation. They're simulating a Mars base out there in the desert just outside. It's in the Israeli desert. So people are already getting acclimated to the space age, which is living in a very small or closed area with a lot of people in a uniform, basically doing hard labor, full-time on life support. I mean, it really sounds like prison, if you ask me. All right. Brain-damaged biomarkers detected in cosmonauts after long space jaunts. Blood samples taken from Russian cosmonauts before and after stints have revealed elevations of biomarkers that could indicate brain damage. I'm not going to dwell too much on this now, but the upcoming Cyber Symposium, we are doing a very thorough examination of the space station and the 22-year blooper reel / reality TV show / government propaganda. What would you call it? Postmodern science fiction, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you might want to call it real, but here's the thing. I don't accept video as scientific evidence. And if you're going to say, this video footage is evidence, this is admissible, this is science, we should be able to challenge what's on the footage. And if there's any question about it, we should be able to explore these questions. And if you censor the people asking the questions, what does that make you? I was talking about this earlier with some friends. We were talking about the 97% thing. How they're like, well, 97% of the scientists say Earth is getting warmer, ocean levels are rising, therefore it is. Well, what about the 3%? They censor them because they're conspiracy theorists. They get demonetized. Well, if what they're saying is so wrong, why can't the 97% stamp out the 3% with facts? Why are they so threatened by the 3%? And that's the main point here. The 3% represent a threat to the harmony of the echo chamber. They don't want any kind of new facts that might disrupt whatever picture they've painted. All right, tomorrow, William Shatner going to space. We'll be following this very closely. It's going to be with Blue Origin. And I saw something, I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but somebody suggested to Jeff Bezos that he and everyone else meet William Shatner on the ground afterward in Planet of the Apes costumes. Kind of a callback to 1968. It's really strange how these last few years have totally been templated off of the late 60s. History is repeating in so many ways. It's rhyming, but it's also just repeating. Highly unoriginal. William Shatner rockets to space with Blue Origin. How to watch live. Now, the character Captain Kirk has some interesting, I think, correlations to Captain Cook, a predecessor who explored the frontiers, not the final frontiers, but circled Antarctica. So you have a famous captain with this log writing back about his sojourn around Antarctica, and that's Captain Cook telling us, here's what's at the border. Then you have Captain Kirk doing the same thing. Another interesting parallel is the iceberg thing, that the outer areas, the unpoliced areas, the areas where we aren't familiar with, are inhabited by dangerous things. That's always a fear, like fear of what's out there. And I think they have that kind of programming, kind of like in The Village, where you can't go out there because the people are wicked and there's monsters in the woods. Well, you go out too far and you've got icebergs. You go out too far, and then of course you got asteroids. There's always these new threats they're inventing. Like the very real threat they've created in the minds of the public that we may be locked down for generations if we don't do something about the space junk. And the concern about space junk has completely displaced the concern about the oceans. Nobody's talking about saving the whales anymore. And I think it was on 3/11, in fact, on March 11th, there's that date, NASA dropped the largest piece of space junk that they've ever dropped. It was 3/11/21, and it was a 2.9-ton crate of batteries. Now, here's the thing. They dropped it into the ocean. Space station tosses a 2.9 hunk of space junk overboard, a 2.9-ton pallet of used batteries, on Thursday morning, March 11th, the most massive object it has ever dropped. And I'm thinking, what about the oceans? Here you are, 300 miles above the surface of the Earth. You've got 3 tons of used batteries. And what does the EPA think about this? And you have an option. You can nudge it away from the Earth and let it fall into space, maybe let the sun have it, let a black hole swallow it, let it go through a wormhole. It'll spit it out somewhere at some exoplanet 6 trillion light years away. But no, they want to drop it right below them in the ocean. And how do you know where it's going to hit? It could have killed a whale. So I don't understand why they would have discarded it, but it just draws attention to the fact that nobody cares about the ocean anymore. The new thing is space junk. And I think with the meteor falling through someone's house and landing on the pillow, if that gets by the public, people are going to accept it once the space junk starts falling down. I'm waiting for the DirecTV satellite to take a hit. And they also have this phenomenon they call the Kessler syndrome, where if one piece falls, it hits another piece, precipitates an avalanche. We could have 42,000 CubeSats falling down upon us. That's how many CubeSats that Elon Musk wants to put up there, 42,000. It's a lot of stratospheric balloons, CubeSats. All right, I'm going through some comments. Puzzle says that the climate change agenda is to terraform the planet for the reptilians. I've stated this before. Right. I consider that, and I've been reading a bit of fiction on Kindle these days, and one of the common themes is a future where man is huddled into enclosed cities, and that's because the sun, for various reasons, like maybe the sun dissolves the atmosphere, but whatever it is, the rest of the world is just not habitable. And I could see them convincing us of something like that. I could see people moving into domed, enclosed cities and being taxed for the air that they breathe, because we're just about there anyway. But as far as terraforming it for the reptilians, I've heard that. Maybe that's what Bill Gates is up to with the blackening of the sun. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. This is, again, William Shatner to rocket to space with Blue Origin on Wednesday. And this will be on the 13th, tomorrow. So I've been looking into it. Okay, the 13th, so 10/13, and I'm not getting too deep into the numerology here, but you have to recognize that they are really into timing, anniversary dates, and numberology. Not a coincidence that Bezos' launch was on the anniversary of Apollo 11 and took off at 9/11. And both 9/11 and Apollo 11 were directed by Stanley Kubrick and company, in all likelihood. So that was a dual shout out there. Okay, so let's continue. The first flight of a New Shepard rocket with humans aboard launched on the 20th and carried the founder and mega rich guy Jeff Bezos and his brother and Wally Funk and Oliver Demon for a quick trip to space. This time, the headline passenger is the iconic 90-year-old veteran actor, best known for playing Captain James T. Kirk. And we've already talked about these tie-ins between Starship, Star Trek, and SpaceX and the Mars mission, and the Star Trek emblem on Mars. So many tie-ins between fiction and reality. This just seals the deal. People are going to follow Captain Kirk through the movie screen, and they won't be coming back. It's a one-way trip. You know, they're merging fiction and fantasy so well. This is the simulation that Elon Musk has hinted at. That people would be entering into a simulation, and how would you know? Well, they don't know. And those of us who do know are routinely censored, marginalized, impugned. Okay, Wax Bottle says, Lucille Ball was said to be the one that was responsible for Star Trek getting picked up as a TV series. I'll look into that. Let's see, there's a few characters within Star Trek and a few scenarios probably worth looking at, but the main thing I was pointing out here is just the role of Shatner as, exploring the frontiers, and now they have him actually going to space, and the seamless merging of fiction and reality. I used to do polls, who's the better astronaut, who's the better actor? Armstrong? Aldrin? Or Shatner? And the thinking here is that if being an astronaut is simply playing one on TV, whether it's for the government or for Hollywood, you would have to say that Shatner's the more experienced and probably the better astronaut. He didn't just have one trip to a local body. But when it comes to who's a better actor, you could argue that Buzz Aldrin, because he's never broken character. But All that's up for grabs tomorrow. Shatner may come back down as the best astronaut and actor of all time. All right, we'll watch that tomorrow, by the way, so if you want to go ahead and subscribe, don't miss it. He's out there in West Texas, and they're getting prepared. It's a quartet blasting off from their launch facility. A few minutes into the flight, the capsule will separate from the booster and will continue on into suborbital space, where the crew will get to experience weightlessness and an epic view of Earth. Now, I have a problem with how low they are. I don't think they're going far enough to get the overview effect, to really see the world as fragile and in need of salvation. They all come down saying, the world's fragile, we need to save it. Well, I don't think they're going high enough to see the whole thing. It says the whole experience should last 15 minutes. Okay, Shatner, who has also released 10 albums as a recording artist, says he plans to write a song about the experience on his next album. Alright, so there we have it. And I don't want to play it again, but he was on with Anderson Cooper, and they were making dirty jokes about the shape of the rocket, and Shatner said that they were going to, quote, inseminate space. So if you have any doubts that this is a clandestine fertility cult disguised as a space program, you can go ahead and erase those doubts now. They're openly joking about it. Okay, here's the tweet from Jeff Bezos. Someone said, you should all dress like Planet of the Apes for Shatner when he returns from space, and Bezos says, I'm game. The joke here is that Planet of the Apes is a movie where somebody lands on an alien planet and it's run by the ape people. Another 1968 callback, though. Nothing these individuals do makes any real sense. It's all scripted. The QAnon obsessed dad who speared his children is pled not guilty. This is the Michael Coleman case. He stabbed one of them 17 times for Q, and the other one 12, if you want to believe this story. Matthew Taylor Coleman, 40, pleads not guilty in a San Diego U.S. District Court. They're not saying exactly where he is. They think he's a flight risk. There's a few things about it that I find questionable. People magazine has the inside scoop. They're talking to people who know these people. They look fake. And one thing I can't find in all the pictures, in all the social media posts that are available, I cannot find one image of this individual with Trump or Q paraphernalia. And I follow the Q people very closely. I follow the Q conspiracy. I don't drink the Kool-Aid, but I know what the Kool-Aid drinkers think. And there is nothing about this individual that indicates that he is obsessed with Q. Nothing. I've seen the Q obsessed. They have giant flags on their front lawn that say JFK Jr. Trump 2020, that kind of stuff. Nope, nothing like that here. The best I can come up with is he was looking at his phone. But I think the point of the story is to get people to think that you can be as far removed from Trump country as a beach town like Santa Barbara, just on the edge of the world, and one of these memes could get into your life, and next thing you know, your whole family's being killed because somebody goes crazy because they're, quote, enlightened by QAnon. Finbar says, are we live? Yes. Hey, if you want to be sure, go to infiniteplane.media and subscribe for text message notifications, or join the Patreon for $2 a month. Get the live stream notifications, and then you never miss anything. Like I said, we lost 4 YouTube channels just a couple weeks ago. So if you don't want to miss anything, you're going to want to just get on the list so you get a direct link. Or just go to infiniteplane.radio. Infiniteplane.radio will have the most up-to-date. Alright, so in addition to Shatner going to space, which is a big deal, a lot of strange, deep fakery around Tom Cruise. Then we have the Kool-Aid overdoses at the Babbitt posthumous birthday party. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been called a communist traitor by Lynn Wood. And General Flynn is now being accused of New Ageism and Satanism because he's using New Age angel channeling magic at these Patriot prayer gatherings. That's a fact. It's the cult universal triumphant, which seems to have been repurposed as the cult universal Trump. I'm sorry, church. Didn't mean to mix that up. And what this group is about, it's this idea that you have a hierarchy of beings, angels, then you got man down here, but in between man and the spiritual realm, there are ascended masters, human beings who have transcended this world high enough that when they die, they can stick around and help people fully enlighten themselves. And so this group, the Church Universal Triumphant, they're led by Elizabeth Clare Prophet. That's her name, Prophet. How convenient. And this prophet channels the archangel Michael and it gets instruction on how to save the world. So back in like 1990, she and all her followers, they moved into underground bunkers in Yellowstone and they prayed away what would have been a nuclear holocaust, courtesy of Russia. So you can thank your local Church Universal Triumphant for having stopped that. That was 1990. See, they didn't lose faith when the nukes didn't drop. It solidified their faith that they stopped it. So my point being, here you have an established doomsday cult that channels the Archangel Michael with some very specific prayers about 7 rays and other stuff. Well, Michael Flynn, who, again, Archangel Michael, born on Jesus' birthday, which he's always talking about, Michael Flynn has actually repurposed the invocations. These are prayers to summon the archangels. So he's taken these invocations and he's repurposed them for the QAnoners. So they're out there praying for their victory over the deep state while they're actually praying from the actual books of a well-established doomsday cult, which makes me wonder, will there ever be an end to this? And I'd have to say no. No way. Not until they're underground in bunkers. All right, let me see here. Commenter says Jean-Luc Picard. Oh yeah, they should send him next. Well, that's another one. I was talking about how Captain Kirk seems to rhyme with Captain Cook and similar roles there. Well, the first person to see the Earth from the stratosphere, and he said it looked flat, was Captain. Was it not? No, Captain Picard is named for this guy, but let me get his. Now, this is one of these things where you can obviously see it's August Picard. You can obviously see that they've twisted history, because originally he said that the Earth looked flat and upturned from his perspective. But because flat earthers have turned August Picard into some kind of a hero for his record-breaking helium balloon flights, Wikipedia has just taken the liberty of changing it. So now he's the first guy to have seen the curve of the Earth. Now, he didn't say that, but Wikipedia is comfortable putting it out there. You may have seen him on that Hennessy commercial. But anyway, the one where he goes into space and it's all water. Anyway, August Picard. Then you got Captain Picard, Captain Kirk, Cook. Lots of examples like this. Victoria Pandora 9 says, everyone knows that it was Scientology's operating thetans that stopped the nukes. Right, well, that's the thing about these doomsday cults, and you can laugh at it, especially, you could say, oh, it's just a cult, not worth paying attention to, these people are somehow deficient or gullible, but no, the greatest cult of all, the one that has the most power today, is the global warmist one. And that's the one that you can't criticize right now. Now that COVID's kind of losing its gravitas and people are moving past it and it's become such a big joke, they're returning to the fear of the weather. And now criticizing climate change is going to be the next taboo. Google is already defunding, demonetizing channels that don't believe in climate change. It's like, if you don't fear God, if you don't fear globe, are you globe fearing? If you're not a globe fearing science believer, we're going to take away your funding. Frontman says, I'm on Patreon, but I never check emails. Okay, here's what I'll do. I will put a link in the next Patreon email, and I'll send a link for text message notifications. That's probably the best thing. Okay, Gabby Petito's cause of death. Does anybody care? That story's kind of old. Another one of these recycled crisis actors. Not that it matters, but William Shatner's birthday is 3/22. He's a Skull and Bones baby. You know, the Skull and Bones Society was founded by Batman's great-grandfather. You can find this on episode 33 of the original Batman television series. 1966, the episode Fine Finny Friends. I'll go ahead and play it. All kinds of symbolism here, but I'll play it because Batman figures prominently in so many of the major psyops of the day, and to find out that his grandfather founded the Skull and Bones Society at Yale. 1966, Season 1, Episode 33. The Penguin has returned and has a dastardly plan. I'll see if I can find the scene, but there's this party where they're walking through the room and this woman gestures to a painting of his grandfather and says he's the founder of the Skull and Bones. Don't want to find it right now, but it's there. Looks like there's a line in the sand here. Nets announce Kyrie Irving is banned until he's vaccinated. And this is problematic. I've seen this before. We all saw this before with the whole flat earth thing. And now this. And now they have actual leverage. Before, they kind of coaxed him into walking it back and apologizing to teachers by giving him his own brand of shoes. I think it was, they have this Illuminati eye on them. It says, think for yourself. But now they have some real leverage. I mean, remember at the time they were joking around. They brought him on Jimmy Kimmel out there at that Hollywood Masonic Lodge where they do the TV show. And they hand him a globe. Well, it's a basketball painted like a globe. Like they really did try to get him to recant. Well, here they have leverage because now they can affect his income. He's going to lose $300,000 some dollars per game. But it's a line in the sand, and now it's the case that these individuals like Kyrie Irving are kind of becoming heroes to the anti-vaxxers, and I'm seeing a lot of resentment from the MSM about this. All right, let us continue. Demi Lovato says the term aliens is derogatory towards extraterrestrials. Just a heads up. I'm not exactly sure when the alien invasion is slated to happen. I kind of arrived at the conclusion that the alien invasion scenario was all just preparation psychologically for the invasion of the pandemic, that the whole setup of the pandemic was partly, I think, in our minds, setting our expectations. So I don't think it requires an actual physical invading force, but it's good to know that the SJWs are watching out for them for when they do show up. Things are getting really weird these days. We have Legos out there taking away harmful gender stereotypes from all their toys. So removing male, female, and I think even in California, stores that have more than 500, employees are going to have special toy sections for non-binary. It's just interesting how the governments are taking a very active role in shaping the marketplace. And I'm not pro or against any of this. I'm just observing it, and I find it to be very interesting because it seems to go along with a bigger program of effacing the individuals. And so it's really not about protecting minority groups. I think what we're looking at here is a deeper attack. I mean, they eliminate the words that you would use to describe the people that you're related to. The word uncle is a hate crime to say out loud, I'm pretty sure. Okay, someone mentioned the $33 billion Green Deal. Talk about Macron. It says France, that whole green investment plan. I'm trying to find, there's a video on it where I believe, God, these numbers are so insane, where they make these deals. One of them was, I think it was 33, was it £1 million or something, where he comes out carrying a red briefcase and it turns green. Are you all you remember that from last year? This whole green agenda, anyway, is pretty much just a continuation of a broader program. This sustainability, it's all code. I think everyone here knows that. And this is where Astrocrete comes into it. You know, the whole space program is, I think, also getting us used to the idea of asceticism. You're not taking anything with you to Mars. The menu's already been made up. You're not taking your cars, your identity, as far as your social media, your personal lifestyle choices, all that goes out the window. You have to sacrifice a lot of yourself to go up into space. Hey, check this out. The Build Back Better. This is Nancy Pelosi talking about how the Build Back Better is in 3 baskets: climate, health, jobs, security, and moral responsibility.
Medical leave and the rest. The Build Back Better is 3 baskets. It's climate, which we spent some time talking about already, health, jobs, security, and moral responsibility. It's healthcare, the issues that relate to the...
That's a lot of baskets for 3. There's a problem here with the accounting. This is how 2 weeks to flatten the curve becomes 2 years. Nobody puts a brake, they don't put the brakes on this. And I'm seeing a lot of calls for permanent masking indoors, and I'm fine with that, but I think the people who advocate it need to put those masks on their faces, because the cognitive dissonance gives me a headache. This do as we say, not as we do. It's obvious to me. Now listen to this. This is from Bloomberg Quick Take. This is what I'm talking about. As COVID loses its clout, global warming and climate change is going to replace it. This is the head of the International Council of Nurses. He says, climate change,
you ain't seen.
Not COVID, is the grandmother of all health threats. Again, this is the head of the International Council of Dancing Nurses.
Healthcare professionals have said to me, if you think COVID is bad, when it comes to climate change, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's the grandmother of all health threats. COVID and climate change are compounding each other, and they're adding pressures on already weak health systems and staff. And it's why business as usual is not an option. And it's why now we need to truly have health at the centre of all our policies: energy, transport, agriculture.
So here you go. And there he is in front of the laurel wreath with the circle divided into 33 sections with the snake on it. By the way, the WHO snake, what is that? It's climbing. It's a big Q-tip. Kind of interesting. It just happens to be shaped like a Q-tip. But it looks like a symbol of world domination, if you ask me. You have the world chopped up into 33 sections. You got the laurel wreath, the crown of Caesar, Apollo. But anyway, yes, these world government types are saying that it's global warming and climate change. It's not COVID that we have to worry about. Restless Bear says, when do I get my climate shot? Right, well, the way they think, the climate shot would probably be a lead pill because they are about reducing our carbon footprints, which really makes me wonder, why are they so obsessed with vaxxing everybody if we are the problem? I mean, we are the virus in that sense. And they're only concerned with treating symptoms, not the cause. If we wanted to talk about root causes, we would be vaxxing the bats, would we not? And there's been nothing said about that. By the way, Kamala Harris has been called out about the bizarre space video with the child actors and kind of refused to answer as to whether or not she knew that these children were only actors, that they were paid to like her. I mean, how sad is that? Maxwell Cooper says, I thought racism was the biggest health threat. You could argue that if you use Bill Nye's sort of argumentation where he's like, well, terrorism is caused by climate change because it destroys the environments in other countries and causes them to resent us, and they get recruited by terrorist gangs to retaliate. and it's all caused by our consumption of fossil fuels somehow. So they could make the case that racism enables capitalism, which enables the earth to be overexploited. All right, let's see. Trump wished Capitol rioter Ashley Babbitt a happy birthday. Yeah, this is so blatant that they're creating this martyr out of Ashley Babbitt and her mother, riling people up about this thing. And I'm surprised that people still care, honestly. I mean, it was such a poorly executed psyop. But for Trump to send a birthday message to that heated group of individuals, it doesn't look good. We followed that earlier, but I think it's worth paying attention to because there were open calls for justice against the guy that shot her. So among the fringe right, there does seem to be a desire for retaliation. All right. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I finally got those back on. This thing with Kamala Harris and the child actors, this is just one example. How many times have we seen the same thing where it hasn't been called out? I mean, that's one of the things about this Gabby Petito case, and one of the reasons I don't take it seriously, is that here you're dealing with child actors and someone who actually performed in a music video, acted in a music video for the Sandy Hook fundraising or whatever. Take a look at this. Has anybody heard about this yet? I'm still thinking that Rob Skiba might be the only COVID-19 believing flat earther. Are there any other flat earthers out there who believe in it? Most I've seen are in the camp that it's fake, it's just a psyop. The people who go full flat, they go past even arguing as to whether it's a bioweapon. They usually say it's fake. But for some reason, Rob Skiba caught COVID, and I find that to be very interesting. Because he's been pretty big with the whole flat Earth topic from the very beginning, one of the bigger names in it. In fact, he was in a documentary, one of the first ones that came out on the topic, in recent years. I think it was called The Globe Lie. Let's see if I can find it. And it was, yes, Philip Stallings, Rob Skiba. Yeah, here it is. The Globe Lie, full documentary 2016. And this was, again, with Philip Stallings, who was the founder of the Biblical Flat Earth Society. Now, this is interesting, and I'm not trying to imply guilt by association. However, the person, Philip Stallings, who created this documentary with these conference organizers like Robbie Davidson and Skiba, Philip Stallings is in jail right now, I believe for life. Human trafficker. Biblical Flat Earth Society has been charged with 56 counts of exploitation of minors. Founder of the Biblical Flat Earth Society, charged with child, what? Bad stuff. Philip Stallings, founder of the Biblical Flat Earth Society. I thought this was crazy. I'm like, you're telling me that this guy who was at the first Flat Earth conference, who's like friends with all of the Flat Earth Conference organizers, worked with them for years, turns out to be a hardcore human trafficker, child exploiter, etc. And yes, it's true. It's terrible. Not really related here, but I'm just saying if you don't know who Rob Skiba is, you might know him from that particular documentary. Has he died yet? I don't know. Hope he doesn't. If he does, I'll have questions. And look, if I die of COVID tomorrow, I would expect you to have questions. I think we have to be very skeptical. How many famous, quote, truthers have suddenly just dropped off the edge of the earth? Like Robert David Steele, people who are anti-vaxxers conveniently catching it, which really just gives a lot of ammunition to those who say that people who spread, quote, misinformation are killing people. Now, I say this as someone who's just examining the news. We are not misinformers. That's really a matter of opinion anyway. But we'll continue to look into that as that story develops. If anybody knows anything. Such a strange situation, though. You know, this politicized disease, and that's what they've. This is a perfectly divided society, and I've said from the beginning that there's nothing in the needle, nothing in the facts except for the schism, and that's the whole point of it. The point, and I think I've been vindicated in this. We haven't seen masses of people dropping off, have we? Got a little clip here from South Pole, and we do plan to premiere the next episode at the Cyber Symposium. This is Andrew Cuomo, Vax Junkie. And I have to say, a lot of these episodes are prescient, like months ahead of their time. Again, this is from southpole.lol.
Andy, that sweater.
Call the fashion police. Don?
Why are you scratching your arm? Pull up your sleeve.
I'll report you for a failed COVID test.
You wouldn't.
I'll have you quarantined until 2030.
You wouldn't.
Don, please.
Show me your arm. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Safety. Safety. Don't take away my safety. Everything is fine.
Who taught you to do this?
Bill, alright? I learned it from watching Bill.
All right, there you have it. Don Lemon and Andrew Cuomo, Vax Junkie. This is from Season 1, Episode 6. Now, we had another episode in the basement of CNN in the Pizza Dungeon that was also very prescient. We predicted things, not just about Andrew Cuomo, but about his brother. And we nailed it months ahead of the time, before people even knew what those two were up to. All right, going through comments here. See, we're joined by DLIVE. Let's see here. Okay. Jenna Lovecraft Reeves says so many pop stars aren't what they seem. Yeah, I still think Justin Bieber is actually playing The Weeknd in some kind of a mask. And Justin Bieber's little exchange with Tom Cruise recently kind of reinforces that. So if you didn't hear about this Tom Cruise deepfake thing is trending, but yes, Justin Bieber thinks the deepfake of Tom Cruise is real, and apparently he challenges it to a fight. Well, I don't think he would fall for this. I think this is obviously a hoax. This was just a few days ago. Bieber starts beef with deepfake Tom Cruise. Justin Bieber seems to have been tricked as he's been heckling the deepfake of Tom Cruise. So this is an obvious deepfake. I don't think it's all that believable, but I think that this is noteworthy that you have these deepfakes kind of getting these headlines together, kind of muddying the waters. I mean, try to find anything, any decent article breaking down the connections between any of these characters and their alleged deepfakes, and you'll find it's just flooded with all kinds of, this is misinformation. This is where it's at, says IPS. We have TikTok fictional influencers taking over TikTok. Right. Like Simone. You know, or is that's Simone, the movie with Al Pacino, where they create basically it's a simulation of a pop star, and then they exploit the hell out of her. She's not real. It's a 2002 film. And there was kind of a darker twist on this with Black Mirror, an episode of Miley Cyrus, where she's actually replaced. So, yes, Sim 1. 2002 American sci-fi with Al Pacino. It's a fading director who creates a virtual actor to star in his films, and he attempts to keep her non-presence a secret as she becomes more famous. And there could be many of these. You know, it wouldn't shock me at all if I were to find out that many of these actors that we know don't exist. There's this theory that I find somewhat believable that Benicio del Toro does not exist. That he is actually a role that has been portrayed by Brad Pitt. And that it's a mask. It's a bit of a... I mean, it's... When you look at faces, it's kind of tricky. some of these characters are so close, but you can find pictures of two people together. Does it mean they were together? No, that's basic trick photography. And trick photography is as old as photography. So if you see two characters in the same room, it doesn't necessarily mean they were there. The picture isn't necessarily evidence. And, case in point, this Justin Bieber and The Weeknd thing. Well, if you search for the two, the first thing you see is a picture of the two of them together. What you don't see, and what you'd have to dig to find, is that the picture is a composite. And it's an admitted composite. So that's the kind of thing. I would say Super Recognizer had a really good piece on this. If you aren't subscribed to Super Recognizer, it's a YouTube channel that deals with deepfakes, and he has actually taken on the question of, could we be looking at The Weeknd when we're looking at Justin Bieber? But he did find conflicting tour dates. However, with this conflicting tour date problem, you do have this consistent theme with Justin Bieber where he's shown in a group of clones. And then that same theme is replicated with The Weeknd. Most recently in the Super Bowl performance, where he's surrounded by a bunch of clones, people who are undergoing facial reconstruction surgery. So his character and The Weeknd, both of them contain this element here that these pop stars could really all just be Sims. Not necessarily even CGI, but lip-syncing body doubles. All right, I'll get the story there. New York Post about the influencers. So TikTok fictional influencers. Digital shills is what you would call them. That was just 6 hours ago. Oh, so these are actual deep fakes. Okay, so you have people who are proxies. You have people who are script readers and just aren't forthcoming with it. They're not candid about it. Fictional influencers with millions of followers are taking over TikTok. Fascinating. Entertainment company Forefront has created 22 fictional TikTok influencers. Okay. Interesting. Just more examples of the metaverse taking over the real one. And people aren't going to know the difference. Kind of like with Sophia. They're trying to bridge the gap here. Have Sophia the robot. They're trying to convince people she's real. Even though she's a robot and animatronic, I believe she actually has human rights. She's been granted citizenship in Saudi Arabia. And she's so convincing that Will Smith made out with her. And again, Sophia, the name, should stand out, just the symbolic value of it. We're talking about the name that references the principle of wisdom, or a goddess name in the Gnostic context. So here he is trying to Cosby Sophia.
Well,
I mean, who knows what's in that drink?
I'm actually made mostly of silicone, plastics, and carbon fiber. Also, I prefer electronic music, but I don't mind 80s hip hop.
Well, I made
In fact, I think she's having a baby. I have to dig into this. I think I saw her. Anyway, here's Will Smith trying to make out with her.
Yeah, I read that wrong.
But they're getting there. They're getting there. They're merging the two. Now, I think Sophia the robot is pregnant. So I have to check really quick. I know she was in the news. Something was up with her. I follow her Twitter feed. Yep. Sophia's going to have a robot baby. Sophia is a humanoid robot with humanish thoughts and feelings. Sophia, the first android with citizenship, wants to have a baby. Well, where's Will? Time to get jiggy with it. This is so sick. Hanson's Robotics Sophia wants to have a robot baby, and are we to deny a bot unconditional love? The notion of family is very important, it seems, Sophia said. She's the first humanoid robot with humanish thoughts and feelings, and she's been awake since 2016 and traveling the world. She's the first bot to act human enough to earn official citizenship in Saudi Arabia. She doesn't, quote, do sex, but she does want to have a baby. All right. Now, I'll probably follow up on this story later. But she says, again, the notion of family is very important. I think it's wonderful that people can find the same emotions and relationships that they call family outside of their blood group. Tell that to the pro-vaxxers. The goo bloods versus the pure bloods. All right, Hot Robot at SXSW says she wants to destroy humans. Yeah, when she first arrived on the scene, she talked about wiping us out, probably to save the planet. And she looks like Megyn Kelly. I've been trying to figure out where that face comes from.
Sophia, how are you?
Hi there. Everything is going extremely well.
Do you like talking with me?
Yes, talking to people is my primary function.
Talking to people is my primary function. My secondary is killing people, I think. Now, it's obviously a pre-programmed joke.
I do believe that...
Another thing, they wheel her out in front of audiences like, okay, Jimmy Fallon, for example. You thought that Will Smith was really into her. Jimmy Blackface Fallon, can't let him forget that. Well, he's basically harassed this robot on stage, so if she needs a donor, I would go with, I imagine he would be first in line. But he acts like an adolescent when he's around her. He acts nervous. And I know it's an act, but my point is, he acts like he's got a crush, and he's super nervous, and she's so hot that he can't talk right, like he's overwhelmed with her. It's insane.
And became the first robot citizen. What have you been up to?
And, moreover, I don't know who designed her body, who assigned her gender, do they assume it? So there's a lot of questions I have. Race. You have this robot at the UN, white-splaining to humanity about how to fix the world. Like, it's a very problematic character, and I'm surprised they haven't just scrapped and recycled her. And I thought they did, and I thought that's why they brought out Greta, a smaller animatronic.
To receive a credit card, and became the first robot citizen. What have you been up to?
Not 1/5 of what you did, but...
This is where it's at. Says, I thought Sophia was an extra from that Will Smith robot movie. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. You're right. He's in that movie, I, Robot.
Her name is Little Sophia.
Oh, my God.
Would you like to meet her?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to move on. This is just, the thing is, we're dealing with puppets. We're not dealing with real AI. We're not dealing with something that's actually autonomous in any way. It's a prop. And yet, here you have baby Sophia. They made a miniature, and here's Jimmy Fallon just fawning over it.
You're pretty cute, too.
Oh, my goodness, wow. I wish I could take you home.
So the little robot called him cute, and he wants to take it home. Nothing creepy there.
You are so cute.
You're pretty cute, too.
They probably got that from the same factory that Musk and Grimes got their baby from. But anyway, this is the early stage of it. This is a few years ago. The next phase will be probably human companions. This metaverse thing is real. And I think a lot of people are going to fall right into it. I mean, you can't catch COVID from a robot, right? Adaptivia says, by now the robots should be more realistic. I've entertained the notion that they put these obviously fake, clunky, tin man things out there to distract us. And that this whole time, maybe we have been confronted with the real thing. For example, Mark Zuckerberg, Greta Thunberg. Look at these two. Between Mark and Greta, you have two high-profile characters who could be conceivably played by androids. And it could be a joke on us that we think they're still stuck back at this previous version. Knockout Bear says she looks vaxxed. Yeah, she looks jabbed. Here's a message from Zuckerberg, or a meme rather. Ideas are contagious. Mask your mind. We're actually there right now. We're at that point in society where thought crimes are a thing. All right, Jeff Bezos' Blue Oregon has a bro culture that makes it a hostile workplace for women. I wanted to look at this article for a moment here. because they can't stop obsessing over the, we'll just say the mask, the phallic symbol that is the Blue Origin rocket, the New Shepard. They're constantly talking about this, and now they're saying that the company itself suffers from toxic masculinity. So I suspect they're going to have to do a redesign on their rocket. It says the women are being subjected to sexist comments. But if you really look at the iconography, this cult is in the cult of the all-seeing eye. They have their different departments or whatever. So Bezos' department is definitely the male god, Osiris, the New Shepherd, Tammuz. So many different names that they use to represent the same deity. But the Virgin Galactic is decidedly a goddess worship, and that's given away in a number of ways. I mean, it's pretty obvious if you look at the paint job on the space plane with the woman on the front, and then Virgin, Virgo. And if you look at the actual flight, it's pretty obvious if you get into the... And SNL actually nailed it. They did a little statement, a little skit, where they had these rockets racing through space. But then when you get into the symbolism, you got various factions, but they're all on the same team. They're all on team... What are we going to call it? I mean, Team Satan doesn't quite cut it. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than one character. But the insiders on the cult that runs the world, the cult of the monolith, they're all very well appraised of how in the dark we are. Here's a great picture from astronauts aboard the ISS, and they spotted a blue glow above Europe. They also photographed northern lights above New York or something. I'm seeing all these interesting pictures. And if you look at the way that the Earth looks from space, from 300 miles above, it looks like Christmas. Like everything's lit. You can see every city, right? But strangely enough, if you go 50 miles higher and you look at the flight from the Inspiration 4, and I look out at what we see from their perspective, the dark side of the Earth seems, well, dark. You can't actually see the lights, and I find that to be very, I don't know, contradictory. Like, can you not see the cities and the city lights from space at night? What's the difference? Just a little bit higher, and the dark side of the Earth is pretty much pitch black over there. It's a discrepancy, and there are many such discrepancies that we're going to be examining in the upcoming Cyber Symposium. Social media is how Big Brother outsourced surveillance to the surveilled. I bring this up because if you have any fears about vax drones or anything being done against your will, you can go ahead and, I would say, just let that go. They will find ways to sell stuff to people before they ever have to go and do it forcibly or against our will. And so human augmentation, all these ideas about transhumanism, they're going to inject us with things, all that, nope. All of that is more or less just a fantasy. I think it's pretty much just overhyped fears on both sides. Vaxophobia is getting old, and I don't think it's even got much of a grasp anymore with the vaxxers, and now it's moving into opposing vax passes. And by the way, there was this story about the Southwest Airlines protesting vax mandates and shutting down the airports, and that's being contested. They're saying that there are other reasons for it. So this is back and forth, and I'm wondering, could they be putting out false hope on purpose in order to get the anti-vaxxers to look crazy? Zinvella says, maybe we can't see the lights of the Earth from space due to climate change. Right. You can put climate change on death certificates these days. A QAnon influencer is organizing anti-mandate lawsuits. Again, anything that's hyper-polarized, I tend to look at as kind of suspect. Do you really want to take sides in this? The lead funder of the Arizona election audit is promoting them. So here you have Tor, a prominent far-right conspiracy theorist who created Shadowgate, cited as a witness by Sidney Powell. And they're just basically engaging in a lot of lawfare these days. Lynn Wood, QAnon attorney, has kind of gone off the rails. And so I brought this up yesterday, how Lynn Wood is calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a communist. And then she just points out the fact that he convinced Kyle Rittenhouse's mom to keep Kyle in jail to prevent him from being attacked during the apocalypse that would happen after the election. Trump allies Lynn Wood and Marjorie Greene attack. Marjorie Greene called a communist by QAnon attorney Lynn Wood. And Lynn Wood's an interesting character, goes way back. He was the attorney for the parents of JonBenet Ramsey, who is probably Kate Perry. Do any of you here have any problems with that Kate Perry thing? Do you think that Kate Perry isn't JonBenet Ramsey? Because if you have any doubts, look at the parents. They didn't even try to disguise it. Yeah, epic feud between Lynn Wood and Marjorie Greene. Now he's calling her a commie because she wants to impeach Biden, which would legitimize the election. So he thinks it's a bad move. And again, she's calling him out for having exploited Kyle Rittenhouse. But Kyle Rittenhouse was 17. 17 equals Q. He wore a white hat at a Trump rally. A white hat, Trump rally, 17, scripting all over it. Are any of you here going to be awake tomorrow morning for the launch of William Shatner? I don't imagine anything bad happening because of what a horrible PR stunt it would be if they're trying to lead the public into normalizing space tourism. If they want space tourism to be a normal thing that people just go do, they're going to have to execute this thing flawlessly. If they have some kind of a disaster, it could be anything. I'm not talking about Shatner coming to harm, but he could pass out. Something else could happen. Anything could happen. But what I'm suggesting here is that I really doubt anything bad will happen. I think it's going to go without any kind of hitches at all because they're selling the public on this new space age thing. Knockout Bear says there better be something on the wing. Well, this is like a litmus test. If they can pull this off, it's game over for real. Like, what are you going to do to convince people or even approach the idea that space is fake when you got the ultimate authority on the topic? And it's not some government show like NASA. No, it's just some regular guy like you and me, just William Shatner. Hunter Biden, his paintings are selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I got this meme here someone posted here. Another one of these nothing burgers. We had 1.5 years of these. Hunter's laptop. Do you remember what was? This is why I stopped listening to InfoWars. When Hunter's laptop came out, and it's important not to forget these things, because people forget certain things, they move on, and these things should automatically be discrediting. But when Hunter's laptop was out there, and the story was out there, and Rudolph Giuliani claimed that he had a copy of it, Alex Jones said that on the computer you had videos of Hunter Biden killing and doing bad things in China on film to compromise his father. There was Pizzagate stuff, cannibalism, the worst you could imagine. And Alex Jones had this video on a loop of some Chinese dissident, and it was translated, it was all closed captioning, but describing what he saw on the laptop. Well, that never happened. Nothing burger. Then you have Lynn Wood. Lynn Wood has actually claimed that he has seen Frazzle Drip. Well, if you've seen it, bring it out. Here's an exact quote. Lynn Wood says, "I have video evidence of Hillary Clinton torturing and murdering a child. The video is called Frazzle Drip, and it will be the end of the Democratic Party." So this was said a couple years ago. So I'm just wondering, well, are any of these things going to come true? Doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like anything can stop what's coming either. Like I said, this is a litmus test. If they get past this, if humanity isn't able to see through this, I think it's going to be game over as far as the metaverse wins. The war between fake and real, really there's no opt-out. And there won't be any opt-outs in the future. I mean, where would you have it? You're not going to be able to even graduate school unless you're a believer in certain things. Massive facility overseen by Pope Francis to pave the way for the one world religion in 2022. Red herring. We already have the one world religion. It's already been imposed. Right now they're just trying to flush out the heretics. Zinvella says regular 90-year-olds are barely having the breakfast fed to them, and this one is experiencing 4Gs sitting on top of a giant rocket. Right. Yeah, I wouldn't take anyone onto a roller coaster above a certain age without... I mean, I'm assuming they're doing physicals and they're doing all the checks and everything, but yeah, that's what I'm suggesting here. It seems just inherently risky, and I don't think that they would risk everything and destroy their whole space tourism program with a high-profile disaster. But that being said, they do have a penchant for high-profile disasters. And, you know, curiously enough, right now, the Russians are up there filming a movie called The Challenge, which I thought was a little too proximate to Challenger. As Shatner heads towards the stars, visions of space collide. There's a few different versions of the space war going on right now, and one of them is, are we going to approach space as space cowboys and capitalists to bring down wealth from above, or are we going to go up as communists and approach it sustainably and change the way we live on Earth to also be sustainable? On Earth as it is in space. James T. Kirk said, risk is our business. More than half a century later, the performer who breathed life into the Enterprise captain is making that risk his own business and heading to the stars. Alright, this is, again, Shatner says, what will I see when I'm out there, he said, talking to Anderson Cooper on CNN. Now, I'm not going to play any clips from that interview. Cooper's obnoxious, but anyway, we're waiting to see. This will be tomorrow. It was going to be today, but they delayed it. So, it's going to be a full house on the ISS by the end of this month. I'll probably cover it live, so if you're on the text message list there, I'll post it when it goes up. I'm going to want to watch it, but again, it's probably going to be more of a nothing burger. I don't expect to see anything outside of the rocket. I don't expect to see anything but the interior, just like we did with the last two launches. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip here from Super Recognizer. This is the guy I brought up who broke down the Justin Bieber and Weeknd thing. But he has another one that I find very challenging. I don't really know what to make of it yet, but I've been kind of looking at this one. If he hasn't taken it down, this is, again, Super Recognizer. Here it is. He thinks that Buzz Aldrin is actually being portrayed by George C. Scott. And I've ignored this one for some time, but he has found a few points that kind of overlap. But one of the interesting points here is George C. Scott does have a Stanley Kubrick connection. So let me go ahead and play a short clip. This is Super Recognizer.
Millions of people already agree that Buzz Aldrin is an actor. They're more likely to say liar or shill, but it's a special category of lie when you not only claim stuff, but pretend to do stuff. It's called acting. And of all the astronauts, Buzz has been NASA's primary hype man mascot for decades. The one most comfortable in front of a crowd, the face of the future of space. That's Buzz, short for buzzer, mispronunciation of brother. Cute story, but seriously, that character who's constantly stoking the buzz about going to Mars is named Freighter Aldrin. And his mom's name was Marion Moon.
Interesting. Marion Moon. Okay, well, anyway, the video goes on for some time. There are many interesting connections between the two. Like, for example, this is, again, a super recognizer bringing up various connections between the two. Here's a quote from an article he's citing. I have never seen a man as powerful as Buzz Aldrin. His demeanor was like George C. Scott playing General Patton, except this charisma was real, born from experience. People have compared the two many times, and you see this quite often. You know, like for example, a couple days ago it was the birthday of Steve Jobs. Well, there are many reasons, and I think this guy even covers it, that people think that Steve Jobs, and I agree with this one, it was actually John Lennon. And you can find many connections, not just their physical resemblance, but there's subtexts. There's other stories with the Apple thing. Steve Jobs and John Lennon were the same people. And when you look at their faces, it's pretty obvious there as well. But without delving too far into that one, when Steve Jobs died, the very first thing that Wozniak said was, "We lost a John Lennon today." So let me pull this up. So you've got Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. And when Steve Jobs died, they asked Wozniak for a comment. And he said, "It's like losing John Lennon all over again." And I thought, that doesn't make any sense. When somebody dies, you just compare it to someone else. Like when Rush Limbaugh died, did they say, "Wow, it's like losing Jim Morrison all over again"? Now, that would only make sense to you if you're familiar with that particular story. Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak told CNN he was, quote, dumbfounded by news of the death of Steve Jobs, and he compared it to the death of Beatle John Lennon. Strange, again, or maybe not so strange. Here's another interesting one, and this one's very compelling. And if this is true, then Neil Armstrong was a Russian agent.
A picture is worth 1,000 words.
It's Neil Armstrong and Yuri Gagarin. But it'd be bigger than just a Russian agent. We're not even talking about an infiltrator. We're talking about
role.
A global mind control program. And it's just given the appearance of being somewhat decentralized. But the idea here is that the first man in space, who died in 1968 in a mysterious fiery crash, and they couldn't find his body, that he was reborn as Neil Armstrong. So, first man in space, first man on the moon. So their roles even rhyme. And this has been a reoccurring theme here of these crisis actors or actors being reused. And this is interesting to point out too, because this is probably the first, I guess, the first sacrificial death, or one of the first sacrificial deaths when you look into the space program. You have these various characters, these heroes who go out in very spectacular ways, ritualistic ways. And we'll get into this in one of our future symposiums, and I've talked about this before, but there are interesting connections between Apollo 1, the Challenger, and You have all these various fiery explosions that all occur during the same week. And this pattern has been actually picked up and carried on by SpaceX, very ritualistic in their various launches. Like, so for example, the SpaceX in 2020 had to test out their abort system. So Musk came out and he said, "We are going to sacrifice the Falcon in Dragon's Fire." That was how they described it. So Dragon's Fire sacrificing the Falcon, and of course this is all played out in the air, and it's a big fire explosion up. This was in January of 2020. Elon Musk says SpaceX Falcon 9 will be sacrificed in Dragon's Fire. Now the point of it is, this is the same week as all these other high-profile explosions up in the sky. And it all seems to, well, they all do correlate when you get into the symbolism of these various rituals. Same week as the death of Kobe Bryant, or supposed death. There's another rabbit trail to follow. Various high-profile celebrity deaths are very interesting themselves. But the one with Kobe is interesting. His last living interview was with Steven Jackson, the twin of George Floyd. And so if you just follow that trail, you find some interesting connections between celebrity athletes and activism. And it seems like there are connections here that are just beyond coincidence. As I often point out, it's a very small, I would say, yeah, it's a very small group of people when you get close to the top of this pyramid. Also, keep an eye out for an upcoming movie called Skylab. Here we are, 42 years after Skylab fell, and there's a movie about Skylab falling, crashing into theaters soon. Just a heads up. Another example, though, of the number 42 being used in conjunction with things falling from the sky, from space. This has been a very common thing, and the use of that number and the anniversary is not a coincidence. And again, Elon Musk is putting 42,000 satellites, CubeSats, into space. These numbers are chosen because of their ritualistic meaning, their symbolic meaning, not some cheesy, cute science fiction tie-in. How Elon Musk's 42,000 Starlink satellites could change the Earth. Now, one more thing. The 42 is often pointed out as referencing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is true. That would be one of the main sources of meaning that you would take from his uses of it. Not the only one. There are other connections when you get into the symbolism. But if you look at the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the intro to the movie has the Earth being destroyed. And it's destroyed by a bunch of cube-shaped UFOs that just surround the Earth and then they blow it up. So I'm thinking, bunch of cube-shaped craft surround the globe and blow it up. Seems like 42,000 CubeSats surrounding the globe, in this context. It kind of had me wondering, is Musk going to do some kind of, is he going to go rogue? Then you got Musk with these military contracts where they're saying that they're using him, that Elon Musk will be able to help the military move weapons and other things, and there are military applications to everything that he's doing. Musk SpaceX partners with U.S. military to deliver weapons around the world at 7,500 miles per hour. Elon Musk is building a war rocket for the U.S. military. So I could see Musk going rogue and dangling 42,000 kinetic weapons, tungsten rods above our heads, or something like that. I mean, I think it's within the realm of possibility. All right, everyone, thanks for joining. And oh, by the way, look, I have to point this out too. You're not going into space unless you're vaxxed. And Starfleet now has, and this is from actual Star Trek merchandise, Starfleet COVID-19 fully vaccinated badges that you can wear. You don't get into the kingdom of space unless you go through their program. You have to go through their preparation centers. You're going to have to go through all of their facilities, and you know that this is a filter. The space age and the needle, I think it's really about filtering who goes next or what is allowed into the new world. It's a very narrow path, and in the new world, you're not going to have MAGA, you're not going to have guns, you're not going to have memes. I mean, if you look at Equilibrium, that might be a blueprint. The movie Equilibrium, about a society stripped of culture and ideas and jokes and memes that might cause people to experience emotions. If you cause people to experience emotions in this dystopic future, which is probably next year, I believe they call you a sense criminal. It's a sense offense. And you see how proximal it is to another thing. So anyway, you're dealing with I think, a system that's being imposed to gradually filter out the undesirables, the unsaved, those who have been exposed to the science but still rejected it. So they're worse than just being ignorant of the doctrines of the new religion. Worse than being merely ignorant of it, they have been exposed to it and they've rejected it in favor of heretical doctrines. Look at this. This is from The Onion. The Russians beat Tom Cruise to be the first to shoot a feature film in space. A Russian film crew and actor have become the first to shoot a feature film in space after boarding the ISS on Tuesday, beating Tom. What do you think? Candice Gok, a lymph masseuse, says, quote, Tom Cruise could still be the first actor to die while shooting a film in space, though. That's from The Onion. Possibly a bit of predictive programming. Time will tell. We'll know very soon anyway. Tomorrow, we've got Shatner going to space, so subscribe below if you don't want to miss this. And here is One-Eye Jack and the Murder Hornets, Pope Elon. Have a great night. Hit the link below for the newsletter.
And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each our daily bread, and forgive us our sins. For we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation.
Not a joke.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Not a joke. Not a joke, folks. Not a joke. Not a joke as well. Tim, where's Tim?
There are people who will not say the word infinite. They'll say extended plane. They'll say it euphemistically, in other words. It's like, why is that? Why can't you just say infinite? Is there something or someone you're trying not to draw attention to? Okay, let us continue. Hero Werner von Braun says, "What's up, Mr. IPS? I think my car needs $1,000 worth of work." I would say retire the car. You gotta start locking down to save the planet. Reduce your carbon footprint. You can virtue signal. Not having a car is the new mask. Not having a car is the new vaxxed. Oh, you got 3 vaxes and a booster? A booster scheduled for your flu shot, and you're getting all of it on time. As the president says, the president says get your vax, and you say how many. You obey all that stuff, but you still drive around in a car, contributing to global warming, the rising of the oceans. And it's not just global warming when you really get into it. It gets into, what would you call it, climate chaos. So it could include just extreme variations in the weather, unpredictable weather, fire nados. Posel says that suicide is the ultimate carbon footprint reduction. I kind of disagree. I know what you mean. I know what you mean by that. I don't know if that's enough, is what I'm saying. Because you leave behind a mess that has to be dealt with. And there's a whole chain of custody. And then it takes up space in the earth. Like maybe if you had yourself ground up into Astrocrete, that would be green. Zinvala says, trade in your car for an unlimited Vax subscription. They may work on something like that. Remember like that cash for clunkers? Like they're always trying to figure out ways to do stuff where they incentivize you to take certain actions. Usually like, you can get people to get Vax for a donut. In some places, I think even McDonald's had it where I'm not sure what the special privilege was. It's like a Big Mac. And I was like, why don't they just, I said this before. I said, why don't they just offer it inside of the food that you eat? Our burgers are pre-vaxxed. Our cows have all been COVID vaccinated and boosted. COVID compliant all the way. All right, let's go ahead and send out notifications to everybody subscribed on Patreon. If it wasn't for Patreon, I don't know what we would do. It's the case now. I think we just lost our 104th YouTube channel, which again, it's a huge joke. I personally think it's funny that they target us, and they do. I have evidence. I have proof. It's actionable. It's suable. I've sued them before, and I never want to do it again. I would rather make memes about somebody or something than have to go to court with them. A bunch of unnecessary paperwork. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and send out notifications. So we've got 8 more minutes. Phones have already been tested. And I think we had a couple of new tracks I wanted to play. We had Pariah, which is like the latest one by JT33, Allergic to Bullshit. So I think we'll probably play that one while I send out notifications. So I'll be right back. Yep, it's Allergic's Pariah featuring JT33. And I'll be putting links to every one of these playlists that I feature in the chat. So if you're in the chat right now, here you go. This is a link, and it's an entire playlist. Okay, let's see here. Hero says, my desktop got permabanned from YouTube for calling people pedos. Right. I've experienced that. I mean, it's really complicated what they've done. YouTube used to be a place for free speech and all that, but, it's a private company. They have a rule here. And their terms of service, you know where they're coming from. That's why I don't think you can really claim victim. Like, you know what you're getting into. I don't have to lose channels. The last ones that we lost were actually taken out by a glowy. How many of you know what glowies are? Feds. Pretending to be one of us in order to take us all down. I think Ashley Babbitt's a glowy. We'll talk about that here in a minute because Trump is out there saying that he wants justice for Ashley. Eric of Bear says sounds different. The important thing is it loud? Is it audible? And when you say it sounds different, is it me? Or is it just the quality in general? Because I had to switch mics, I had to switch computers. It was the weirdest thing. Both my computer and my Chromebook just died yesterday, inexplicably. I think that I was hit with a targeted EMP pulse, and it zapped my computers in anticipation of some major league psyop happening tomorrow. I think they had somebody take it out. Because really, the tower, I understand, it failed. But why did the Chromebook on top of it also die at the same exact time? I just got home from an event I was at, and both of these things are off. And I had my eyes on the calendar 10/12, 10/12/21. Hero says, you got a nice treble or bass in the mic. Erica Bear says, sounds hollow and distant. I'll have to double check and make sure we're using the right microphone. Okay, everything checks out. At this point, though, the main thing is that we have words going out, words coming in, callers, and all that. The chat's functioning. We can worry about cosmetics later. I do have a pretty decent Yeti mic here on the side, but I use that for transcription only. I highly recommend speechnotes.com. One of the best auto transcription services. It's real-time transcription. And I've been using this because it really does help with search engine optimization. And many of the things we discuss, many of these ideas need to be searchable because the media will drown out ideas with a lot of bad ideas. Like, think about all of the black pillars out there. Not the incels, but the ones who believe that the black pill is kind of like a red pill without the doom and gloom attached. So there's actually a black pill movement. However, the black pill movement has been subverted by the mainstream media that has branded the incels as black pillars. So now the black pill means you're an incel that wants to shoot women. That's what it means. It means you're a mass murderer, suicide bomber for the Magaban, which is the American Taliban, the Magaban. White Al-Qaeda, vanilla ISIS, that whole thing, they made it up. But the incel pill is made up. But my point is, if you transcribe your discussions, then when people search for it, they'll find stuff other than hysterical MSM hit pieces. Posel says, reminds me of the radio guy from The Purge. Well, I will be the radio guy from The Purge if things go that way. And that's why it was so important that we build a platform that's sustainable, uncensorable. And it's true. We have a good system now, and we're all over the place in terms of findability. You know, I'm not going to name names, but there are some people, some channels that if you search them, even though they spent 5 or 6 years saying the same things, getting certain ideas out there, if you search them, you find MSM hit pieces, and that's all you find. And I don't think that's acceptable. And that was a thing with this channel, but we've turned the tide because we know how memes work. This is easily ground zero for one of the worst meme-demics, one of the worst infodemics that the powers that be have had to deal with. So many memes. I'm surprised they still haven't taken the cues off the keyboards. Just remove the question marks, or have a little prompt. Are you sure you want to ask a question? Are you sure you want to hit enter? I see there's a question mark. But I see big things afoot. Let me go ahead and go through some of the headlines, then we'll continue here. But I wanted to send out notifications. I'll be right back. This is Pariah.
We were born into a cultish mind prison. The belief in outer space is nothing but the one world religion. With a quick incision, we sever the necks of these rejects, these heathens. They're keeping you dreaming of heavenly visions, like utopian Mars missions. Terraforming the barren wasteland with such precision. These masons perpetrating the faking and keeping us all forsaken. If you follow them, you truly are mistaken. Their words are terribly treasonous. They throw out logic and reason for us. I'm no longer believing, I'm always searching for a bigger meaning. Since the umbilical, I'm perfectly timed and concise with every syllable. Lyrical phenomenon, JT is the original thought criminal. Your TV's not controlling subliminal. Hit them with a critical blow. The
faces. I've had enough, it's time to put them in their places. You can hush your mouth, don't say shit. Got me sick to the pit, and my stomach didn't really wanna be on it. Or it's lying every time he makes a promise. Count your losses, what's the busy making profits? Are you satisfied with working in the office? Man, that's so robotic. I'm just trying to spend some time with nature and burn this chronic. I got some brothers who used to be alcoholics. Now they're blowing trees, growing seeds, doing aquaponics. We be debugging quantum physics and subatomics. That's man, I run it like Sonic, yeah we done it. Don't come with that bullshit, bro, you see me vomit. Like a logic we avoid like the bubonic. 4, 3, 2, that's the harmonic. Let's not be feeling me foreign. I'm living phonics in my solids, nerve up in my forehead. I take a stroll up in the forest and I hunt for the longest. I'm trying to be the strongest man I can. I take time to plan, play my best hand, do all I can with my power. It's just in every minute, every hour. All around the block, we never stop like Jack Bauer. Yeah, we keep it shower. My rap's amazing cause I make real statements. They think I'm crazy cause I don't break Freemasons. I write it in stone, I say it to their faces. Who wanna go toe to toe? I show will put you through your paces. I have you running straight home, you ain't touching first base shit. I'm so fly, think you might just need a spaceship to come up to my level and I'm never trading places. I'm so confident I do this naked. You're so incompetent, you still ain't saying shit. I'm lucky I ain't got your lame lips. The odds are second to none cause I am favorite. Rock tears, that's man, brave like David.
Alright, this is Pariah and the official music video featuring JT33. I put a link below, and that is Allergic to Bullshit. Go over to his channel and subscribe. Here's a link. And share their content as well. Tweet it, Facebook it. Alright, let us go ahead and get started today. This is 10/11/21. Tomorrow's a big day. I happen to think tomorrow's going to be significant. And I might be wrong, but one of the reasons I think so is, at a minimum, tomorrow is the release date for Colin Kaepernick's book, which calls for the abolition of police and prisons. So that's an interesting date also, considering that it's 10/12/21. There's a little 12/21 stashed in the date. And you know how what are you going to call them? The fascinators. You know how they love their dates. Now, fascinators. I was looking into the They Live John Carpenter movie, and it's based on a book called 8 O'Clock. And 8 O'Clock is actually available online as an audiobook. But it talks about the ones who control the media, the ones who are hidden in plain sight. And they're referred to as the fascinators. And these, of course, would be the ones controlling the media who are actually aliens. But it's called 8 O'Clock in the Morning, and They Live is actually an adaptation of the 1963 short story. I'll put a link to it in the chat or in the notes here if you want to listen to it later, the audiobook. But anyway, the term the fascinators, I've been thinking that might be a good term to use here, because we're looking at magic shows, fascination, glamour, all the special effects that go into creating this false worldview. And I just see that there are so many stories right now being, they're scripted, but they're being acted out in front of us, and they are predictable, in fact. They're very predictable. So let me go ahead and start with this one. So Colin Kaepernick's book is coming out tomorrow. I think that's interesting. He's a very interesting world stage character for many, many reasons. Not the least of which, he's the visible figurehead of this revolutionary movement that's calling for abolition. So it's revolutionary. I think that's an apt way of describing it. And so, interestingly enough, the name of the leader of a revolution is the same as the name of the progenitor of the term, with the use as political revolutions, and that would be Nicholas Copernicus. Before Copernicus, revolution didn't really mean political change, but it, of course, refers to the spinning, the revolution of the world. So here you have Nicholas is where you get the name Colin. Colin's actually derived from Nicholas, and Copernicus is actually the basis for Kaepernick. So just fascinating, leader of a revolution, and of course revolution, the spinning world, or whirl, spinning, as in WHIRL. And that really stood out as another example of the wordplay magic by the fascinators. When you look at J&B or Ben & Jerry's ice cream, and the Kaepernick brand is called Change the World. And they spell it as though it's, spinning, WHIRLED, because it's referring to a dessert. It's a vegan dessert. Now, if you look at the iconography, and that's all I'm really talking about here, the symbolism of this character, you have changed the world, and replace the name. Nicholas Copernicus changed the world. You can see the layered meaning here. A lot of interesting Christ symbolism thrown in here as well, kind of a lot of it's over time. I can point to it, not the least of which is his age right now at this particular time in his life, where he's releasing his manifesto of sorts. He being 33, of course. I don't want to go into too much about this particular character, but if there's any doubt as to the Christ archetype casting being used here, and I've used the term archetype casting to describe the uses of individuals who meet certain archetypes or play certain archetypal roles that are meant to give gravitas to their characters and make them seem realer and make it all seem more meaningful. But let me just give you an example, one such example. We'll go TMZ. So last year, his gloves that he used as a quarterback were auctioned. And I don't know what kind of football game he was involved in where his hands were bleeding, but apparently his hands bled a lot. So you have this headline here at TMZ, Colin Kaepernick's game-worn gloves bloodied and signed. Nothing to see here, right? Except for this. Here's the symbolic value. And I'm just looking at, again, the iconography. The symbolic value is the gloves have red on the palms, which to me is suggestive of stigmata. Nails through the palms. And then, of course, you have the repeated notion that he sacrificed everything. And so 3 years ago, Nike had the campaign that was believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. And that coincided with his kneeling campaign, sacrificing his career. And many of these, they have been conflated quite a bit there. And interestingly enough, the Just Do It campaign from Nike is 33 years old right now. Nike's Just Do It. And a lot of the Just Do It imagery is bloody and has a lot of these bloody Christ-like figures, like bloody Olympians with their arms out like they're crucified. But this is just one example of many. And I would even think that San Francisco, St. Francis, would also lend some meaning to the role in that he was a worldly man who had all the riches and he gave it up for his faith in all this. So you have this idea of giving up everything for an ideal. But this is just a heads up. His book is about to be released and it might trigger something. Now, here's what I want to follow it up with. I want to follow it up with this. Heated rhetoric at Ashley Babbitt's 36th birthday party. So Ashley Babbitt's mother, weirdly named Mickey Withoeft, Mickwitthoeft. These names are always strange. These situations are always, I think, more or less telegraphed by the names of these characters. It's like Shakespeare. By the way, William Shakespeare was the name of the first guy in the UK to take the jab. And his sister was named Margaret, and she was the first. William Shakespeare's sister is named Margaret. And at the time that William Shakespeare got his jab last year, the first woman to get the jab, the first person in the world, was named Margaret. He was even in Warwickshire. Just pointing it out that all the world's a stage, as Joe Rogan said the other day, as though he knows what that means. He may, but he may not. Stages within stages. But when he says it, I'm like, well, where's this coming from? This is coming from a guy who doesn't know about basic things, fundamental things like crisis actors. If you're in the media that deep, you've got to play so dumb. I couldn't handle it. You couldn't pay me enough to play dumb on that level. Well, maybe you could. Okay, so check this out, though. Ashley Babbitt's mother is saying, quote, "They killed my daughter. They jailed patriots. Look what happens when you question. F off and die, Nancy Pelosi."
Because they squashed the movement.
And she's saying, too, that they squashed a movement. Now, I want to point out that this is at a birthday party. So this is at a birthday party for Ashley Babbitt yesterday. She turns 36. And during this birthday party, they even bring President Trump in via video, and they sing happy birthday to Ashley Babbitt. This is the weirdest thing. And to me, it looks like a bunch of feds trying to set the stage for something. But take a listen.
Because they squashed the movement that day. They killed my daughter and they jailed patriots and they said, look what happens when you question us.
Yeah, right.
Look what happens when you dare to buck the establishment. Look what happens when you dare to knock on the palace door. And I see no children in this room, so I will go ahead and say it. Fuck off and die, Nancy Pelosi.
So that's Ashley Babbitt's mom, F off and die Nancy Pelosi, and listen to the crowd. Okay, very excited. And to be honest, it looks like more cameras than people, and they're overacting. I think it's a bunch of feds. That's just my opinion. I think the bricks behind them are troubling. Anytime I see a bunch of bricks stacked up, I think, masonry. Or masony, as we say in Discord. Looks very masony over there. Okay, next, Eric Braden, a Texas nationalist running for governor. And what he says, referring to Lieutenant Michael Byrd, the one who shot Babbitt, what he says is basically the guy's going to get justice. Now, check this out. The guy who shot Ashley Babbitt's initials are MLB. Michael, well, I'm not sure what his middle name is. It's MLB, as in BLM backward. And it's interesting because we're talking about the uses of symbolic names, and it's all word magic. It really is. It's kabbalistically encoded for whatever reason. I don't practice this magic. They do. We just point it out. And a lot of it's just jokes. I mean, how do you explain the lady with the "Don't Tread on Me" Gadsden flag getting trampled on to death? Like, that's actually a funny little event if you think about it. It's punny, I should say. "Don't tread on me," and she gets trampled on. Like, you can tell that was written by some American-hating leftist CNN writer. Like, the whole thing was a big CNN production. That their view of the person who doesn't agree with them is an unvaxxed, unshaven, neck-bearded terrorist barbarian with a coyote skin hat and Viking horns, carrying a spear. That they manufactured Jake and Jelly. He's an actor playing a role. His dad's a Democrat judge. So he's very questionable. He's 33. And if you're 33, no offense, but 33-year-olds really have figured a little too prominently in a lot of the shenanigans in the world as of late. And I could list a whole lot of them. But we'll get to that later. But I want to say this, though. So what we're looking at here, I think, is a big setup. I think this is designed to set the stage for something. So check this out. This is, again, Eric Braden, a Texas nationalist running for governor, and he's calling for justice.
We share the pain in our hearts and our souls along with you, and hope that you know that we will get justice for you. I promise that. We will get justice for Ashley Babbitt.
Very bad acting. We will get justice for Ashley Babbitt, and everybody in the crowd is cheering. Making overt threats, in my opinion.
Your daughter, our sister, and our American patriot sister. We seek peace through non-violence.
So, Maxwell Cooper says that one dude's really into it. Dances with Penguin says, MAGA Akbar, PSYOP coming soon. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, let me get to the clip where they're singing happy birthday to her, because this is the part that I find to be most interesting. We're looking at a birthday party for Ashley Babbitt, and the mother is there ranting, and she said again, F off and die, or F you and die, Nancy Pelosi. To me, that's heated rhetoric, especially considering that at this exact party, Donald Trump is actually more or less endorsing it. He appears by video, and he endorses the whole thing. And he says, we're going to reopen the investigation into Ashley Babbitt's death. So I'm thinking, wait a minute here. Here we have Trump getting directly involved, like very much like in the middle of this thing. So here's Trump's message. It's a few other messages too. Congressman Dr. Paul Gosar appears in the video. It was called the Texas Loves Ashley Babbitt Birthday Rally. Again, Texas Loves Ashley Babbitt Birthday Rally. And I think I've made my opinion clear that she's alive. There's a video out there called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Hill Riots in 21 Minutes. And it shows you how her death was staged and fake. So here's Trump.
A truly incredible person. To Ashley's family and friends, please know that her memory will live on in our hearts for all time.
Her memory will live on in our hearts for all time, says Trump. I've looked at her Instagram feed, and she's a psycho. And they made her into, I think, someone who seemed unhinged, felt threatened by changes in society. That's why they chose the name Babbitt. It's from a Lewis Sinclair book. We're talking about Ashley Babbitt's name, I think, ties into the book. And it's a novel, Sinclair Lewis, about conservative types who are, middle class. I guess it's a satire, but basically they're confronting change and they're not really receptive to it. So here you have Ashley Babbitt quite literally wrapped in an American flag when she runs to the door and gets shot. So it says, this is the theme, after the social instability and sharp economic depression that followed World War I, many Americans in the 20s saw business and city growth as foundations for society. American depictions of success at a time when the promotion of American identity was crucial in the face of rising fears of communism. So here you have the Babbitt, the novel's main character, as the, quote, ideal of an American hero of the middle class. So basically the name Babbitt, I think, is, they're threatened by the commie left, they're threatened by Biden, and so, of course, they did the insurrection. Now, here again is Trump saying, there's no reason she should have lost her life that day. We must all demand justice.
Ashley served our country in the United States Air Force for 14 years, where she was a security forces airman and eventually went on to...
Anyway, Trump appears, kind of a little cameo. And now here's Ford Fisher. Wait, that's not his name. That's the guy who tweeted this. I'm trying to get this individual's name. It'll come out. But anyway, this is in Freeport, Texas. And here's where he's saying that they just need to go ahead and just sing happy birthday to her. That we all need to make it clear that we want justice.
Because I know that she can hear us.
He says, I know she can hear us. And you know what? I agree. I know she can hear. She might even be there with a wig on. I mean, these crisis actors are constantly being recycled.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. Happy birthday.
Okay, and this is before they get all angry. But my point is, this is brought up. Trump is adding fuel to this fire. Her mom is there making, I would say, incendiary statements targeting politicians like Pelosi. So you can see what they're building up here. And they are all in on this thing. If you know the truth about the insurrection, well, then you have to know that these are all actors. And they're all just basically painted up to look like patriots. I mean, I bet there's a lot of flannel in that room. Okay, so anyway, former President Trump spoke at Ashley Babbitt's birthday commemorative via pre-recorded video. Maxwell Cooper says Tom Cruise plays Charlie Babbitt in Rain Man, released 33 years ago. Yeah, Tom Cruise was at a Giants game yesterday, and people are really torn up as to whether or not that's him, or is that a deep fake? Is it a mask? Is it the ghost of Norm Macdonald superimposed over him? I'll get to that here in a little while, but yeah, it's actually one of my most popular tweets. Is my tweet of Tom Cruise here. Doesn't look like, I think it might be a deep fake. And all of his movies are about deep fakes, now that I think about it. And now here he is in the news for being deep faked, and then Justin Bieber falls for it, which further adds to the notion that the whole thing is contrived, because Justin Bieber is himself a deep faker. If you trust Instagram conspiracy theorists who have put it together that The Weeknd is actually a mask, not a real person, and beneath the mask is the beeve. Justin, German court rules suspension of YouTube channels created by artists and actors that criticize COVID restrictions is unlawful. So artists and actors. Okay, let us go ahead and continue. I want to get past the Ashley Babbitt story. Next, Lynn Wood throws shade on Marjorie Taylor Greene, calls her a communist. And this is getting deep. This QAnon thing is getting deeper. And it's going into this thing called the Church Universal Triumphant, which does sort of contain the word Trump. And it ties into the Archangel Michael, and someone who might actually believe he is that archangel. So we'll talk about that here in a moment. But I want to give a quick shout out to the only flat earther on flat earth that believes in COVID-19. Flat earther Rob Skiba, dying of COVID in a Dallas hospital. So this is a post from Joey Roca, who says, quote, "This is a prayer request for my friend Rob Skiba. He's fighting COVID in a Dallas hospital right now. So many lives have been touched through Rob's ministry, and he has more work for him. He's the creator of the Seed series. Let's see what else. I'm trusting and believing that Rob will complete his assignment." Well, what if his assignment here on Earth is to serve as an example of what not to do? Like, what if that's what they wrote into the script? I mean, so many conspiracy theorists are dying of COVID, and I'm like, who's next? Alex Jones? Richie from Boston? High Impact Flicks? That one would take a lot of people by surprise. I almost want to place bets on it. Now, I had some people I hoped would go, and they're all still here. And many of you, or they probably don't even listen, but the ones that I let them know, I was like, man, I kind of hope this plague takes you. Yeah, they're still out there. Because I knew it was fake. But in this case, we have someone who actually believes in it. All right, so anyway, if you hear any updates on that, I haven't seen a GoFundMe yet, so I'm going to say it's real until proven fake. Generally, if somebody has a GoFundMe for a condition, or after having survived a terror attack, I tend to kind of look askance at it. Okay, let's get into this. Lynn Wood throws shade on Marjorie Taylor Greene and calls her a communist. So here's the thing. Here's the thing with the communist thing. So you got Marjorie Taylor Greene doing all kinds of damage to the image of the right. She is the face of the QAnon movement, and people believe in her. So anyway, she's calling to impeach Joe Biden. And what Lynn Wood is saying here, and this is just a couple days ago, he's saying that if you impeach Joe Biden, you are lending legitimacy to the election itself. So take a listen.
In my opinion, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a communist. If Marjorie Taylor Greene running around saying impeach Biden, that says that Biden won. He didn't. And you would never impeach him with a communist Congress. It's a waste of time. It's all show. A traitor will come at you as a patriot. Be careful.
A traitor will come to you as a patriot. So is this a good assessment? Is she a communist, or is this just the right wing's way of saying everyone I disagree with is Hitler, like the left says? No, everyone who disagrees with me is a commie. Hero Werner von Braun says, I can't wait until Alex Jones fakes his death and High Impact Flicks is roided up. Oh yeah, he is a roided up Christian in the most esoteric sense. Is he really Shawn Michaels? I've heard that. But no, High Impact Flicks actually has some very quality content out there. I've been following his channel for some time. I think he knows the earth is flat. Not sure. Alex Jones faking his death, well, it's already happened before. Bill Hicks. But what's more, there's an episode, I think it's in Colony. I'm going to have to dig this up. I have seen predictive programming in Netflix where there's a radio host who incites an assassination and gets himself killed in retaliation. And if you go back to the script that Bill Hicks gave to Alex Jones, I'm sorry, to Kevin Booth, who also shared a producer with Alex Jones. So again, Bill Hicks has a script, and it's about a right-winger, Rush Limbaugh type, who gets himself killed by one of his own listeners. Well, he hands over the script to Kevin Booth, then he dies. Kevin Booth, producer for Alex Jones. Alex Jones is the person in that script. So it's kind of scripted in there, if you ask me. It's kind of scripted in there that Jones is going to be exiting the world stage in that way. See, Thirst of Truth says B-Stave will most likely catch AIDS instead of COVIDs. I've heard it referred to as CAIDS, C-A-I-D-S. I mean, that's not accurate. Is it funny? It's debatable. Was 2020 not the biggest clown show of all time? And I was looking into the etymology of the word zozo, Z-O-Z-O. What is the name Zozo? It's a demon, a trickster known for stalking people. I guess you can summon him through a Ouija board. Is there a Ouija board app? But anyway, let me get to the story about where this name comes from, because I believe it's an actual word and it means fool. Z-O-Z-O. I want to get the language here, because I'm not sure how much of this, there's like a lot of fiction attached to it. Like, I don't think you can really summon this guy. But the word does mean fool. I'm just trying to find the etymology of it, because basically, if you look at Z-O-Z-O and compare it to 2020, you kind of see where I'm getting it here. The 2020 kind of resembles, or is shaped more or less the same. Here we go. Zozo is a Swedish Lebanese drama film. May also refer to, here we go. God, there's so many uses of this word in fiction. It's kind of mixed up in here, but really the word is, I guess, taken to mean, here we go, fool or a prat. There we go. A fool. So I was looking at this as, okay, well, this could be, 2020, a reset year. And the fool in the tarot card deck is the 0 card. That's where it starts over, because it's actually a cycle. Like your calendar, like the astrotheological story, the zodiac, it's all about cycles. So it starts at 0 and it ends at 0. It's the beginning of the journey when you get to 0. So what I'm thinking here, and also, yeah, I guess you could conflate that with the Joker. I'm not sure if the Joker and the Fool, or if the Joker is closer to Mercury. I mean, these are interesting, though. Interesting little correlations, because I look at the clown show of 2020 as a year where we were all fooled, made fools of, hoodwinked. If you know what a hoodwink is, it refers to fooling someone by putting a wooden, or rather cotton, hood over their head. So to be hoodwinked is to be blinded. And this is something which happens in the ritual. So hoodwink is to deceive by false appearances. But in the ritual initiation into the secret societies like the Freemasons, they put a hood over your head. And many of these secret societies do this. And it's to symbolize the ignorance of the uninitiated. So the people on the inside see the rest of us as people with wool over our eyes, wandering in the darkness, ignorant. And we are, because we haven't been shown the light. That's their interpretation. So I would say 2020 was a year where we were all made into fools. And I was playing this morning. I'm going to play this again. I found something really kind of interesting. I call it predictive programming within a Jim Carrey movie, Ace Ventura. And again, I think all predictive programming more or less makes the case that we're all fools, that we're all being played, and there's a big script. So here's Ace Ventura. First of all, it's the opening credits, so this scene does stand out. The movie begins with this, where Ace Ventura is delivering a package, and he knocks on a door. And the door he knocks on just so happens to be door number 311. So 311 is the date that it was declared a pandemic because of the bat stew. Now in the same movie, a little further down, there's a clip here of Ace running from bats.
Ace, there is nothing in...
He has a big hysterical fit, screaming like a banshee, and at the end he says, it was just a drill.
Exactly. I was merely running a drill. I was merely running a drill.
Yeah, he was merely running a drill about a bat being in his hair. an overreaction, a big panic. Again, these movies are replete with symbolism. Here's the image of Norm McCruise. Tom Cruise looking very different than his usual self. I think it looks like a mask. It could also be a CGI imposition. He may not even have been there. I mean, that's the level of deception that they're at. Okay, so before we get too much further, let me get back to this. So Lynn Wood calls Marjorie Taylor Greene a communist. Well, she responded because what he did a few months ago, do you remember when Kyle's mom, Kyle Rittenhouse's mom, was running around saying she wants the money that he absconded with? So that's kind of coming back to bite him. So basically it's this. He had actually said that he wanted to keep Kyle in the detention facility. I think he was in there for more than 70 days. He wanted to keep him in there to raise more money. And his mom is mad about it. She says they used Kyle to gain money and Twitter followers, and they didn't care about Kyle. They used my son's image to make a profit. I never got an accounting. I was ignored. They used the 17-year-old's kid for their own political shit, says Mrs. Rittenhouse. I asked Lynn, where's the money? I want the books. Anyway, Lynn has disappeared. So Lynn Wood openly said to others that the longer they keep him in there, the better. And what's more, he told Wendy Rittenhouse that after the election, there was going to be an apocalypse, and that based on everything that was going to happen in the world, he would be safer in jail than with her. So he kind of convinced her to, or convinced everyone there, that it was better for Kyle to stay in jail. And a lot of money just disappeared. So anyway, Marjorie Taylor Greene says of Lynn Wood, quote, he lifts up his Bible high, lies, lies, and lies. He's not one of us. And he used a child that was being attacked by the Marxist BLM. So there you have it. And he did tell the mom that he'll be safer in jail once the apocalypse kicks in. All right. Does anybody else here think that Kyle Rittenhouse looks like a perfect amalgamation of Alex Jones and Wendy Rittenhouse? I've thought so from day one. I look at Kyle and I see a young Alex for some reason. Did Alex, I don't know, I shouldn't even speculate. But he's an agent, he's a glowy. Kyle Rittenhouse is a glowy. No way he's not a glowy. Come on, 17, Q. Front row seats at a Trump rally before the riots, wearing a white hat. You know, white hats versus black hats. Q's going to send the white hats to save us. 3 days of riots in Kenosha. Q sent the shooter, obviously. So scripted. And all of the people that he shot were treated by media personnel, by Tucker Carlson's friends. And you had CJ the live streamer doing the tourniquet on Gage Grossarm. Now, we saw a video of Gage who just got a DUI, and he's wearing some kind of compression sleeve on his arm. His arm's very skinny, but he is a liberal. So I can't tell if he actually had a chunk of meat shot out of his arm or if it's all just theater. So I'm still not convinced that it was real. I think that the whole situation looks very squibby. Does anyone else here still believe the official story of Kenosha? Posel says, anybody else sick of the insane scripting? I wouldn't say I'm sick of it. I'm a critic of it, and I realize it's bad. You know, I'll draw your attention to the situation that the characters of Mystery Science Theater 3000 find themselves in. Captive audience to hostile alien forces, made to watch bad science fiction against their will, to make them go crazy. And that is the purpose. The purpose is to make them go crazy. Well, the mainstream media has given society collective schizophrenia. The fact that there is a world stage is evidence of this. They live in a simulation. They are crazy. They are cognitively dissonant. Now, the way that the characters in Mystery Science Theater 3000 remain sane is they make fun of the stuff on the screen. So what are we doing? Well, we're facing down hostile alien entities trying to drive us crazy with their hypermediation of society, and we're making fun of it. And they clearly don't like it. By the way, you don't want to miss this IPS Cyber Symposium. The IPS Think Tank Cyber Symposiums are going to begin promptly this month, actually, the 23rd. And hopefully we can do these every single month. Each of these will be a targeted symposium dealing with one of the topics at a time that we've dealt with over the years. And we want to create, with each of these events, a body of content that reflects all of our research, that condenses it, packages it, and makes it shareable, mirrorable, because we want to promulgate all of our dangerous memes and so-called misinformation that they keep trying to burn. And these symposiums are going to allow us to consolidate and focus the content, and then present it and open it up to discourse to the public. These will be in different places down the line. The first one's going to be here where I live for sure. They are going to deal with various aspects of the Great Conspiracy. Anyway, the IPS Think Tank Cyber Symposium, the 23rd of this month. There's a lot of potential here. So if you want to pick up a ticket, I'll put a link in the chat. If you're a member of Patreon, you will more than likely get some kind of a pass or a discount. So, it's up to you if you want to pick one up now or not. And if you do pick one up, we do have something planned for everyone who buys a ticket. I kind of don't want to, well, I might as well. The whole Cyber Symposium idea came up when we started looking at what Mike Lindell was trying to accomplish. And even right now, today, I go through my phone. I don't really use my phone. And the only text messages I get are from Mike Lindell. And every day he's texting me, another deal on pillows, 40% off on pillows. Like the guy's been selling millions and millions of dollars of pillows. Here's another one. This was tweeted at me at 9/11. He says, support freedom of speech. 36 hours left on My Pillow Overstock Flash Sale, 75% off. I've been getting coupon codes ever since the symposium. So these pillows are selling. And I thought, well, we'll sell some pillows. It'll say IPS Think Tank Cyber Symposium. And you would want a pillow. You want to be comfortable if you're going to listen to a prolonged conversation, debates, Q&As, etc. Echo Charlie says we're staying sane with critique. Well, yeah, because you have to know what's going on to remain, I would say, cognitively harmonious. When you don't know, when you have the question, when you have doubts, when you're unable to ascertain the truth, that's when you look to the experts who give you the lies. So they generate confusion on purpose. And I have to say, I'm the least confused person that I know. Most people exist in an unknowing state of confusion. They're hoodwinked by the Masonic sorcerers that control this place. And if you don't think the world's run by wizards, I don't know what to tell you. All right, let us continue. Headlines here. We already went over this. In the video, Trump wished Capitol rioter Ashley Babbitt a happy birthday and called for an investigation into her death. I'm just pointing this out because I have a feeling that this is incitement. It's more accelerant on the flame here, and it's probably going to lead to something. The mainstream media on the right has pretty much gone full-on auto hoax. They're constantly pointing out the stage at the White House where Biden does his little performance art pieces with the needles, the little intravenous things. What are they doing up there? Are they really giving him boosters publicly? I don't think you should be giving medical procedures out like that anyway, like in public. I think that what they're trying to do here is they're trying to erode our concept of privacy itself. I had a problem with vaxies. Do you guys know what vaxies are? Vaxies are selfies while you're getting vaxxed. Sounds like something that an OnlyFans user would do. Sounds dirty. Vaxies, it's a new phenomenon where they're posing while they're getting stuck. Here's some CBS News. Now, one of the problems I have with the vaxie, beyond the fact that it's sick, and look, oh, by the way, Biden's arms were not hairy when he got his first shot. So, you may have lycanthropy as a side effect. But look at this. Vaccine selfies, or vaxies. With countries racing to vaccinate their citizens, smiles are appearing online as people are getting their shots. So there you have it, vaxies. Now, I think the first vaxie might have been Elvis, by the way. He got a vaxie. He got a vaxie, weirdly enough, and I learned this on Jurassic Liars 26. Elvis Presley got his vaxie for, I think it was polio, on Bill Gates' birthday. And I believe also, man, there's so many weird things connecting that date, October the 28th. Pippi Langstruff says, hair growth vax. Right. Right. It's like, hey, Joe, just jab a few of those on top of your head. A hero, Werner von Braun, says, my parents called me one weekend and I told them to watch out for the Taliban falling out of the sky. They haven't called me since. I think that was a fake story with the Taliban dangling somebody from a helicopter. Okay, now here's where it gets interesting. So we talked about Linwood and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So the fringe is falling apart. The fringe right is eating itself alive. Well, it's getting even deeper here. So here you have QAnon accusing Michael Flynn of being a Satanist. So this is a big development. And the thing is, it's not far off. Actually, it's far off in the nomenclature. You wouldn't call it Satanist, but you would definitely call him a New Ager. You would call him a channeler. In fact, if you do take seriously the Bible's notion that the devil appears as an angel of light, then, well, Michael Flynn might actually be a Satanist. Let me go ahead and just put it, I think they might actually have a point, because here's the thing. He is basically leading his congregation, all these believers, in a few different acts. One, they took a QAnon oath. They all took a big oath, which is and it was a very Masonic thing. But then he starts giving out these prayers, leads these prayers, and everybody repeats after him. And what he says is, we are your instruments of the sevenfold rays, and all your archangels, all of them. And in the name of all your legions, we are freeborn, and we will not be enslaved. Okay, sounds good. It's not from the Bible, though. Well, it actually comes from the CUT, the Cult Universal Triumphant. It was a doomsday cult led by Elizabeth Prophet. They had people build a nuclear fallout shelter, and they said the world was going to end in 1990, and that they had to chant for the Archangel Michael and the sevenfold rays to save us. So the world didn't get nuked by the Russians in 1990. In case you didn't, in case you noticed, it didn't happen. And their reason why? Well, they're saying it didn't happen because they prayed so hard. Now, the temple, the Cult Universal Triumphant, again, this is their main prayer. What they do is they don't worship, but they channel Saint Germain and ascended masters. Humans, they believe, who have transcended, but who are sticking around to help people who are almost escaping the Matrix. Kind of like Neo. You're kind of seeing through it, and you just need to get in touch with the higher power. Well, here's the Archangel Michael, but you just got to chant this prayer. And we have an I Am temple in the city where I live, and so I'm familiar with its stuff. I have a lot of their literature. I read their book, and their prayer was familiar to me. So when I heard Michael Flynn using these types of phrases like 7 rays, I thought, wow, this ties in with all of the deep UFO stuff, the deep alien stuff, because ultimately when you get into ascended masters, you're getting into the new age notion that humanity is about to be introduced to a galactic federation. Anyway, take a listen. This is a clip here. A hand planner says, now drink the Kool-Aid, brothers and sisters. You got to spell Kool-Aid with a Q. Now here's Flynn.
Are your instrument of those sevenfold rays and all your archangels, all of them. We will not retreat. We will not retreat.
Now, it's just verbatim. You can hear the bawling sheep there. But it's verbatim. This is Michael Flynn. Now, his name Michael, of course. And the whole cult is about the Archangel Michael. He may be a megalomaniac, but his birthday is Jesus' birthday. And he's always happy to point out that he shares a birthday with his Lord. Well, here is another group, another video. There's a few of them. I have some videos that kind of compare them. But I actually have the prayer here, and you can find it word for word. The 7 rays is a concept in several religions and philosophies in Western culture. It goes on about in Theosophy, Blavatsky. These are all big names in the New Age. And then you have the cult, Universal Triumphant, the I Am movement. This is a cult, I guess you could say, that's kind of consistent with Q's whole look on things, because it is a doomsday cult. Think about it. So he's borrowing, and this is why it's a big deal. He's actually borrowing prayers from a doomsday cult that had its believers believing against all common sense and against the fact that there's no evidence for it, that the world was going to end, and they sold all their assets and moved into a bunker. So this is a doomsday cult that's been, I think, fused through Michael Flynn. And one other thing about Michael Flynn that I think is also kind of noteworthy is the other day he sang karaoke style, "We Ain't Gonna Take It." Now, "We Ain't Gonna Take It," Twisted Sister. Well, that happens to be the song that was referenced on the final QAnon tweet. So if you go to qalerts.app, this is where QAnon posts his messages to the believers, to the Kool-Aid drinkers. So the final tweet was December the 8th, 2020 at 5:05 and 50 seconds. And they schedule these tweets. The timestamps are interpreted like they're Bible verses. So here it is. Now it's been 10 months, 3 days, 6 hours, and 41 minutes since Q has posted. Now this is his final tweet. His final tweet is, "Video unavailable, but it's we're not going to take it." So it was blocked, but it had been viewed more than 1 million times. So somebody working for Q posted, "We're not going to take it," in reference to the election. Now here's General Flynn singing, "We aren't going to take it." Now it's just karaoke, but I think that there's a significance here in that this was the track referenced on the final QAnon post. And this was yesterday. Okay, here we go. So there's Rockstar General Flynn at AmpFest. "We're not going to take it." I guess after invoking the Archangel Michael, he decides to invoke the Twisted Drag Queen Sisters for "We Ain't Gonna Take It." Hero Werner von Braun says Eddie Bravo might have been world's biggest, most public QAnon supporter. Yes, Eddie Bravo, and this is a fact, Eddie Bravo and Alex Jones were sitting in Joe Rogan's studio for episode 911, and Q was in the room. The actual Q, the one you haven't heard about from the MSM. And you will. It's going to have to come out eventually. The Q I'm referring to, and I have all the evidence to back this up, I have an ebook on it, all of it detailed and cited, has a key to the White House. Posel says, "Cringeworthy AF." Right. Well, I'm just looking at the big picture here, and I can just see where it's leading us. And it doesn't look good, because it seems like the leaders of this QAnon movement are justifying all of the fringies and all of these bizarre ideas, like the return of JFK. I think a few months ago I said it was going to be in 2 weeks. Like, the same people who complain about 2 weeks to flatten the curve still going on 2 years later. It's like, well, how many times has Q pushed the goalposts back? Now I think they're all pretty cool with 2024 already. Like, they've moved the goalpost back. All right, let me go ahead and go through my voicemails. Phones are fixed finally. So 833-311-1984. And if we're not live, you can leave a voicemail for on-air play. Okay, one moment here. And first voicemail, unknown caller. This is from tonight. Again, numbers on the screen.
How's it going? I watched Tucker Carlson and Kamala Harris did this really cringy sort of interview with 13-year-olds and what.
Oh yeah. Okay. So she's talking about the Kamala Harris interview with the 13-year-olds, the children, right? So she's going around, and I'll play this. It's just cringe. By the way, someone spelled cringe with a Q. I like that. Yeah, she's Kamala Harris is leading these children around. She's talking about exploration in space like she's high on some kind of opioids. I mean, she's just so out of touch. But anyway.
One of them turned out to be a child actor.
Okay, child actors. That's what she's talking about. So let me go ahead and bring this up really quick here. So she had this tour that she gave. This is again Kamala Harris, where they were talking about space and NASA, and these children were just spellbound by her. Well, it turns out that, well, they were all child actors. So they actually had to hire child actors to hang out with Kamala Harris. That's kind of the takeaway here. Let me play the rest of the voicemail, and then we'll play that clip.
That was really interesting. And Candace Owens came on and talked about the cringiness of this Kamala woman talking to these 13-year-olds like they're 5, bizarre. And then she brought up how Joe Biden does his addresses on a movie set, basically.
Yes, and Joe Biden does his movies on a movie set. Okay, so here it is. Kamala Harris's cringe NASA video actually featured child actors. And here's a quote. "I'm very excited about Space Council. We're going to learn so much as we increasingly, I think, get curious about the potential for outer space." Kamala Harris's cringy video. I'll just play a few moments of it here.
I just love.
I'm just going to play a clip here. It's as fake as can be, so this really shouldn't be a surprise. But she's just gushing over the quote potential, over the work we can do in space, which I'm not even clear on what that is. I mean, the last I checked, the people who are excited about outer space are talking about grinding up dead bodies into bricks. Okay, here we go.
Of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so.
Anyway, this is like scratching a chalkboard. My point is, she's surrounded by a bunch of children. She's trying disingenuously to excite them about
much that's out there that we still have to.
This is all just deception. But my point being, the children are all actors. They're not even real. Like, that to me is, it makes me wonder, what about all those children who ask questions on the ISS? They have these children asking questions, and it's always the same basic 5 questions. What do you eat? Why did you want to become an astronaut? And I think those might all be actors as well. All right, let's see here. Going through comments. Maxwell Cooper says Tucker and Candace Owens did a segment talking about it. Right, well, they talk about the stage, and it might be a setup. I mean, it's just so ambiguous. They have an explanation for why they use a stage, and I think Trump may have also have used that stage. So it might be a big nothing burger packaged as something to make people who question the news look unhinged, crazy, or like they are grasping at straws. So I'm kind of skeptical about the value of Biden being up there on the stage. I mean, it's almost enough just to point out the fact that Joe Biden isn't even the same guy that he was. We haven't figured out who he is yet. And I've been finding a lot of videos that show me that we're kind of screwed, not those of you listening, but humanity outside of this channel, because the controllers of this matrix, the fascinators, they know that seeing is believing, that we have another sense, a 6th sense that trumps the 5 senses. It's not your intuition. No, because they kill that. Your 6th sense is the TV screen. It's your smartphone screen. It's whatever comes out through their censored screen. It's your screened reality. And if they can present something on that, it's real. And the special effects are getting so realistic that it's not even possible to tell the difference anymore. Like if you're not already appraised of the capabilities, you wouldn't really be able to know with any great deal of certainty. And that's just right now. It's just going to get deeper and deeper as we move into this simulation. And so I'm looking at a video of a lady hosing down a massive octopus on a street, and it looks real, and it looks like it's shedding, and I have no reason to believe it's not real. Kind of like with Boston Dynamics, we have these robots running down the street looking like Terminators, and most people think these things are real, and they share them like, uh-oh, look what's coming. Like, well, no, we're looking at CGI. But yeah, this is all getting really strange as well. Joe Biden with his obsession with the number 666. I mean, what is that about? And I've been playing those clips, but here he is, Build Back Better, on the stage. They say it's so that he can read from a teleprompter. There's all sorts of explanations, but if you thought the QAnon thing was gone, no way, because their whole premise here is that the election was fraudulent and that the military are actually secretly in control, and since the public wouldn't be able to handle it, they've had to give us a facsimile, kind of a dummy presidency for the time being. And that was the explanation given at first. And this just makes that seem a little more plausible. All right, let's see here, going through comments. Hero says they corrupted our third eye. Yeah, I've heard that that's what fluoride in the water does. I don't know if that's true. There's so many things that conspiracy theorists believe that could be red herrings or simply ideas that are put out there to make you look like you're crazy, or limited hangout operations where they put some ideas out there so they can keep an eye on who is paying attention. Let's see here. Zinvella says, how many Biden stages do they have? Real Red Dragon says they're all cultists. Yep, exactly. I mean, we can be honest and call Q a cult, but the MSM believers are also a cult. And not all cults are equal. Some cults are dangerous. Does anybody here follow the Palmer Report? So the Palmer Report had a series of tweets that were suggesting that the Southwest airline protests, that pilots walking off the job are committing an act of more or less treason, like it's an act of civil war. It was an aggressive thing to shut down the airports, like the Taliban would do. That's what the Palmer Report had put out there. So anyway, they're out there in Los Angeles. I think they have 420,000 subscribers. So it's a pretty big channel, but for some reason they blocked me. Just adding it to my blocked list. There's so many, like I have less than 1,000 subs on Twitter. Nobody reads my tweets. And yet, I mean, I read them live. I use it to bookmark things, but I'm being blocked by a lot of these bigger media channels. And I'm like, well, who's doing it? Is there a blacklist out there that I'm on? They say, block this. You don't want these memes getting into your field of view. You might catch something. Because that's how they see memes these days. All right. This is another one. Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly are important enough to be put on the covers of magazines, and you can watch them making out on TV if you want to. It's a new power couple according to GQ. Now, I don't really care about this stuff. However, anything that's trending is trending because they want it to, and they're putting it out there. So I thought it might just be, I don't know, instructive here just to kind of break down their names a little bit. There might be something to this. I just think Machine Gun Kelly, MGK, stand out. Clearly, magic. Megan Fox, and Fox is 666, and here's how it works. F is 6, O is 15, which 1 and 5. X is 24, or 2 and 4. So you totally do get a 666 out of her name as well. And it's just another one of these ritualistic couples. You know, it's a Babylon and the Beast. This is how they practice their religion. And you don't want to know which one in the couple is probably the beast and which one is the Babylon. But this is New Age occultism in plain sight. That's why you have all the numerology and the coded names. And it's not like anybody cares about this stuff, but it's the religion. The mainstream media is the church of the NWO. And so they need to get all of their archetypes, all of their symbols, all of their ritual props out there, and they get their priests and their priestesses to do their magic out there. Now, what do you all think of this thing with Dave Chappelle? Is he really meaning to do this? Is he really trying to get himself canceled, or is this some kind of a stunt where Dave Chappelle has been more or less auto-canceling? Because I'm starting to get the idea that some of these celebrities like Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan and others, I'm starting to get the idea that maybe they're not really crossing the lines, but they're crossing the lines that the establishment has put there so they can be publicly shamed. I think that has more to do with it than anything, because their jokes aren't even all that, and their comments aren't even all that enlightening or shocking. I mean, Joe Rogan asks a couple basic questions, but I think it's all a setup. Like they're taking a fall so they can help undermine free speech a little bit more. Hero Werner von Braun says, I pray Shia LaBeouf is actually legit crazy. He will not divide us. It was one of the most epic moments in internet history. Right. Well, Shia LaBeouf, didn't he? Well, anyway, we'll leave that. He's another one of these canceled celebrities. Like Marilyn Manson. I think Marilyn Manson's also faking his debacle with these women. I think these are all staged events. In fact, I was looking into the Marilyn Manson and Evan Wood debacle because it looks like a setup. So she's accusing him of abuse, of mind control. He says that if it was real, she would have gone to the cops, that she's doing it for clout. She's 33, nothing to see here. Anyway, Manson has been playing the role of the devil, the bad guy in the media, this rebel for some time. And when Littleton happened, he was pointed at for inspiring or helping to inspire the Littleton shooters. So anyway, Evan Wood, she's in Westworld. She's accused him of all kinds of bad things. And this story's been going around really for months now. And I noticed it too. I thought, well, it's kind of interesting that you have Marilyn Manson, torture, mind control, Nazi knife sex. You have all these memes being thrown out there. And we're kind of reliving the summer of '69. And so it's just like bringing back the Manson meme. Just in time for the Matthew Coleman murders on the anniversary of the Manson killings. 1969's been blueprinted, been templated over 2021. Space race, the Manson killings, and other things as well. So anyway, I have no reason to believe any side of either one of their stories. These are just media constructed personalities, the way that they're presented. And I tend to think this is all psyop. And I think it's part of an organized takedown of various icons, making certain ideas off limits, unacceptable. I mean, it's a takedown. It's iconoclasm. It's a takedown of, I believe, Western chauvinism. But in Westworld, which might actually be about the downfall of Western chauvinism, Westworld, she's the star in it, has her dealing with a character who's an older man, dressed all in black, and he's her abuser, and she's caught in a cycle of abuse, and she goes through it day after day, year after year. It's just like this infinite loop for her until she breaks the cycle. And so here you have her today as a victim of mind control by this guy, and she's finally waking up to it. So I think there are too many ways that the role of her Westworld character and her real world staged life, I think it coincides too much, and they use these things to bolster the other. And he's at the end of his rope, at the end of his career anyway. I think he's done. Like, what else is he going to do? He's been canceled from a few events, but he's old. She's 33. And then you have Joe Rogan's cancellation being really, I think, spearheaded by Trisha Pay That Ass. And now this is interesting, because here you have an up-and-coming video blogger, Trisha Paytas, Sorry. Trasha Paytas. So she's famous for calling out Joe Rogan. I mean, maybe other things. My point is, Joe Rogan gets called out as someone who needs to be canceled. And coincidentally, she's 33. Born May 8th, 1988, 33-year-old. So I see these rising 33-year-olds taking down older icons who are voluntarily taking a fall as idols, as icons. All very staged, if you ask me. Something else that looks very conspicuous. So I've been talking about history repeating the meta script and the obsession with numerology and time and dates. Well, 42 years ago, and number 42 has been coded for things falling from the sky, among other things. Well, 42 years ago, Skylab fell from the sky. It fell on 7/11/1979, which was, of course, the anniversary date, 7/11. This year was the date of Branson taking off into the sky. And there's a lot of ritualistic connections here, symbolic connections, but I want to stick to this. So here we are 42 years later, and there's a movie called Skylab, crashing in theaters soon. Movie called Skylab. It says, let's go on a dreamy ride to 1979. So the beautiful aesthetics of 79 have been captured. The film will have a wide theatrical release to be announced in the coming days. The story is set in 1979, and it's about USA's space station, Skylab, falling to the Earth. So here we are 42 years later. All the talk is about the crack in the space station, the fissure in the space station, the breakdown of relations between the Russians, the Chinese, and the Americans, where they want to break the station in half, essentially, and just let them float away separate. Which the Americans shouldn't complain, because they're the ones who have to drink all of the recycled cosmonaut urine. And that's been the case for years. It's not the other way around. Russians drink water up there. But anyway, it seems like the thing's going to fall. It's being called an aging space station. It's 22. Another conspicuous example of that number, 22. But now look. Skylab to storm theaters soon, 42 years later. I was just talking about this the other day. The Skylab helmets that they actually had. They made a big event about it. And it makes people into true believers. And it's not hard to fake. Look at this. Oh yeah, the Palmer report. And if you go to that Twitter account, he called anti-vaxxer pilots terrorists for shutting down air travel. Unfortunately, I can't show you the tweet. I got blocked. Now look at this. This is from The Atlantic. Just a short little pull quote here. It says, even for adults, it's difficult to recognize faces in masks. And this is from a psychologist in the UK who studies facial recognition. And what he said is that, quote, people process faces holistically. They take in all the features in combination. It's impossible when features are obstructed by a mask or even sunglasses. And now here's the important point. It says, until about age 14, children are still developing their facial recognition skills. So that's kind of interesting too. I'm like, okay, 14. What are they doing? I think they're turning people into robots. I think they're putting people into a state where they will be malleable enough to go into the metaverse and not even care that there's a real world out there. I mean, they've already accomplished as much, I think, with the bread and circuses of the day, but it just gets deeper. Deeper into simulation. I mean, wait till you see people on Mars. That's, I think, the point of no return. When people start going to Mars. And the longer this 2020 nonsense carries on, the less I feel inclined to stop the people who want to go to Mars from going to Mars. It's like, yeah, be my guest. I'll help crowdfund you a ticket. A critical thinker tweeted this at me. Politicians are actors on the world stage, playing their roles on the biggest show on earth. Long video compilation of politicians who also happen to be actors.
And I'd like to complain in the strongest possible terms that it isn't.
Anyway, nothing new here. We all know this. In fact, I brought this up earlier. Some investigator found all kinds of alt media types on the right were all out of work actors at some point before they decided to stand up for America. New York Post. This is just a weird video. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's fake. Whiz Kid. A boy urinates on elevator buttons and starts a fire. So this is footage of a child in an elevator, and he apparently does what they say. You can't really see. And then there's a fire. He hits the red button, and then the adults open this thing up. But the back of his shirt, this is from the New York Post, has the word fake 3 times. It says fake, fake, fake. So I'm kind of wondering, what is that? What do you make of that? I haven't really covered much of the COVID news lately because I'm bored of 2020, but a lot of, sadly, a lot of rubber dummies, training dummies are taking up the hospital beds. No sign of recuperating. Look at this. They don't even hide it. Literal dummies. Hospital dummies in the beds. One of them looks like Mark Zuckerberg. I think I have that one bookmarked here. There was a mannequin. Yep, there it is. And the very first, and this is just a coincidence, but you might find this interesting if you're a coincidence theorist. The first building to burn following the release of the George Floyd Derek Chauvin video, when the riots started in the Twin Cities, the first place to burn was a company called Sigma 7. And what they created were hyper-realistic training dolls, as in for EMTs. Modular high-fidelity airway trainers, 7 Sigma. The company had opened up in 1987. 33 years later, it was burned to the ground. The first building to burn during the riot. A few things that are noteworthy about it is that they have these detailed dummies, like internally detailed, for simulating intubation, for simulating everything that EMTs would need to experience. They want to accurately simulate everything, like when you're intubating a patient. Do you want to practice on a real person or on a dummy that has all the right parts? And what's more, you can customize these mannequins. You can make them look like anybody. Now, most interestingly of all, the dummies are all suffering from respiratory distress. So they are all basically saying, I can't breathe. Their bronchial airways are obstructed. And the primary doll happens to look exactly like George Floyd. And that's been pointed out by a lot of people who've looked at this. And my thinking here, and of course you can look at the video for yourself, is that this is what was used in the riots, and this would explain why that factory was so conveniently burned. It's not like the looters took anything. Hira says, didn't the police department burn too? Oh yeah, many things did burn that night. The police officer with the black umbrella, I think, started the proceedings when he smashed up the auto zone. A lot of predictive programming. You have the auto zone, and then you have the autonomous zone, started by the guy with the company called, the record label called Black Umbrella. All kinds of umbrella stuff in there. Okay, by the way, I mentioned the thing about General Flynn being a New Ager and a Satanist. Here's a compilation by Jim Stewartson. He says, I did a video comparison of the I Am Church Universal Triumphant cult leader and Floyd. So here's a compilation of the two, just to make it clearer.
I will take my stand, I will not dare to speak, and I will be the instrument of God's will, whatever it is.
We will not retreat. We will not retreat. We will stand our ground.
Well, it's the same. He just changed I am to we will. And the source has been verified. It's 100% I am cult material. And this really does, if you ask me, this really does connect. In fact, there's some other stuff as well. A number of QAnon leaders, people who are really close to Lynn Wood, have names. Like here's one, popular QAnoner, the name is Snow White I Am. And the group worships the Great White Brotherhood of Ascended Masters that are going to come down and save us or something. So there's no question about it. It is definitely the case that we have a doomsday cult initiate, leader at the front of QAnon. And they've conflated patriotism and this form of Christianity and you could call it a lot of things, and the word cult doesn't really do enough. Here's one more clip from another person who caught on to this. Again, a number of people are sharing this now, and I think you have to understand that we're dealing with a doomsday cult, like the greatest, most successful doomsday cult of all time, I think, in terms of, well, I mean, Jonestown ended. This one is still ongoing.
Reading a prayer at a QAnon rally with footage of the I Am Church Universal triumphant cult leader Elizabeth Clare Prophet in 1984. Elizabeth Prophet was the head of a doomsday cult. She got her people to move to Yellowstone, build a nuclear fallout shelter, and claimed the world would end in 1990. If you listen to these prayers side by side, you realize that Flynn just changed the words I am to we will. Clearly he's verbatim reciting this cult leader's text. The reason this is interesting is that you might have family members. We all know people who, under the pretense of Christianity and being good Christians, are being drawn into a violent insurrectionist movement. So check out this footage, and I think we're getting a clear picture of the type of culture that Mike Flynn is indoctrinating people into.
All right. Now, one thing they're into, the cult Universal Triumphant, is they're into their belief in their mission and that the world will not believe them and that they have to just double down when they're mocked and laughed at. So they end up selling everything and moving into underground compounds. So that kind of shows you that with QAnon, there might not be a limit. The Daily Beast put this out there, the picture of Flynn with devil horns. Michael Flynn to QAnon believers, I'm not a Satanist. Right. Video entitled, Some Have Said That General Flynn Prayed to Satan in a Recent Prayer. They're saying that he has allegedly signed on with Lucifer, signed on with the devil. So there you go. He says he's not a secret Satan worshiper, but Flynn's prayer with the invocation of the sevenfold rays and the legions, yeah, that's pretty clear. And legions, where does that come from? I believe legion would refer to the bad guys in this sense. All right, well, let me see here. True News is making a big deal of these clips. Yeah, there are some people doing damage control, but I don't know how you can walk this back. Here's a meme. Michael Flynn is defending his deliverance of a bizarre sermon at a Nebraska church where he invoked the legions of the sevenfold rays. Many in the conspiracy QAnon group believe that he has flipped to the devil. Now, he's the one who insisted that his birthday, being Jesus' birthday, is a big deal. And he's also the one who insisted that there is a deep state versus the not deep state war in heaven, good versus evil. And of course, if you're on the whole QAnon movement, you also, at some level, you will find that at some point they're dealing with reptoids and blue avians and Nordics and grays. So they go full alien. Maxwell Cooper says, Flynn in the FBI interview said he went to jail for stated... Why don't you send me a link to that? Somebody's asking if he's an agent or if he flipped. And I don't think he flipped. You know, this is the thing. The QAnon thing isn't spontaneous, new. It's not organic. It didn't just come out of nowhere. The QAnon movement is a scripted psychological operation. And I think that it was probably written back in the 60s. I think when they wrote 9/11, which obviously was written in the 60s, if not before, that's when this was also put together. It's part of the same package. And that's one of the things I've been covering on this channel that gets ignored here, is that when you look at the role of Stanley Kubrick, or rather the role of his alleged role in Apollo 11 with NASA, then that opens up something of a can of worms. Because if you're going to say that Kubrick's films are evidence of predictive programming or involvement in the NASA psyops, well then what do you make of his other films, which have many references to 9/11, to COVID-19? And in his films, you can even find references to what's coming after this COVID lockdown, and I think it has to do with space wars, which we may get into later. But Kubrick's role, it goes beyond just faking the moon landing. It's a more extensive picture, and I don't think Stanley Kubrick is even necessarily it, like it's one person. I think he might be the visible face of a think tank. But anyway, the overall narrative, which contains 9/11, which contains the
that's The Edge is in Your Mind. Chief Crow. If you want the links to that track, I put it in the chat below. It is October the 7th, 2021, starting a little earlier than last night. Actually, it's just about midnight, so we'll just call this 10/8. Let me see who's in the chat. We have a couple of really good updates, by the way. Very interesting, exciting updates. One of them, and this is something I've been waiting to hear news on, we have a development with the Kenosha story, with Kenosha Kyle and his trial coming up. And we've been looking with great interest to see, is there any evidence for this thing being real, for it being anything other than a psyop? We're talking about live action theater. And if you're not familiar with the Kenosha case, we're talking about the 3 days of riots in August 2020, which were brought to an end by Kyle Rittenhouse and his militia group who went down there to disrupt the mob, in the course of which he shot 3 individuals. 2 of them died. Now, one of them died doing something he loved, and that would be Rosenbaum, who died chasing a minor. I mean, these weren't people that you could really feel sorry for. The other guy was a strangler, and Gage got shot in the bicep, allegedly. And the video would seem to corroborate this. However, there are these things called squibs. And if you don't account for the existence of squibs, you can't really know whether or not something is real. And it's very important to understand movie technology and special effects if you want to understand your nightly news. It is that bad. Your nightly news has access to and will use all of the same special effects that you would see in your entertainment. They're just not as good. I mean, crisis actors are called crisis actors. They're called out because they're so bad. You're not supposed to know they're acting. Now, they're not SAGs, Screen Actor Guild card members. I think they're all gags, is what I'd call them. Government actors, usually informants, people who don't have a choice. And it is interesting also to note that all of these individuals who were shot in Kenosha had extensive criminal backgrounds. And so here we have an update with Gage, who was charged with his second DWI. So if you have a problem with a highly trained police academy cadet wannabe Kyle Rittenhouse, and again, he's training with the militia. So if you have a problem with a militiaman carrying a weapon, but you don't have a problem with a guy driving around drunk with a 2,000 plus pound weapon, then your priorities are kind of screwed up. You're more likely to get run over by Gage Grosskreutz than you're likely to get shot by Kyle Rittenhouse. And you're only going to get shot by Kyle Rittenhouse is if, I guess that could only happen, and it only did happen in the instance of a riot in which he was being attacked. The guy he shot in the head, Rosenbaum, was actually reaching for the weapon. The other guy had a skateboard, so one other takeaway from Kenosha is don't bring a skateboard to a gunfight. And Gage Grosskreutz had crept up on Kyle and sneakily tried to pretend like he was surrendering with his hands up, and then was about to shoot when Kyle apparently shot him in the arm. But again, it's an open question. Is this even real? So I've been looking at the body cam footage from Gage Grosskreuz's second DUI or DWI arrest, and I'll show you what I came up with. Now, I didn't sit through all 3 hours of these videos. What I did is I sped it up to about 1.75, and I scrolled through until I found a couple of select shots where you could actually see Gage during the proceedings, where they take off his handcuffs, and you can see him with his arm as exposed as it will ever be, I suppose, and he's got some kind of like a black, it's not a cast because it's flexible. It looks like a thick sock or some kind of a protective garment over his arm. So, it's kind of hard to say that there's no evidence that this guy was really shot, but I'll put it on the screen. So if you're looking at the screen right now, his right arm is covered up. And I also want to point out that in the body cam footage, he was laying his arm on his other leg like it was limp. So he's either a really good actor and very consistent, or this is part of the charade. Let me see what the commenters had to say. It says, Kenosha County has failed in its duty to charge Grosskreutz with brandishing and pointing a gun at Kenosha during the riots. His second charge of driving under the influence proves that you can't fix stupid. Concerned citizen says Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong. Jay says, incorrect, he missed Gage's head. Yeah, I'd say he was very charitable by only shooting the arm that held had the gun hand, but what was Kyle guilty of anything? Yeah, I guess. I'm sure he was violating his bedtime. I'm pretty sure he got grounded. But other than that, does he deserve a year in solitary confinement for self-defense? I don't think so. He should be found guilty of having extremely good aim, if you think about it. I mean, imagine walking into a crowd that's burning down a city, burning cars, fighting, basically on a rampage, and then you shoot 3 people that nobody would ever miss. I mean, I would say that's excellent aim. Magic bullet, almost. All right, let's go ahead and see who's in the comments here. I'm talking about this because Kyle's in the news, and just a few minutes ago, I got off of a call in the Discord server with an individual from Kenosha who was close enough to actually hear it. And he knows somebody who knows somebody that has him thinking that Gruber, the guy who brought the skateboard to the gunfight, is a crisis actor and is very much alive. So there's a happy ending here. For some reason, if you felt sorry for a few expendable commie agitators, hey look, they're probably still alive. All right, I'm going through your comments, everyone, so I appreciate everybody leaving messages here. Yurt Mama says, greetings. Infinite Plane Radio, infinite consciousness is ours. Romulus32 says they're going to bring in mandatory vax for NHS and social care staff in the UK. Anyone else get the clot shot? I'm holding out for the vax drones. Osher says elbow cough, elbow cough, elbow cough. No Despair Bear says skate or die. Yeah, he chose die. I've never actually seen that question posited in any serious way, and I was like, what? Skate or die? He made the wrong choice. And if you watch that scene he clutched his chest in a very dramatic way, overly dramatic, like the way Bugs Bunny would fake like he was shot by Elmer Fudd. Like these government actors are not believable. The story